Obunu gini kama chozunu Imana chukwa kosi womo Onyele miu Nyelu yumi What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, yo. He give you me, give me you. Obunu kife la chasha so Obunu kife me chasha me My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma. I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka munagi me and you. Okwa munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuni kife la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuzi kife mi chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call you, Shakara for me. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia.
Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ọ̀dà ọmọ àtàlàbọ̀gà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
And there it is right there, Baba Ijebu. So there it is right there. So we've happened upon another weekend, and that is that's the cyclical nature of life. So we started this week together, we end this week together, and we hurtle into another week together. So long will that continue. The bind that binds us, the whatever it is. So there it is. Good day to you. Good to be in your company. And how are you? So hopefully you've had a wonderful week, a stress-free week, and now you are now ready for the weekend. So you are ready for the weekend in the company of your favorite or your laughing man, one man went to Mo. So hold on. You know I go through a lot of water anyway. I say that all the time. So you've hustled through the week, you've landed on the weekend, but the one constant that is always constant is that I will always be here to have that conversation with you. So here I am again to have that conversation with you. Hopefully you're ready to take on the conversation. There's a multitude of things to talk about. When is there never not sufficient enough things to talk about? There's always something to talk about. Nigeria is a gift that just keeps on giving. It's just, the one thing, the one way to attack to digest the Nigerian paradigm is to suspend disbelief. Do you understand? That's the best way to digest the Nigerian paradigm, is to suspend disbelief. So just take it for granted that something outlandish, something just jaw-dropping, something that will just set you aghast, is going to happen just at a moment's surprise. So the only thing that is surprising is that the Nigerian state never doesn't surprise you. So there it is. So suspend credulity. That's the best way to digest the Nigerian paradigm. So suspend credulity, but some incredulous stuff to come. Senator Ndume, of course, is in play. He's been on Arise TV blowing up as usual. He's come up with this Kakistocrats, Kakistocracy. I had to look that up, actually. We probably have to look it up together. He's accused the sitting administration of being a Kakistocrat. So, Kakistocracy. So I had to look it up. I'm not going to pretend I knew what it meant. It says a government by the least suitable or competent citizens of a state. So that is its assessment of the Tinubu administration, a Kakistocrat, a Kakistocracy. Government by the least suitable or competent citizens of the state. So you may well think that is extreme. I didn't even have that on the screen. So you may well think that is extreme. I certainly think that is extreme. As much as yes, as much as you may, you cannot say you cannot say that it's a government of the least suitable or competent citizens, because the people in charge of the Nigerian state, they are tried and trusted people, so they have an antecedent. So they have an antecedent from Lagos State, which no matter how critical no matter how relative you want to qualify or quantify their success, they certainly recorded successes in Lagos State. So you cannot just say it's a Kakistocracy, which is to say the least suitable or competent people. You know, I will buckle for anybody to say that somebody like Dave Umahi, yeah, or all of the characters we have in play, Bumio Joe, and all of this sort of people, that they're Festus Kiyamo, that they're the least capable and least competent. You might say they are not sufficient enough competence or capability for not the least, certainly not. So that Senator Ndume there throwing brickbats into the political space. So Senator Ndume throwing brickbats into the political space, but good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you come in, subscribe if you haven't done that already, and please do that as I'm saying it. So click on the like button just as I'm saying it now. If you forgot to do it, then remember to do it now. So click on the like button just as soon as you come in. And then if you're not already subscribed, we need to get the numbers up. You all know we need to get the numbers up anyway, so I don't have to tell you that. So click on the like button and click on subscribe. And then if you want to come and be part of the conversation, click on this hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you want to come and be part of the conversation, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. It will put you into a studio space. As soon as I finish delivering the body of the talking points, I'll let you onto the screen, invite your thoughts. So that's just how it works. So if you want to be an active combatant, click on that. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So there's one more click. It's the $ at the bottom of the stream, which invites you to super chat, super sticker to the platform. So already exemplified by Ayo, who often instances does that. Ayo always kicks off that space. So Ayo kicks it off. Isaac Ojo picks up the baton. So we need a minimum of 3 more people because we've set the low bar of a minimum of 5 super chats per stream. But the super chat cannot be lower than the standard already set. So you either match it or it's higher. So don't be a skin flint. So don't be a skin flint. Like, share, subscribe, and the stars on our YouTube or on Facebook as well. We need to see activities on Facebook. Make sure you're sharing the links on Facebook and buying the stars and all that, all those things that you do over there. So do all those things. So let's just launch into it. I think the opening phase, and by the way, as I often say, the room needs populating. So if you want to be part of the conversation, then just hop on. So if you want to be part of the conversation, hop on. So I think Alexander Gomez just documented his presence right there. I think it's been cheeky. I said don't go lower than what was there. I think that's Alexander then just telling me to shut up. So thank you, Alexander. So yes, it is a participatory sport, as I said. So if you want the conversation, then you have to be an active combatant, an active participant. So if you want the conversation, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So I'll click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, but let's kick it off with this. Tinubu renames National Theatre after Soyinka. So now, anytime you hear me pause, know that I'm having a gulp of water. Tinubu renames National Theatre, you know, the one in Igomu, the one with the Colonel's heart. Tinubu renames National Theatre after Soyinka. So now, when I saw this headline, it struck me in a funny sort of way. It made me feel somewhat peculiar. And do you know why it made me feel peculiar? Because only as early as a couple of weeks ago, Tinubu renamed one of the major high roads in Abuja after this same Soyinka. So why not somebody like Chinua Achebe to get this one? That was the thought that struck me. Wole Soyinka, of course, clocking his 90th birthday, and people will say that that makes the country then acknowledging his contribution to the nation state. Tinubu renames National Theatre after Soyinka, so let's get it. I think the headline probably tells us all we need to know anyway. President Bola Tinubu has renamed the National Theatre in Lagos after Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka. Tinubu announced this in a birthday message to the Nobel laureate who turned 90 on July the 13th. So, I mean, Nigerians are living to a great age now. Imagine yourself turning 90, but it's still full of energy anyway. We don't know the functionalities of his body, but the brain is still sharp. We've seen him in countless interviews. President Bola Tinubu has renamed the National Theatre in Lagos after Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka. Tinubu announced this birthday message to the Nobel laureate who turned 90 on July the 13th. Today, I join the world to celebrate his profound influence on generations of writers, scholars, and activists who have been inspired by his work. I celebrate him by giving us I celebrate him for giving us the spark to fight and confront military dictators in our country. I am, accordingly, delighted to have the honor to announce the decision of the federal government to rename the National Theatre in Igomu Surulere as the Wole Soyinka Center for Culture and Creative Arts, Tinubu was quoted to have said in a statement by his media aide. He noted that the president saluted one of Nigeria's living repository of history, knowledge, and courage, and commends him for his valiant efforts in the trenches for the nation's future, both as a pro-democracy champion and as a trenchant voice against corruption and maladministration over several decades. Tinubu described Professor Wole Soyinka as one of the finest minds of his generation, conforming to the highest standards of human enlightenment, but unyielding to injustice, oppression, and base impulse. Speaking further on the Nobel laureate, Tinubu said, "Our paths crossed during our just struggle for the enthronement of democracy in Nigeria following the annulment of the June 12, 1993 presidential election. When faced with a trial in absentia and death sentence by the military regime at home, a galvanized opposition in exile through NALICON and NADECO, his global stature made him the face of our struggle to validate June 12 and restore democracy to Nigeria. Professor Soyinka is a globally celebrated playwright, novelist, poet, essayist, actor, singer, composer, and documentarian. He is also a foremost advocate of good governance and of a fair and just society. So it goes on to tell us all manners of. He won the Nobel laureate for literature in 1983, the first African to win the prize in that category. The Nobel laureate is a recipient of many. The Nobel laureate is a recipient of many other reputable awards, such as the Benson Medal from the Royal Society of Literature, Academy of Achievement Golden Plate Award, Einsfield Wolf Book Award, Lifetime Achievement, and Europe Theatre Prize, etc., etc. The National Theatre, which was started by General Yakubu Gowon's regime, was completed in 1976 by General Olusegun Obasanjo in preparation for the Festival of Arts and Culture Festac in 1977. It has since become a major center for the performing arts in Nigeria. The renaming of the National Theatre after Soyinka is coming a month after President Tinubu named the Arterial Road number 20 in Abuja in honor of the Nobel laureate. The president inaugurated the road, which runs from Northern Parkway to Outer Northern Expressway in Abuja on June the 4th. So there it is right there. I am a bit I'm a bit conflicted. Deserving, certainly, without equivocation, of course, he is deserving. But you know, are we? You know, I hope this is the last one. Anyway, I wonder if they should have given him a GCON or something like that instead, or whatever it is. All those G, whatever it is that they give to they should have given him one of those rather than naming the National Theatre. I would have rather that the National Theatre was named after Chinua Achebe, because of course, you know the sort of cries that will follow this. But congratulations to the professor, and a happy birthday, and a happy birthday. So that's Professor Wole Soyinka right there, clocking 90 and not sounding a day older than 40. African Group recommends Dr. Okonjo-Iweala for second term as World Trade Organization DG. So it was a real battle to get her in, and it looks as though it will be a real battle to get her out, because I think she's done reasonably well. The African Group has requested the World Trade Organization (WTO) chief Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to run for a second term as the head of global trade. Let's do that again. The African Group has requested World Trade Organization (WTO) chief Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala to run for a second term as head of the global trade watchdog, according to a document released on Friday, as reported by Reuters. A document sent by Chad. What is Chad? Of course, it's a sponsored move. Chad is not even a friendly country towards Nigeria, so I'm not quite sure. A document sent by Chad. A document sent by Chad stated the need to advance outcomes achieved under her tenure before the next major ministerial meeting, which will be hosted by Cameroon. It stated, the African Group is of the view that it will be in the best interest of the organization if the process of reappointment were to start early. Some WTO delegates have privately speculated that Okonjo-Iweala may opt against the second term if U.S. presidential candidate Donald Trump wins in November, given this administration's opposition to her appointment. The African Group comprises 44 African member countries of the World Trade Organization and 9 observers who often speak with one voice using a single coordinator or negotiation team. So, all right, opposition to Okonjo-Iweala. I'll just give you this this section and then we leave it there. Okonjo-Iweala encountered opposition from the United States administration under former President Donald Trump after a World Trade Organization selection panel recommended her for the chief position in October, a decision that required consensus. The withdrawal of South Korea's trade minister, Yoo Moon-hee, paved the way for Okonjo-Iweala to become the Director General of the Global Trade Group, after which the Biden administration announced its support for the former Nigerian finance minister to become the next DG of the WTO. The decision marked a departure from the Trump administration's opposition to Okonjo-Iweala and aligns the U.S. with much of the rest of the country. So of the world, rather, not the country, of the world. Yeah, so that's Okonjo-Iweala then. So our fate are somewhat dependent on if Trump gets returned or not. Our fate are somewhat dependent on if Trump did. But this one here, we're not getting to the, you will say sexy, but I will say alarming news. Judges listed Judges' top list of bribe recipients, police leads in bribe request as Nigerians shell out 721 billion naira in bribes in 2023. So this is it now. Of course, the corruption is so endemic within the Nigerian space, is almost the culture of function in anything. There is no, if you go to an eatery, you have to grease the palm of the doorman. You have to grease the palm of the receptionist so that she doesn't spit in your food and whatnot. You cannot enter any government office without bribing your way in and bribing your way out, even to pick up something as simple as a form. So that's the system. But the cumulative spend on that space, an eye-popping 721 billion naira. Judges' top list of bribe recipients, police lead in bribe request as Nigerians shell out 721 billion naira in bribes, not over the course of decades or in 1 year, 2023. So there it is right there. Justice to the highest bidder. And this is coming from government quarters, by the way. A report published on the National Bureau of Statistics website has shown that a total of 721 billion naira, that's $1.26 billion, was paid in cash bribes to public officials in 2023. The report followed the findings of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime Survey in partnership with the National Bureau of Statistics. The report, titled Corruption in Nigeria, Pattern and Trends, noted that an average cash bribe paid was 8,284 naira. So that's, so that's not to say that's not to the exact. So from the billions of bribes, the billions of nairas that you use to bribe, to the 100 naira that you give to the policeman. So they condense it and work it to an average. So that's the average bribe. The report titled Corruption in Nigeria, Patterns and Trends noted that an average cash bribe paid was 8,284 naira. This represents an increase from the 2019 nominal figure of this represents an increase from the 2019 nominal figure at 5,700, and that's not a nominal figure, though. That's not a nominal figure. That's just like yes, that's not nominal. 5,754. That was the bribery average in 2019. In total, it is estimated that $1.26 billion was paid in bribes to public officials in 2023. In terms of amount, judges received the highest average amount per bribe in the year, with a figure of 31,000 naira. Customs and Immigration Service received 17,800 naira. Members of the armed forces received 16,600 naira. Land registry officials 11,700, police officials 10,400. Findings of the report also noted that 46% of public officials under government employment offered one form of bribe or the other to get employed and facilitate their recruitment. This development was said to be 1.5 times the share found in a survey held in 2019. The report further stated that 6 out of 10 successful candidates in public sector admitted to using nepotism, bribery, or both to improve their chances of recruitment. Whilst bribery was said to be widespread in the country, the police was accused of more prevalence in terms of bribery. So, there's not much more, so let me give you the rest. The report noted that 9% of persons who had contact with police officials were asked for some form of bribe. Wait till you carry, wait till you go give the boys now. So that's a request for bribe now. Wait till you go give the boys, it's a request for bribe, because they could make life difficult for you if you don't. 4% of those who came in contact with nurses and doctors were asked for bribe. 3% of teachers/lecturers, 6% of persons who came in contact with public utility officials were also said to have been asked for some form of bribe or the other. So the sort of bribery that the lecturers take, I think we all know that, especially from their leros and the shades. 3% of persons who came in contact with teachers and lecturers were asked for one form of bribe or the other. 4% of those who came in contact with Federal Road Safety Corps officials and 2% of people who came in contact with vehicle inspection officials were asked for bribe. It was further reported that highly educated persons were more likely to pay bribe than people with no formal education. So that's somewhat that's surprising. That is anomalous to expectations. So because all your instincts is that an educated person would know his rights and therefore look to enforce his right rather than lubricate his way through. But what they're actually telling, I wonder if it's a narrative of affordability, because what they're telling us is that an educated person actually bribes more. Nigerian institutions were widely regarded as being amongst the most corrupt globally, with a pervasive culture of corruption and impunity, hindering effective governance and undermining public trust. So there it is right there, $1.26 billion. That's how much was paid in bribe in Nigeria 2023. So that's how much was paid in bribe in Nigeria 2023. All right, this one here. The room needs filling up. By the way, if anybody that wants to hop on. If you want the conversation, then you need to jump on. That's the nature of the beast. If you want the conversation, then you need to jump on. If you want the conversation, then you need to jump on. Federal government can no longer fund all ongoing road projects. This is Dave Umahi. So this one now lines up a thorough whipping with the Lagos-Calabar Expressway. So go to the obedient space tomorrow and watch them feast on the raw meat of it. So they will cannibalize this headline. Federal government can no longer fund all ongoing road projects. This is Dave Umahi. The Minister of Works, Senator Dave Umahi, has stated that the federal government can no longer fund all ongoing projects in the country at the same time. Speaking during a press conference on Friday, Umahi said he had been directed by President Bola Tinubu to review all projects in the country to decide those that would be given priority. The minister, while stating the government was not considering dumping projects it inherited, clarified that projects that would be considered for funding would have reached 80% of completion. The Federal Executive Council has directed we should review the projects to availability of funds and make proposal to the FEC. If such a project has attained 80% of completion, then we will make proposals to it for subsequent appropriation. When this money is available, such projects will be made priority so that it can be completed. That is what we are going to do. The president has not stepped down any project. On the issue of new projects, if we have appropriation that has not been completed, at least 1 kilometer, we are not going to carry out such appropriation. That is what the FEC is concerned about. We can't have 500 million naira on budget, but procurement is supposed to be 5 billion naira or 100 billion naira. And you go ahead to our such project. We have been directed not to do that. He added that contractors that are not ready to accept the new terms should terminate the contract. He also decried the politicization of road projects, where lawmakers were only concerned with citing projects in their community when the government did not have the funds to construct them. So there is the country crying poverty on infrastructure while spending $11 billion on a super highway, on a vanity project. Nigerians paying. There's nobody in the studio, by the way. So if you want the conversation, then jump on. But otherwise, we might just. Nigerians paying 37.5 trillion naira excess money supply. Nigerians paying for 37.5 trillion naira excess money supply into the economy. So this is Yemi Cardoso lamenting at the ways and means that the body left behind to awash the whole country with currency. The governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria, Dr. Olayemi Cardoso, has said that Nigerians are facing the consequences of excess money supply into the economy, citing the 27 trillion naira ways and means loan and 10.5 trillion interventions of the past administration. Cardoso said this at the Business Day CEO Forum, which was held in Lagos on Thursday. He said, interest rate is not set by the governor of the central bank. The interest rate is set by the members of the Monetary Policy Committee. Thankfully, we have a Monetary Policy Committee composed of independent-minded people who are solely driven by data. The MPC has made it very clear that for them, the major issue is stemming inflation and has also made it very clear that they will do whatever is necessary to tame inflation. Sadly, we have a situation where a lot of money supply went into the system. We also waste and means soared to 27 trillion naira. We saw intervention of 10.5 trillion. It has consequences. In large respect, that is what we're paying for now. Our ways and means is the money that the Central Bank of Nigeria lends to the federal government in the meantime to augment spending based on the time the revenue is generated. So essentially, there's too much money gushing around the system. That is why Cardoso, that's why they're keeping the interest rate high. So that's essentially what is being said there. So there's too much money washing around the system. That is why the interest rates are being kept high. So let's go on from that to this. So now we land on Senator Ndume and his noise making. Cabinet reshuffle. Tinubu slams door against non-performing ministers trying to lobby through senators. So this is the presidency responding to Senator Ndume's media outing. So let's take a couple of parts from this. President Bola Tinubu is planning to reshuffle his cabinet and remove non-performing ministers. Correspondence of authoritatively gathered. This is in line with the president's declaration during the cabinet retreat held last year to usher in the new ministers that he would not hesitate to sack non-performing ministers. At the retreat, the president, through the policy coordinating unit headed by Hadiza Bala Usman, outlined KPIs for each ministry, and cabinet members and the ministers were made to sign a performance bond. Tinubu clocked 1 year over a month ago, and there were expectations that he may announce a cabinet reshuffle during his first anniversary activities / stock taking. However, it did not pass. Correspondents has now learned that a cabinet reshuffle is imminent, and this has thrown many ministers into a kind of a frenzy, especially those who feel they have been unable to reasonably take most of the KPIs assigned to them. Some of the ministers whose continued stay in the cabinet is uncertain have been trying to secure a private audience with the president to seek a second chance, but the president does not want to meet anyone once the subject matter for discussion borders on lobbying for retention as minister. Correspondents gathered that some desperate ministers have been trying to go through senators and close friends of the president in an attempt to negotiate their political future with the president. However, the president has been adamant in his resolve that the time for politics is over as his legacy is on the line. The stance of the president is not to entertain any form of lobbying from some of his ministers seeking to remain in his cabinet is what the chief, let's take that again. The stance of the president not to entertain any form of lobbying from some of his ministers seeking to remain in his cabinet is what the chief whip of the Senate, Ali Ndume, alluded to on Wednesday when he alleged that the president has been caged in the presidential villa, that some forces were preventing well-meaning people, etc., etc. Senator, so that's the response to that. So that's the response to that. So let's go on from there to another one. All right, let's go on from there to another one. Nigeria's FX. Is that on the screen? Let me send the link to the studio again. The room does need populating, so anybody that wants to join, just click on the link. The room does need populating. Anyone that wants to join, just click on the link. Nigeria's FX reserve exceeds $35 billion first time under Tinubu's administration. So we hear of a lot of money coming in, but that money doesn't seem to be insulating the pain of the people. So the money serves no purpose in the bank. Is meant to insulate the. I'll only give you about 3 paragraphs of this. Nigeria's external reserve has increased yet again, reaching $35.05 billion as of July the 8th, 2024. This is according to the Central Bank's external reserve data, which was analyzed by correspondents. It was noted that the reserves have reached the highest level since May 2023, when it was $35.09 billion, about 14 days before the introduction of foreign exchange unification. So this is quite significant, actually. So what they are telling us is that the foreign reserve has bounced back to the pre-floating of the Naira level. So that is to indicate that the market is settling. I think that is the message that's being put out there. It was noted that the reserves have reached the highest level since May the 30th, 2023, when it was $35.09 billion, about 14 days before the introduction of the foreign exchange unification policy in June 2023. This is the first time it has crossed the $35 billion ceiling under the administration of Bola Tinubu. So what does this mean? It appears that the recent FX policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria, alongside a string of financial commitments from the likes of Afrexim Bank and the World Bank through loans, have bolstered the growth of the reserves. So is the growth of the reserve a consequence of monies earned or monies borrowed? Because if the attribution is going to Afrexim Bank and World Bank, they loan you money. So if it's not money earned, then it has no meaning. So what the data is saying? When Bola Tinubu was sworn in as the 16th president of Nigeria in May 29, 2023, the country's external reserve was about $35.09 billion. However, when the CBN announced the FX unification policy, Nigeria's external reserve had dropped to $35.66 billion. From July to December 2023, the reserve fluctuated within the $33 billion range. This year, the reserve experienced 3 months of noticeable fluctuation, plunged to as low as $3 billion in April. The Central Bank of Nigeria, the central bank governor had addressed the central bank governor had to address the issue of the decline in the last IMF spring meeting, where he said the decreasing reserve were primarily due to debt repayments and other standard financial obligations rather than efforts to defend the Naira. So, however, since then, a gradual and consistent upward trajectory has been observed, coinciding with a period of exchange rate stability. So, like I said, it's a consequence of the Naira settling to a value. I don't think that's the settled value yet, but certainly settling to a value. Nigeria has been experiencing a surge in exchange rate in the last few weeks, ending the month of June, etc., etc. So that's that. I'm not quite sure if that is the color of good news or not. But certainly, it can only really be good news if the external reserves are going up. This is the last one. This is not even going to be so much of a readout. I might just give you 2-3 paragraphs of this. Illegal mining, Chinese nationals remanded in Kuje prison. So yes, this is a silent killer that is happening unnoticed within the Nigerians. If you go into the hinterlands, the whole of the hinterlands of Nigeria is awash from the north all the way through to the south. The whole of the the whole of the rural areas, let me put it that way, in Nigeria is awash with all of these Chinese nationals just harvesting materials that we don't even know we have. A federal high court in Abuja has remanded 8 Chinese nationals and a Nigerian in Kuje prison in Abuja. The federal government had arraigned them for illegal mining activities in some community in Abia State. So you'll find them in Osun State, you'll find them all over the north. The whole of Plateau State is a rich harvest of mineral resources. So the places are washed with that Plateau plain, not just the state. The places are washed with all these Chinese people, and we all know what's going on in Zamfara and all that. In a statement, Shegun Tomori, a special assistant on media to the Minister of Solid Minerals, Dele Alake, said the suspects, including 8 Chinese nationals and 1 Nigerian, were apprehended by mining marshals and elite security outfit crafted from the Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps. So it goes on to give you their names. The defenders are Shea Yung Chan, Mo Zaye, Zambin, and all that, the Ding Dong Dings and the Ding Dong Dangs. So the Ding Dong Dings and the Ding Dong Dangs have been arrested in Nigeria for harvesting us somewhat. So that ends the readouts then. So we'll kick off the conversation. Let me see if there's any clips to play you. We'll kick off the conversations if anybody turns up after the Kegaita music. I've got a couple of clips. Let me play you two clips. Let me play you this one. So this is the precursor to the Supreme Court judgment for the local government authorities. So watch this.
Dear brothers and sisters, yes, I am in charge here today, but we are running a constitutional democracy. And we are put to you to summon the governors. Some of them, call them up. I'm doing my best to improve the revenue of the country and giving them their due. But they must equally be sympathetic to the populace, and they must consider the need of the local people. People reside in the local government. People are in the local community. That is where they reside. That is where they feed. That is where they garden. That is where they cook. That's where they farm. If the local government are not free, and the leaders don't hang on to the number, we have 774 local government. It's just a number. Is it effective? Is it reaching the real people? Who is being held accountable for this money? Maybe we should look and recalibrate one version that was good 4 years ago might not be good today. And when we won the votes, we go to the locals. When we get the votes, we move to Abuja. I think we have to collectively join hands. I need for you to get us.
Hold on, I'm hearing something in there. Yeah, so that was Tinubu forewarning this so-called governors that the days of a wolf is over and they should shape up before he wielded the big stick with the Supreme Court. So that was Tinubu forewarning before he acted. So let me play you one more clip. Then I'll bring on the people assembled so far, and then I'll play you two more clips. So listen to this. This guy not especially speaking about Nigeria, but everything he said very much pertinent to our situation.
The US dollar is both the biggest export and the strongest weapon the US has. See, the way they weaponize it is by lending it out, by forcing people to use it, and thereby creating the network effects where everyone needs to use the US dollar. And the key part is, this is something they just create out of nothing. They don't even have to print it. They just like type it up and then boom, like billions just appear, okay? And how do they get the whole world to use it? Well, first, they package it in like a nice thing called US aid. So US aid comes to a country that's struggling, like, oh, we'll do a study for you, and we're going to give you a loan. We're going to help raise you out of poverty and build roads and infrastructure and stuff. They get the study, and then they give the study to the ruler of that country, whether it's the king or whatever. Of course, if it's a leader that doesn't want the help, they'll just overthrow him, like they've done with countless regimes in the world. Okay, but let's put that aside for now. So then that leader takes that U.S. aid, even the way they call it aid, and takes it to their parliament and gives it to the press. And oh yeah, look, America's going to give us all these billions of dollars to create a new highway and a new port and a new whatever. And then of course one of the terms is that you have to employ American firms and Western firms, and to build these things because they have the expertise. Of course, yeah, they have the experience and expertise. It's for your own benefit. And then you get the IMF loan. Okay, or the World Bank loan. They're both the same, by the way. And of course, the idea of these loans is to never be repaid. The whole idea is that they are they're not working for it. It's not someone's capital, so no one wants it to be repaid. The idea is they give it to these countries, and of course, after a few years, they can't repay. By the way, not a single country in the history of the IMF has ever repaid back its loan. And eventually, even the ones that do, you're going to have to repay back the loan with interest. Of course, this is not a charity. IMF and the World Bank are not a charity, although they position themselves as such. And the weird thing is that even the people who work there think that they're doing good for some reason. They're just smart enough to carry out this thing, to believe this shit, but dumb enough not to see the big picture of how they're actually fucking over the entire global south. So of course, once you're on the debt, you never repay it back, and you have to refinance and refinance. And every round of refinancing, there's little conditions. Actually, you should privatize your telecommunications. You should privatize your ports. And, we just so happen to have great telecom companies and great port management companies, etc. And slowly. And then, you know what? I think you should remove subsidies on your fuel, because that's how you can repay back the loan better. And we're giving you economic advice. And then this is where the true evil begins. Oh, like all your agriculture, instead of planting crops that you need for subsistence, how about you plant some cocoa or stuff that's easier to export, and you'll make more money selling it on the international markets. Okay, so then a condition of these loans would be to subsidize these crops that are for export, not for subsistence. Okay, so effectively what happens after that is that you're in debt and you can't feed yourself, so you're dependent on them for money and dependent on them for food. And this is how the empire weaponizes its dollar, its biggest resource and most powerful weapon. This is all available in a book called Confessions of an Economic Hitman. I encourage you to read it. It's fascinating. It gives you all the details and all that. It sucks, but this is why I keep talking about this issue here, because the money, it's the broken money. We need to opt out, and for the first time in history, there is a money that we can opt out with, and that's Bitcoin. Educate yourself on that, learn it, start investing in it, start saving in it, because it is the future and it's the way to defund the cycle.
All right. All right. There a lot of sense in what that guy said. Apart from landing on Bitcoin, which I don't quite know, but a lot of sense in what he said. But no, let's kick off the session and then we see where it lands. So we play the Kegite music and then we kick off the session just as soon. Yeah, here they are.
Only water, where they see my water. Oh yes, Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro keke elemu ye o. Ibe shodi ya keke elemu re o. Bobby master keke elemu re o. Chifu wela ti keke elemu re o. Eruku lele elemude. Eruku lele egbe elemudodo jare o. Eruku lele Ghana ti de egbe body o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Odúyẹlá ẹyẹ o òdìlé o. Petrosoname ṣòdùn kẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó ti lé o.
ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ
ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o.
ìgbàlà tí
àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Ikoko Niru Agbesheme, death have nothing to do with us. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends, are joining us, King Emeka. So always a delight when he's here. Isaac Black is in the house. Ekene joins us as well. So plenty of room in the studio, as I said. Anybody also hop on. Let's kick the session off. Let's kick it off with Emeka. We've not spoken with him for a while. Maples.
Yeah, one man, evening.
Chairman.
I know it's evening there, yes.
It's too early for your something to be deep in.
Oh, sorry.
You are playing the guitar at the moment.
Anyway.
Yes, I know you're away with the family.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
No, that's much better.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Sorry about that. I wanted to take a walk, but I think I was out of the Wi-Fi connection. Yeah, hit me with the news.
All right, a lot to go through. I'm not sure if you are still in the news cycle because, of course, you are on holiday. You went here yesterday when we were speaking on the victory at the Supreme Court. Yes, and then
I wanted to. Yeah, you reached out. I wanted to join, but I was not. We went out and roaming and the rest, and I was out of data. Actually we went hiking, so I couldn't join anyway, but I could just say a few words. Congratulations to Nigeria on that. I think when I saw the news yesterday, I was truly delighted. That was the reason why we support and encourage the president to keep up doing the good work. We know he's the man with the balls. We know he's the man. He that is who he is anyway. He's not like he stumbled on it. He represents that. He implemented it when he was governor in Lagos State. And he's truly a Democrat, one of the very finest, and one who also fought for it and would have died for democracy in the country. Started way back in 1992, pursued this thing called democracy, and these are the individuals who enjoyed the First Republic. They saw how the First Republic worked. They also saw how the Second Republic worked. Then the truncation of the Third Republic, right, where he was part and parcel of that government. But fortunately, him coming in and trying to put things in place. He has started with going back to the old national anthem. Now with local government autonomy. We are hoping that he goes for the big hitter, which is restructuring Nigeria completely, so that we can, all benefit from that exercise, and the implementation of the Omar Sarayes committee report. Congratulations to Nigeria. All what we can now do is we focus more on our local government chairmen who now have the money to begin to do what they are supposed to do. The roads, the water, the schools, the healthcare, and every other amenities that should come closer to the people. And then, this is clearly a division of power. And local government is also a third tier of government that is very close to the people, so they will be held accountable. I'm not saying all local government will be responsible now, but what we can do is to hold them accountable for for them getting into power and for them to deliver what they're expected to do. Now elections in the local government council areas we now hold, we will vote our chairman in. They will make promises to us, and we expect them to keep up to those promises. Our democracy is quite young, still in its early 20s.
At least it's bringing the governance closer to the people, so the people can they're a lot more closer to people that they can hold accountable.
Exactly,
that's not
right.
the thing. So they can't go to the state house to go and hold the governor, but they know the the chairman hopefully is local enough to them for them to be able to say, look,
Yeah,
what are
you
you
can
doing?
easily walk. You can easily go to your local government chairman's office and begin to make your demands. And you saw what the president said. You played it on before in the beginning of the show, right? He said, "I'm busy trying to increase the revenue of the country, right? Hold your governors responsible." I think each and every time we keep making that mistake, looking at Abuja Aso Rock when we're supposed to look at our governors. Now we now need to look at our local government chairman. So I think what the government cannot do is to now communicate what the roles of local government chairman should do. The local government, for those of us, you can go and find it, is in the constitution, right? If, for many of us who may not be aware, go to the 1999 constitution as amended in 2001, go and see it. The local government functions is specified there. So you know what they're supposed to do. Primary health care, primary education, right? For the local government councils, they are supposed to also do road. What is again? And then the revenue they are expected to generate is also there in the constitution. So just go there and look at it and now begin to hold them responsible. I think the first thing that needs to happen is INEC is now free to conduct elections. We don't know when the elections will be held. That should be the next thing. Every state should, that's the rec, should go ahead to conduct election for local government councils that don't have local government chairman. That's what is
Yes,
supposed to be done.
I saw a piece, something from Akpabio, just a headline saying that they're looking to address that space, the election of our local government chairman, which I think is still under the supervision of the state governors, is it not?
No, it shouldn't be under the state governors have nothing to do with it now anymore. So it's now the state's rec or under the supervision of INEC. So INEC chairman would be the one to. Anyway, we don't know how it should go, but INEC chairman should be the one to institute the state rec to conduct an election. But we can see that elections are not being conducted in some states, why some states do conduct elections, but it is good the Senate president is looking into it to now address that space and say, okay, this is when they should conduct election for all local government councils. So it will not be a law coming from the Senate as well as the House of Representatives who will look at the bill and pass it into law. So they cannot have elections. So the state governors will have nothing to do with local government elections, nothing to do with local government. For issue, as a matter of fact, they have no business with local government activities anymore. So local government now are a law unto themselves. They will govern themselves. Each local government chairman, which we usually call mayors here, would do what they want to do. As a matter of fact, a chairman can be from APC or PDP and would not support the governor. And the governor has nothing to do with it. The governor can do nothing about it. The governor cannot sack him anymore. The governor cannot kick him anymore. The governor can only respect the wish of that chairman and also try to work with that chairman. That is how it's supposed to be done. So congratulations to Nigeria on this victory. We thank the president. We also thank the Minister of Justice as well as the Attorney General of the Federation for pushing this matter to court, to the highest court of the land, and for the judges of the Supreme Court of Nigeria for delivering an outstanding judgment. We all know what the outcome of that judgment is going to look like because it's already codified in the Constitution. It's just for them to interpret it into law to ensure that it is being followed to the letter. Now, all these governors that are going around becoming emperors, to hell with you. You can't do that anymore. The people will have their says in their local councils and they will govern themselves the way they want to be governed. Thank you, one man. I think I want to go to this illegal mining.
Oh,
I want
the
to
Chinese
thank Dele
people.
Alake
There's a
for
big
the great
problem
job
there, you
he's
know.
doing in that
Yeah.
ministry. I tried to send you the video, but it's a live video, so I could not extract it. I will try to go and see if I can get it. It's actually on their Twitter page, the Ministry of Steels and Development. It's been uploaded there. This is an individual who is not an experienced miner. He has no engineering background. Neither does he have anything to do with manufacturing or whatever, but he has applied himself in understanding that industry. He has applied himself in trying to obtain knowledge. He has applied himself to know what is going on end to end. And now we can tell, which is said in that speech, that foreign nationals are responsible for the insecurities in the north, especially the northeast. Go and do your research. There was a independent security research that was done by some independent journalists, both foreign and local, that's Nigerians. And they highlighted that anywhere that there's insecurity in our country, there is a mineral resource that is there. And this is being sponsored by foreign nationals. Even they labeled the Chinese coming in to bring funds to the local chiefs or the local leaders to go ahead and create chaos so that they can conduct their illegal mining without anybody blinking an eye. So we also have some, I won't say governors, but anyway, if something is happening in your state and you are not looking into it, the governor should be responsible for it anyway. But we cannot see from the look of things that the minister is trying to address the conundrum and the issues going on in that space. And in that speech, which was done last week, was it last week or last 2 weeks, Friday? I think it was last 2 weeks, Friday. And he was saying it that it is not only Nigeria, go to South Africa, even Congo. That is Rwanda president, current Rwanda president, was being sponsored internationally to create chaos in Congo, right? Even in Congo, in Sudan. But everywhere there is conflict, there is a resource that is scarce that people are trying to extract. They create that conflict, the locals run away, and they have a free day extracting that resources for their own selfish gain. Even South Africa happens there. So you see, that's why we are having this tension, security surge, struggles in Africa. And now
There is no doubt about it. The insecurity is largely tied to mineral resources. It's not even
tied.
for land grab,
Yeah,
it's really mineral resources.
It's not even land grab. You understand? We didn't know much then, way back. It's largely mineral resources. I will try to get that report and send to you, woman. I don't know. It's a very long report. I don't think you may be able to put it up on the screen. Maybe you can just do the extract so that people can read, or send it to panelists who want to have the document for their own reading pleasure. It's a huge eye opener, an insight into the nonsense going on in the Northeast. How the Chinese they were called out. Chinese nationals are sponsoring insecurity in the North and are catering our.
Have we lost you?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. Carry on.
Okay. I said the report called the Chinese nationals out, how they are sponsoring insecurity in our country. But it's good that Dele Alake is applying himself and trying to address that space. We now have special security operatives in the mining and development and steel development sector, right? And we only wish for the best because, according to Dele Alake, our lithium is a special type of lithium, right? It's a very special type of lithium. Is the rarest, the rarest on Earth anyway. Why? Because it has cobalt. Apart from lithium, it has cobalt. It has copper. If you know how expensive and how rare copper is, you will know that it is highly sorted for. So when he sent samples for extraction, that was what he was told. I don't want to I would have preferred that he said it himself so others can hear. So which means for every ton of lithium being extracted from our soil for processing, we are going to have byproducts that are in heavy demand. So our lithium would be able to bring, and he said it bluntly, why are we poor if we have this? So which means since we have not organized that space, people have been extracting our mineral resources for free or paying tokens and enriching themselves from that largely, creating even chaos so that they will not focus on what they are trying to do, which is a sad situation. But I'm happy that they are arresting this individual, and once they know that this place is now an area you don't go into without the right license or permit, and you can't go in there like you used to in the past, then what now happens is, okay, we now have individuals or companies who will now want to come in and set up processing plants because you need this lithium, you need these raw materials, because it's highly sorted for, and then you have to pay the market price for it. Then again, the beautiful thing he has done is registering our gold bar. So I put it up on Twitter, and some people were coming up and saying,
What
well,
does that actually mean for the
it,
benefit
it,
of
it,
people who may not
it
know
mean,
what that
yeah,
means?
what it means is that nobody can buy Nigeria gold illegally anymore. So in Dubai, actually, that's the place for illegal gold smuggling, right? So if you process gold, like South Africa, they have their own gold bar. Zimbabwe no, because Zimbabwe is under sanction. So Zimbabwe does not have their gold bar, licensed gold bar, right? So which other country? I'll try to get it. If you're there, you see the good bar license, and they will have their numbers, serial number, like cash. Cash has serial numbers, right? So the gold will have their own serial number. So you cannot go into Nigeria anymore, take the gold dust, process it into bar, and bring it to Dubai to sell. You can't do that. It has to be licensed. Now, if it's not licensed, it's illegal, which means you cannot get top value for it. As a matter of fact, now he has organized that space that you cannot come and be smuggling our gold anymore. So once our gold bar comes into the international market, it is now being recognized that this is a Nigerian gold bar, and this is the value of a Nigerian gold bar. There's a value for it. So that value.
No, go
Did I
on,
teach?
land. No, you didn't did, but I wanted to move you on to
Okay.
another topic. But
All
land
right.
that,
So
and then I'll move you. Yeah.
so our is now like we now have our oil. We now have a value for our gold bar. This is what Nigerian gold sells for. So you can't go anywhere. And if you take gold and they ask you where did you get it from, if it's not licensed from, if you say it's Nigeria is not licensed, they won't buy from you, because except you are a criminal. If you're a criminal, then you want to engage in that activities, right? And if we are aware of it, we under international law we can prosecute you, which is a fantastic achievement. A lot of people don't understand that space, but immediately I was, oh, this is fantastic. We are heading somewhere. Congratulations to Dela Lake. Great job that he's doing. He's one of the ministers that is showing great example of leadership. He's not somebody who knows about that space, but he has applied himself. And I want to call out other ministers to do likewise.
All right. Let me move you on to the headline on the screen. Georgia's top list of bribe recipients, police lead in bribe request as Nigerians shell out 721 billion naira in bribes in 2023. So just to condense it to real money, that's a 1.2 something billion dollars. So what are you making of that?
Which report is this?
No, this is something done by the National Bureau of Statistics. So they were doing
How
the
did they get the
report.
report? How did they? No. You
I
see,
don't
we
know.
have to be. We have to be very. So, how are they going about? Are they tagging each police officers that are requesting for bribe? So because I'm reading a police lead in bribe request. So I'm not trying to be biased, right? I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but I don't believe these reports. So there's only one organization that I will rely on corruption and bribery, and that's transnational. What do they call it again? These guys that do the corruption index. If that report is not coming from them, if this report is not coming from them, then this is just sensationalization that is not accurate.
This was actually done in collaboration with the United Nations. So the United Nations and the National Bureau of Statistics.
Okay, even if it's coming from the United Nations, which office in the United Nations, which sub office is it? The Office on Drugs and Corruption?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, in the United Nations Drugs and Corruption.
It says the report followed the findings of the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime Survey in partnership with the National Bureau of Statistics.
Okay, I would. Yes, that organization is credible. Yeah, I'm aware of their work. It's credible, but then again, transnational crime. Why am I not remembering their name? Well, I will try to. If I remember, I will just put it up. So I will take their reports. So this is if it's coming from them working with Transparency International. Thank you very much. God bless you, whoever is it Colota who did that.
It was
Yeah. So what I know about the United Nations on drugs and criminal organization, yeah. So their report is also not bad. But then again, how did they get the request of bribes from police? That I don't know how they did that. How did they get the indices? I don't know that. It's sad that they are saying judges stop the list of bribe recipients. It's not looking good for our judges if this is the case. It's really not looking good. Our judges needs to do better. And then the Chief Justice of the country needs to look at this report and begin to address the concerns being stated in the report. Then likewise, the Inspector General of Police should also look at this report. So it's a report that is embarrassing, it's a slap to their face. They must have to see how to address this concern. It's been ongoing for too long. You know, when the perception is not being turned into reality, you don't want that to occur and continue to be ongoing. So if judges are not up to the task, they are receiving bribes, then our justice system is completely whacked and out of place.
all right. Let me take you to one more topic, and then I go on from there to Ogbeni. Tinubu renames National Theatre after Soyinka. So renaming the National Theatre after Soyinka is a good fit. Soyinka, of course, a literary something, a poet, etc., etc. So he's of the arts, and the National Theatre, of course, of the arts as well. But if you are coming off the naming of that artillery road, a major road in Abuja after Soyinka, are you concerned somewhat that it's getting a bit excessive?
Um, how will I put it? I think this is coming for me. I think this might be a mixed reaction in my point. Does Shoyinka deserve it? I would say yes. The man is a national icon, a great literary of a man. He's a living legend. A poet, a Nobel laureate, an exceptional professor in English literature. Um, I don't know if he has a national honor. I don't know. I don't know. Correct me if I'm
I
wrong.
suspect you will have one of those GC something something
No, I
now.
don't think so. But I think
Especially when he won the Nobel laureate, I'm sure the country would have honored him in some form.
I don't. I will check, but I don't know. I'm not so sure. But if he doesn't have it, he deserves one too. He's been exceptional all through his career. Let's be very realistic. Even when we were babies, we knew of Shoyinka, and that consistency has been there. So that the National Theatre is being named after him, I don't raise an eyebrow because that is also his field. So naming it after him shows the respect that he commands, and I think it's also good. It's just that what would come out of the National Theatre. It's been a while that I went there. I don't know if it's now properly is being put in
There
use,
was a time
right?
that it was being redone. I think that was under the. I'm not
Military
sure if
era.
it's not even being. No, under the Buhari administration. I'm not sure if it's not
Okay.
even being concessions to Lagos State.
I don't know. I don't really know. It's been a while, you know. It's been a very long time. But I know, yes, yeah, the last time I was in Nigeria, right? I observed that. No, not the last time I was in Nigeria. I think the other time I was in Nigeria when I passed through Igomu, I saw that the place is quite lively now. You know, people even sit around to have a good time. You understand? But naming him after him, I don't think is. I think it's okay if you look at what the man has achieved for himself in life, you know, he has done so well. He has you know, outside he still lectures at his age, right? And then uh when most of his mates are either dead or they are in hospital bed about to meet their ancestor, the man still lectures, his brains are still intact, his memory is still sharp, he still expresses his opinion, he still walks without a cane. And then all through his life, he has lived a remarkable life. He has made the country proud. He has achieved a lot for the country. You know, when you see him and you say he's a Nigerian, you say, oh wow, you know, it gives the country some sense of joy and pride that our one of our own illustrious son that has gone out to the international stage and has made us proud. The international bodies throw awards to him, so why shouldn't we do it at home? He has a lot of awards. Go read his Wikipedia page. They throw so many awards to him. So I don't think honoring him back home is a bad thing. Whatever we can do, because he's closer to meet his ancestors than being with us. So let him enjoy the moment. I think it's well deserved, in my view. If he has not gotten any national award, I think he deserves to be one of the commander of the Niger. If not, I think Grand Commander of the Niger. Yes, GCON. That's the highest. I think that's the highest for those who are not president.
Is that not reserved for president? Oh yeah. Which one is
the president is Grand Commander of the Federal Republic.
Okay.
So the other one is Grand Commander of the Niger. That's GCON. So that he deserves the GCON title. You know, he has done so much for our country, and in every facet or every pivotal point in Nigeria, Soyinka has also played a role. Right, in 1993, he was there. The Civil War, he was there. 1999, he was also there. In 2003, he was also there. That's this last election. So every pivotal point, Soyinka has been there, either expressing his opinions about things or actively working towards trying to rectify things. He even went to jail during the Civil War on behalf of Biafra. So he has played an active role in Nigeria. And you know, to be frank, you understand, the man deserves a huge statue that should be erected for him. So, and likewise, his compatriot, only that may God bless his soul wherever he is. Then may he continue to enjoy eternal peace. Chua Achebe, you know, also an illustrious son of, or was an illustrious son of the land, a great novelist. Things Fall Apart is still selling and not selling so many novels coming out. You know, he's also, I think when he was recognized, he said no, he doesn't want the national honors because Nigeria was not a place of what he dreamt of. So I don't know if they can do that after death. Posthumous, thank you. Posthumous, and let his family, you know, pick it up for him and enjoy, because he has also represented the country very well, and he made us proud when he was alive, and his works and the things he has achieved continue to live on after him. So these are people we should exemplify in our country and look up to, you know, in our professional life, so that we can be recognized even when we are alive and when we die. So I don't have the problem with this renaming. I think he deserves more, in my own opinion. Soyinka has really done well for the country, and much respect to him.
All right, excellent. So that was the brilliance of Emeka kicking the session off. So thank you, Emeka. Stay with us, Emeka. Just was I know you're on holiday, so I'm not sure we have before for the length of, but that's Emeka. So that's Emeka. So let's go on from Emeka to Ogbeni, who I think has come in on a topic that I think he especially would have a thing or two to say. So the National Theatre being renamed after Wole Soyinka, a lot of people will say hand in glove, a perfect fit. But that is in commemoration of his 90th birthday, by the way. But having named quite a slew of things after him already over the last few weeks, a lot of people querying if it's excessive. Emeka eulogizing about Achebe then. I'm not sure that there's a national monument to Achebe. And some people will argue that Achebe is of equal or at least near equal weight to Soyinka. So do you share the concerns that it's somewhat excessive 90th birthday or not?
One man, thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone. Apology, I couldn't make it yesterday. I thought I'll be able to join the program.
Yeah, you can kick it off from that, actually, because that was a topic I wanted you in on. But you can do Soyinka and then go to that.
Yeah, I thought I'll be able to join the program to also felicitate with Nigerians for the breakthrough we had yesterday through the decision of the Supreme Court of Nigeria, Pa Justice Ariwola. But I could start with this too. Let me quickly say that it is within the discretion of the president to determine what to name and what not to name national edifices like our national theater. But if I'm the position of the president, possibly I may not exercise my discretion to name it after the living legend Wole Soyinka. Why am I saying this? Possibly I will look for, since Wole Soyinka has been honored with a major street in Abuja and some other spaces in Ogun State, possibly, and I also know at some universities also they have some theater.
I think there's also a rail station named after him.
Yeah, and there are some theater in some universities. I know of Bafumalo University, for instance, named after Wole Soyinka. And I think Wole Soyinka bust. That's that short statute. I think they have it too in they have Olarotimi, and I think they have Wole Soyinka also in Bafumalo. So those things for me will live long after the man has probably gone to meet his ancestor. And so if you are in the position of Tinubu, I may not. But don't forget that I started by saying it's within his discretion. So I can't question his discretion. Well, that's why he's the president. But probably I would have looked more on somebody like Fela Anikulapo Kuti, who is also another national figure who, when it comes to art and culture, who went outside there to promote.
What about a non-Yoruba? What about Dan Maraya Jos or something? Why not name it after Dan Maraya Jos?
Well, you want to look at somebody who is generally acceptable. You won't nail Wole Soyinka on a particular tribe in Nigeria. Everybody listens to, Fela Anikulapo. Everybody listens to Fela music. Everybody accepts Fela. Fela Shrine is not for just the Yorubas. Fela Shrine was open and still open to everybody. Even Macron and all others foreign guys do come to that place to have a nice time. And many things you remember Fela. Fela was one of those who took our name outside there, okay, in terms of art and culture, entertainment and music. And till he dies, Fela will never agree with, with any Oyinbo man superiority over African culture. Fela epitomized the African spirituality. His music was not just African music, the spirituality part of it and all that. So possibly from the probably if the president, I'll be looking at the direction of probably Fela, or I'll look at the direction of somebody like Yakubu Gowon, who actually I can't say fight the war, but led Nigeria, a figure that won the war to keep us together to date.
But would that not be too controversial, though, naming it after Yakubu Gowon?
Whether it's controversial or not, the point is that,
especially in this climate that we're in,
yes, Nigeria wouldn't have been Nigeria if not for that man that kept us together, right? Or possibly I would look at the man who built the building. So when you say something is controversial, somebody built, he edifies, right? Did the person look at whether anybody would raise an objection of being controversial? Whose business is it that somebody is not happy? Not the 200 million Nigerians will be happy on even this decision of Wole Soyinka. Do you think everybody will be happy about it? So as a leader, you don't think about who is happy and who is not happy. Just do the right thing. If not, you won't be able to do the right thing. And that is why you find somebody like Lord Jonathan eventually made a lot of wrong decisions, because it was just here and there looking at who is happy, who is not happy. You're changing decision every time because you think, somebody is not happy or one part of the country is not happy, when in the real far what you are doing was right. Let me give you an instance. Obafemi Awolowo, if you read his books, some books written about Obafemi Awolowo very well, in all his policies in the Western region, he had a lot of people resisting his policies. Just like today now, you have a lot of some opposition that many of them very ignorant and just talk from ignorant perspective. And so if Obafemi Awolowo had listened to many of his critics back then and refused to do some things, today we won't be energizing the man. So I've learned in my class of leadership, I don't look at everything and every criticizing. Yeah, you listen to them, but you don't take all opinion. you must look at what is right and do the right thing. Yakubu Gowon tried for the country, is still a national figure. Yes, he made his own mistake. The same way Ojukwu led some people into genocide, also made mistake. So we can't say, oh, because of that, then it's controversial, then it's no longer our national figure. No, there were kings in the British empires who made mistake today. You still find their name in the enrollment of kings in the country, and they still regard them, you know. So that's the, or maybe I would look at somebody like even Olusegun Obasanjo, who built the National Theatre. He built it. So you are naming somebody today.
So you can't think of a non-Yoruba name that is deserving.
There are many Yoruba. I've given you Yakubu Gowon. That's not a Yoruba man, is he? It's not a Yoruba man, you know. Chinua Achebe, yes, Chinua Achebe, but in terms of art and culture, Chinua Achebe promoted only the Igbo culture. That's the fact. Go and read all this book.
Yeah, but
Achebe wasn't a.
Sorry, when
he was a national figure.
Sorry, is somebody coming in?
Chinua Achebe was a national figure.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, no, I was just going to say that Soyinka predominantly promoted Yoruba culture too. They did not.
Yes, but the area you look at Soyinka was, what was Soyinka participation during Biafra War? Soyinka was more like a figure of, he believed in whatever I believed in. Soyinka was thrown in the Biafra land. He went to prison, all those things you look at, right? And that's why I said I wouldn't have considered Soyinka. Don't forget, Soyinka is not my choice. I said I wouldn't have considered. And I started giving you the list of people I would have probably looking at. And I mentioned Fela Anikulapo, I mentioned Yakubu Gowon, I mentioned Obasanjo himself, who built the National Theatre. Why not name it again after the man who built it, you know, and, honor the man. So, and for me, I just see Tinubu fighting OBJ because OBJ built this thing, and we all know that Soyinka is OBJ's sworn enemy. So why will you name something that Obasanjo really cherished and, you know, sweat and did all these things to build and celebrated name after Soyinka? But that was fine. Like I started with, it's within the discretion of Mr. President to do that. He has done what he thinks it's okay for him. But okay, I see Man of Prejudice said I'm always a tribal warlord. Anyway, but that is truth about Chinua Achebe. Go and read all Chinua Achebe books. Chinua Achebe promoted basically and essentially Igbo culture, and there's nothing bad in it. Read all his book, even the most popular one, which is Things Fall Apart. It's about Igbo culture. It's not about Nigerian. It's not about African other spaces in Africa. It's about Igbo culture. So look at this.
But the same.
There was a country.
All this Ake.
Same with Soyinka. All those Ake. All those.
Yeah. So that's not an argument
about Yoruba. Yeah. That's why I said. Don't forget. I didn't say Soyinka is my choice. So don't do that. I didn't say. I picked Fela Anikulapo. Right? You can't name Fela to only Yoruba now. Like the national figure was a national figure. Or Yakubu Gowon. You can't say because some people hate Yakubu Gowon then. And Obasanjo too. Obasanjo is a national figure. Everybody knows it. During the last election, we all see also how Obasanjo was jumping from one place to another. He was practically in the southeast Nigeria and supporting during Jonathan time, he was the one who took Jonathan around the country, to meet leaders across tribes. And so why not OBJ? He also tried for Nigeria, did his own part.
All right, take us to the local authority.
That's for me. That's for me. And I don't know. That's for Tinubu anyways, within discretion. Let me go to this local government thing. I would like to congratulate Nigeria and felicitate with Nigerians on for me what I see as another step in the direction, to really develop power and give us true federalism. One man, if you recall, I've said this thing before. I gave you an hint a few months ago when the case went to court, and I asked you watch out for that case. And I remember I told you what I expect to come from that case. There was only one state attorney general that filed an application against this, and that is Ondo State Attorney General. That application was struck out, and other Attorney General didn't file. Some filed and supported it. So, in any case, it's a judgment on the merits. So, wasn't it? Just a minute, Woman. I have a call.
All right. So that's when they are taking a moment. Just to address what Prestige is saying, it's not actually saying that it was actually making an argument for Fela Kuti to be that figure. So, but I would insist that because it's the National Theatre, which links towards the art, literature, that sort of thing, and the only equal weight name within the Nigerian space will be Achebe. I cannot think of a national monument that is named after. I may be mistaken. There may be one, but I cannot think of a national monument named after Chinua Achebe for all that he has given to that country. So I think the president may have missed an opportunity there to name that monument after Chinua Achebe. After all of the ceremony, especially in Abuja, when they named that road after Soyinka, so yes, I'm not on board fully with what Ogbeni had to say there. But so those are Ogbeni's thoughts on that. So those are Ogbeni's thoughts on that. Let me play you. Let me play you a little. Do I want to play you this actually? Let me play you Kwakwanso raging against the government as we wait for Ogbeni's return.
NPP Supreme Court spoke, and that was it. And people should abide by it. This logo and color is to present all Nigerians, of course, including members of Kokosia. So we are very happy. We are so happy that we now have new color, which is very conspicuous, which by the end of the day will be very clear on any ballot paper. Unlike what we have seen in the 2023 election, when people went, including my humble self, we could not identify our logo. Now even a blind man with very little assistance will know NNPP now on the ballot paper. So we are very happy. We are very grateful to the leadership of the party for this initiative. And we are equally very grateful to INEC for approving our request. NNPP today, by the grace of God, is the most progressive party and is a growing party more than any other party, even including the APC you are talking about. We have seen the programs and projects of APC. We have seen that of PDP. And of course, you know their graph is going down by the day. That's what we know in NNPP. My message is very simple. We started this journey, this Fourth Republic, in 1999. From 1999 to date is 25 years, which is a quarter of a century.
All right. So that's Kwakwanso speaking Bula Balu. I thought he had been expelled from that party anyway. So that's Kwakwanso. Let's see if Ogbeni is ready, or if Ogbeni is not ready, whoever wants to fill in the gap, fill in the gap. Is anybody ready? Ekene, Isaac.
One man.
Okay, Kwata.
Alpha.
I do. What do you look for news?
You're already talking about the headline now. You know, this renaming of national, these are not news to me. If he wants to name all the stadium in Nigeria to all the Yoruba or give it to Soyinka, that's for Tinubu. I don't care. So those ones are less issue in Nigeria. So if that is the problem that he has to solve,
What about the
they will
local
protect.
government? What about the local government authority? We've been waiting for commentaries from Peter Obi about that. He has not said anything. So,
Yeah, nobody will not want it. It's a great achievement. It's a great judgment given by the court of law. But you cannot rely in Nigeria. Whenever Nigerian give judgment, you have to wait to see the action that will be taken by the people that the judgment fell upon, especially the state government, because even my governor Soludo is even against the judgment. So what do you, what are we going to do about it? Is your man, oh, your man Soludo, is raging about the judgment given by the court concerning the local government authority. So when these guys are against it, we are waiting for, and it's like they're going for maybe, I don't know, they will converge a meeting, the state governors, against the judgment. I heard it, I saw it in one news. So when they do their own, we know the outcome now. You know, uh,
I'm not sure that there's much they can do about it. It's a Supreme Court pronouncement.
let's see, let's see how, let's see how it will go now.
Who are they going to appeal to? Who is going to reverse the Supreme Court's judgment? Who?
Let's see how their meeting will be. When they finish their meeting, they will know their next action. But for now, they are raging against it. And that shows you that the kind of governors and incompetent leaders that we have, you know, the judgment is okay. The allocation should go direct to the local government, because when it continues to pass through a lot of ministry, if the money is 1 million naira, before it gets to the local government, it will be 100,000 naira. So that's how it is. And I think that judgment is not enough to make it active. What should make it active now is that the INEC should take over the election of the local government, because most of these local government chairmen and all those, they are appointed by the governors. You know, those are their stooges. They're their boys. They appoint them. They pick whoever they want. Just put them in that position to use them for election, and they are accountable to the governors. We see how it happens now. No, you cannot hold a local government election and expect a state that APC is ruling for PDP or Labour Party to get any position there. It never happened in our country now. So if it is a state like
It
like
happened once
Lagos
in
State,
Kaduna. It happened once in Kaduna State, or when El Rufai let it go, and his party lost maybe 80% of the local government.
El Rufai didn't put more. Uh, that is because he's not. He didn't put much interest in that. You understand? But states that like just like Imo State, just check it. So whenever they want to, if the governor decide to hold a local government election, you know how it goes. So that power should also be broken, so that the INEC should be the one holding that local government election. It's not, you cannot leave it for the state. When you leave it for the state, they will still go and pick the people that they will be able to control. So that's why I say that there is still another work to be done. So when that is being done, then you can be assured that yes, these people are really elected by the people. So when those allocation goes to them, they will really do the work. And if they don't do the work, the people from the local government can now have the right to protest against them. This one is not even protest. You can go straight to their office and beat them in their office. It's very easy. You understand? Because the people put them there. You understand? But now you cannot fight them because they have the support of the governors. You cannot protest against them. So that's my take on that. So maybe, but it's a good one, yeah. It's a good step moving forward. But this one still need to be done.
How come Peter Obi has not commented on it?
He will still comment now. Just wait now. Why do you need Peter Obi's comment? You don't need his comment now.
It's very quick to comment on everything else. Is he looking for a way to rubbish it? Is that what?
Sorry, Mama.
Yes.
Apology.
Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
All right. Can I give the floor to Ogbeni, and then are you coming after him?
Okay. Ekene has me. Oh, so sorry, Ekene.
Yeah, somebody has to fill the space. Yes.
Yes, I know. I just have a short time. So sorry.
All right. Ekene, I'll come to you. I promise immediately after Ogbeni. So Ogbeni, back to you.
Yes. So, Woma, yeah, somebody said there is no true federalism anywhere. Wow, it's put it in the context. So it's a contextual thing. It's not when people say true federalism, it's how do I put it now? You put it in the context. You don't look at things literally. So when we say true federalism is the general thing we always say in Nigeria, and what we are saying is this: devolve power as it should be for a federal system that our constitution projects. So let us know what exactly our constitution states, and let us follow what our constitution states in terms of federalism. That's the context in which I use the word true federalism. So, one man, now, what's the essence of this decision? Let me take you through again, which I think I've done before. Section 162 of the Constitution. But let me start with first schedule to the Constitution, Part 1, listed 774 local governments as local governments in Nigeria. And it lists that as the third tier of our government. Don't forget, we practice federalism, and we have 3 tiers. Okay, federal, state, and local government. Now, that first schedule, Part 1, lists how many local governments we have in Nigeria. Yeah, and it talks about those local governments being democratically occupied. So you conduct elections and all that. But over time, we've done a lot of reforms along the way, and at a point in time, we created what we call SEC. So SEC is the state's independent electoral commission, which conducts election into to fill positions in the local government and chairmanship position. But over time, we realized that all these things have been within the confines of the governors, in claw of the governors. They always install their proteges, their stooge there, and they use that opportunity to milk, the local government. And you may want to ask me how. Now, if you go to section 16216, it's actually very clear if you want to take it literally. And what does it say? It simply says that each state in Nigeria, that's out of 36 states, that each state in Nigeria should set up, is the constitution that actually states it, that each state in Nigeria should set up what they call state joint local government accounts, and then enjoins the federal government to pay the monies belonging to the local government into that joint account. Okay? But if you take it literally, that's what it means actually. But what has the Supreme Court done? So over time, it has been very difficult for, I think, since Obasanjo days, it has been a very serious issue between the federal and state, and the interpretation of the constitution, they've been interpreting literally to say, look, there's nothing you can do with this jack account because the constitution allows it and backs it. Okay, so, but what the Supreme Court has done recently now is they look at what they call purposive interpretation of the constitution, meaning that they look at what exactly is the purpose of this particular provision. Is it achieving result? If it's not achieving result, are there other provisions in the constitution that we can interpret together and understand the combined meaning of this particular thing that we are doing in Nigeria? And they have come up with their own decision to say, look, this section 162.16, don't give it a literal meaning of you just open an account and then you put money there. The main purpose of having that is so that money gets to the local government. So if it's not getting to the local government, particularly what the state government usually do is, once they get into power, for instance, let's say PDP has been in power, let's say APC enter. APC governor will just sack all those democratically elected chairmen that PDP put there. Then they now put their own sole administrators there. In fact, recently now, Alessoti has added another name into the nomenclature. He calls his own mayor. He put mayor. That is not even found anywhere in the constitution. Put mayor in Abia, all those local government, put mayors there. And what do? They just answer to the governor. And now the federal government send all the money down into that joint purse, and then the state governor will just like boy, like the beggars, just give them little. The poorest workers in Nigeria are those local government employees. In fact, sometimes I remember during Oshomole time, you see them protesting. The local government chairman will be joining them to look at the governor. They will protest to the governor. You will now be wondering whether this particular tier is actually a third tier of government. So for me, it's a good thing. Now, what do I expect? There are more things I expect, one man. And I've said it here before. First, I think the president should call a meeting of all those local governments and have a meeting with them. Let everybody submit what they think is the focus of their local government. Those ones that are democratically elected, and even those ones that are yet, but why they are still administering the position in the office. Call all of them together. I've said it here before, and I think somebody said, oh, the logistics will be too much. Why would 774? I don't think it's too much for the president to have a meeting with them. Have a meeting with all of them. Let every one of them, maybe a retreat of maybe a week retreat with them, and let everybody submit what they think. Make, for instance, food insecurity in the country. You could make it as the major theme for their gathering. So let everybody come with their own idea of how they think they could solve this issue at their own local level. Okay? Everybody, you come with your own idea, and then the president listens to you, and so that you can have a global look of what exactly is happening in each local government, because they are the closest to the people. That's what I expect now. President should call a meeting of all those guys. I expect the CBN to even by now to have written all those commercial banks to close down all those jack accounts, pursuant to the decision of the Supreme Court of pay sanctions. And I learned tonight, I think the governors, they've had their meeting and they said they welcomed the decision. Fine. They have no option. Now, I also expect that the federal government should be publishing whatever allocation you give to all local governments on a monthly basis. Make it open, make it public. Don't keep it secret, and don't go and put it inside the Ministry of Finance website.
I think that was inferred in that judgment, wasn't it?
Yeah. The Nigerian governments don't go to those Ministry of Finance website. Just go and put no. Don't hide these things. Bring it out, publish it on newspaper, publish it, let people know. And this is where our media also should work on. So if my own local government is local government, if I do it is receiving 20 billion in a week, so I know I should be able to question my local government chairman that your 20 billion, how are you spending it? So I think they should be publishing it. Another area I also look at is, which I've said here before, is that the federal government should start. They should be giving license for local radios. It's one of the major problems we still have in Nigeria. State governments control radio station, federal government control radio station. Then we have some few private radio stations. Why not local stations? In the UK where I am, there are local stations, right? So why not local government should have a station that the frequency is just within their local government? The need of other local government is not the same need with Ikere. It's not the same need with Katangura. It's not the same need with Wagwan. It's not the same thing with Enugu. We have different needs. So that awareness can spread. People can know. The chairman can communicate with people very well. People can ask questions, So I expect radio license to be given at the local level, okay, so that we have more there. That's another thing I think. And I think then to solve this food security thing, I don't see any reason why each local government in Nigeria should not have their farm settlements. Look at what you think is the best crop or whatever you are known for. Then let the federal government encourage you to have farm settlement for each local government. There's not even stop the federal government to have silos per local government. Why not? Have silos per local government, declare state of emergency on food insecurity. And lastly, let me speak on these traditional rulers. There's a percentage of whatever allocation that comes to the local government. I know traditional rulers now, they'll be very happy. But unfortunately, many of them are doing nothing. They're just collecting our money because they are public officers. Now, there's a percentage of the allocation that goes to every local government that is going to the traditional rulers. And that makes me to remember when Emir Sanusi was removed from office. Emir Sanusi was accused of embezzling, I think about 20-something billion or so. And you'll be wondering, where did he get from? Why would state government give Sanusi 20-something billion? It's all this money that comes from allocation they allocate to traditional rulership. And that's how all these Obas, Obi, all of them, emirs and co are collecting money from local government allocation. They have their part. They are collecting. You want to ask yourself questions. So what do they do? What exactly are they doing? What do they do? What project do they have? Can you just have a retrospect? Just think about your traditional ruler in your space now. What project do you think he has? Just think. They don't have. They don't have any local government. They don't have any projects. And they are collecting money from allocation from local government. This is another area I think federal government should look at. You should be able to account for whatever your traditional ruler is collecting. You know, let's keep all these, their traditional ruler keep things, you know, to still keep them, to keep their dignity and everything, but they are public officer. They are collecting money. If they don't need this money, let us know so that they can do the money and invest it on other projects. But they are collecting money. So I expect traditional ruler now to wake up, sit tight, and then I hold Nigerians. Put your chairman, local government on toes. If you don't have any, if what you are still having now is a mayor, like what they have in Abia, or sole administrator, like what they are, you have to hold your governors now responsible to conduct election on time, and let us have chairman.
One man, part of the judgment is that they're not going to release money to somebody that is not democratically elected.
Yes, they won't. That's what the judgment says. And I think that will further in future still cause some controversies that will make Supreme Court to also probably relax that, and also because there could be many circumstances. Look at Rivers State now. The guy has not been able to conduct election to the local government, and he has been saying it's not his fault and all those. So if you're saying you don't release the money and you want to rush the guy to go and conduct, I agree. I understand the spirit behind that decision, but I think it's something they will still need to adjust one or two things later in future. But look at it from this angle, one man. You know, we have so many political parties in Nigeria that don't even have office holder at all. Imagine them going back to the local level, and Sowore, for instance, you could imagine Sowore holding about probably 6 local governments in Ondo State, in his state level. You could imagine the kind of, it's a litmus test for you to prove your leadership and prove all these policies that you've been making noise about. And he's going to start challenging the governors in the state if they realize that you are doing something in your local government that everybody is happy about. If the governor is not careful, then it means you can take the state from the governor in the next election. That's the way I see it, and I think it's a welcome thing. I've read from some quarters where people were saying, "No, it will make the federal government more powerful. It will make the president more powerful." Tinubu is not going to be in government for life. Just wake up and start resetting your mentality, as if, Tinubu buy jet, you think it's Tinubu's jet. Tinubu this, you think it's Tinubu's own. Plus or minus in the next 6 or plus year, Tinubu is leaving that seat. It becomes the asset of Nigeria. So whatever policy it is now is for Nigeria. And we should look beyond the sentiment of, I think it's one man that is doing it for himself. So it's a welcome idea, one man. It's in context, the true federalism we will all be praying for.
All right. I think that's it. I even saw an article applauding it somewhere in the media space. So I think there's a universal consensus that it is. Everybody tried, but they failed until this guy found a way, because they wanted to do it via parliament and the state governors were blocking it. But then he went via the judiciary, and before they knew it, it's already over there.
This top list that judges, they receive more bribe.
Yes, you stand accused.
It doesn't make any sense to me, Homer. Do you know why it doesn't make any sense to me?
You don't collect
again, I don't be judged now. I don't be judged. I'm just a law teacher. Now, it doesn't make any sense to me. Again, you are saying something.
They don't give you anything. At least they're supposed to be giving you something now.
No, I know they collect bribe now. I be Christian. I go they collect bribe now.
Do you give though? Do you give bribe?
Me?
Yes.
Yes, when I'm in Nigeria, sometimes I would have given bribe before I even remember I'm a Christian.
It just makes life easier, doesn't it?
One man, there was one. Let me share an experience I had with you in Abuja house in London. I went to renew my passport sometimes back, and that it was before this government, before this guy came and tried to reform the system. We were there. I'd spent 2 days, and I had to travel back to Scotland. So that day, we were there. We were just there. So at a point in time, I felt so tired. Now trick them that I had to I just need to use toilet, and that place you can't find anywhere around. So that was how they allowed me to enter. The moment I enter, I tell them I'm not going out from this place until I have my capture and everything done. And I met one middle-aged lady there, and started saying, okay. She started taking me around, and she really tried for me. And as we were about to get to the last table, she now told me, they won't allow you to get to that last table. That's where you do the real capture. Do you have 30 pounds there? Do you have 30 pounds? 30 pounds just wet ground and everything. One man, I didn't know when I put hand in my pocket and brought out 30 pounds. It was after I dropped this thing to her and said, see me. And I'm going to go to church now, go to preach, say bribe is not good. See, I've given bribe now. So, so when you ask me,
it's baked into the system. You can't do anything. You can't progress anything within the Nigerian
particularly in Nigeria, you need to facilitate things. You need to push things. It's just the reality of our system. And
But Oboni, I don't consider it as a bribe.
bro, na bribe. Waiting go call that one now. So whatever we don't give that kind of money now.
When a system is meant to frustrate you, you don't make yourself frustrated now. You just have to move on. Do what you are supposed to do. It's just like now. It's just like when you import goods now, then after you have that your document, everything that is in the container, the examination is okay. What you say that is in the container is what is in the container. Then there is this particular thing that you must do. Definitely, maybe that custom officer wants to frustrate you, and you know that you have a business to meet up with. Your bank loan is there, piling interest, all those stuff. So, would you want that custom officer to continue to frustrate you? No. Everybody knows that this system wants to frustrate me. So I have to do it. Then pick my goods and go and sell it and settle my debt and all those stuff. So a system is meant to frustrate you. And you know that within you have done everything possible. Your document is okay, everything is okay. When I consider it bribe is that when you don't want to do the real thing, maybe what you have in your container is maybe television, but what you have in your packing list is maybe you have what you write there. Like now they have removed import duty on food import. You just go and put you know that your container is containing television. You go and add a food import so that you will not pay any import duty. You understand? A custom officer knows that, and you go and bribe him. Maybe that one is going to the pocket of that custom officer, just not to pay for duty. You understand? So that's what I consider as bribe. But when you know that what you have in your container is television and it is listed in your packing list, you presented everything is okay. But that system is meant to frustrate you. It's not bribe. Do you understand me?
Yeah, I understand you. It's just
when
to
you know
facilitate.
So that mentality, you just have to understand that you did nothing unless maybe you know that maybe one of your documents is not okay. So you just have to give that money in order to move on. So they will not interrogate you.
I agree with you, Sha. But don't forget, Bible say all unrighteousness is sin. But anyway, let's leave that, Sha. Let's leave spirituality out of this. I give bribe, sometimes unconsciously, sometimes consciously when I don't want anyone to frustrate me, particularly in Nigeria. Sometimes if you're driving, you don't give police something. They will frustrate your life. You're going to court. They won't allow you to get to that court to handle your case. They will make sure you are late to court. They will make sure they frustrate. They will just park you there and be attending to other drivers. What will you do? You won't just kick and run away now. They will just until they collect that money from you, you know. So it's just our system. It's a very, I don't know. It's just our system, one man. So for me, I want to speak on that judges, because I don't know why they have come up with this with naming the judges first as the
that was from the National Bureau of Statistics in conjunction with the United Nations. So it's a properly done thing. Yes.
Which United Nations? We just like throwing names. Which arm of the or agency of the United Nations is doing that? Is it Transparency International, the independent body that is doing it, or UN? If it's UN, I don't believe in that. Let me tell you why. I would like to first look at what's their sample the sample they took for the analysis. Secondly, I want to know how they conducted the analysis on this thing they call bribe. Thirdly, I want to know what's their definition of bribe. See what Ekene just said now. So how do you define bribe? What exactly are they calling bribe? What parameter are they using to define what that bribe is? Then I want to know that their research, is the qualitative approach or the quantitative approach they have adopted here to arrive at that decision? Why am I saying this? Let me give you an instance. If they are doing quantitative, for instance, you want to look at how many judges do we even really have in Nigeria? What's the number of our judges? Do you even have up to 50,000 in terms of the judges? Can you compare it to the numbers of civil servants? If you ask me, if one wants to list where people receive the top list for bribe recipient in Nigeria, I think it's civil servants. I don't think it's judges. Judges, how many? One thing about judiciary is this: if you have 20 judges and you have 3 bad ones, you realize that those 3 bad ones, their corrupt practices will outweigh others in terms of what the image it's created for the judiciary. As we speak today, majority of the judges are still forthright, they're activists, they still do their work and go, and that is why they are not rich. Another way you look at this, how many judges are really rich in Nigeria? Just go and look at them now. If you know them, we know them because we appear before them every day. Rich judges in Nigeria are not too many. Those ones that just collect their salary and go, they are not rich. Their children still go to the same school you and I children go to in Nigeria. So they are not. There are few rich judges. So if you're going to, and I don't expect somebody, if you are collecting bribe, then you should be rich. At least we should see it in your children. So judges' children in Nigeria are not that fantastically rich. They are not people that they are not even the part of who is who, you know. So that is just an indicator to let you understand how these people, you see, if you know the kind of health challenges our judges are having in Nigeria, you will really cry for many of them. Prostate, Parkinson's disease, a lot of health challenges that they don't even have basic health insurance to even take care of them. Many of them, when they retire in less than few months, years, you see them just buy because a lot of health challenges, hazard that goes with their work, they can't even beat it. So if they are really the top list of bribe recipients in terms of I'm adopting quantitative approach now, you're looking at numbers, then we should have more rich judges than poor judges in Nigeria. But we have more poor judges or average judges than rich judges in Nigeria. What's their salary? So for me, yeah.
How are you? Good evening. Do you know Justice Sala in Abeokuta?
No, I don't.
No. Yeah, yes. I'm closer to her. Yeah. She's not rich. She's just normal individual. This lady now, she's never rich. I don't know. If you are corrupt, that's why you say if judges are corrupt, they'll be rich. Yeah, or many. This woman is just average, normal school, backup. The children who attended backup, like normal people attended backup. They didn't send them abroad, you know. No, I don't think so. At least I know that's one judge closer to her. I've been to her house many times. Yeah, go on, please.
I can actually tell you that 70 to 80% of those judges are just average guys there. So whatever you just see with them, maybe you see Jeep that they give them, They will give them jeep, and most times when they are changing those jeeps after maybe 5-6 years, or when there is change in government, they don't collect the old one from them. So if you see their children riding jeeps around, they are probably the old one they will give them. Many of them they will still keep that their old car that they use during practice days. They just park it in their house. So judges are just average guys, but there are a few ones who are stickingly rich. Some are stickingly rich, and when you see those ones that are stickingly rich, it's either of the two. Some actually, when you look at them, come from a very rich home. Want to pick somebody like the road driver now, but just for the road driver, that those ones, they met wealth and riches in their family.
Is that from the same lineage as Agbadebo?
Yes, now that was Bagdebo's uncle. He retired 2 years ago or something like that. Or you want to pick Justice Ademola, the one that left in Federal High Court. Those ones, they are rich in gold and rich in so those ones count on treasures that they inherited, And don't forget, in those days, children of the rich people like judiciary. Once they study law, they like going to judiciary because it gives them this stability of you don't jump up and down everywhere, you just sit in a place and build your career. Some of them that also rich, they are wives of all these rich men that just want their wives to just be stable in a place and things like that. So you get them, they are not spending your money, they are spending their husband's money in the recent. Like the Agbakoba, a lot of them, the Ajumogobia and others. That lady is not spending Nigeria, they are spending their, when you trace it back to their husband and co, they really marry rich men, okay, and they are spending their husband's money. But at the same time, I won't still say there are some of them too who collect bribe who are rich there that you can't really connect. You look at their family background, you don't really see wealth or riches there, and you look at the amount they are collecting and salaries, you can't really relate it and reconcile it with the kind of lavish life their children are living, where they are sending their children to school, and what they are doing and what they are riding, where they are staying in Abuja and all these places. Those are the ones I think EFCC should be touching light on, and those are the ones that should. So when you look at it now and pick all those statistics together, I want to see all those parameters before I arrive at it. But for me, on the surface, I will tell you, I think it's civil servants. If there's anybody that's going to top the list of bribe residents in Nigeria, civil servants, maybe followed by police. But I think it should be civil servants. Those ones collect money at every beat, at every level. Director will collect his own, HOD collect his own, PAMSEC collect body just day. Even ordinary registrar, ordinary clerk will still collect for you to even see Oga. Gateman will collect bribe. You won't enter that ministry if you don't settle gateman. At every level in the ministry, at any civil service in Nigeria, you are bribing them.
So, all right, let me take you to one more topic and then we go on to Ekene. So let me give you the choice of what's available. Okonjo-Iweala's term of the Africans pushing for her renewal. So that's the African space right there. But there's a caveat to it. For her to she's not yet made the decision to run again, and she's waiting for the American elections to come and go. If Trump wins, then she might not run because of course we all know that Trump is against her presidency. You've already spoken on the national theater. And then it says federal government can no longer fund all ongoing road projects. So this is Dave Umahi telling us that the money is no longer there. So a lot of people will use that Lagos-Calabar expressway to whip this particular headline. Federal government can no longer fund all ongoing road projects. So there is that. This is Cardoso lamenting somewhat why inflation is so high. Nigerians paying for 37.5 trillion naira excess money supply in the economy. So he's justifying them why they're keeping inflation high. I don't know if you saw the outing of Senator Ndume that called the Tinubu administration an administration of Kakistocrats. But they come back. It says Tinubu slams door against non-performing ministers trying to lobby through senators, others. So that is telling us that they are reviewing the ministers for performance, and the ones that are not performing are the ones that are going to Ndume to help them. The foreign reserve hit an all-time high under the Tinubu administration, and Chinese nationals remanded in Kuje prison for illegal mining. So just pick one. Give us commentaries on this, and then we go on to Ekene.
Okay, I won't speak the Cardoso Hun. I will not speak on the Cardoso Hun. I will not speak on the this FX thing because you know, I always tell you I talk less of what I don't know much about. I'm not an economist. I'll leave that to Kulata and others to speak to that. I don't know the indices by which Cardoso is talking and all the external reserve and others. They should just do well and help this FX that is just skyrocketing every time and then. That's what I would say, because today now I think £1 now is 2,000 naira. It's not looking good at all. So they should do whatever they want to do, whatever English they want to speak to us. We should be seeing it in result, like what Ekene will always say here. Let's see it in the results, not theories. So that's what I will say about that. But let me talk about Okonjo briefly. Okonjo to the world, Okonjo to the world, Okonjo to the world. I will always support Okonjo Iweala if she wants to go run second term. Despite the fact that Trump didn't support him the last time, she still won. I still encourage Mama to go back to that seat and make us proud as Africans that we are. Okonjo to the world. But I expect her, when she retires, to come back home. We're expecting Okonjo Foundation, the same way other people that have occupied that office went back to their country, to have a solid foundation, to pick one problem in the society and they are solving. A lot of them. I won't go into that, but I think Professor Okonjo Iweala should go and check that. She shouldn't stay back in America and be enjoying his retirement. You should come back home. Everyone that have occupied that office, they went back to their respective country to have a foundation and solve some problems in their society.
Did she not reject American citizenship? Was that one of the issues that Trump had with her?
I'm not even really sure. I only know of Shoyinka who tore his American passport. But I learned that Joe Biden has given it back to him. So that's for that. I'm supporting Okonjo anywhere, any day, anytime. Okonjo is my person. Chinese national, yes. They should keep jailing everyone that comes to our territory to come and foment trouble. Mama, they should keep. See, I was one of those who supported those. Was it Goodluck Jonathan's time when they arrested those Lebanese guys and jailed them? I was always in Federal Court Abuja back then to give support to the federal government to jail them. You come to somebody's space, you come and foment trouble, you come and commit criminalities, you should be jailed. And that's why I'm still praying. Those Binance guys, or what do they call them? If they're able to pick them, they should jail them too. Don't leave your country.
You know, the American government has somewhat taken that Binance narrative up. They're starting to put pressure on Nigeria.
That's the issue now. Well, let's see what Trump will do in case Trump wins. I'm not sure he's going to encourage that. Lastly, let me talk on Ali Ndume. Ali Ndume has always been a controversial senator. I don't know why people see Ali Ndume. He's a controversial. I remember during Jonathan time, he was arrested. Was it Jonathan time? Yeah, he was arrested now. He was arrested for terrorism and all this. And this is the same guy that will come out and be talking against terrorism. He was once arrested and even prosecuted, you know, for aiding some of those Boko Haram guys back in. If you check online, he's there. He was prosecuted. And so, but one thing I've seen is controversy. He's been very controversial, but that thing has been working for him anyway. They've been returning him to office because of controversies. So look at it. Okay, he's in APC. At the same time, he'll be fighting the president. So he's floating. So at the end of the day, he will just win his election and back to the office. So probably that's his own style. But
what do you think is leading him? Is it a northern agenda, or is it just a clout chasing? It just lost the attention of the press. What do you think is leading him?
Ali Ndume has always been like that. I think he always proved to be somebody who is objective. And I think relatively, he's been an objective politician relatively compared to others. Even when it was Buhari time, he will speak his own mind, you know. He will speak his own mind. He has this way of speaking his own mind. So I won't castigate him on this one. If there's any issue, Tinubu also should look at that and check himself. He needs people around him also to speak to him, you know. Because one thing about this government is the moment you get to that government, you're meant to get to seat of power. There is this tendency of you not be able to see outside your circumference. You only see within that your circumference. And if you have a lot of psychopaths around you, you won't be able to get good feedback from the populace until you leave the office. That happened to Lord Jonathan. That happened to Buhari. Tinubu should not allow that to happen to himself. So you should listen to Ndume too. Don't just dismiss whatever these people say. Listen to them too and see what they're saying is true. If Tinubu is going to reshuffle his cabinet, I'm expecting Tinubu to remove Gajajua and put someone else there. I don't know what that guy is doing there. Thank you, Omar.
All right, brilliant. You've opened up quite a space there. That that space. But let's go to a Kenneth. We document everybody's voice. And then I really want to enter Gbadabia.
Hey, one minute.
Yes, please.
Yeah, quick question for Benny. Regarding Shoyinka's passport that supposedly Biden reissued. How does that work? Is it still there?
I don't know. I'm not an American. Maybe one man president. All you Americans, Baba Jali, all of you should talk on that now. I don't know.
It sounds like fake news. It sounds like fake news. I mean, sometimes Shoyinka, it does too much. I love when it comes to Nigerian politics and things, but when it comes to American politics, it's totally on the wrong side. And by the way, no drama. If you tear your passport, you just go report it lost, and they issue another one. What's the big deal? Why do you have to go to Biden to get another one? Anyway, go ahead.
No. I think he renounced his status or something like that. I think it was renounced.
It's a lie.
He renounced.
He didn't renounce nothing. And what happens when he renounced? Then what happens?
I don't know. They said he got it back now. That's not what they told us. But he actually relocated, though. You know, he relocated. He left US. He actually left.
So where did he go?
Nigeria. He was in Ogun State now.
For how long?
Throughout Trump time, he was in his residence in Abeokuta.
Throughout Trump's time.
Throughout Trump's time, he left the US.
He left his
he wasn't in the US during Trump era.
Benny,
I don't believe that.
Prince, I know his house in the Diaba. He lives in Nigeria now, permanent.
Yes, he left.
He
left. It was after the election. He left.
Yeah.
I don't believe that. So he left his lecturer job and go stay in Abeokuta because he's protesting Trump. I know he said he was going to.
As a matter of fact, let me start by saying, as a matter of fact, Shoyinka is not a full-time lecturer. Okay, he's not a full-time lecturer. He's not. For instance, in Ife, he's an emeritus professor in Ife. He comes to Ife once in a year, I think, to come and lecture and leave Ife, and that's what he does around. He's not.
Okay, so it's easy for him to talk. So he just do it as a matter of convenience, not because trust me, he's just playing whatever he's doing. But anyway, I just thought it was comical. Anyway, that's okay.
Okay, you think he's comical? Yeah, he's just he never believe in Trump now, and he expressed his opinion, and he left.
How is he paying his bills? I don't know how. Yeah.
What are you people saying? How Shoyinka pays his bill?
No. I don't see him as a rich man. I just see him as
all those books that are still selling.
Not even books.
Oh yeah.
Do you know how much? Do you know how much is Shoyinka's honorarium for just 5 minutes lecture? I beg, don't go there.
I don't go there.
Don't go there.
That's all right.
There's some professors. You know there's some professors. Don't forget the Nobel laureate. What are you? There's some. If you know the money some professors collect.
I'm sorry.
Shoyinka. He's a rich man, though. Seriously,
yes.
And legit.
And he's dollar rich as well. Not
he's collecting royalties. He's collecting royalties on all his books.
Benny, do you know why I'm saying that? I know his house. He's not living a flamboyant life. There's cattle in the house.
He has a lot of land, though. He has a lot of land.
A very vast land. He lives in Idiaba.
You know that's just as an aside, that's the perfect life, you know. Oh, you don't really need more than a bungalow, a 3-4 bedroom bungalow, you know, for one for boys,
One
one for
man,
girls, one for your girls.
that man will live long. If you see what is living a local life, like
He's
like
a hunter now. He's a hunter. He
it's
likes to go into the
yeah.
forest and and hunt.
Yeah, you will live long. He will live like that. That all this American living in America is living good. That's why he's still managing. That is cancer. Is living good. Yeah. Go on, Ogben. Yeah.
Showing no respect for showing in terms of money making. Even Chino Achebe, if you know how much royalties Chino Achebe, even post death, posthumous, Chino Achebe is still getting his estate on no, those guys are rich now because they have. Let me give you an instance of Sonny Ade. Now, Sonny Ade garments. That's the garments Sonny Ade used for that time when he went around the world. So what do they call it? Something world tour. That is 70-something world tour. There was one garment Sonny Ade wore, one like golden garment like this, like 8 shape. If you remember that garment, it has one flat shoulder and like V
I
like
remember.
that.
Yes, I know. I remember very
Yes,
well. Yeah. It's
that's on his
specially
garment.
designed. Yeah.
Yes, that's on his garment and his first guitar. That's his very first guitar. They are presently lying in a particular museum in the US and he's collecting money on it as more like his royalty. Every month he's collecting money. So you could imagine Wale Soyinka, not yeah, those guys are making money. Art and culture, there is money in it now. Yeah.
You know, it's still a performing artist, which is what surprises me, Sonny Ade. And he's still able to bend the knees and do all the dance. And he's well in his 80s now, you know.
Yes, so he's still performing, he does live.
And he's not performing for the money anymore. He's performing for his health, you know, just to keep himself. Yeah,
and also for his fans, those old fans.
Yes. Do you know who Dangote's favorite artist is?
It's Sonny Ade now.
It's Sonny Ade.
Yes, it's Sonny Ade. Yes.
He likes Sonny Ade like.
He's a Lagos boy now. He has to like Sonny. Yeah, he's a Lagos boy.
I hope that Dangote will understand Yoruba. I'm not wrong. He will understand Yoruba.
His children speak Yoruba.
Oh, because he roll more with Yorubas. He roll more with Yorubas.
I think most of his life was spent in Lagos, wasn't he?
No. That he loves Sonny Ade. That good thing. He love him like I don't know.
One man. Somebody in the comment section said it's because Sonny Ade has about 4 wives. That's why he's still very, very Baba is still bouncing.
but you know, there's something to be. You know, I kind of come to you in a moment, but you know that polygamy is resurrecting somewhat amongst like gas them up. He's a polygamist. Mike, it's a polygamist. There's this Kenyan YouTuber that I follow, I am Mawa. He's a polygamist, and these are people in their 30s, no older than early 40s. So polygamy is actually making its way back, and there's something to be said. You know, the you know all the drama in the house, it keeps you alive and active. You know, never mind, it's the other room. You know,
hey, what's one man saying now? What's this now? Oh my God, let's
you disagree. You disagree. Polygamy is
no, not really. I think
if I had a different life, I'll be a polygamist. if I was an illiterate, I'll be a polygamist, I suspect.
But polygamy is not meant for illiterate alone. You start one now. After all, those baba, they always start as when they are clocking probably at 50, 60. Just look for one alleged to two. You can still do it now. What's stopping you, Oma?
My wife.
Your wife is stopping you. Okay. Follow Peter Edoche. Follow Peter Edoche's son and Yule Edochie. Follow his footsteps.
Yes. As his father not disowned him, that Yule Edochie.
His father will still accept him. After all, Oputa accepted his own before he died eventually. Oputa eventually accepted Charlie Boy now. So they will fight, but later I will still accept.
Why are we deceiving ourselves? I don't have side chick, I don't have, but many of our men in Nigeria, they have one wife and they have 2, 3 side chicks. So
the African man is not made for monogamy.
No, they still look outside somewhere.
The black man is not made for monogamy. No.
No. I can't cheat on my wife, but most men, they can't. Even there's like a routine of Benny in Nigeria. You must have a side chick. You must. They will know. It's like a life. You are married, but you still have a side chick. So what is different about you are getting second wife? At least
particularly among the socialites.
And the socialites, yes.
The socialites, they must have
what's
side.
Different getting, what's different to getting second wife? You are sleeping with your chick. You get wife. It's almost the same thing. So why don't you go for second wife? If you have the power,
now, they should just be bold and just take a second one or third one. Oma, I signed off on this.
All right, brilliant. You know, I actually feel sorry for women that have to contend with that second wife, because the route is usually they'll marry that guy when he only had 2 trousers to his name. They'll suffer through the buildup of the wealth. You know, their body is gone through the childbirth and everything and the struggles. And then when the dollars come, the guy will suddenly remember that, yes, after all, my grandfather had 30 wives. Okay. And then they will bring family.
That is not necessarily the case. Although that's the prevailing narrative, but I don't think it's all the time that that's the Nollywood narrative you just gave us. Funny enough, you're right, because ironically, polygamy has been resurrected even among the Gen Z. I don't know why that is happening, because you would expect that it should have died down, but for some reason I think it's part of, maybe as an economic undertone to that, because if you look at most of these cases that are, especially among our celebrities, you know, the woman in question is somebody that maybe has lower means and is looking for a way to climb the to make things better for themselves. So that's where you can see cases like polygamy. Okay, let's take for example the case of Ned Nwoko and Regina Diners. I mean, I think that should be his 6th wife, right?
Yes, there's one from Morocco, there's one from everywhere else. And if you look at that guy, that tells you that money and power, you know, the most attractive thing is not actually a guy's looks, it's power and money. That's the biggest allure for women.
But that guy is looking younger. If you check when he got Regina and now, Regina is taking care of that guy.
Yeah, she's pushing him up now with his money.
How do you explain? Because normally distress should even kill a person. I'm sorry to use that word. Distress should buy a person if you are having more than one wife. To manage one alone is not easy.
You know, that's why I marvel at it. To manage one wife is a task.
You know what MK Abiola said his parents told him when he married first one and was giving him trouble. He said he went to his parents and they said, marry the second one. And then wahala gas in his house. He went back to that and said, marry the third one. He now told them, you want me to marry the third one? When I said, when they are more, the more they had, the problem they reduce. They start facing each other and start forming caucus within. They won't have your time to continue giving you trouble.
Let me corroborate what Egbeni has said. I'm going to use a lot of how will I put it, hints to say what I want to say. One of our senators from Ondo State, and you might know who I'm talking about, but I'm going to try and code it. Similar experience happened to him. His wife was giving him, his first wife was giving me issues. And you know, the natural thing you would think is that if one is even, then he was still in the, should I say this? He was still in the corporate world. He had not entered into politics by then. And after that episode, he still married a second one. Then the two of them started fighting. So you would expect that this man would rest. Then he married the third one. Then some kind of normalcy came into the marriage. So I think the third one cancelled out the the fighting of the first two. So I don't know. I can't explain, but I don't think I can advise anybody to
it's very difficult for a black person. I wouldn't even narrate to Nigerians, but especially a Nigerian that has any sort of wealth to be monogamous.
Yeah,
it's very difficult. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that Western influence is, they really frown at it. But Nigeria is lucky in the sense that I think, Ogbeni, correct me if I'm wrong, we run a kind of tripartite legal system. Am I correct?
Yes. So the position on marriage in Nigeria is, if you go statutory, you must remain monogamous. If you don't go statutory, you can be polygamous. Let me break it down again.
Most of our senators and most of our lawmakers, they don't go. Yeah.
So if you don't go to registry, then if you go to church but you don't go to the church that licensed place of there is licensed place of worship where they can celebrate marriage, which is equivalent to the registry. If you don't go to any of these two, then you are in the safe window where you can do polygamy, and your marriage will still be recognized in the tradition, under the tradition. Let's say you do engagement now, like the one Davido did now. Davido can take second wife because Davido didn't go register and he didn't go to church and all those things. He just did.
Second wife. Okay, I thought he already had 4. These
those are not wives now. Those are mistresses.
I'm not sure that there's another guy called
Davido has only one wife under the law, which is
you mean legally? Legally, one wife, 50 baby mamas.
All those baby mamas are mistresses. They are not.
There's another guy called Ube Franklin or something like that.
Yes.
That guy, man. I don't think there's any African country that guy doesn't have a child in.
Okay, what about our uncle?
All of the South Africans.
Uncle Fani Kayode.
Oh God, that one is a dog, isn't it? That that one is a dog. Do you know that when he was fighting that Igbo girl, he had some Fulani girl on the sideline and another Igbo girl still on the sideline to use that to intimidate that space. God. He's a dog now.
They are not being fair to FFQ. He has one at a time. He didn't put 2 together in the same house now. He has one at a time. He never run polygamy. Now one at a time.
But I don't like that guy though. He's too aggressive. I don't like him.
And do you know that?
And I didn't like the way he treated that woman as well. I didn't like the way he treated that woman.
I think his first wife resides in Ghana.
One man. You talk less of what you don't know much about. You don't know. I found some few.
They played out their saga in the public space, and I was monitoring it. Yeah.
I've handled some few matrimonial cases that resulted to divorce, some to separation, and all this. And I've seen a lot. What you see in the media, what you see in press. At least I've handled some few ones who. That involve some not celebrity like that, but people who are popular figures. Okay, there are a lot of things happening, particularly those celebrities, rich people, public figures. One man, a lot of things do happen, and there are many times there are things they can't come to the public and talk about. So sometimes when you read their story, and you see the story going A direction, they actually Z or YZ direction in the real sense. I've seen a lot. So I hardly just pick things and just judge and say, this guy. No. A lot of things do happen. I apply from the women world. Do a lot of things, seriously.
One man and Ogbeni, based on that, what have you guys been really? It's like UK has been busy lately with the issue of Kayode, the footballer, and Pastor Toby. You people seem to be making.
They did not sleep with his wife. That pastor. That's another guy that cannot abide. He's a criminal. He's a criminal. Oh God, man.
Oh, well, one man, tell us more about the guy.
Is this guy called Pastor Toby? Do you know?
I
Do you
know
know
him.
him?
I
Yeah,
just want to hear from you.
you know, he will come up with all of this scheme, which will claim is a money making scheme, and then he has all these young and impressionable people in his church, and then he will make them go and loan money against what they cannot afford, and then he will rip them off of the money, and these young people now they're lumbered with heavyweight debts, which they will carry for countless narratives of that. You know, I know all you do, you see him at the Savoy in a Rolls Royce, you know, pumping with Davido and all. And then you're thinking, what is God in all of this? What is the, he says it's a prosperity, it's just a chancer, you know, it's just, it's like Odumeje, but with better English.
Okay, one man. If you're gonna come with that narrative, okay, I'm not disputing what you said. How come it hasn't been investigated by the British government? Because that has been
It has been.
clamoring out there.
He has. In fact, they did the BBC did a documentary on him and called him a fraudster. You
okay,
know,
but nothing happened. So why are you saying that?
he has the funds to wiggle out of it now. That
In
was
London?
where all. Yes,
I didn't know
because,
money can buy you just injustice.
well, money can buy you expensive lawyers, and expensive lawyers can get you out of most things.
Then another thing to buttress what Woman is saying, you see, sometimes some people know how to play along the gray areas, and so you know most of those cases might be a civil matter. So you know, government or the Met Police might not be able to take up. For example, the case between him and the footballer now, I think, and his wife, Ezine, or something like that. From what I understand, I think as the man in question filed for you know, a dissolution of the marriage, and then also the lawsuit against Pastor Toby in Abuja. So you know, in that kind of instance, the jurisdiction, I think, has already moved to Nigeria straight, and so there's little to nothing that the UK government can do than call him out and then hope that maybe his followers will learn. The thing is, I don't know why for those kind of followers still keep validating, you know, people like that.
No, that Toby man, I cannot abide him at all. You know, it's just and it looks weird as well, which is even worse. And then he talks in this affected manner. It's just there's nothing right about him, but everything right about Ekene though. So Ekene, you're up next. Ekene.
Oh, one of the reasons why I came up was because of was because of Wole Soyinka. I wanted to like chime in on what somebody was saying about Wole Soyinka's status. I think it was Prince Daddy was saying about Wole Soyinka's status in the US. From I stand corrected, but from what I understand, Baba himself even said it recently that he actually, I'm not sure, but I think he, in protesting against Trump, then I remember watching a video. If I'm not so sure, but I think he tore his documents in protest against Trump back then. So it will be very difficult for, except maybe. So I think that's the reason maybe why he's seeking Biden's or Biden's office assistance in reinstating his status, because it was a very bold move.
My brother, it doesn't make any sense. Ask me why. Good evening. Yeah. If I tore my Nigerian passport now, what does that mean? I will go and get another one.
I don't support it at all. I don't support what he
did.
No,
hold on. No, hold on. I said if I tear or tore my Nigerian passport now, I can get another one, isn't it? Tearing of your passport doesn't stop me.
Can I make a correction? Can I make a correction? It's a restoration of green card. Okay, Prince Daddy doesn't know what he's talking about. I mean, when he come here, you know, when he concerned Trump, you know, he just went airwire. You know, everything become an illusion to him. You know, that's what
exactly.
It is. So having said that, you know, yeah, he protested against Trump because, you know, Trump is a typical, you know, Badio, you know, from coming from him. Yeah, he's a scammer. So it's not even something a debate. Everybody knows it. If he eventually, which he
that's your next president.
Wait a minute, which is leading to that area right now. this country is gonna be done. I'm telling you, but let's hope and see. I know Prince Dad is here. That's why I say that.
Yeah, so I don't really like to talk about American politics, but you see, Ogben is right. The except Democrats just want to play the ostrich. The cards are not in the favor of the current incumbent, that's Biden. Yesterday, did you hear one man? I don't know if you heard one man when he was introducing Zelensky at NATO.
I watched the interview. You're speaking to a progressive who doesn't miss anything when it comes
yes,
to
they said they made 2 major faux pas. They said something about Kamala Harris as well.
That's just a gaffe. We are used to the gaffe, so that's nothing.
No. You can't. Hello. The gaffe is okay. Yeah. So now
it's not a gaffe. Now it's a brain fade.
Because he said he introduced Zelensky as President Putin. It's on BBC First reported it.
That's the worst of everything. It's of all of the things.
Man, some of them is an amplification. Okay, so you don't know.
Really.
Okay.
Just stop exaggerating things.
Me? I say me?
Yeah, whomever. Yeah, whether you or anybody,
No, I didn't exaggerate. I didn't exaggerate that because it's on. You can watch it yourself on CNN.
No. I'm not saying that didn't happen. I watch it. I don't miss anything.
ASAP. I think and Prestige. I think everybody knows that Biden is fading away because he's doing it in public glare. But what people cannot stomach is the idea that Trump will become president. So rather a brain-dead Biden than a criminal Trump. I think that's
okay. Let me tell you about the situation. Let me tell you about the situation right now. Biden is going to be 81 soon. We know his mental capacity is not there anymore. So let's be realistic. Being that I like him, he has done more than any progressive president. You don't need to check the data. It's not just me talking. Or somebody coming here try to distract you or gaslight you and say what didn't happen. Check the data, when it comes to Nigeria, what this man has accomplished. But for my own opinion, I think she should give way for Kamala Harris because Kamala Harris is getting the moment right now. More than half of the Democrat has come.
Yeah, but she's not electable now.
No, she is. It used to be before. Let me tell you, Republican did a number on her initially. That's why her poll and everything, her narrative was so bad, but not anymore. Not anymore. I mean, look at the recent poll. I'm not saying poll is just a prediction, but that lady is getting some, is having some relevance, in American politics right now. Eventually, this is just my own prediction. I'm not an expert. I'm not in a circle of Democrat. Biden is probably going to step down. That's what I think.
Prestige. Why did you the report about the NATO meeting at Biden, did it happen or did it not happen?
What little meeting?
The one I
talking about yesterday?
Yes.
It didn't happen.
Did he make those errors? Or did he make those errors?
He
so
did.
How is that?
I'm not trying to be sentimental. He's my guy. So regardless of
hold on. I want to know where you are coming from. So when I stated that, I didn't say my opinion. I didn't say, oh, okay. I just stated the actual fact. Why did you say what I stated was an exaggeration?
No. I never did. I say lie. There's a difference between lie. I said. I'm sorry. I think I should have. I should have constructed my.
Are you mistaking me for?
I think I mean that it's been exaggerated by the media. That's actually happened, but they have taken it to a different level. It's not specifically you. So pardon me for that. Okay, you didn't say anything wrong.
All right. So now here's the thing about Kamala.
ASP. Yeah. Do you know that US doesn't have president?
That's where
Thomas.
That's where I'm going to now.
I came in here because of Thomas.
Let me land, please. Let me land. It's the institution that is working. Biden is dead. If you know that, you
calling my president
one man. Am I lying?
Mr. Thomas is actually correct too, because
I'm not lying. The institution that is working. It's not Biden. No, Biden has turned to a small kid.
Can he even handle the rigor of a campaign?
I think
Can
that
you handle?
ego has even that stress has even
I don't think so.
the
Let's
stress
call
has
it a
actually
spade
They
a
just
spade,
want to.
okay?
They just
yeah.
one man. They just want to kill that man. He's supposed to be playing with his grandkids, sitting on the floor,
Do you
playing
know
with sound.
Thomas? He hasn't given a press conference in 8 months. Yesterday
He
was the
can't.
first time.
He cannot. He cannot. They just want to kill him. He's supposed to sit on the sound in a big yard
Well,
with
let me tell you,
grandkids.
Thomas.
Yeah.
It's only two way that Democrat can get a different candidate, because it has to be the delegate. He has about 4,000 delegates already pledged to him, but it has not actually been confirmed. They're going to pledge that, officially on, during the convention. So that's when you don't have. So between now and then, which is roughly 4 months or whatever, well, the convention is about a month plus right now. They have to make a decision. It's not that they play that to him. That's the only way they can remove him. No other way, or he voluntarily,
He should
step
step.
down.
He
But
should step down.
he's a
He
stubborn
should
old
step
man.
down.
Let's call it what it is.
Okay, prestige with your propaganda.
No, here come my
See,
nemesis.
you say your
Please,
idea
Daddy.
of
Daddy, let me
Biden
make
doing
this.
well.
Please, Daddy, let me make this sentence. And funniest thing irritates me about him. He will be jogging and doing like it will be, like somebody jogging to show you
Thomas,
that.
why does that irritate you? Why does that concern you?
No, it's irritating. The man is gone. He should
Okay,
go and rest.
concern about Australia. Leave us alone.
No. Prestige.
Prestige.
I have a sister. I have a sister, a citizen of US, so I'm concerned about US.
Oh, yeah, your sister will still prosper. Whomever is in position, believe me, okay? Your sister
Come on.
we head to her highest, whatever trajectory she may. It doesn't matter who is there. Trust me,
See,
Thomas.
that's the problem, prestige. It's not always about money. See, the country, the moral stand of this country right now is
Oh
down
man,
the
look at
drain, down the
look at
toilet.
who's talking about morality when it comes to
Okay,
Trump.
or
What the heck are you
see,
talking about? You bringing a
well,
morality to this
one thing I know for
conversation.
sure,
The
Trump is
most
not
immoral,
encouraging.
the most immoral
Yeah,
human being on earth. What
see,
are you talking
you
about?
know, I know you're a saint. That's okay. Trump is just
I'm not
as
the same, but
bad
I've
as.
never been as
Oh no,
immoral as
yes,
he
yes
is.
you are. But yes, sure. But when it comes to somebody making policies for our children, for this country, definitely not Biden. No, Biden is encouraging little girls, excavating their vagina, and the little boys, cutting off their penises. That's what you guys are pushing right there. We have
Now
the
you have
worst immigration.
you
Oh no,
have
we have
twisted your
the worst
narrative.
immigration
You have twisted your
in
narrative
50
to
years.
social issue
No,
instead of talking about
we have the
economics
worst immigration
or
in like
politics.
50 years. There's
One
been
man,
like almost 20
let's
million
continue on the
illegal
topic. Give
immigrants.
whomever.
Of course, you don't want me to
Forget
talk.
about him, okay? Forget
Let
about
me
him.
land. Give me 5 seconds. Let me land. I know you don't want to hear me to talk. We have the worst immigration in like 50 years. Over 20 illegal immigrants crossing the southern border. We have the highest inflation in the last 30 years.
Are you not
We
illegal
have the highest
immigrant before?
inflation.
Are you
So
not illegal immigrant? You didn't even
that
come here
BS
legally. What are you talking about?
3% you keep talking about is not a reality. You see, there's war in the Middle East and there's war in Europe, essentially in the Ukraine and Russia. Our allies are decimated. They are mocking Joe Biden. Go look at Giorgia Meloni of Italy. The wish and look about Biden being there at the meeting. See, America now is in dire strait. There's no doubt about it. And by the way, Prestige, I'd rather have Biden run anyways. I don't care. See, 'cause I don't really think you guys have any option anyway. Kamala Harris is a joke. She's a disaster. Nobody cares for her. Not even the black people. By the way, she's an Indian anyway. She claims to be. And
You see what your problem is? You're anti women. That's what your problem. You can't fathom a woman ruling this country. This is your problem with
That's how the
your
liberals talk.
Zionist view. And
Anti-women, toxic masculinity, all this garbage terms you guys
yes.
use. No, no. Say you people, you're anti-family. That's the worst of all. You push abortion, you push homosexuality to little children. Little children. Are you not even ashamed of yourself? Prestige. Seriously. I mean, it truly bothers me as an African that you and Adewale will be a liberal or Democrat in this country. It defiles everything you guys stands for as a person from where you're coming
Where
from.
has their value? Where has their value? Putin having where has
sorry.
their value gotten you from that shit country you come from? What are you talking about?
So sorry, Prestige. Prince Daddy, is the Democrats not the natural default of the black migrant? Because the equivalent of the Democrats here in the UK is the Labour Party, and the Labour Party is the natural default of the black migrant, the black person, etc. And I think that's pretty much it.
It is. That's what they purport to do. You're right, because they all about brick. I can have a country that people are allowed to come in illegally. Listen, one man, in order to curb the illegal immigration coming to this country, Biden wanted to negotiate with the Republicans to allow about 5 or 10,000 a day to come in, which is illegal. And I don't know what does that. See, it's so mind-boggling. I'm telling you. This Democrats, they are anti-America. Prestige is anti-America. No doubt about that. Everything it stands for is against this country. But here you are talking for a thinner old man that can't even string two complete sentences. Misrepresented world leaders. How can he, as if you say the gaslighting Prestige? How is it possible that you called Zelensky Putin? Is that even possible? And you're telling me the man has no problem? Are you serious? Now, every day you keep talking about Biden supported him. I keep thinking that you're not a serious candidate. You watch too much soap opera, and that's where your thinking comes from. It's a shame. It's a shame. It's most regrettable. I know I gotta go, so let's just hand it right there.
You need to broaden your horizon, okay? Just stick to politics, shaggy politics. If you broaden your horizon, your life will be in a better place, okay?
One man, is Ogbeni still there? I have a
yeah, Ogbeni is still here.
Yeah, Ogbeni,
in body, maybe not in spirit.
I don't do American politics. That's why I'm waiting for them.
Yeah, I there was, when we were talking about the Supreme Court ruling
decision
for the local governments, I think maybe the last news that we probably and you heard was that
speak again.
The government.
Sorry, ASAP. I called you a Kenny, you didn't answer. Sorry. Okay, ask that question, or Benny, give a brief answer, and then we come to a Kenny.
Sorry, Mr. Kenny. Sorry. So we thought that maybe the governors maybe accepted it. I don't know if these governors are aware, but the latest news, the last news that I heard was that the Lagos State lawmakers actually invited the AG to come and in quote and unquote, expand on the Supreme Court ruling. It suggests to me that they are looking for, ways to circumvent that ruling, or they are not in full acceptance of that ruling.
Yes, but the one I read said they welcome it. But don't forget,
Obasa is on PM News. It says Lagos State Lagos lawmakers invite Attorney General over Supreme Court judgment on the LGs.
Probably to come and brief them on the implication of the judgment. Let him go and brief them. And that's why I said, for me, by now I expect the CBN to have written all commercial banks in Nigeria to close down every Jack account pursuant to that judgment. If I happen to be the Attorney General, that's what I would advise CBN to do. Right, or commercial banks, tell them to close down henceforth, and you face penalty after 24 hours if you don't close down every Jack account is maintained by any governor in Nigeria with your bank pursuant to that judgment. And you may be joking with your license if you don't do that. If I were the Attorney General, that's what I would do. So let them come and resurrect accounts from which, and then every local government should submit their account henceforth to the FAC. That's all I would do. So let them continue studying the judgment. I expect them to do a pushback.
There's a lot of resistance coming out of Zamfara State. They've written one legal something like that. They said the judgment is an affront to the constitution.
People, this is the time when people should revolt against these governors. Seriously. People should speak against them. People should revolt against them. They are the one they are dragging us behind, and they want to continue. You remember, Buhari fought the same cause for 8 years. 8 years. He came out with his own executive order, I think 27 or 28 or something like that back then, to just grant the local government autonomy. I remember it was late Arakunrin, this senior advocate, Akeredolu, that led other governors to push back, of blessed memory, was the one who led all governors to push back on this thing against Buhari back then. You will always see them on TV talking against this. No, they can't use executive order, and all that. Same thing with judicial autonomy. You could imagine Nigeria having judicial autonomy where CJ of the state and judges of a state will not need to draw their money from the governor. You could imagine how independent they will be. Just imagine how independent they will be. You are not drawing your money. Your money is just coming directly from consolidated fund, directly from the source. You are not drawing it from any governor. You are not drawing it from any executive arm of the government. You want to repair anything in your court, you are accountable only to your CJ. You want to have furniture, you want to have anything in your court, you want to fuel your car, you don't need to draw anything from the governor. They will be so independent. There was an executive order Buhari did also on judicial. Same Arakunrin Akeredolu led them to go against that thing. And I was so surprised, even Fayemi, with all his elitism and all his Oyinbo speaking everywhere around, he was also against it. Judicial autonomy for the country, they were all against it. Now they met a mafia like them that can actually understand how to fight them. So let them, whichever way they want to take it. This is the Supreme Court. There is no court after Supreme Court. We no longer appeal to Privy Council again in the UK. Supreme Court is the last court. Then let them. And I'm so happy that there are a lot of senior advocates that are supporting this. Olisa Agbakoba as they spoke out, Femfara is supporting, Osekoma is supporting. These are the guys there who are activists that will be supporting. So let them keep, whatever they want to do. Nigerians are waiting for them to see, and that's my take on that.
All right, Ekene, you're up next. So Ekene, you go, and then after Ekene, maybe a little soup song from Pansat, and then I'll hand over to Thomas. Ekene, let's hear from you.
Yeah, one man. Alpha, this I've spoke about this local government autonomy. Well, but yeah, there is still issue to be solved in that regard. And I pray that this judgment is not to use them to win or to run an election at the federal level. So because there is nothing Nigerian.
It is now. Do you not know?
Yeah, that's how Tinubu is a dance of politics. He's a crook.
Do you know that do you know that when it comes to, because Kulata was breaking it down yesterday, and what he said, which struck me, was that with this move now, Tinubu controls the local governments all across the country. So it doesn't even have to go via the governors to get to the people. He controls the funds that controls the people. Do you see? So he can, from Aso Rock, directly reach into all of those 774, without going through the state governor. So it's a masterstroke political move.
Yeah, it's a political move somehow. It's somehow, if they should make very good use of it, they can use it to develop the nation very dramatic. But the issue is most of them, if they become so attached to Tinubu and they want to do his bidding, then I fear that they might not do anything in their local government. Because I know normally this is also a political move. Most of the governors, especially in the north, are trying to maybe show Tinubu some power. Maybe they will not support him in 2027 or that. So this move is also to get them out of the way and get to the local level and fund this the local representative that are there, and also use them to win an election. So that is also included. But it is also a good move that from from local level, people can reach out to their representative, hold them accountable, and if need be, just beat them out of the office. So it's easy. You don't need to go to Abuja to protest. Once they are getting the fund, you started to develop the local level, or you beat them out of the way. So the other way around is good, but the other way around is a political move, and so that's what it is in that judgment. So talking about the bribery and the corruption that 721 billion, and the judges are the most, especially in 2023. So many supporters of Tinubu try to shave it away because we know where this money headed to in 2023. Most of them are used for election purpose, which Tinubu is also involved. So the judicially and the corrupt judicial system we have today, you cannot tell me that they didn't collect for that share. So they are the highest. What I see the policemen did in the last election shows that they are part of the uh, they are part of the people that took share in that fund that were used in corrupting them. So it's there. If anybody supporting Tinubu trying to shave it away to say no, they let them give us indices. We know the indices, and there is no indices to be given to you, Oboni and Emeka. The indices are there. We see it korokoro. Our judges can no longer stand on their foot and give a clear judgment. Your AGF say that the justice now goes to the highest bidder. I think few weeks ago, that's your AGF. Is it Fagbemi or what? What is his name? He made that statement. So justice now goes to the highest bidder. So it's still, the issue is there that our judges are corrupt. So when you come to their feet for any judgment, you must come with a tangible amount of bribe. If not, another person will take your judgment. That's how it is. So coming here to tell us where is the indices and all that and all that. The indices are there. The indices are there in a sense that the policemen today cannot allow a peaceful protest to hold in our nation, even when they know that the country is dying every day by day. So the protest should understand that it is also for their own benefit, because when the country is working well, they will earn very well. But because their organs on the top are taking a huge amount of bribe, they will not allow that to happen. You understand? So I can say the armies are less corrupt, but policemen and our judges and all that, they're the most corrupt individual we have in this country. And that 721 billion was shared among them in 2023 to give Tinubu the election. So anybody that wants to dispute that,
Ekene, you know when the policeman stops you on the road, collects that 1,000 naira from you. Do you know that? Do you know that a share of that 1,000 naira is no more than 200 naira? Do you know that?
Whatever. I know.
You know that when they did the station, they are under instructions to come back with X amount in return. So let's say, just for the purposes of the example, their sergeant will tell them to come back with, let's say, 100,000 naira. So if they can get 2 million, doesn't matter, but he wants 100,000 naira, and then his Oga at the top, he will take maybe his own 60,000 naira, and then it goes all the way to the IGP. So it's a pyramid of that's how they do it,
yeah,
you know.
Is there even there is no two ways about that. When you come to maybe in this Ojo Road now, you don't see any policeman walking. What they do is, once it is maybe around 9 o'clock, you see them mount on the road, collecting money from all these keke, Okada people, commercial bus drivers till 10 o'clock. Once it's 10 o'clock, you not see them again. They will go and count their money and go inside. So if you are an Okada man and you want to pass through that road from 9 o'clock till maybe 12 o'clock or 11 o'clock, you have to come and settle them. And is that police work? Is that policing? That is what just this on your road. We're not talking about any other place. And it's every day. So you can imagine when they have time to go and chase thief and all that. So all these things, our policemen and our judges are the most corrupt individual we have in this country. So these are
Did you hear about the failed kidnap attempt at Oladipo Market?
Yeah, I heard about it. But you know, that shows that the security men there showed a very good working. I don't care who is involved. Anybody that is caught in such act should be dealt with decisively. So I commend them for their work. And I'm also this guy that hang himself near, is it Lasma office or in Lagos State? Because they took away his means of life.
Yeah, they took his keke napep.
Yeah, they took his pepe and keke napep. So he was begging them, this is my only means of livelihood. And they should release it to him. And they were showing a lot of stubborn. So he went at the back of their office and hanged himself and committed suicide. So these are the kind of country we are, country that has no sympathy and all that. I don't know the crime of a keke man that they should seize his means of livelihood to the extent that he committed suicide. I don't know his offense. I don't know what he did.
You know, a lot of people in that country, in Nigeria, especially at the lower rungs of society, it's only their children that are preventing them. The men who I'm talking about, it's only their children that are preventing them from committing suicide. There's a lot of people at that suicidal phase, but they think if they take their life, what happens to their children? It's a very grim situation.
It's a very, you know, when we say that when all these things are happening, people think we are just coming here to make complaints and all that. We know what is happening. You see, you can just see a huge grown-up man begging on the street. Sometimes you look at him, what's the reason? Why should this man be begging? But it's not as if this man is suffering. Maybe he doesn't have enough money for that day. So he need to complete his money. I've shared a lot of them many times. Somebody will come to buy medication. You see him. It's not as if he's not working, but the medication he need at that point is that he doesn't have the money. The price of thing has went up. So what he will do is just to wait for another person maybe after to beg and please Oga, complete my money. I couldn't. My money is not complete to pay for my medication. I've witnessed it many times. So if you have sympathy, you help him. The one I jammed the other day, he was an Okada man at the police station. He was begging the fuel attendant to hold his phone and give him fuel, at least 1 liter, for him to go and hustle in that morning. Then he will come back and pay. The lady refused, say we don't do that here. We don't do that. So when I listened to him, the man, an elderly man, I just told them to give him about 2 or 3 liters. So the man was very happy. So that is the kind of country we are. You understand? Just wonder. And people think we come here to complain. And now the price of petrol is going up every day by day. You see them, most of them don't make such money like before. Because if you make 10,000 naira today in Nigeria, it's nothing. As a family of 4, 10,000 naira, you make it. You think you make money. You didn't make anything. You did not make anything, honestly speaking. Because
making money. That's about 450, 500K a month. That's a lot of money now.
No, it's not about that. It's about 300,000 or 200 something thousand. So what I'm saying
if you're making 10K a day, yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, carry on.
It's not a big money. So when you maybe if you come, maybe unless if you are eating once a day, even if you eat once a day, for you to make a good soup, you know what it will cost you. that 10,000 naira is gone. So even to eat yam or rice, that 10,000 naira is gone. So maybe when you come home, maybe one of your child is sick, you have to take him to the pharmacy to get, because now you're not talking about running a test, because the price of running test in Nigeria now is nothing to write home about. So it's on a very high side. So you don't talk about running a test. You just have to go to the chemist and maybe get some pain relief and all that. So when you come back home and your one of your child is feeling somehow, you will now see that 10,000 naira is nothing. Then you talk about weekend. So you have to make big money now to live well in Nigeria. And how many people is making that big money? At least 400 to 500 a month. How many people is making it to be able to live a standard life? So the government is still insisting on 62,000 naira minimum wage. So and the president told them that maybe when they go on the street to protest again, maybe that is when he will have to go back to the drawing board. And that is not a good statement that should come from a leader that wants the happiness of his of the people that he's leading. You understand? When I read the news, I was saying, can a president make such statement? Can such statement come out from his mouth? Then if that statement comes out of his mouth, then we have a dictator and not a democratic leader. What we have is a dictator. Why should he make such statement? Me and you know. Me and you know. Even you telling them to leave.
Ekene, it's highly unlikely that he would have made those statements, or that statement rather. It's probably poetic license by whoever. Sometimes they try to sexy it up to get, so it's a clickbait. It sounds like.
Well, I don't think anybody can hold meeting with the president and come out to make such statement. It's very uncalled for. If that person, if I'm the president and I had a meeting with you and you come and maybe align that statement to me or whatever, I will get you arrested because it's a very serious character assassination. You understand? Saying that the president makes
You want
such
to arrest
statement.
Labour leader?
No, that one is not. You cannot. Do you know what it means? For me to come and hold a meeting with the president today, and I come out to say this is what the president said when it is not what he said.
It's part of the way to whip up sentiment. Oshiomhole did it a lot during Obasanjo time. Don't forget. You
No, I
can't
don't
arrest
think
Labour.
so. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. But that statement, if what I said, if it really comes from the president, then we have a dictator. You understand? You cannot tell people to go and protest before you look into their matter. If they are not accepting the 62,000 naira, then there is nothing you can offer them. We are telling them to live within the means. Check, are they living? Are they the leaders? Are they living within the means? So you just check it. So today we don't have money to fund ongoing projects, according to the Minister of Work, David Umahi. But when we are saying it here, people were saying it's just a coastal road and all those stuff. Now that the money is not there to fund those projects again, what are we going to do? The little that has been wasted there, if we have used it to maintain the existing ones, at least we would have been enjoying those ones. And I'm telling you for a fact, no Nigerian roads is getting bad every day by day. Or even in this Lagos. Forget it. Forget the train station. Go to Festac. Come to Ojo. No road. And it seems that there's no money to be doing. I know, and you will not even see any government presence there. And it seems as if there is no even money to do those roads again. The one in Ogun State, you had a statement of the governor there that those roads cannot be done in 4 years. Definitely, there's no money for that. Or even if they have the money, they're using it for another thing. You understand? If you come to Lagos now, you begin to ask yourself, is it the Lagos that you guys are exaggerating there? Come to Ojo, you will weep. I don't drive motor again. I don't drive vehicle again. It's only on a special occasion.
Why now?
Because
Okada
once
you
you
take?
no Okada now, once you apply that load, you go to mechanic.
You
Honestly
be big
speaking.
man, no go fall for Okada.
No be big man that matter. I no be big man. No. I no be big man. We're just managing
Spend
life
this
here.
money now. Stop keeping it on that pillow now. Okada.
Forget no money to spend, though, Benny. If you get anyone, send them for me. Make I take an ad, they do business. You understand?
You want collect pounds be
So,
that.
send them, make I use and they do business. I have a lot of things to do. Now I want to set up a cattle this thing. So I'm just working on that in the
A
east.
cattle what? A
So
ranch?
yes, but in
You
a
know,
small way.
I saw a clip of a guy. I think he came from abroad, and that has this cattle ranch, very tiny little, but because he's done it in a very clever way. You know, in the east, though, I have to look for that clip. It was such an innovative, very clever thing. I think it's in Imo State somewhere.
Yeah, I'm just I just want to know if I can get small one like 6 months or 8 months old. So I'm working on that. I should get it. Just setting up in the east. Just leave it there. You understand? So all these things, the economy will make you to begin to think what you never thought you would do. You understand? So you need to think very well. What am I going to do to survive? So begin to
You know,
think what you never.
you can never go wrong with cattle, so long as you get the veterinary right. So you get yourself a good vet.
Can I ask a something?
Yeah, of course.
So can now that have decided to pivot into cattle, ranching or something like that, are you going to support this nomadic cattle rearing in order to, maximize their profit? Is that where you're leading us to?
No, my own is just a normal. They say maybe buy like 5 small one, just keep it and be training them. Maybe if they are up to for sell, I will sell them. But I'm not ready to sell. I'm ready just to.
No. You have to. You know what you have to do. You have to buy 3 cows and a bull, because the bull is usually expensive. So you have to breed rather than just grow and sell.
No, I will not. I don't want to. I don't want to grow and sell. I just want to. I will have the female and the male. So
Yes,
I'll
but
just
the
be.
males are more expensive, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, the males are more expensive.
And you have to get a vet to guide you through. So don't let them sell you
Yeah,
something that. So, yeah, get a vet. That should be your first spend. Go and get a good vet, and then go into
yeah.
that
I'm still
industry.
that. I'm still working on that. When I have somebody. My father was
That
once
is
in that business. He was
qualified,
traveling.
though. That is qualified, though. Not somebody that will just go to the market and smack a cattle at the bottom and say this one is strong. Somebody that knows science.
For for a start now, just have to involve those ones. Maybe it might be expensive for a start, but when you get into it, you begin to learn a lot of things. So you don't have to show him some senses. You just have to allow him to do whatever he wants to do. Then grab the knowledge you want to
There are
grab.
a lot
Then
of things you can farm. Have you ever considered rabbit?
no, I don't consider. I have not considered that. This is the only thing that just
Or snail even?
no. That's the only business I know that I can do in those animal sector. So that cattle or goats, those ones, because
So
we don't need to.
so we have Fulani headsman. Now we have Okrika herdsman. I mean, which one is on this one now? Are you
Whatever
going
you want.
to Okrika headsman?
Igbo Fulani herdsman. So that is it, yeah. But
You have to join Meetiala because that's the association, Cattle Builders Association. You have to join Meetiala. Can you imagine? Kennedy, chairman of Meetiala Anambra branch.
man, it's just to at least put up some things in other
man.
places.
Ekene, I have one question for you, please, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
is Big
continue.
Kofi.
Yeah,
Yes, I
big Kofi,
wanted
yeah.
to ask you about the containerized problems with the road, especially the Ojo axis, because I can tell you that the containers are part of the problems on most of those roads. So one question I
In
want to ask
Lagos.
you is that as the container, is your people, they are the owner of this container. Have they reduced the volume of those container on those roads in Ojo, or is still there?
There's no way you can reduce it now.
Is there not a container park that they've built next to there?
No, can you understand where I'm going to? There is,
All right.
but
Okay.
It means that the
they've so much.
container load that they
Yes, container
want.
offload and load and
No, it cannot reduce now. The major market is there now, so they will always spread that road.
yeah. So
You know,
container,
so
those heavy duty vehicle are part of the reason why the roads in that Ojo axis doesn't last much.
I don't know, but the only thing I know for me, this 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 road that is in Ojo now was last built by Fashola, and for me that road lasted. It was since Fashola left. You
Yeah.
understand? So ever since he
Yes.
left, no governor has ever looked into that environment again. So that's
There is
most of the
the other
project that is
Sorry,
there.
Ekene. Sorry, Ekene. Did they not say Dangote was rebuilding that road with cement?
Ojo
Olojo
Road.
drive. No,
Or is
not
it
Ojo
Ojo?
Road.
Oh, no, Papa,
No,
I
it's not
thought.
Ojo. Yeah, Dangote is Apapa,
No,
all those Liverpool, Tinkan side is
yes.
Dangote. What I'm saying is, this Olojo drive, I thought it is being reconstructed under Sanwo-Olu. This Olojo drive, the major roads that leads to the
Ojo.
market. Yes.
No, no, nothing is happening there. Even from
Oh,
Vos,
okay. Yeah.
the major road. I don't know whether that one that follows Barracks up to Maitu. I don't know whether that one is West African road because many people are saying it's West African project. I don't know that
Whether West
one.
Africa or no West Africa, from
Yeah,
my two towards Lasu, the road is being constructed
yeah,
by Lagos State government.
yeah. That one is okay. That one is a standard project. I don't know the
Okay.
people consulted, but that one is a
Thank
standard.
God. That one,
But
that one too,
once
this
you
Ojo
once you get
Axis.
to
So
that Vos,
there's a reason. There's a place.
yeah,
There's a place I'm going to, because every time you normally paint picture of gloomy and doom picture. You don't usually say any positive side of anything. You only come and paint pictures of everything is bad. Everything is bad, and you still continue to live in that same place that is bad. So that's what I said I should point out. Then most of those inner roads, the commercial activity too contributes to why the roads on those inner roads of Ojo comes bad more often.
yeah, whether the
You
commercial
want
activities are contribute, roads are meant to be ply upon. You don't do road just to leave it there. People must use it, either truck or whatsoever. And those people using that road are paying heavy duties. Any container coming from Apapa to Ojo, once you get to Ojo, you are paying 200,000 naira.
yeah,
It's a fact. And now I think the price has increased to about 250 or 300
because
to Ojo.
they claim that
You understand?
there's more damages. Yes, I agree with
Yeah,
you.
so once you drive that container from Apapa and you get to Vos, once you reach that Ojo local government, you must pay either
Yeah,
250 or 300,000 naira before you drive down to Alaba. And even before you get to Alaba, all those yellow people that used to wear yellow uniform, you will be given 5,000, 1,000, this and all that.
that's
Before
what
you,
I'm
even
saying.
before you,
Is there is there
before you open that container, they will
must
still
there
come
be
and
any
collect another.
reason why all those containers must get to that place? Is there no other modernized form of offloading of your importing and
No,
importing business?
there must be reason because this is where they have their warehouses.
Yeah, but
You understand?
enough. There's not enough government support. Is what seems to be because if they are being heavily levied, as Ekene is describing, and
Yeah.
the government knows that there's that heavy You know, they quantified the labor market and they said it's a $20 billion economy right there. You know, and the local authority is taking all these heavy levies, 300,000, as I can saying. So then it's incumbent on on that space to provide suitable. They know what is going on there. So why don't they provide infrastructures for it to happen? You know, you can't
The money
say,
is coming out.
yeah, you cannot say business should not take place. They should provide the infrastructure to let it have smooth flow.
The money is coming out. If the people are not paying the money, then you will say that maybe the container just walk past without paying anything. But go and make inquiry how much every container pays in Ojo before you pass. Make inquiries.
Did you
You
say you was
understand?
coming to me? Were you coming to me at some point? I'm almost where I'm going. I need to have an input here.
So
yeah, I'm coming to you after.
The condition of that environment is getting too dilapidated. The inner roads I'm talking about. Forget about that my two road and all those ones are okay.
I know, but what I'm
very
saying
good.
is that is not is
For
part
those
of
inner roads,
Glasses
even
flushing.
inside first tag, all those
Yes,
inner roads and all. I don't know why they're not being looked upon. I don't know the reason. But this road are the major.
I think first stack is federal now.
I don't know whether first stack is federal.
No, first stack is federal. First stack is
Oh,
federal.
all right. Let's do it this way. Can I bring it home? And then I'll go to Pansat. And then after Pansat, Pansat and I will bail out. And then you guys can just start carrying your conversations.
Yeah. So for me, one man, we still have the government is still pushing, but I think there is still a lot of setback. You can see now a lot of APC, especially from the north, criticizing the current administration. And for them to be doing that shows that things are not well. And for Umahi to come out and tell us that there is no money to fund any ongoing project in Nigeria means that we are in a serious problem. I'm not the one that said it. It's your minister. And for Umahi, the way you people took him as an upright person that you know him for, coming out to make such statement, you people should be worried. You should be worried. You understand? Which means that this coastal highway that you guys are trying to use for the next campaign, nothing to show. It's already an abandoned project. We're not talking about other federal roads that needs to be touched. So you guys should be worried. But if you are not worried, that's okay. Let's be going. Thank you, one man.
All right, brilliant. So the person that actually should be next is Isaac, and the person that actually should be first was Isaac. But I did call out. I wasn't sure if it was fully there, but Isaac, with your permission, let me go to Pansat, and then after Pansat you come. But if you're okay with that, Isaac.
But one man, that's not fair. Why would Pansat come in before Isaac? Who is Pansat?
Let me answer that question. I'm going to leave after Pansat, but if I leave now, because Pansat and Thomas will not have Pansat on his session, so okay. It's better he has his say.
Go ahead.
All right, sorry about that, Isaac. You're a gentleman. So Pansat, you're up next. Yeah, Pansat.
Yeah, thank you very much, Isaac. Thank you for the courtesy. I'm not going to be long. First of all, I notice I say first of all a lot, so I'm going to try to be cutting that down. I don't like that kind of talk. But anyway, Ekene, you come here, you waste your energy. You're talking to people who, they know Lagos, they know our government, they know we're in trouble. So I don't know. To me, you drop a lot of nuggets, but it's good. At some point, isn't it better for you to go and train, get you some AK, train, and get ready to take back your country? You cannot talk people into it. There's nobody here who doesn't know the things that you say. I used to enjoy you telling us the prices, so we'll keep in the know of how much a bag of gari, a bag of rice. But these people are mocking you. They know. They know. Like the guy, you have a lot of patience. The guy that asked you, is your people that are applying the road, why don't you cut it down? Tribalism. But you took it in and you answered it brilliantly. I wish I could do that. I really, But anyway, one of the points I want to make is for when he stay here, one man that's a parable in my place. You don't go to the market, you call somebody a thief, and then you go to his house and apologize and say, "Oh no, you're not a thief. I'm sorry." When and I had a chance to have a fascinating conclusion to a debate we had on a session, and over there, fortunately, we had two Niger and Baba T over there, so they let us really have a nice, clean debate on the issue about a president doubling as Minister of Oil or Petroleum or something like that. So over there, I was able to extract
He
confessions
is,
from.
he is not, though.
Pardon?
He is not.
No, well, he is.
He is not.
Okay, so
No,
it's not.
nobody has been appointed as the minister of
Yeah,
petroleum.
right. That became the logic, but it's not only him. Buhari did it, and Obasanjo did it. But we're arguing legal issues on your platform. But astonishingly, on the other auxiliary platform that you have, he went over there to say, "Look, I agree with you the whole time. I don't know why you were debating me, because I agree with you that it legally is unsound, it's improper, it's against our constitution." So that's documented. I recommend that you go and listen to it. We had a nice legal debate.
I heard it, and it wasn't on an auxiliary platform. You know, it's a those streams. They are streams to multiple platforms. So it's streamed
Roma,
on. Hold on, Ogbeni. It's
that was
streamed on.
even not my
No,
position.
yeah, just hold on. It's streamed on Kaizo, and it's equally streamed
Yeah.
on my platform. So it's streamed to and a few other platforms. So it's a multi-platform stream. But yes, I did listen to it.
I recommend everybody to go and listen to it, because I know when he comes in now, he's gonna twist it somehow. But it's very
Roma,
clear.
that was not my position.
Yeah, but please. Now, because what I was saying to him is that if that's
So
your
you can't be
position,
saying please now. You are saying what is contrary to my opinion.
yeah, could you hold your horses, right? So what I'm saying
Yeah, I
is
can
that
hold, but don't say what I didn't say.
I said that when you have a lot of people who are not trained legally, and we're trying to talk and have a conversation colloquially, there's no need to be using fancy language about what is a lie, what is a true and what is a fact and all that, and then go in the back and concede that the president is wrong if he doesn't appoint a minister and all that. But anyway, that's by the way.
That was not what I said.
Well, look, Oweni,
Let me do a
like I
recap
said,
of
I'm
what I
trying to
said before you
I
deceive people.
recommended for them to go and listen to it. It was a clear legal debate.
What of if one man didn't publish that?
And please, one man, constrain him a little bit. I wanna learn.
No, don't tell lies against me, and you want him to
No. Well,
control me.
let them determine it, because all I'm saying is that what you say here is not what you said when we actually had the debate. You said
No, but that's a blatant lie. So don't lie against me, and you don't want me to respond now.
okay.
You want
Then
to shut me out?
one man, I want you to play. But anyway, hey, Obeni, hold your horses, okay? All right, I'm not playing here with you. So what
I
I'm
will
saying,
hold it only if you don't lie against me. Just stop lying, please.
I will never lie against anybody. And you said you don't.
You just did now.
You said, as a matter of fact, one of the debates we had is that you don't mind about lies. You don't trade in that currency.
That's another lie against me now.
Okay, well, it's all there. It's documented. We're gonna see. But anyway, let me finish what I'm saying.
Stop telling lies.
Sorry, hold on, Pansat. What he said was you were trying to draw him into that you're true or false, whatever it is, and then he said that the law actually. I think you were trying to draw him into morality as well, and he said the law only deals in facts. And he did not consider anything. What he said in that little contract term between the two of you was that it was never his position. Your argument was that the president could not have an executive hold an executive position concurrently within the president, and he says the law backs that, and that was never it never said anything to the contrary. And that still obtains because Tinubu is not the minister of petroleum. We don't have one. But yeah, we can hear you.
God bless you. You got my argument.
I think it's frozen.
What you need to do is to play it here. Let people determine.
I'm not going to play a 2-hour session. You were going at it for 2 hours.
Because it's not a lawyer. And you could tell from that one-on-one with him. So I play here. Let people see. Anyway, the main point I want to make, I made the first one to Ekene. Don't come here try to convince these people. They have no respect. You better go get you your AK and train for the battle, because we're going to take the country back by force. I was here yesterday, and one man wouldn't let me talk about Kenya. I was trying to make my point, saying that Kenya is doing a revolution the way it's supposed to be done, holding their government accountable. And he says they're not. One man's position is that these people are not accomplishing anything, that the government is going to come crushing them. But so far, they're successful. Even if it stops now, they're successful. Now, the third and final point I'm going to make.
Sorry, Pansat. What I said was that they have not actually succeeded beyond end SARS. So yeah, but carry on.
Okay, well, if that's what you're saying, well, that's probably arguable. But to me, they got Ruto to fire the entire cabinet, fire them, pull back the finance bill, and have a poise of respect for his citizens, for especially those online. So I don't know how you calculate who's.
Yeah, Buhari did that. Buhari did that as well.
Yeah, well, like I said, it's not a debatable thing. This one is in Kuwait. It's not done. I like the way it's going. I hope it's contagious and I will catch it, because I was accusing you of being afraid, right? I said you are afraid of what's coming. Apparently, if these guys are successful, like I think they're going to be, we're going to have to do the same thing. Now,
Pansat, hold on. What one man said here was exactly what he said, because I was on that platform, Kaiser, today. Okay, that's exactly what he said. I can back him off on that.
Yeah, no, you know, Pansat lives in his own reality, but let him carry on.
But what's happening in Kuwait?
Okay, no, he likes to use that term a lot. Something in Kuwait, you know.
I like it. I like it a lot. I like it a lot. But anyway, what I'm saying about Man of Prestige, even when I left yesterday, he came in. He said his iPod, right? This guy, you really think if anybody who wants to be iPod just becomes iPod? It doesn't work that way. Just because you make yourself iPod, you may not be accepted as an iPod. It's not like when you want to make a case, you become an iPod. iPod is not a joke. As far as the organization, you may be a Biafran by gene or whatever, but I'm not gonna let you join IPOB. IPOB don't talk the way you do.
Wow.
It's not up to you. A lot of people, they say, "Oh, I'm not Igbo." As if you really want to be Igbo, we're gonna let you in there. Now, what I want to do, I'm driving, as you could see, but remember,
what happened to the Maybach? You've given it back. I mean, the rent is over. Did you had it for a week?
I'm driving one of my Maybachs, but one. You see the badge up there, right? So it's one of them. Now, one man, I've been at the house where I'm showing you a bunch of my vehicles, my Denalis, my Corvettes, or whatever. A car is nothing in America, right? I'm driving the Maybach now, but here's what I'm telling you. Forget about cars. See my mansions. But
Pastor, why are you spending too much money on wasteful, luxurious things? Why not go and help your, poor
it doesn't own those things outrightly.
Let me ask you something.
It lives a rented life.
Hey,
no patronage.
I'm driving and talking on the phone. I see police activity there. Over here, you really can't drive, and so I'm gonna put this phone down a little bit. Listen to me, Man of Prestige. Why are you always picking on me? For whatever reason. I mean, I don't get.
I don't have any issue with you. You're my California brother. But anyway, sometimes he says some gibberish stuff. I have to counter you.
What do you mean sometimes? What do you mean sometimes? You mean all the time?
I don't mean to. If I'm saying anything gibberish to you, believe me, I don't mean to say gibberish, right? So forgive me, but give me a break. Let me be able to finish my sentences, right? You're taking me off course.
All right, carry on, Pastor. Carry on.
first of all, I see that. First of all, I don't know how I got that in the first place. Where's Ajan Lekuku? What happened to him? I haven't seen him in a few days.
It's on holiday.
Ajan Lekuku on holidays? I don't believe it. What happened?
It's exactly where you are. I think it's in California. I think it's in Florida. It's in Florida.
On one-man holiday.
Yes.
All right, no problem. I just
he's actually listening. Sometimes he wants to come in when he gets to. But yes, he's listening as we are speaking. Carry on.
Okay, I'm happy there's nothing that went down. I know that we're losing a lot of people on this platform because we don't seem to get along. We lost Emeka the other day, quote unquote Emeka. The Yoruba guy that calls himself Emeka.
Emeka was here. Emeka was here earlier on.
What do you mean lost? What do you mean lost, Mr.
Pansah? We lost that Mike because he's too extreme for one man went to more. Can you believe that?
Mike is coming. Mike is coming in for the after hours. Yes.
This is where I call you.
We lost the best one of them all, Chioma. I don't know where she is. A beautiful.
Chioma is on the platform deleting people as we speak.
All right. Anyway,
one man. Sorry, really, we don't really have some toxic people on this platform. So who are they deleting? We have some nice people on. We have some nice panelists, to be sincere.
All right, carry on, Pansah, because I want to bail.
Okay, yeah. So one man, what I wanted to say is to the Tinubu administration. We know he's illegitimate. Let
him flow for a bit.
Don't worry. Let him continue.
All right, yeah.
All right. So we know he's an illegitimate president, but I really don't hold him accountable for that illegitimacy. I believe that the Buhari administration with Mahmoud of INEC rigged him into the office. He would have lost all the way. He lost his own state. He probably lost his own voting booth, like Showore, right? He would have lost completely all the states, but they turned off the beavers. Like I made the case the other day.
That's not you're breaking. You're breaking.
Pansah, you're frozen, so I'm not sure. If you're not back in about a second, then I might just have to. All right. Once Pansah is frozen, let me just use that window to acknowledge the super chatters.
One man before you go.
However, there are things that he's doing, such as
and it's gone again.
Let me remove the cam. Maybe it'll be better without the cam.
All right, carry on.
Is it better?
Yeah, much more. Carry on.
Okay, very good. So the Tinubu administration, Tinubu cannot. Here is one thing we'll cross our finger. Maybe he'll be there until next year. I don't think he's gonna last till next year. Now, but if he does go all the way and make it to 2027, he's not gonna win a single state. He cannot rig an election. He doesn't have that kind of gravitas. That's not his strong suit. That he could pay off people, but that election in 2023, Nigerians could not be bought. And they realized that very late. What happened in that election was they turned off the beavers and the coalition system, right? That's not going to happen again. Nigerians are going to let that happen again. So it's not his strong suit. He tried to buy Lagos, buy all kinds of places, but he was unable to do so. It wasn't for sale. Nigerians were determined to make a change to a new Nigeria. So those who prognosticate here daily, all you have to do is actually pray for this man to last to the end of the year. But the reason why I'm talking about that now is this local government issue. Yesterday, I was armed to the teeth to discuss it. I wanted to let people know what kind of democracy we have in the local governments. I had the numbers. But there's one broad figure I'm going to give you now. If you go and Google it, you're going to see, obviously, the government that's closest to the people is the true democracy. So if you go look at the southeastern states, how many women are chairmen of their local government? It's astounding. It's excellent, like 30, 40%. sometimes 50% from Abia, Enugu, Anambra, even Ebonyi itself. And then you look in the north, and it's like 1%, sometimes zero. They don't have local government chairmen. Now, when you talk about the councillors themselves, it's astounding in the southeast, which gives you that democratic background, the backbone, which is what we have to promote. Now, this happens to be something inadvertently intended that is good. It's not. This is not why Tinubu is doing it. He's not doing it, for example, to win the elections, or he's not doing it to advance democracy. What it is part of the package of what Northerners push. They know.
Are you gone again? Answer. All right. The super chatters, that's Ayo right there, and that's Ayo still. That's Isaac Ojo, who both on screen and here. That's Alexander Gomez. Alexander passed by. Alexander Disseradi. So that's Alexander still. That's Tope O right there. Always does that when she's around. That's Tima Jack. Often has conversation with us via super chat. That's still Tima Jack. Alexander Gomez still. So that's Alexander Gomez. That's Tima Jack still. This is Ola, who has not joined us on the screen, but via super chat. That's Kulata doing as he often does, and that is Kulata applauding Ekene's new venture into cattle rearing. So thank you. I think Pansat dropped, so should I as well. So Thomas, is over to you. Isaac next. Prince Daddy. Man of prestigious here. You have BQB. I have Joel of Nashville. We need to keep a legal eye on proceedings. So thank you.
One man before you go.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you, before when you and I was talking earlier, but before then I was watching something just to bring it up because we was talking about men look or whatever. Then I think I wrote on the chat that looking good looking or otherwise is not nothing. Power, like you properly stated. I mean money is prestige and power. So that's what really counts. So I was watching something about this Indian guy. It was broadcast live on CNN International. I don't know if you saw it. That before you and I was talking earlier today. Did you see it about the wedding?
You mean the one that Rima went to and got paid 3 million?
Yeah, he got about 3 million, but I think Rihanna got about 9 million. I said, what is this? That's like a wasteful, man. But that's what richness got you, because the guy
so those are billionaires now.
Yeah, he worth about 117 billion. Yeah, the family, I was able to find out.
He only sang one song there.
Yeah, Rema. Yeah, I watched it too.
And they got $3 million.
Before you and I was talking. Yeah. Okay, I'm glad. I was just talking about in reference to when we say about men and power. So anyway,
the most attractive thing to women is power, not good looks.
Power. It's power, definitely. Who care about how you look? They don't care.
Man of prestige.
Yeah.
Man of prestige. I was so surprised that you were so quick to mention a wedding and you forgot the gaps made by your man.
Oh, don't go there. We already finished that. Joy, calm down. Joy, calm down. One man. Let's change the subject. Don't go there.
Don't worry, we're going there. But after Joel, after we hear from Isaac, you can really suck it to him because I think Prince Daddy is waiting to suck it to him as well. So
it's very necessary. Very necessary.
Yes, because as much as I detest Trump, I cannot just imagine another 4 years of Biden.
One man now, you know me now. I'm equal to the task. I mean, I can handle both of them. So there is no doubt. So, but anyway.
All right, Isaac, let's hear from you, Isaac. So Isaac, with your permission, I'll bail out as you take the floor. Over to Thomas. Thank everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Rama. So, Thomas, are you there? Can I?
Yeah.
Thomas, let's have the music, please. The general.
Isaac, just let me. Isaac, just give me 30 seconds.
Thomas báwo.
Àlàáfíà ni ẹ kálẹ́ sà, ṣàlàáfíà ni.
Mo ní kí n kí ẹ náà ni.
Thank you,
Wàá
sir.
gbáyé.
Yeah.
Gbogbo ṣáà dúró ṣanṣan bó ṣe dúró ṣanṣan.
Bẹ́ẹ̀, yeah.
Dúró ṣanṣan lórí òtítọ́. Má gbàgbàkúgbà. Mo ní kí n kí ẹ ni.
Yeah. Ẹ ṣé, sir.
Ó dà
Yeah,
wọ̀.
thank you. Yeah. Thank you, sir. Yeah, go on, my brother.
Okay, I'm going to just say my own thing the way I normally say it. You see, this is actually the period I have been waiting for, including myself. I'm not going to exempt myself because I'm going to make noise, a lot of noise, when the government begins to fail. I'm going to shout, I'm going to, some of us remember that day, myself and Ekene, we were yelling on top of our voices, calling out the government on what they should do. The people are suffering. People are not getting it easy at all. So I've been waiting for this space where this noise will begin to die down. There was a time before this period we are in, before this time, it has always been noise every day. Even before you wake up the next day, you are afraid of the next noise you are going to begin to hear, the vibration and all that on social media, on the streets. Those of us that are not in Nigeria, where we are, I don't know about some other people, but where I am here, I have a lot of Nigerians with a lot of noise making. It's also going down right here where we are. So when the government begins to, we are not saying they should just do everything at the same time. At least pick one thing, do it, pick another thing, do it. And I want to also encourage those people who come to platform to come and talk. If you cannot talk reasonably, if you cannot bring peace, if you cannot say things that will actually challenge government to begin to do, pick out some certain things. I applaud Mr. President. It was a very short clip of him that one man shown to us. I don't know if he's a bit lengthy, but I think he just gave out a snap of that speech of the president himself. He spoke to Nigerians. And Nigerians, it's time for us to stop pretending as if we don't know what to do. I just thank God the way he stood boldly while he was making that speech, telling Nigerians to their faces, hold your governors responsible. A president telling you to hold your governors responsible. He knows what he's saying. He's not joking when he said it, that you should hold your governors responsible. Even now
Isaac,
that
can I interject a minute? Just a minute.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, if I understand where you're driving to, so just because of this landmark ruling, about the local government, which is a right thing, which I applaud, but it's a process that might take 5 to 6 years, and some of the things need to be changed, and some before they can arrive at this. So, are you telling us that because of this landmark ruling, it has diminished the predicament we are having in that country? Is that what you are trying to say? If I'm wrong, you let me know, because it seems like you are driving to, because he has come out and spoke once in a year. He's supposed to be speaking to us quite often, like the Kenya president does. Are you not telling us that he has conquered every bad policy this country has perpetuated to us? I mean, this government has perpetuated to us. Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, man of prestige. Maybe my own understanding might be my own understanding might be kind of archaic. I don't know the way I understand.
No, it's not. I'm not going to accuse you of that. It's your opinion.
Yeah, the way I thought I understood it, the way I thought, maybe someone else like Benny will come and maybe just throw a little light. I thought now that this,
Obeni is not a good example. Obeni cannot be a good example of people you can, make your
okay,
decision. I mean, that
okay,
is just me, but I'm just saying.
okay,
You
I
can
thought.
consult. You can consult Joel. He's a Google lawyer. He's the best example.
Ogbeni, I'm not going to go too. Yeah, I'm not going to go too far. I'm just going to drop it on this very point. Then I want you to just use maybe a minute of my time remaining to make me understand what I thought I understood. Now, this is what I thought. I thought the Supreme Court already gave verdict, already gave judgment on that this payment should be made. I'm going to use every of my layman understanding to say it. This payment should be made directly to the local government so that excuses we've been hearing, things doesn't go to the root, to the people from the local government, that it stops at the governor's seats. And there is this propaganda that the governors like Hopu Zodima is a Fulani governor. All this money you are saying about, they are just million. Federal government will give him, he takes some portion back to federal government. That's why it doesn't come to people, blah, blah, blah. Okay, now, Supreme Court has given that verdict. Federal government now, we shoot the money. That is what I thought. We shoot the money straight to the account or whatever, treasury of the local government, and then they will take that money and work for the people. That's what I thought. So Benny, I don't know, somebody coming to tell me that it's going to take another 7 years for the process. I don't really know. Thank you very much. I'm done.
It doesn't take any 7 years. You are right. I think
No. What I'm saying that some of the process has to be fine tuned for us to arrive what might be desirable to that country. That's my point. I mean, look, wait, are you telling me that everything is well and done right now? It's just going to be easy, right?
Sorry, Ogbeni, before you come in, I really want you to just put it, man of prestige. Sorry for that. You see, for my own, as a Nigerian, a patriotic one for that matter, I am sick and tired already for what is happening to my country. So all this is not possible. It's not possible. I don't need it. I don't need it at all. Even though I'm not there, fine, I have 1 or 2 people there. I don't really have so much people there because all of them, they've all jackback since. So we are all here. Then at least we still have 1 or 2 people. When I say 1 or 2 people, I mean real close family. Extended, they are large. They are there. I'm from a very large family. Extended, those ones, they are on their own. But the ones very close, we are very few there. So all these negative things, I really want it to come to
Isaac, my
so,
brother, you can't control what people said. I mean, there's no way. People are going to narrate how they feel, whether you like it or not. But it's something.
Man of prestige, look at what I did today. Do you know what I did today?
I don't know. You tell me.
I challenged somebody where we were sitting when he was yelling, Nigerians are dying, Nigerians are fainting. I had to go to YouTube and I put something there. I just tapped Nigerian markets. I started seeing documentary people, YouTubers go into the market, and I started studying, like looking at the people's faces, like looking at them. All I saw was those days when I was growing up. It's still the same thing. Like we go to market, I see some wheelbarrow people sitting on their wheelbarrow, waiting for the next woman that will call them and then take their load to their shops and get their money and get out of there. I was seeing all those things, all those activities, daily activities, people pricing tomatoes and then not able to buy, go to a better, a more suitable one for them to buy and all that. Somebody buys nail. I was seeing all of them, and all I concluded was that, oh, okay, I think the difference between my time at that time, because things were hard in my time. I knew when sometimes I go to the market with my mom, she will go to this shop, a shop, maybe price meat. It will be too expensive for her. You understand? I'll feel sorry for her. Why she will not go to the next table to look for a suitable one that she will take home for us to eat. This will, the difference I see between then and now was just that this time around, people want to get everything at once. People's is it greed or I don't know. People want to get everything. They don't want to pass through process. They want to get everything at once. That's what I see. Thank you very much.
Can I interject?
On that local
Can I
government
interject, please?
issue, on the local government issue where they said they are going to pay them now, start paying them. I thought it's going once that judgment is done.
Let me answer
The next
that.
the next payment, federal government should give them their money directly. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Can I answer
Obeni,
Yeah,
Obeni,
thank
please,
you.
before you go, Obeni, please, before you go, let me just make this, then you can take it from there. Mr. Isaac,
Yes, sir.
I don't know when you were born. God bless your
I'm
heart.
58 now. I'm 58 by November.
So probably it was in the 70s. It was the 70s. Okay.
69.
70s, 60.
I'm sorry,
60.
67.
Okay. 67. Okay.
I was
So
born during
then
the Biafra War.
the Biafra War. So let's just say, okay, the war went by and all that. Inflation wasn't what it was today. The dollar exchange rate wasn't what it was today. In fact, even our population wasn't what it was today. So I can understand, hardship is relative, to period. I mean, what you consider hardship might not be what I consider hardship in my own time. But you see, there's a bare minimum. There's a standard. There's a foundation for all of this. And which brings me to now. Yeah, you say you see the YouTubers. Yeah, they go in there with uh, their cameras.
Cameras.
Yeah, they go do videos and all that. It does not tell you the story, and it's not just like I am trying to go back and forth with you now. You see, if you want to know what is going on in Nigeria, you have to travel to Nigeria to see what is going on because most times, even the media does not tell us the actual truth. When I went to Nigeria in 2022 December, if I'm not mistaken, yes, I came back on this show and everybody was on me. I am a prophet of doom. I'm a prophet, and they all say, man, I was just crying. In fact, they even gave me a name then. That anytime I come in here, it's Nigerians are suffering. Nigerians are suffering. Until until some of them, like Thomas, started traveling after me. When Thomas came back, Thomas was like, Labroso, nah, wow. I said, what did happen, Thomas? What did happen? I said, Thomas, what did happen for him, Thomas was like, Labros, man, wow. Man, people are hungry. Oh. The collateral went, and I think after that, most of us have gone to Nigeria, and we've seen the reality. So sometimes we don't see or feel the pulse of the people via social media, because it depends on what your objectives are. If you're going to tell a story about how beautiful Nigerian markets are, you're not going to go there to show people that are hungry, because you just want to paint a glowing picture. But when you want to know how Nigeria actually fare, the average Nigerian, you just have to travel to Nigeria to see that. Thank you very much.
Oh yeah, thank you, Joe. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, if is only a fool or you are just a nonsense person that will say everything is right about us. It's no, things are not right, but hopefully we are a praying country. I don't know. Maybe God has
You know, Thomas. You
turned
remember?
his deaf eyes yes on us.
Thomas.
Yeah, yeah,
Thomas. You remember when I traveled, right? The dollar was
yeah. I
still
remember. Yeah.
around 480, right? So people were really begging. So when Tinubu came in, everybody, I think it was around June, July of last year, everyone was like, man, has anybody been begging you for money? Then everyone was like, man, I get that every day. Everyone was like, yeah, like it was a chorus. Like, it changed. It really, really changed from 2022 when I went to about June, July last year when
Joel,
the
I
cost
have
was so
couple of I have couple of people that is begging me for Marwa. So if you have some change, maybe I will give you their contact. You can help me help them. No. I'm regretting I give some people my number. Now I'm facing real. It's too much, and I understand the situation of the country. If you know, when people beg for things, I found it that maybe that person has reached the peak. I mean, it has turned to the wall because, well, to beg for me is very difficult. It's not because I'm okay now. Even when
yeah.
when I'm back in Nigeria, I live as the average person in Nigeria. I'm not rich, I'm not poor. But to beg for things, because if
But
you turn me down, I feel embarrassed.
Feel embarrassed, yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
let me
Maybe
ask
you
something,
are in my
Thomas.
category. Yeah.
Thomas, why not block them? Why not block the people if you don't want to have a contact with?
Somebody that you
I mean,
can't block.
you can't help
No.
everybody now. You can't
Prestige.
help everybody,
No,
Thomas.
prestige. It's not, there are some people you can't block. You know,
True,
like a
true,
close family friend, family. You can't block them.
true.
You can't
Sorry,
block
I would
them.
like for Benny to tell me when that something will take effect, the payment, if he knows.
It's very simple. I know now. So
Supposed to
can
know.
everybody hear
You're
me?
just going to speculate. What are you talking about? How are you supposed to know?
So I
Are you
know
go-
because I have a copy of the judgment now. I've told you I'm a practicing lawyer.
No, no,
I
no, no,
don't.
no. I think what Isaac was talking. When is it actually the process is going to actually be working
It's
properly the
there
way we see
now.
it?
It's there.
Man of person, let Obeni deliver because me,
If you
Okay.
I don't really know when it's going to take effect. So let's just hear from him. Let's just
if you
wait
go
from
and read the lead judgment of Justice Emmanuel Hagin, that is the man that delivered the lead judgment. And what he says is he mandated the federal government to begin immediate and direct payment of local government funds to the latter's exclusive to the local government's accounts. Immediate and direct payment. That's what that judgment states. So whatever interpretation Nigerians want to give to the meaning of begin immediate and direct payment, I don't know. So for one man president is suggesting 7 years. I don't know how he's reading 7 years into that judgment. That's what the judgment simply says. Direct the
so
federal government dates.
Obeni, to answer the question, so you added to what you were saying, right? So right now, right, if you don't have a local government in your state, right, who
Every state
determines
has local
when
government now.
no, not every state. I mean, I'm talking like a local government chairman.
Okay, yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So, not
Yeah.
many states have not conducted like a local government election, so they don't have chairman, right? So, what I want to know is this, right? Are they going to just post the money and maybe the secretary, right, might take over the disbursement, or they're going to remit that money to elected officials? And
So
if you do not have one, will the federal government have the right to withhold the money until you organize one? Because that would be like
Joel,
a
don't you
catalyst.
think? Don't you think this will be at the advantage of the people? Why do I say that? Now the governor would be compelled. What did I say? Compelled to run a local government election
Yeah, but
in their state.
but my point is this, Thomas. My point is this,
Yeah.
right? Will they still send them the money if they don't have local government elections, or will the federal government withhold the money
the
until they
judgment,
conduct one?
The judgment covers it now, and that's why I employ everybody to go and get a copy of that judgment.
Thank you. Thank
The
you.
judgment is detailed. The judgment says if there is any local government in Nigeria that is not democratically, that's you don't have democratically elected executive. Don't forget, sometimes when those governors come, sometimes they sack only the chairman. You still have all your councillors intact in some instances. They don't sack the whole executive in some instances. And they said, so if you don't have executive, the democratically elected executives, the federal government, and not even federal government, is FAC. Don't forget, it's Federal Account Allocation Committee.
Exactly, I know.
So FAC can withhold it until they have democratically elected executive. Now, what's my interpretation of that? This is my interpretation of that. If there is, for instance, let's say there is a vacancy in the office of the chairman of, let's say by death or by election or by something, there is vacancy. Everybody knows that every local government, you have the PAMSEC. The PAMSEC usually in those days used to be the highest ranking civil servant in that place. And they step into the shoes of chairman, or that's if you don't have your vice chairman on ground, the democratically elected one. They step in the shoe until they conduct election. Until when our governors during Yar'Adua started appointing sole administrator, which was the relics of the military government, and they started as appointing rubbish into that space. So for me, and that's why I say
they call it caretaker.
Caretaker. All those caretaker, they start appointing. So for me, as far as I'm concerned, if a governor now look at Soludo. Soludo has reacted to this. Soludo said, in view of that judgment, he's going to hasten up and conduct election to his local government. That was what Soludo said yesterday. He heard the decision and said, in view of this, he's going to hasten up and conduct election.
When they did Soludo, those ones they did not want local government. Look, see, leave all this governor. This judgment is a landmark judgment.
Yeah, it is.
And I love this judgment because, you see, I have been calling for the local government to
I just want to confirm, is this Supreme Court or Appeal Court?
No, it's Supreme Court.
Supreme Court.
So that is the final. There is nowhere to go anymore.
Appeal Court.
Because Obeni, I remember those days.
No. Joel, let's confirm. Is it Supreme Court or Appeal Court?
It's Supreme Court.
They say it's Supreme Court. Yeah, somebody said it's Appeal.
No, it's Supreme Court.
No, it's Supreme. It's Supreme Court. You understand what I'm saying, Obeni? I remember those days, right? When we were little, right? You have all those argon. I say not argon, MAPSA.
Yes, not gay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yes,
they were activities.
They were very active.
Yes, in the local government area, march past, all those stuff. They were active. They were doing stuff. So
they were
the local government
building maternity center. They were building in my government. See,
there are roads. You wouldn't expect the state government to tie. The local governments were tying those roads because they are local, so they know what they want. So those roads were being tied. So, but after they started playing with the local government, all these things started disappearing. They started getting dilapidated.
Joel, let me give you an instance of my own local government. In Ado local government, if anybody from Ekiti, particularly from Ado, would relate to this one I'm talking about. The immediate past deputy governor who just died, I think a few months ago or so, late Shibisegbeyemi in my state, was the chairman of that local government under, I think it was Abacha time or so. Do you know that when they created our state in 1996, the temporary sites that the state used to kick off were the infrastructures laid down by local government chairman, local government of Ado was the governor's house, which they stayed till like maybe 3 years ago or 4 years ago that they just built a new one, was local government chairman house that he built. The CJ, where Chief Justice, the first Chief Justice of Ekiti, where he resides, It was for the chief magistrate of that state and built by local government. The stadium that Ado is very proud of today, that they now translated the name to State Stadium. We used to be Ado Ekiti Local Government Stadium. The library that it is now State Library used to be Ado Ekiti Local Government Library. It's still the State Library to date. So you could imagine the kind of infrastructure those guys put in place under military.
Yeah, under military. And I did under military. Under military.
Under military.
Even water board. All those water board. You know, those days we used to have water board. Like water is not right.
And they used to have agric. There's a place we call agric. It's a farm settlement. Whenever the corn for the local government came out back then, it used to be very cheap. People go there to go and buy corn, buy mango, buy.
Exactly.
You know, but we can't find them again. Obasanjo came and everything just bra. We can't just find anything again. Local government now, they just refuse them.
Hold on. Let me ask you Benny something. Okay, I hear what you're saying, what your jury said, but I'm a little bit confused because if my memory serves me right, we are giving Tinubu credit for for this landmark ruling, which I did too. But I'm very much concerned because if you look at Tinubu antecedent, he was the genesis of this local government destabilization, and the other people emulate the other state emulated him. I mean, there's no doubt he was a racketeering governor when he was in charge. He pretty much destroyed the local government. Like I said, he hijacked the local government. So how do we expect him to fulfill this? Is it hold on? Is it just a facade for electoral purpose?
Man of stressing, that's not true. Let's go back.
Let me answer him. Let me answer him because I lived under Tinubu under that period. Okay, see, Tinubu never closed down any local government. Instead, he increased the number. I will give him that credit. Now, but then that was when he started having problems with Obasanjo. Because you see, my thing is this, Obeni, because one other area I wanted to ask you is this now. Does it mean that if I go to my state and create another local government, that the amount of money that is coming to my state will increase? Because that's another thing. Because we have some states in Nigeria that have redundant local governments, right? All they just do is the money coming and they share. I mean, that is things that we can rectify going down the road. But my own thing is just this. Can I now go in and now increase local government in my state so I can get more funds?
No, you can't.
I don't think you understand me. So that's the thing. So if it is 774, we know it is 774. That's it. Now, if you want to create anything in your state, now you do it the way Tinubu did it in his own time. He did LCDA, local government, local council
development.
Yeah, so that was something like that. Just to increase, because then OBJ wouldn't allow him to increase the number of local government in the state. So stuff like that. So
Joy, please let me just add a little. Man of prestige. Sorry, I was the one who maybe you are trying to say maybe I'm giving Tinubu credit. No, I'm not giving him credit. He has not started at all. I'm only saying that thing he did is very good for Nigerians. I'm not giving him credit. He has not started at all. He should do things that we expect him to do. So many people took him as their choice. You understand? Above every other one, myself included. I won't lie to you. Though three of them, Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu, were not the people that I wanted, but all the same, since I saw that three of them, they are the ones dragging for that seat, I just say, okay, let me just look. And the one that is more experienced, not the one that is better, not the one that is more kind, though. The most kind person there is Obi.
Let me
say,
shouldn't we be celebrating this judgment? This is a landmark judgment.
I wanted to land somewhere. Yeah, I want to land somewhere. The most sympathetic man Among the three of them is Obi. The most experienced one among them is Tinubu. I know that he is more experienced than the three of them, even though he's old and all that. He just did something now. They gave judgment. They said so many presidents wouldn't have taken it to that is people really understand government. I learn every day. My own is to learn. My own is to just I have nothing. I can't contribute anything to Nigeria apart from my immediate family. That's the truth. Or maybe I'm a very good giver. Fine. Even where I am right here, I don't want to use my eye to see anybody that lacks. Like you are around me, you don't have something. No, it touches me. So I can't. I'm not that rich. I can't begin to just throw money to Nigeria and say all of you take. I'm not like Dangote and all that. But I still want Nigerians to feel that something in that their country. So I'm not a man of prestige. I'm not praising him. He should do better. He should do more. There are a lot of things. There are a lot of things that will make that country to become what we are praying for, what Ekene is praying for, what Pansat is praying for. I want Pansat to start singing a different music. You know, when government start doing things, that when they start doing things, that even they say ikwa bugbewa me arao odere. When you give a blind man something to drink and you pour a lot of dirt inside that liquid, even if it's water, a lot of dirty inside that water, the blind man will see it because you pour a lot of it. So please, if the government can begin to, handle things one after the other like this, anyone that comes in, and then I now see people like Pansat changing their music. My brother, I will be so happy. I will be so happy with myself. So I'm not praising Tinubu. Thank you very much.
Isaac, I'm not castigating you, okay? Don't misunderstand me. I always love when you come in this platform. Believe me, okay? I'm not castigating. You have a right to vote for whomever you want and be proud of it. Believe me, I cherish that. I like people who are very, honest to themselves. And when they come to the platform, they still maintain this. And having said that, this is to Thomas. This is why I love Thomas so much. He is a Yoruba centrist. There's no doubt about it. And there's nothing wrong with that. He said, Miloko, I'm going to vote for Yoruba man. And, that's who I vote for. I love me. I see, I like people who are very honorable. I consider Thomas to be in that pedigree. So, I love it. If you want to vote for Yoruba or someone and you say, Obi is my messiah, power to you. But, I love that about you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, is still Ogben still there? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm here.
Ogbeni, yeah, sorry. No, I'm not a lawyer. You should educate us. When you are taking case to court, there will be a plaintiff and there will be a defendant. So this case we are talking about, who is the Talala Tako? You understand what I mean? I don't know how to put it
Yeah,
in
so
English.
it was the federal government against all the 36 state governors or
Ah,
governments. Yes, now.
really?
Yes, now. Against
Are
all
you
the
sure?
36 state government. Yeah,
The governors are vexing, man. They are vexing.
Oh
Like
my, oh
seriously.
my
Even
God.
Adamawa government and sued the federal government on this
it's
issue.
a,
That's the latest.
it's a major fiat for it takes
So
somebody
state
very it
governor
takes a
against the
bold
federal government.
it takes a bold president to put this out. I'm telling you.
Oh my God.
No, it is good, Ogbonna Thomas and on Joel. Okay, kudos to him. I'm not in any way trying to diminish this achievement. It's an achievement, okay, But what I'm saying, don't expect everybody, the people with partisan politics, they may talk about it. They don't want to mention his name. That they still be talk about it. That Tiku doesn't want to mention his name. That is a typical, partisan politics. But we ordinary people, we have to say it how it is. Forget about the politician, if they don't praise it.
Man of prestige, Nigeria should be, when they woke up this morning, they should be trooping to the streets
I
and
don't I
drumming
don't know about
and
I don't know about that. Like I said, it's a process. I think when he's trying to come in and tell us exactly what the Supreme Court verdict was. But the area I was talking about when I said it has to be fine tuned for we to realize, there's different process. It has to go. I'm not saying the law is not effective. I think I read briefly about that. You are definitely right. But something has to be fine-tuned that the disbursements of the federal allocation, how it has to get through, not through the governor and some other things. It's still, in the Nigerian space, if it is where you are now, Thomas, it's going to be an immediate effect. The process, is not going to take anything
My
when it's supposed.
brother, it will
Yeah.
be like immediate alacrity.
Right. But I'm talking
Immediate.
about the process. You and I know about Nigeria's situation. It's not even the president, he has done well in that regard. So that's my opinion. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And Thomas,
Yeah.
another angle, Obeni, another angle many people are not looking at it from is, the power balance. The power balance has now shifted from the governors. You understand? Now, if you're going to do an election, that depends on who you want to go to. You want to go to the governor, or you want to go to the local
Ndume,
government?
you came out with this narrative. I think Kulata tweeted that yesterday. It's about the dynamic change in the power when it comes to presidents and such. You are going with that narrative too.
Yes. That the first thing I thought about, because I've been following politics for some time, right? Those days, they used to be more politics at grassroots level, right? At the local government level. So after the local governments were played on, we started having the governor. So now they determined, what happens, between the presidency and whatever elections we're going to have. But right now, with the local government, the power balance is off. Now, the local governments now are in play. For anyone that wants to go into the presidency, you don't necessarily have to talk to the governor. If you have local government chairmen that are loyal to you, you can pull a shoestring. So that's another aspect that Obeni, I would love you to talk about. Thank you. Is anyone there?
I'm here. I don't know if when he's still there, he's supposed to have been lecturing us on that particular area. But if we not, maybe Thomas can.
Obeni, are you still there? Maybe when he went to sleep.
Okay, I don't know how many people on the platform, even Thomas, but Joel, can you hear me, Joel?
I can hear you.
Okay, well, let's talk about something else until they come in.
Yeah. So you see, I'm not a fan of Tinubu per se, but as things goes, whenever there's something done and was done right, it is imperative that I give him his
Okay. Let me come in. I guess I've been watching some international
I'm
space.
here.
Like you properly said, you accused me of the other day of don't have a job. That's why I'm always on every internet. I work from home, so yeah, you're in the medical field.
No,
You have to
I
go.
was joking. I was joking.
I know, but you have to go in, so I have time to play around with all platforms. You say when you back, let's leave. When if you are there, I give you.
I'm here.
I'm directing this thing to you. Please go ahead. I
Yeah,
listen.
when we're waiting for you, we don't know where you go.
Sorry, I go toilet. So,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
what's the question, please?
We was
So the
talking about
question,
the process. I made an illustration that it's going to take 5 to 7 years, but I was
No,
really
no,
talking about the process. But go ahead.
no. It's not going to take that because the Supreme Court ordered them to do that immediately. So what I think the federal government needs to do now is they need to strategize on what they need to first get a list of how many numbers of local government do we have democratically elected executive as of today. How many are those ones we don't have? Now, those ones that we don't have, what is the situation of things? Is it only about Sharma?
What about other councillors and others? And then it's within the discretion of the federal government to decide whether for now they will give governors ultimatum. All governors that don't have democratic elected executive at local government level, give them ultimatum and say conduct election by so time. Then we'll continue sending this money to those local governments. But if you don't conduct at so time, we'll start complying with the Supreme Court by holding the money. And that's what I'm thinking in my head. But what the judgment says is that start it immediately. And that's why I said my own advice is, first, by now CBN should have sent circular to all commercial banks in Nigeria and say, look, there's a judgment of Supreme Court. I don't want to see any jack account or whatever you maintaining for any state government as customer. Close them down or you face penalty for now. Let's phase that out. If we phase that out, then write all local government authority and say, look, submit your authorized accounts. Maybe chairman, vice chairman, secretary, and PAMSEC, they will know the way they open accounts, and then furnish FAC, FAAC with it within so time, so that we can start processing your money. In the next 1, 2, 3 months, they should be able to put that through and start doing this. I don't think, for me, I think what we need now is keep even the celebration thing. I believe is the awareness, and that's why I agree with what Chief Femi Falana said today, or was it yesterday? That, see, it is time to raise Nigerians' awareness. It is time to raise our awareness towards the local government areas in our state. Everybody now should be conscious of what exactly is being allocated to your local government. Hold your local government responsible and accountable. We shouldn't leave them the way we left our governors for so many years. You could imagine there was one fake they did, and Tinubu was begging Kwara State governor that I have paid you, go and pay your workers now. I have paid you. What kind of country do we run? That the president will now be begging governor and say, I have given you money, now go and give you up. You know, and it is only because we people, Nigerians, don't hold all these governors accountable. And another thing I've seen again, which I said today, is that the federal government also, as you're allocating this money, make it public. Don't go and drop it inside Ministry of Finance website. Nobody's go there. People don't go there to read. But like this Gen Z, this new generation, don't read. In fact, one little obstacle you put along their way, they just drop it and better stay with Twitter and Facebook and others. They don't go and read. There's no reading culture anywhere. So the generation, the millennium and the generation that do read, they are not the agile one that are on street and on the social media like that. So put it out there. If you are allocating $2 billion to, let me see it on newspaper, so that no shaman will be talking rubbish. I can say, look, so far in your office for 1 year, you have collected XYZ billion. Show us budget.
Benny, if no, we are not really ready to develop our people, can you imagine Sheyi Makinde tying the road in my street in Okeo? Look at the distance from Ibadan, which is the seat of power, to my hometown in Okeo. So there will not be development anywhere if your local governments are not working. I remember my street in Challenge is the local government that tied the street then back there in Felele. Local government. State cannot reach everybody.
General Thomas, do you know why? I don't know where that policy or that structure came from. I don't know whether it has been there. Those people that hold down the platform would know. I don't know. You see, the issue is when you have a road they call federal, state, and then local government road, there will be trouble. Because why I said there is trouble is because, first and foremost, there is no road called federal that is not within a state. It must be within one state.
It must be a state. You're right.
There is nothing like in between Kogi and Ekiti. There is no space. Immediately you leave Goli, you enter Ekiti. There is nothing like this is space for federal.
You're right.
You tell it federal road. So sometimes you see them. See Aregbe now. How did Aregbe Shola crash Osun economy? He started doing federal projects everywhere. started painting, started doing federal project. Almost everywhere was doing federal project instead of him to face state project.
But I think they are getting reimbursement. Am I right?
Not on all projects. For instance, Wike, most of the federal government Wike did in Port Harcourt, what he told them is, look, we are the one using all these things. If the federal government refused to come to our aid and we are abandoning it, our people will suffer. And he started
But they will give them go ahead first before laying your hands on
go ahead. Like all those high courts, all those doctors' quarters, all those federal infrastructure that he did in Rivers. He didn't wait for federal, but they have money anyway, unlike Oshun, that crashed after doing federal government projects. So that's the issue. When you have like that road you're talking about in your locality now, maybe state road. So when they call it state road, you now wonder there is no state road that is not within a particular local government.
Local government, you are right. It's the same what you said earlier on implies to local government and state as well. Yeah.
The only one you won't find is there is no local government road that will be in another local government. It's not possible.
If I look good, we not go and jump to
Obeni, we know, in the grading of roads in Nigeria, there are trunks, right? So I know there are trunks. There are busy trunks that without letting you know, you will know that this is a local government road. And I say a state government road. I think the local government, like I was saying, like there are some, roads that are inside of the villages, right? That are important to the village, maybe between 2 or 3 villages. Well, I used to see those roads those days. They would just star those roads. Those are the major things. Ordinarily, the state government would not see any need for that. But being that it is within the local government and the person is within that locality, they will be able to do more, going more into the grassroots. I think it is closer to the people. The people should be able to, organize themselves. I don't know how else. I don't know, because what you were saying about, publishing the amount of amount that goes to local government.
Joel, sorry for cutting you. Yeah, land it here.
Let me just land, right? Obeni was talking about, money that goes to the local government and how people will be aware of the amount of money that comes to the local government. I don't know how we're going to do it, because that's the government that is closest to the people. It will be hard for people in a state to galvanize themselves and protest against the government. Why? Because probably if the government is from another senatorial district or from another village, it depends. Okay, is Ikwere, because all these things we are talking about, all this tribalism and all that, it still goes down to, the little communities that we have. So if you say, for instance, you're from Ikwere in Rivers State, and people are from, and you're the governor from Ikwere, then someone from the waterside is saying they're going to protest. People from Ikwere will be like, oh, you want to protest? But no. If it's a local government, most times, most people under that local government are like homogeneous. They know themselves. So if they know that that money is not coming in, they can galvanize themselves and protest at that level. That is the beauty of this particular law, the judgment that was given. But Obeni, I wanted to ask you one question. And that question has to do with the selection of local government, what they call it, like the state local election chairman, right? So that we don't have this, we don't have this issue that we have now, where if the governor is PDP, every state governor will be PDP. So I don't know if you have any idea on that.
I have an idea. That's another area that federal government still have to look at. But there's going to be dilemma in that area, and people will kick back. So as it stands now, it is SIEC that conduct election to local government. SIEC is the State Independent Electoral Commission. So they are pretty much controlled by the state governments. When I say control, They are meant to be independent. Don't forget, just like INEC, they are meant to be independent, but states, governors appoints, right, through the House of Assembly, but they work with INEC. Then the state governor determine the date available for conduct of election, and so the state government has this a kind of some level of control over that SEC. Not control, let me say influence over that SEC. So, and that is why over time you see when the new government comes in the state level, they sack the whatever chairman they met there, put their own people there. If they have to conduct an election at all, they will now conduct election at their own convenient time when they know their people will win the election or they rig for their home party to sweep the entire thing. But let me tell you, what I think will start changing now is this. One, local government money is no longer in the hands of the governors. Everybody knows that it will be going straight to the local government. More people will have interest. Okay, more people will have interest. There will be more desperation from other political parties, particularly all these small political parties that have been struggling over time. They will now see a reason why they should also be vying for local government positions. So it's not going to be business as usual. The governors will still have their influence and everything, depending when National Assembly will think about it. Because if you say you remove it and put it in the hand of INEC, INEC is overwhelmed already. Let's say
Exactly.
that.
It's true. It's true.
INEC has too much in their hands to deal with. Till date, Nigerian INEC has not even done, there's not even concluded post-mortem. I don't know if they have not concluded now. What they call that, their post-mortem something of the 2023 election. I've not seen the report, except they are published it. I don't know. Because they are supposed to do what they call post-surgery or something like that to determine what went wrong, what to change, and then
I think they did. They did.
they've done. Okay.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, and very soon now they will start having all this off-season election. Then before you know it, they are preparing 2027. So I don't think 774 local government elections should be put in the hand of INEC. Chaos.
Thank you very much, Ogbeni. Ogbeni, thank you very much.
And then
Sorry.
that president one now will now start influencing things and putting his own people in all those governments in Nigeria. That I don't think that should be the way out. So I don't know the way National Assembly is still going to do it in such a way that they will reduce the influence of the state governor also more on how they conduct elections to local government. But with the financial strength taking off from state governor, more political party will have interest in that seat, and it will be more.
No, definitely.
Thank you, Ogbeni. Sorry.
And Obeni, let me ask this one last question. Obeni, so what it means is that the amount of money that goes to the state government will reduce.
Obviously. So what is going to reduce is that part that they've been collecting on behalf of the local government.
Okay, makes sense.
They will still be collecting the allocation, but that local government own, that part they're not going to have any, is not going to go to them again.
Makes sense.
They can't complain because it's not their own. Right from the time, it hasn't been their own. Even Sarah, I think Sarah 2 days ago, they recall some governors to come and account for the local government money that they have collected for the past 1 decade or so. I think Wiki was one of
Ogbeni,
that's what Sarah
that will not be possible. Never. It's this government. Come on.
Thomas, can I just make a remark?
Yes.
This is to Obeni. Thank you for your submission. Regardless of what I said on the chat, but the chat is a different angle. But I always like your submission when it comes to legal aspect of it. How you how you deliberate on that. It seems to be concise of even at all. Some of the things you say, or maybe a little bit has doubt. Not from me. I'm talking about political wise, but you are very brilliant in that form. But when it comes to other ones, strictly my opinion, you can be very, very. I use the word very twice. You can be very, very sentimental. So that's my point. Thank you again.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. And now
I think the local government will be competitive now. If I get that English correct, more people will like to contest,
Yes.
and I think the power will be what I would like in local government, like a different political party. It's not that you can imagine they did the election in Lagos State. APC won all the seats. I don't want to see that kind of thing. What do you think? Like Labour Party, COA, all the parties should
They
share the
should
local
that.
government.
God bless you. God bless you.
Yeah.
Imagine a place like Lagos now. Let's say out of their 26 or 28 local government in Lagos, let's say Labour has about 8.
Yeah.
Showore now clear about 5.
5. COA party clear about 1. It will be competitive. Everybody will watch.
It will be. So that if Alimosho wants to do something that cut across, you have to go and sit on board, and then you have to. It's not business. It won't be business as usual. That's the way I see it. Then why can't maybe a place in my state, you can my own local government now can decide to go to a local government in another state to go and, for instance, all those Lagos State local government that have excess money in their hands, you can go to a neighboring state like Ogun where they have local government, go and get land there to farm and bring the produce to Lagos. So there are collaborations.
Agbani.
Yeah.
Please, I have one question for you.
Who is talking?
It's Oroyo. I just came in because of the question. Don't you think there's going to be problem because, like, most of these state governors, they borrowed a lot of money, and which those loans need to be serviced.
Yes.
So, because I'm thinking there's going to be problem for them.
Well, that's the fact, though. That's the fact, though. That's a
before Benny will answer, so the one I will know about that is that the question you just asked, that don't you think there will be problem for the state governors because they already borrowed a lot of money, they have to service the loan and all that? I not go give you easy to talk pass bring am. Because I will answer the question, sorry. When they give the money to the governors, the way it has been, now he will go and put his man in the local government. His man that is there, the money is supposed to go and give to those local government to develop that place. The governor will not give it to the local government. Then the man that he put there that is supposed to fight for the people in that local government will keep quiet, because the governor we paint his mouth with a small dodo because the money is in his pocket. Now that the money is coming straight to the local government, the governor saying bring the money to me, that one will be a bit difficult. So to answer that question, it will make the governor. It will make the governors to sit tighter. Now they will not know that it is time for business. It's reality now. So breeze blow, fire nyash one open. Now we want to begin enter now. Thank you.
So yes, I agree with the last speaker, and I want to also add that. So if that happens now, then don't forget that there is no money there's no money any governor or any state government in Nigeria can borrow without involving Department of Debt. What's it? There's a department in Abuja, I think GBM or something like that, of Debt Management also. So they always get the consent of federal government to borrow it, and they always have the federal government always serve as maybe collateral or something like that to borrow from them. So I don't see them running into trouble because it's not their allocation. They use as collateral in most cases. So in most cases, when they borrow like that, when you see Nigeria and they say this is Nigerian debt profile, it's not about federal government alone. I hope you know. It also includes the money borrowed by all those state governors too, that they use federal government as their main, what I can call, guarantor.
Like a buffer.
Yes. That's how they get them, because they are not a sovereign state. They are existing within another state. So they can't really negotiate outside there without involving federal government to as a face for them. So if anybody is going to repay their money, even if they run bankrupt, it's the federal government that must pay. But that's the person that shield for them. So if they run to any trouble, federal government will still come and aid them and help them out. But the fact that you see the beauty of this particular judgment, if we're going to implement it, lies, or the work in it lies in the hands of Nigerians. That's my understanding of this thing. The Attorney General has done his own. The best he can do is to get judgment and then start sending money straight to those guys. The Nigerians should be the one to hold these guys accountable now and say, look at borehole here. I don't even for my own local government now. I don't see any reason why by next month now, all the clubs and all those associations in my local government should start mandating chairman to start doing town hall meeting with people. Maybe once per month, do town hall meeting. Let everybody come out with ideas. Let everybody meet you and question you. What are your programs? Do you know that all these local government is not only chairman, though? You know, everybody is facing chairman now. They have councillors. People don't really even have interest in those councillors. How many people even know who is their councillor now? I'm not even sure I know my councillor ever since my own nephew.
Sorry, do anybody know, maybe on the chat, or how many states have a legit local government chairman now out of 36? That means people voted for them.
I'm not
I know
sure
Lagos had one.
I'm not sure there are many.
They're not many. They're not many.
I mean, I can tell you categorical, as you and I speaking right now, there's one I definitely know. River State. With the
Lagos too. I think Lagos too
Rivers
has
doesn't have. Rivers doesn't now. They've sacked those guys.
Right. So, but speaking about that, it's part of the political narrative we are painting. But I just want people's opinion because of what has been what has been transpiring in Kenya. You know, I'm not saying it's gonna be. I want it to be a panacea in that regard. It's a revolution, to them, but which is a peaceful revolution. Because earlier today, I was in one man offshore, this platform with a Kenya person, the famous Kenya person, which is a journalist, Kaiser, was narrating about the situation in Kenya, and he seemed to be in favor of the government, and so he brought another lady. That lady came to the platform to say everything that he said is objective. There's no subjective in her word, but we push her back. That you are being subjective. You're not. I mean, you're not being objective. So that's one thing. Because what's happening in Kenya right now, we all know, a lot of us know, the president has conceded to about two of their demand, definitely. But they are still asking for more. And the last one they're asking for, that's the definite one they want. They're asking for Ruto must go, but they know that's not possible because he was duly elected. So they're asking for you all know that he disbanded, or I mean all his cabinet, and the tax bill has been withdrawn and all that kind of. But the one they are really asking is about immunity clause that was embedded into their constitution. So if we can get that a little bit watered down to a certain degree, maybe that would be useful to that country. So from your point of view, I'm sorry, I'm kind of sleepy right now. That's why my mind is wobbling. So, but after this, I'm probably going to leave. So, Benny, can you tell us? Yeah, can you tell us about that? This question is directed to you.
You see this Kenya thing, I'm skeptical about Kenya thing. I don't know, maybe kind of person I am. I'm not a fan of this Gen Z thing. I'm not really, and the reason is this: do Gen Z really know what they want? Secondly, how deep are they in terms of understanding the economies of things? Now, why am I saying this? I engage many Gen Z on a daily basis. I have all of them I work with a lot. First thing I realize about them is they have these rush thing that you find among them. I'm not castigating Gen Z really seriously, but when you place them side by side with the millennial, the striking difference you find is The millennials are better deep thinkers than the Gen Z. The Gen Z has the rush, Ndume thing. Brrr, they act first and they start thinking. Now, when you have them leading a movement, this sensation of okay, Ruto must go. You want to, don't you look at Libya? Libya started, Gaddafi must go. Look at what the country is today. Look at every country that have chased their leaders away unconstitutionally and pick from their experience. But if you ask them, how many of them can even talk about Gaddafi than that? America killed Gaddafi. If you ask them how, there's hardly, probably few, they start dropping in numbers that understand that space. If you ask further question, you have more people, more population dropping. They don't understand, they don't read much like that. So you now start asking, okay, what exactly do regions? Let me give an example of what I'm talking about now in this Kenya. Okay, Ruto came in, they all hail Ruto. They were the same set of people that voted Ruto into government. They hailed him, they told us he was the best. Uhuru Kenyatta didn't want him. They kicked Uhuru Kenyatta. In his early days, it was against Uhuru Kenyatta. In fact, he sent police to his house. They smoked the guy out one late night like that. All these Gen Z were hailing. And all of a sudden, he became their enemy. You now start wondering where. Because at a point in time, I was speaking against the West. Everybody knew that anywhere you find Ruto, you must either talk against the Western media, you will find a way to just impress the Gen Z, impress everybody. Oh, they were hailing him on. Oh, he's taking on the Western world, is this and that. But all of a sudden, the same Gen Z started running against him. And so you first want to ask, okay, what's the problem? Is it the West that is instigating these guys against him? Or what exactly is the problem? Now, initially, all those laws and stars and everything that the guy was bringing out, what was his justification for it? The past government, before he got there, had already amassed a lot of debts. The country's debt profile was very high as at the time he got there. Just like the Tinubu and others too. Very high debt profile. So they started looking inward.
Before you finish, now you're talking about debt, debt that we've been borrowing money from IMF. But if
Yeah.
you look at the data as of today, you and I is talking,
Yeah.
Nigeria is even in the ninth place in Africa. So it's not anything close to, because I was looking at the debt servicing amount, in reference to the IMF, paying back. Egypt is number one. That's almost about 11 billion.
Debt, right?
Right,
Debt.
we're talking about that. And Nigeria is like about number 9. I
That's
think
we are better.
I saw too. Even Ghana is more than us. So it's not
Are we
about the
better?
money. Huh?
You are saying we are better?
Oh yeah, we are number 9. Right. Another one show we are number 6. Right, So yeah, we are better in terms of borrowing money, but it's what is it yielding result? Is it going to the right place where the money is supposed to? I
That
don't
is
even
it.
even IMF give them direction, to do
You
this or
just
that. Go ahead.
you just hit the nail in the right place. Is it going to the proper place that it's supposed to go to? Do you know how many trillion that we have borrowed into this system? Where is the evidence of the money you have borrowed? Where is it in the country? That's the question we ask ourselves. But let's go back to Kenya. So the example of Kenya I'm giving is this. Okay, this man has run the country into serious debt before this man got there. Okay, and this man felt like, well, wrong decision. As far as I'm concerned, probably would have looked elsewhere and look inward, make decision to say, look, this Gen Z that has been praising me, everybody has been praising me. I need to impress you. I need to do something. I need to build infrastructure. I need to impress my people. I need to solve problems. But I won't do this thing with water. I will do it with money. I need money. And the man looking what and felt like, look, there's no way we won't raise tax. Everybody knows that, particularly in the capitalist state. When there is things like that, one of the things they do, I'm not an economist, but I know what of they do, they raise tax. They do that in the UK too, they raise tax in order to mop money from the system, in order to enable them to use that to work. And it's okay, let's raise tax. Possibly the National Assembly and himself, they now went to areas where they shouldn't touch at all. Areas that touch more of commoners rather than the bourgeoisies and the rich men in society. If you raise tax and you don't touch the necessities, the necessary goods and services to the people, Probably you are touching the rich one, all those ones that drive luxurious cars around. If you have more than one car, you'll be paying XYZ. Like that car thing now, they said on a yearly basis, they should be coming to renew their car and pay. That's too much. And they said they'll be paying, I think, 10% of the value of the car to government every year. That's too harsh. But if you are saying luxury car, let's say you are saying, you know, it's the rich ones that drive a luxury car. If you are saying luxury car of maybe 3 years old to date, if you are driving it, you'll be paying so percentage, fine. Or you are saying, okay, if you have a second car, then you'll be paying XYZ, maybe. All right. So for me, instead of killing the entire finance act, what I think the Gen Z, if they are actually deep thinker, should do is, okay, you are sitting with the president to pick out the ones that, and then give him the alternative and say, look, what we want is that all these luxurious cars that your cabinet and all these people are, that's where you should tax, because we really need money in the country. Yes, tax them. But now they've thrown away the water and the baby, and the man is playing on. So you cancel you cancel the entire legislation now. Just the same way we were supposed to have amendment in 2003, because third term agenda was in that constitutional amendment that had other provisions that were fantastic. But because of third term agenda, we threw out the whole constitutional amendment instead of just removing the cancerous one, which was third term, and just leave the others. So that's the way I see it. So time will tell whether this thing is actually a gain for Kenya, or it's actually putting, because I learned now that in terms of viability or legibility to access loan from IMF, I learned that their profile now has gone very bad in the sight of IMF. Maybe they will look towards China, we don't know. But I learned that China is part of the country they are indebted to, so they may probably want to look at China again, which may not consider IMF rating on them.
Yeah, well, you're right. Kenya, for Kenya's sake, they are way higher because they're like number 4 compared to Nigeria, number 9 or number 6, depending on what you look. So their debt, ratio, is very, very high. The amount they're going to use to service the loan they bought is, I think, in number 4 position. I think it's like about 4 or 5, billions, compared to Egypt, which is about 11, and we are very minimum. We are just like about 1,000, billion. So it's not even close to that.
Imagine them. Okay, imagine them now saying remove all your cabinet. So what's the essence of that? You remove cabinet, and so if you remove cabinet, won't he still appoint cabinet? Will he go to the Gen Zs and be appointing them?
Oh, the guy already reappointed reappointed most of the cabinet, that he dismissed the other day. But what's going to make them different? Are they not part of the system?
It's the Gen Z thing now. Now when he remove, some of them will hail him. By the time he reappointed, so that's what I've seen. The youth are just, I don't know. I don't know where
they're like headless mobs with no direction, no purpose.
And I don't know where the millennial parents got it wrong with the Gen Z. I can't really pick it. And I think it cut across all societies too. Those ones in my office back then, I would just call them, okay, come. Can you tell me, just write 10 paragraphs about General Murtala Mohammed? They don't know. But you got to tell you,
Ogbeni, let's not bash. Let's try to educate. I don't think it's productive to pile on at this point. You can see the loopholes here, maybe education or whatever, but let's not pile on it, because there's room for growth. Let's just put it that way. But I actually came up to ask you a question. Sorry, the great man of prestige. In regards to
welcome, my bro. Babaji.
Yeah, yes, good to hear from you. Yesterday, early morning, 2 days ago, we were having a conversation about local government. Sorry to take you guys back. Yes. And we mentioned the part of taxation. And I think I believe, okay, let me put it this way. I think the state governors in the court of law can still win the SEC case. I think they have a legitimate case there. So it's likely that they will still retain the rights to conduct elections. But where I think the impending lawsuit will start coming in is the tax collections. right? When that local government chairman now says, you know what, I should be collecting the taxes from motor parks and, like he also said, for radio stations, which is also against the federal government in some instances, right? Those licensing and stuff like that. How do you think that plays out? And where do you? Because I see it coming. We're gonna have lawsuits in that regard. Like I just wanted to ask you about this. How can they go about it? The local government chairman, because they like let's say Lagos for now. Imagine if fellow Kija say, you know what, enough of Sanwo-Olu doing collecting tax. I want it back. You know those they already have mechanism in place to collect taxes already. They might find a way to turn into some kind of joint account again, where they say, well, we're sharing something. What can they do to ensure that there's no repeat of what happened with the federal allocation at that level, to where somebody can say, well, we're going to set up a joint tax collection together with the local government councils? What can, if you had to advise the local government councils, because I see this coming in a year or two. So what can they do? That's my question.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I need to say good night, everybody. I've been struggling the last 30 minutes just to stay awoke,
Of course, you will struggle now. You're a
Listening
Democrat. You
to
will. You're a Democrat. You will struggle, of course. I
listening to
mean, is that
the
nothing
hold
new?
on. Listening to the whole analysis, it has been very impressive, particularly Benny side when it comes to the legal aspect of it. So I leave you all to continue. I'm glad Baba T.
You be man of prejudice towing the path of Biden?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that,
I am. I'm not going to hide it, but
with all
hold
the
on. Let me tell you a
gaps.
breaking news. That's going to make Baba T very happy. Prince that is not here. The latest breaking news on CNN. I'm watching it, but I'm kind of sleepy too. So they said that Biden is mulling the option to step down, but he's still campaigning. So that's where Democrat is right now. So by the time we wake up tomorrow or next day, he may step down.
So who is the likely
Molly,
candidate?
Molly, the option of Benny after many gaps. Did you watch that ABC interview
I
with
watched it.
with George? That was
Yeah,
embarrassing, man. I'm sorry. Come on, man. At some point,
it
you have
was.
to give this up, man.
If Biden happened to be my granddad, it's that night I will call for family meeting.
Ìpàdé mọ̀lẹ́bí àbí?
No.
I'll
The
call
man is suffering
I'll
some.
call for family
He's
meeting.
suffering from something. I
I'm telling
mean,
you. Or
for
or as a
somebody who's
member
almost
or
close to
as a
81.
member of his family, we will go and withdraw on his behalf.
Yeah. To me, I mean, I'm a Biden guy. I'm not gonna miss that point. Not because I'm progressive. I tend to vote Democrat when it comes to presidential. But in my local
So,
government area, we have a lot of
yeah.
Republican. I live in San Diego. I mean, it's a lot
But
of
but but
Republican that I
uh,
vote
but
for.
but man of prestige. The name
Yeah.
that keeps coming up is Michelle Obama. That's the name that they
No,
keep
no, no,
bringing
no, no,
up.
no, no, no. We have more consensus because I do speak to somebody in the Democratic, arena, which is very close. So that's where I get some of my clues. Forget about what I read in the news. Kamala Harris is the number one option. No doubt about it. Because
Oh,
what happened?
the
Wait a minute. What
fundraising
happened,
side.
Bawati, before you
Okay.
go there? You Republican did a good job early of his vice presidency, career, and they inaugurated her to the lowest level, and that has persistently been where she is. But as of today, you need to go look at the poll. The lady is measuring favorable with in all aspects, even in the swing state. With forget about
Ogani,
what transpired here. We want to win. We
Kamala
want to win
Harris
by
against
any
Trump.
means. We want to
Kamala
win
Harris
by all
against
means.
Trump.
Democrat,
I
because
Oh
don't even
God.
I'm
for
just
us to
Oh
beginning.
have
God.
I
for
don't
us
even
to
know how
have
it's
that
going to work
hold
out.
on, for us to have that insane morally, I mean, I don't know. I can find a lot of adjective to describe Trump. This country will fall apart. So, Babati, my brother Thomas, Obeni, thank you. I'm greet everybody. Like I said, I've been struggling to stay away. So
I
I
know.
am
I will
gone.
never. I forgive you, man of prestige. You're from California, so I forgive you. We understand you. So,
Thank
no, because Kamala is also from California, by the way. So I understand why you would support her for president. But come on, against Trump, she has no chance. So I don't even know why you. But that's the only reason I actually came up. The whole local government council thing is why I came on the platform to engage. Ogben. Just the tax part of it. Tax collections, because they need funds. They also have to start generating IGRs, right? at that level, because the responsibility will increase, right? As the demand grows for good governance and the focus shifts away from Abuja, from the state capital to the local government councils, the responsibilities, the attention will now be paid more to local government councils, right? When they will get more attention now because we want to see what they will do with the funds. And then we need to raise ideas, we leads back to tax collection. So, but I didn't really, that's why I asked that question about how would that work out if you were in the shoes of a local government council chairman that just got sworn into office.
Well, for me, we'll be see how all these things unfolds with time. But for now, I think I don't see the local government chairmen not cooperating with their state governors. They will still, just the same way state governors still cooperate with federal government, right? Because every local government will find itself within a particular state. So if you are still within that geographical entity and political entity, you want the piece of that area, and you must, because your governor will still have some influences and all those things over you, right? So I expect now, where are the areas I expect the local government to still cooperate is not in terms of maintaining any joint account. I don't think any local government chairman after this particular judgment will want to maintain any joint account with any state governor. What I think can happen is this: they may have probably infrastructural direction, economic direction. They will have all these strategies and policies, and then they may say, okay, there are some things that are common to all local government, probably for the state capital or from joint projects that they know everybody needs. On that basis, they can say, okay, a particular percentage of your allocation, we want it to be going to XYZ, which local government also will be monitoring. In order to do that, they will agree, they could agree on that. And that's why I said the first thing the CBN needs to do now, and I still keep emphasizing on it, send circular to all commercial banks and ask them to close down every Jack account for now, pursuant to that judgment. You don't do it within 24 hours, you are joking with your license.
And also, Benny, don't you think Tinubu should meet with all these local government councils? Like, there's some kind of summit or something.
I've been suggesting that if I have
that way, you can figure out, okay, what is your vision for your local government? So you know where they're going, you can supply that. That would be my own.
It's one of the suggestions I've raised about going to 8 months now. I remember when this food insecurity thing started, I said, look, food insecurity in Nigeria can be solved at the local level. Let Tinubu call the meeting of all 774 chairmen to Abuja. Have a retreat of like a week with them. Let them come up with the idea to solve the food insecurity in Nigeria. And when this application went to court, I said, if this thing flies in court, this is the best time for Tinubu now to deal directly with all these local governments. Leave the state governors there.
Because they're more, they will be more effective, especially with agriculture.
They will be.
Agriculture,
just today,
if not for the better edu situation, this would have been a perfect avenue for her to. I mean, I would have been more comfortable with her dealing with local government councils directly than the state when it comes to poverty alleviation programs or schemes that they have. I think they will be more effective with the local government council. Yeah, so
I agree. Yeah. Imagine what will it cost? What will it cost every local government to have their farm settlement? What will it cost federal government to have silos in every local government in Nigeria?
Okay, sorry. I want to change the topic a bit. Still on the same topic, but before I was thinking maybe INEC should be conducting the local government election, but I've thought about it again. I don't support that idea anymore. And it's for coercion, for reasons of coercion. I mean, there are obvious reasons that INEC is overstretched, service delivery, like INEC will have to expand. I mean, because that's, except we find a way of like saving cost and synchronizing local government elections with the general elections to save cost. But I think we should decentralize our elections more. So
who gets elected at the local government could be working more coercively with the state, because the kind of country we run, if we have an adversarial relationship between the state and the local government, we can have a lot of gridlock. There's independence established, but there still needs to be some sort of cooperation. And what I'm trying to allude to, honestly speaking, is just the nature of the way we operate. I'm acknowledging reality. Basically, it will be good if there's some sort of alliance between the central party and the important local government areas in a particular state.
Okay, question to Kulata. How can they then fix the SEC rules that will make it more difficult for the local, to have a true independent state electoral body? I think that's the main concern that you have. Because even I had to look at it before you came in. I was talking to Benny about. I think I will stay with the state too. Because I think the governors have the right in the court of law. I think they will win that case against the federal government if it gets there. But how can they tweak the SEC rules to ensure that those SEC bodies are truly independent of the governor? Because that would be more,
that would be ideal. But then I even think, not like US is the beacon of democracy or anything, but I think about even my state, where the version of our SEC chairman ran for governorship and he did not resign. That's Georgia. What's my governor's name again? Whatever his name is.
The one that beat the big lady.
The one that beat the black lady. Yeah. And when he ran for election, he was the Secretary of State, which is kind of like equivalent of Georgia INEC chairman. He did not resign. He conducted his own election. That's not good. It felt very awkward. But we don't want that situation. Maybe if we have some general guidelines that each state will follow, so nobody just goes buck wild and starts creating all sorts of rules that games the system.
Right.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree that I think the SEC will be better, not INEC, because I also had to rethink about that as well.
I had to rethink. I don't want to talk about why I came with my rethink. It's not a good reason why I changed my mind. But,
was it the Baba thing yesterday? Was it?
Yeah.
If you have a vice president, he's going to sweep all the 774 local governments to his own party, and that will not be too good. For me, I think they should retain it with what it is now, SEC, but they should find a way to reduce the influence or the weight of the governors, individual governors, on SEC of each state. Probably the chairman of each SEC could be probably I don't know how they
maybe the state judiciary or something.
Or probably they should be deployed those rec across states to other states. The way we were deploying rec before, so you can bring rec from Osun to go and conduct the bring rec from Lagos to go and conduct something like that. Maybe.
Okay, so Ogbeni, each state they have, I don't know if it's unicameral. I think they have a unicameral. Is it unicameral or bicameral? They have states don't have Senate, right?
Unicameral.
Okay, so if each state has kind of like a unicameral whatever representation, so based on the theoretical democracy, if a governor appoints did you call it SEC, SEIC or something?
Like State Independent Electoral Commission.
Okay, yeah, whatever that is. If the governor nominates someone, then they can take that person for confirmation in the House of Assembly, the State House of Assembly, to confirm. And once they confirm, then it's good.
I think that's the current position. But don't forget, most time members of House of Assembly are always just governors.
Yeah, but that's the representation of the people.
Yeah, that's the representation of the people. But you still don't get the you still won't get the independence that you really want to get. It's their party they just put there.
Well, in theory, that representation could be multiple parties. And in theory.
But it's usually not so, because most times you conduct election the same day you are conducting governor is when you conduct House of Assembly. So
yes.
So most times you will hardly see Nigeria not Nigeria educated enough, but politically we don't have that political education enough to say I will vote this party for House of Assembly and I will now vote this party for governor. So in most cases, the political party of the governor usually sweep House of Assembly to a greater number. So
yeah, but yesterday also I think we're talking about this opens up the opportunity for smaller parties to focus, to channel the energy into few seats at the state level and give this big parties a run for their money. And if you can win 2 or 3, perform well, then you start to expand.
No, just imagine Lagos now. You be like what Labour Party performed the last time in Lagos. You could be sure that if they conduct local government election and with this thing now, they will surely get some local government in Lagos.
Ogbeni, K does not want that for some reasons. I wouldn't say why on here. So
you said
it does not want. It doesn't want. That's why Clipper is opposed to INEC. It does not want. Okay, let me just. I'll let him speak for himself.
It's going to be a good thing.
Let's.
I believe it's going to be a good thing because it's still negotiable. Yeah.
Ogbeni, now that our money is our money, what will now be the function of the state governor?
Yes, they have their function now. Their function is clearly stated in the constitution. It doesn't mix with the local government function. Local government have their function. When you look at the governance in Nigeria, you realize that local government functions have been abandoned over time, and it's one of the reasons why we're having issue in Nigeria. Let me give you some example. Local government used to be in charge of primary school education. Okay, now we don't have that again, and that is why our primary school education has collapsed. Local government used to be in charge of primary health care. That has collapsed too. Your primary when last do you see maternity center being run by local government in Nigeria?
Don't forget waste management too.
Yes, or a dispensary center.
Wait, so what's going to happen to Lagos State Waste? What's it called?
You know what annoys me is each time I see the guy opening up community hospital, like it's not his job, but it's bright like he will take their money and he will build community hospitals and he will claim credit for it. Like I hate seeing him doing that all the time. I don't.
Yeah, but there's a lot of infrastructure set up for service delivery, but it's set up at the state level. So for states that are organized like Lagos, it's going to be very disruptive, except they have a way of kind of like segmenting it to local government by local government. So they run that architecture at the state level. Then it's kind of like a paid service, sort of, from the local government.
But that would still lead to some kind of joint account or joint operations then.
So gentlemen,
right?
wait, hold on. Gentlemen, I want to ask you guys a question, if you don't mind. Can you guys break down the finances in terms of, since the local government purse strings have been set aside from the state government revenue that they're getting from the federal government, what is the financial breakdown going to look like in terms of how they're going to receive their funds? What's the transparency? So it's a 3-part question. What's the finances going to look like in terms of the transparency, in terms of auditing the local governments? What's in place to audit them? And then lastly, are the local governments able to further expand their ability to raise funds for, let's say, a smaller bond market type offering for different infrastructure capacity projects in their local government? So those are 3 things I'm asking. Has that been ironed out yet? And if not, how do you guys envision that for the future going forward for Nigeria? So if you guys can touch those 3 points.
I think we need to first start with the amount distribution. starting with the sharing formula: 54% federal, 26.8 or something state, 20%, 20 point whatever percent local. So
Okay, so after the sharing, then because we already know the federal and the state exist, no problem. Let's assume that runs smoothly. They figure out how they're going to share it. That's great. I'm really trying to zone in or zero in on the auditing and their ability to raise funds for capacity projects.
okay, now
That's what I
due to
want to
the
focus
fact
on.
that they have to some extent, I someone can have to fire me, check me if I'm wrong. They have they show with financial autonomy, they will have the ability to generate their revenue in terms of raising IGR and also bond. I think that already even exists now, but heavily weighed in by the state. So to some extent, they may be a bit more independent, but it still needs to be within the legislative whatever the state comes up
So
with.
let me give you an example, right? So let's say you're in Lagos now, right? You're going to you're passing Yanokbaja, Alagbado, you're going to that area. That road is just bullshit, right? Nigerian governors, Lagos, everybody should be ashamed. That's just a terrible, crappy ass road. So going forward, can the local governments of that area say, you know what, we're going to create a bond offering that's going to pay this much percentage over the next 15 years investment. If you invest in this bond fund to fix this particular road, so now we can have people safely get from Alagbado all the way down to Ikeja along axis, smooth and free. The BRTs can
What does
run
the law
everything.
say in terms of that, Lotta? I think we went through this
I want to
quite
believe
collection
that's
law too.
I want to believe that's possible.
So now that it's possible, I guess I'm asking you guys, do you think we'll see more of cooperation? So in the sense, let's say the local government chairman of one particular area is affiliated with this party, and then the next local government next to him might be with another party. But let's say between their two local government areas, there's a shitty road, and we all know there's shitty roads all over, right? Um, Oshodi is a swimming pool whenever it rains. The Lagos Island is a swimming pool. Everywhere is a swimming pool in Nigeria whenever it rains. So my point is this: do you guys think that you'll see a Nigeria where people will reach across party lines on a local level to where they're saying, you know what? I may not like your party on a national level, but on this local level, we got to work together because we need to fix this road. So we're going to raise the bond. But not only that, in terms of the financing to pay back that bond, are they going to implement things? And that's why I was asking you guys yesterday, because you have to pay back these bonds. Are they going to implement things like tolls at particular checkpoints on these roads? Are they going to implement things like parking fees and stuff like that? How are they? And I'm not saying they shouldn't. I'm saying how is this going to play out? And do we think that the state governors are going to push back at them because that's what's needed if the local autonomy is what's being pushed now? They have to
Good
be able to
que-
raise bonds.
good question.
Answer
So
that.
I believe there's certain answer it. But I believe there's certain for the roads, there's certain roads that I think is it trunk A, trunk B, trunk C. The local government is responsible, Ogbeni, if you know better, but I think they're responsible for trunk C roads. The trunk B roads is for state, then trunk A are federal. Someone that is more adept to it can correct me. So a lot of those roads that will be the sole responsibility of local government, a lot of them, I don't think they will cross boundaries to a
Right.
large extent. And
Right.
the situation that you described is one of the things I was worried about, that I still think the election should be ran at the state level so we could get more cooperation across local governments. If that's one of the advantages of the same party winning throughout the state. And the disadvantage is if there's multiple parties and then there's adversarial relationship across local governments. You know how Nigerians can be funny. So, Ogbeni, go ahead, sorry.
So now,
Benny, give me 1 sec. Kulak, have you been listening to us a couple of hours ago?
I was listening small, then I'm trying to watch Beverly Hills Cop, the latest one.
Yeah, come on, I know you guys. Yeah, go on.
So this is my approach to the question he asked. First and foremost, the Constitution has stipulated clearly what are the functions of the local government, what are the taxes they can collect, how they can generate their IGR. It's clearly stated in the Constitution. The problem they've been having over time is one, you see that no enough finance to finance these projects. I will reel out some of the projects and you see. Now, you see that they don't have money to finance because
Benny, please, sorry, you will continue. Do you see what I'm watching here? The
Wait, let him
correlation
finish
of
now, please. If you don't mind, he was answering the question.
hold on, please. You don't hold this section, please. Could you mind? Thank you.
Yeah, but you don't own the section either. The guy was answering the
Benny, do you know what I'm watching here? The coalition of Ibadan, what do you call it? Ibadan King. Oni of Ife came, and Sadan of Sokoto, all of them, they stand up for him. Maybe just to greet him, Sha. I don't know. It looks somehow to me, yeah. It's that, yeah. Well, go on, Benny. Yeah.
Okay. So my answer is that the Constitution has stipulated that and what the local government can do if there is if we can have responsible and responsive executive. And now, when you say executive at the local government level, I hope people understand that apart from chairman, you have your vice chairman in the local government, then you have councillors, and then you have supervisory councillors who are more like the cabinet of the chairman. So the chairman doesn't work alone. They have cabinet too. Just the same way you have ministers or you have commissioners at state level. You have cabinet in terms of works, cabinets on this, cabinets on medical, the health. They have all these things too. But you know the system has collapsed because if there is no money, what else can you say? That's what make all the system collapse. Those councillors are like the legislative arm, okay? And out of them, they have supervisory councillor and all these guys. So I expect those structures to return. Now, what are their functions and where they're supposed to raise money? If you go to the fourth schedule to the Constitution, the 99 Constitution, you see all their functions stipulated there. It's clear. But over time, the state government has to solve their function. In fact, sometimes if I tell you some of the function, you feel like
Ogbani, so on that topic, you know, in the Constitution, we have exclusive list to the federal government. We have what's the other one? Exclusive list, concurrent list, which is concurrent between the federal and the state, right?
And residual.
And residual. So the residual is that residual to the state, because in India's constitution, they also have 3 like that, and the residual, the last one, is for the local government. So is that the way we copy that?
No. Our own, we didn't copy that. We have a slight part of that, but in our own, there is now a particular session dedicated. We now dedicate a whole session for. If you see the heading is functions of the local government. It's not even talking about legislative power. It's talking about a function, and now clearly listed what are their functions that they should do.
Thomas, do you have a link? Sorry, do you have a link for that to just look through it? I'm not trying to go, but I know we looked at the tax the last time, but the functions in terms of that, so you can know how this thing works. Do you have a link to it?
If you have any link to the Constitution, just I don't know if Thomas, if you have any link to the Constitution, just go to
because it's very critical for their survival, like how to raise funds and how to so that you're not.
I think there was a time we spent time to discuss this thing in details a few months ago. But
Thomas, bring this guy back. What's his name? Gas them up if he's still available.
Is he not there?
Kolata, you know me. It's something. No, you can't be challenging me on my section.
He left, Thomas. Thomas,
no, he's gone already. He left. Yeah.
Oh, he left on
okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Was he the one who asked this question?
That's why I was asking if he's still around.
Thomas, just
no. Babati. You know me. Yes. Yeah, you know me. Yeah. Continue. If you can bend to the rules of the section, you can actually leave yourself. Yeah, there is no doubt about that. Yeah, go on, Ben.
Or did he live on his own, or
I
he
put him in the
jammed?
background and he left. Yeah.
Oh, okay, and he left. So,
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni,
Àwọn sójà
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni,
yìí ṣá
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni,
gòdògòdò.
Ọ̀gbẹ́ni o.
Hello.
Please, there is this other area, because sometimes it's like what we say here, they hear it somewhere else. There was this thing where you said today concerning the president, Mr. President, and our former president, Olusegun Obasanjo, that it's like Tinubu is trying to get at him somehow.
Yeah.
You touched about the theater, something that Obasanjo built. It would have been better even naming it after Obasanjo and all that, but they now gave it to Soyinka, and Tinubu, knowing that Obasanjo and Soyinka, they are not in good terms and all that. It's like he's trying to get at him. And then this local government something. Some of us here, we also did a narrative on this. This was the platform I also learned about this local government thing, that it was Obasanjo at that time that actually destroyed the system, and then it went down and down and down. And Tinubu picking it up now, it's like he's also trying to get back at him, to say what you removed, I brought it back. Then, is there any other thing that Obasanjo destroyed at that time? So that we can begin to shout it here, so that this man will also bring it back, please. Thank you.
Actually, I won't say Obasanjo destroyed the local government structure. I think Obasanjo did not. The governors did back then, but Obasanjo didn't do the right thing. For instance, when the governor started this JAC thing, this JAC account and everything, and they were refusing to direct the money to the proper channel, one would expect Obasanjo back then to fire back, being, that is the way Obasanjo has always been, to fire back. But Obasanjo didn't. Instead of that, he concentrated in fighting Tinubu. See, the fight between Obasanjo and Tinubu was not on whether they would kill government or not. What Tinubu was doing back then was that, look, the military government.
Ogbeni, sorry to interrupt you. Please. Can we not draw too much on their part? I know they have personal issues, but I think this issue is a very serious matter, and most Nigerians support. There's a need for it. So I won't want us to dwell so much on personal beef between two individuals. So let's go back to the issue itself, the local government council, not beef between Obasanjo and Tinubu. I think we should just talk about the local government council. Regardless, I don't think that's the reason why it's not.
In fact, my understanding, I agree with you, and my understanding of that space is that what Tinubu has been able to push through now is what he has been trying over time to achieve in terms of democratizing local government and ensure that they have their freedom, so that.
Sorry, guys. Can I make a quick request? Anybody that has a link to the PDF of the Constitution, if you can give Thomas, I would like to see where they state what the local governments can do.
Oh, okay. I have one. Let me send it to you now.
Send it, share, because I need to know, because I mean, all the time I've read the Constitution, I mean, I've not read it back to back, but anytime I've read it, I've never focused on local government because I know it's been bullshit. So what's the point?
Now? General Thomas, you can. Yeah, I just sent it now. I just sent one now.
Thomas, surely share. Thomas.
I think one man is still there, Sef. I can see one man still posting things. Maybe he can share for us.
Motorola London. I would try, yeah. Technology is not my friend, but I will
So
share it here.
so Kulaka, when you look at that fourth schedule, you realize that it talks about a lot of things you can do. For instance, now all those abattoirs that you see in the state is a function of local government to maintain it, to be collecting per cattle or per cow that you kill there. There is a rate the local government is supposed to be collecting, and then they should be the one taking care of all those abattoir, waterways there, water thing and everything there. Markets, they should be the one in charge of markets. It's not state government. They should be the one in charge of all this Okada and other rider you do about. Construction, if you're constructing any property, naming of roads, and then numbering of roads is not state government affairs. It should be local government affairs. Registration of birth and death, the one federal censor, what do you call that one is doing? Federal government, that censor thing that is registering birth. It's not their function. It's the local government that should be registering birth and also register death, and then collecting little money on all those things. They burn everybody every day. People die every day. So per local government has a constant money to generate for them. Now, the council tax that they collect everywhere in UK here, they collect council tax is local government council tax. The local government that should be collecting 10,000 on every resident. As long as you are staying, you have a shelter on your head. That house you should be paying council tax.
Sorry, quick question. I know because you talked about the radio station and TV station.
Yes.
Currently, that license is been issued by the federal government, right? As of now,
It's
right?
federal. It's federal.
So even the federal government is encroaching on local government authority in some ways, right?
It's NBC. So they need some people, and that's why the activists we have in our space are mostly businessmen, because they are just doing their own business. Talk. These are the areas of constitution I expect people to be taken to court and challenge, those things and go. For instance, now, NBC, Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, is the one in charge with means of information in charge of issuing radio station license and others, and they have this way of keeping this thing so tightly that before you can get license, wahala. So, but if you go back to the constitution talk about radio and all those things. So if what local government can fight out is that, look, we are not saying radio that will have large coverage of the whole state or the whole country. If you can allow us to be issuing frequency at our own level, local frequency, then it will be helpful. It will create more awareness, more communication. People know better of what is happening around them in a local government, and they could even use that also to fight insecurity. If something is happening in a corner of a local government, everybody will know.
So, sorry, a quick question. So, who is going to regulate them if they give them such frequency, so that where the age of social media and people can jump onto it and start instigating and propagating?
So so the first question you ask yourself is, who is regulating NBC? Federal government, right? Because federal government, right? So local government will be the one regulating the one at the local level, because they are government on its own. It's actually a government.
Yes.
It's only that because we've not been saying it so. It's also a government that have executive arm and then have legislative arm too. So it's the government that should be regulating that license. So if you misuse it at that local level, though, mind you, it's not as if we don't have local radios presently in Nigeria. They are granting community radio too, but it's NBC. My problem is NBC. NBC is the one granting it. So now, if I want to come from Katangora, I will need to go and beg Abuja to come and give me a license that I want to use to just broadcast within Katangora in order to galvanize people for our local development at that level. And I'm advocating that it shouldn't be so.
Yeah.
If my frequency is just within the local government, my local government should be able to give me that permit now, so that I can broadcast within that space. So they have a lot of things. They are the one to collect council tax. Restaurants, you see all those restaurant, bakery, legal, all those things, alcohol, they are the one to be collecting money on all those things. TV license, radio license, bicycle, truck, tipper, all those tipper and everything. They
wole stuff. I hope they can.
Yes, public health. They should
Yes.
be in charge of public health. And a lot, when you read that fourth schedule, you see they listed it categorically clear there what they should be doing. Now, what you will now ask yourself is, who have been doing all these things all this while? The state government has absorbed that thing, and some has been abandoned. When I was growing up, I can still remember my local government has dispensary. I don't know where they are now again. They have maternity.
Benny, can I ask you a quick question? I know you have been talking about their duties and functions and what are their responsibilities. But my question has to do with although we are in the age of modernity, the quality of people going for councillorship and chairmanship in Nigeria, if I look back, it's just too mediocre. It's nothing to write home about. So that is my only fear, because when it comes to chairmanship and local council or councillorship election, it's always party affair, and party affair they tend to bring out the low and the low. How do we up our game so that people that will be our chairman or councillor will be quality people, not just primary six or dropout or whatever? So that is my fear about all those things, because at the end of the day, that is why they don't function very well. That is why when they get that's when they get there, they also continue to steal money and don't do nothing. That's when you will not see them marrying 2 or 3 wives or something like that. Because I have a friend who is a councillor at that time. The first thing he did was just to find a way to eat money and build house, ignore the boys in the street, and before we know it, Jack Robinson's second wife came in.
I agree.
I don't know.
But at the same time, I believe things will start changing now. More people will have interest in that position.
I think compared to the money, I mean, because of the money that is coming in and the responsibility, it's going to naturally attract bigger people.
The money, the prestige that comes with it, the level of influence they will be having now. So it's going to attract many people to that position. It won't be business as usual. Because if care is not taken, some of them will even be getting almost more powerful than state governor self. So imagine Sharma of low government in the state capital now. Imagine how much.
I'm also suggesting that the National Assembly should think out with the educational qualification. How can you say a president a school start is enough? I don't think. I don't buy that kind of idea. A chairman should also be. Yeah.
Remy, sorry, that your friend that married 2 wives, is it this period that they now, what system that time, were they giving the local government money directly, or it was the old system?
What I'm talking about was 1999, and he was like a big brother. We all followed him, and we thought that because we pushed him to become a councillor, so just like a big brother and a friend in the street together. So we thought that it's going to help us at least maybe tying of our street road or something like that. But before we can say anything, and luckily for him, he also became the speaker of that local government. This local government I'm talking about is one of the most popular local government in Ibadan, that comprises Ring Road Challenge and the rest, the Southwest. I think maybe Thomas will know that. Yes.
Local government, isn't it?
Ibadan Southwest. Ibadan Southwest comprises the Ring Road Challenge, and the rest. So that's what I say. It is vast, but unfortunately, before we can say anything, we just be hearing is building. And then another thing is that this is a person that we all follow. And when he became that cancer, when now that cancer,
make sure you guys are not trying to tax the guy.
We are not taxing. We are just trying to tell him to come and do something. For that time, there's not a lot of tax like today. Okay, we are just trying to push him to come and do something for us. And at the end of the day, he became so arrogant. We cannot even see him anymore because he became a speaker of the.
Sorry, I think the overriding question for me is, Remy, is since these guys, since they don't have any immunity, right? How can we expand the presence of the likes of EFCC and ICPC at this local level so they can investigate these guys, arrest them, jail them, when they start going
Yeah.
haywire.
Yes, I think that's a very good suggestion. I also talked about ICPC today. I don't know whether
Sorry,
ICPC have
Remy, don't some states like Lagos have their own version of EFCC?
no,
Some
they
states like
do.
in Nigeria, I believe, do have EFCC,
But
or
I think
equivalent of EFCC.
we don't have, like, we still don't have state police and all that stuff. So
Right,
this needs to be central.
Right. Okay. Well,
Oh, but
I see
man,
your
but
point.
that also makes the president stronger because, of course, you
See,
can also use that
it's
for
like a,
you
it's
can
like
use
a,
that
like a
for
chain.
elections.
No, it's like a chain reaction. You need so many things in place for this thing to work.
Yes.
So it's like so as you're so we need to sit down and comprehensively look at these things, and it's a
You
lot
see
of
all
work to
these
be
things,
done.
Nigeria we still need to be very careful so that we don't make federal government too powerful more than what we've been complaining against before, and the power we want to really devolve.
But it's too powerful without devolving additional powers right now. You just realize that Tinubu just made himself God.
Let me tell you what happened during Fayoshe time, if you can recall. They wanted the House of Assemblymen to impeach Fayoshe by all means. And because of that, EFCC started harassing all the House of Assemblymen. If you remember back then, they brought some of them to Abuja and they were harassing them just to impeach the governor. So you could imagine that happening to some local government chairmen. So as it stands now, the position is not too clear. There are some offenses they call state offenses, and governors have been pushing back on those offenses, saying that if the economic crime I commit or I allegedly commit has to do with the money belonging to my state, yes, he should have no reason to cross his boundary to come and arrest me and be prosecuting me for that. It's a state offense. It's not a federal offense. So
is that from the governor or from the legislator or from the state legislator?
That's at the state level. So it now depends. Now, if a legislator
I'm asking if that statement came from the governor side because he has immunity, or that's coming from the state. Okay, but in this case,
is one of the issue Yaya Bello is fighting now. Yaya Bello is saying that you said that I embezzle my state money. So bring me to my state court now. Why are you taking me to Abuja?
Do we have a state attorney general?
You said?
Do we have any such concept as a state attorney general
in Nigeria? Now, state attorney general is a politician. Is the Minister of Justice. Is the Commissioner of Justice.
Commissioner. Oh, yes. That's BS then.
See the complexity there. So eventually everything still boils down on people, Nigerians. Nigerians it's time for us to just take our destiny by our hand, start holding our politicians responsible and accountable. If you know your shaman has collected money, you know your shaman's house. You can't be staying in Abuja and be ruling you guys there. You know your councillor's house. Your shaman is the easiest man to impeach in any way.
So, Ogbeni, a quick question. In the selection of a candidate for this political post, I want to ask a very good question. For example, if I am Hausa, or probably I'm from the southeast or south of Nigeria, but I was born in Lagos, would that automatically say that I'm a Lagosian or I am a Oyo indigenous?
In terms of what?
In terms of in future that I want to contest for a local government position. For example, let's say I want to contest for Southwest local government election. I'm not Yoruba, but I'm Hausa, but I was born in
Okay, Remy, let me help you here. Let me help you here. Okay. What he's asking is indigenship is what he's asking about.
Yes,
indigenship in regards to
Our constitution does not recognize indigenship. You can contest anywhere in Nigeria, in theory.
And it should not recognize indigenship because that's just going to be very weird.
So, it doesn't. They recognize indigenship only when it comes to federal character, when it comes to appointment, when it comes to there are some issues where we recognize it, but when it comes to political office, elective office, it doesn't recognize indigenship.
I know Sorry, I know it says, but should our constitution recognize it is the question. I know currently
No,
it does not,
no,
but
it
should
I
it
shouldn't.
don't.
recognize it?
I don't think he should recognize it.
It shouldn't.
It's going to be a serious issue for the country.
I mean, that means I can be living all my life in
I
Lagos.
want to ask another
Wait,
follow-up
let me just
question.
make this point. I can be living all my life in maybe Calabar. Then I will now have to, if I want to run for office, I have to do it in Oshun.
You go back to your.
Then does it also mean that if I want to vote, I can't vote in Calabar? I have to vote in Oshun because if you force indigenship, then indigenship should also be based on how you vote. You have to go back to your home states to vote.
So, do you know why I asked this question? Because if Nigerian government does not recognize in whatever they call it, so that means Lagos is not at the indigenous of sorry, the people of Lagos State, the Yoruba people there, they are not at any advantage because you can see it's more secular states in Nigeria.
Of course, gradually Lagos will become a metropolis where, in fact, it has even become it over time, if not because of the pushback that happened last time. People of other tribe have been having their way to the House of Assembly, and they've been having their way to the cabinet of Lagos State.
And not only in Lagos State, recently Lagos State started recruiting into the teaching and non-teaching staff. And to shock you, there's so many people from our brother that always castigate us applying for that position.
Let's not take this conversation to that angle tonight.
I'm not talking about tribe. I'm just looking at ways that I don't know. Okay, you can go ahead. I think everybody gets the gist.
We get the gist, and the antidote for the gist. I don't want to talk about that. Yeah.
So that's my understanding of that space. Let's hope that something good come out from this judgment and the direction in which Tinubu is going on it. I pray for him to be able to pull through, but I really want Nigerians to be alert. It's not the time for us to allow division or political sentiment to outweigh the benefit of this thing, because I've been seeing a lot online. People saying, "Oh, Tinubu is just expanding his empire. Tinubu is not." This policy, Tinubu will come and go. If he goes, the policy will remain. We should look beyond that.
If we don't further devolve power, the president is an emperor. The president has two power parts. Like before, a lot of governors used to counterbalance the president, but right now you've weakened the governorship. You strengthen the presidency because, to the large extent, the purse is central. It gets distributed, and once you control the purse, you pull the levers.
But don't forget to Kulata that it doesn't end there. Let me give you an instance. Host community is still there. What do you call
resource control?
No resource. There's a money they give those oil producing states.
Royalties,
derivative.
All derivative.
All these things are still there that still make all those states, some states, very strong. So so for me, and they are still conducting election to elect to the local government level. They've not taken that away from them, and I don't see National Assembly, because if National Assembly is going to do that, they must route it again through the houses of assembly by amending the constitution. It's going to
So
be very
that's one part I don't want them to take away. That's why I insisted, without going through all my reasons, of why the states should still conduct the local government elections. I don't want that central.
But how would you not checkmate the power of the governor writing results easily?
There are pros and cons to it, Remy. There are pros and cons. At the same time, you want some form of independence, like fiscal autonomy, but at the same time, you want some form of cohesion within the state. So development can go in unison. Because if you have, let me just throw this. Let's just say you have Labour Party, they win, they take Etiosa. I'm going to give you your nightmare right now. They take Etiosa. They take that area of satellite town, whatever, take all that stuff. And then Sanwo-Olu wants to construct, they want to maybe synchronize funds for farming activities or whatever the case is. And then the Labour Party people now say, no, we're going to go against this. So your policy coordination will now suffer because you will now have some local government chairman to do this. Then the state governor will be forced to be using some underhand tactics. So it's just going to get messy. If you have them controlling the elections, they will be able to influence the local election by weighing in more with their own party. And at the end of the day, there will be better coordination. But that's kind of what it is.
I understand, no problem. Because no matter what, before everything can be at what we really want, it will take another extra 4 or 8 years, to be frank. So, but for now, at least the state, the local government chairman will have financial autonomy, and people can hold them accountable to do something for their local government. Because if they are not, you can take them to court or report them to the EFCC or ICPC easily. So that is the beauty of it. And those governors that they don't do nothing, they just throw our money away going to parties and all and whatever they do.
But Ben, in the likes of you have a challenge. This ruling, while it's good, is as good as people knowing the responsibilities of a local government. There needs to be a massive sensitization effort.
Kulata, that's why I'm talking about local radio. So who's going to do the sensitization? Do you have radio at the local level? You have radio, the one you even have at the state level is the same federal government that is issuing the license. And now, by the time you have those ones, they are cornered by the state governor, and then some few private ones that have their allegiance to some this thing, and then you have the federal radio. National Orientation Agency, I was listening to Tony Radio recently on his interview, and he was saying that if you know the kind of small budget they always budget into national orientation, that people are just quick most times to blame that particular agency, that they don't have jack. Once they pay salary, they don't have money to run any program and all that.
But you can short circuit this with social media now. To a large extent, you'll still get a decent exposure. Maybe not to every channel with social media.
Are they the one paying their salary? They are not the one paying their salary now.
The agency. It's an agency now. So it's federal
It's
government.
an agency under the Ministry of Interior.
So whatever they release to them is what they use in paying salary now.
No. They pay the salary from the pool. Everybody get their salary at the same time. It's not as if they will give them money to pay salary. They don't pay.
Are they civil servants? I think they are like EFCC.
No, they are civil servants.
They are civil servants, Benny. But also,
I think they are. Okay, I think they are not.
They are parastatal. They are parastatal under Ministry of. They are parastatal under Ministry of Interior.
So let's look at it from this angle. Let's pick EFCC for instance. EFCC is more like a mixture of police, the Nigerian Police Force, and Ministry of Justice, right? They work hand in hand, but it's a parastatal that has a DG, or is it Shama you call it? EFCC pays EFCC salary. They don't draw their salary from any ministry. So what they do is part of the allocation of those ministries goes to them to pay, but they write their own budgets too. So once you write your budget, you collapse it with that budget, and then it goes to the National Assembly for approval or the presidency. So that's the way I see all these MDAs, all these agencies.
No, it's not like that. You know, before that you are talking about the former arrangement, but immediately they institute this IPPIS or whatever, everybody is now being paid centrally. You understand? Even the teaching hospitals, they are also MDAs. Before they used to give them allocation every month to pay their salary. They are like they are autonomous.
So is it that they don't have budgets now? Do they still have budgets?
They still have budgets based on whatever they say they want to do, but not for salary.
But what I see,
you know, let me tell you what used to happen before. I can only tell you about the one I know. Teaching hospitals those days, all of them, they now inflated the number of staff that they have. You understand?
Yeah.
So immediately they said they wanted to implement this IPPIS. They started employing more people to actually
reflect what they were collecting. So you see that somebody that was employed, because they started this thing around 2012, they will employ you 2012, they will now backdate your employment for like 3-4 years.
Can you imagine? Yeah.
You understand? And that is why you see what even the universities are doing now. They say they don't want to join. Most of the parasites they don't want to join because what people that are governing them are enjoying. Because every year they will say, okay, they want to employ so number of people, and that is the budget that the government will approve for them. They will be giving them that fund. Meanwhile, they will not employ half
And they
of those
don't have
people.
that number.
So even this NO here, whatever that you are talking about, everybody usually in Nigeria, they give flimsy excuses for them not to do their job. You'll be amazed if you go and look at their budget. That budget that you say that person is claiming that is too meager for them to do anything.
Yeah, it's Professor Tony Radia now. You know him.
Forget about Nigerian MDAs. The MDAs are the worst when it comes to at the federal level because they are somehow isolated.
But I don't want us to lose sight of what I'm talking about, though. How do we sensitize the people about the responsibilities of the local government?
We need Nigerians.
Sorry, that question. You think Nigeria are forgotten so soon the responsibility of local government? We know the responsibility of local government now.
I don't think so because it's been 25 years.
No, it's not up to that. The team died gradually.
Sorry, guys. Please. Thomas, I think there's a link in the private section to bring up for the responsibility of government councils that they really want to have a conversation about in the private. If you don't mind bringing the link up, so that they can. I'll be listening for the most part, but I just want to listen to the guys speak about the function. So at least let's start the education from here. Because even myself, I need to get into some things. So if you don't mind, Thomas. Sorry, go ahead, Sima. Apologize for interrupting.
Okay. What the question is Kolata is asking, I think it's just an assumption. Our traditional rulers and everybody, I think our people still know the responsibility of the local. I'm not talking about this Gen Z though. You understand what I'm saying?
And they are the one and they are the one in the they are the one in the street too.
We that were talking Gen X, I mean it's been minus 25 years from our own lives.
Ulata, you are called millennial, you are not Gen X now.
No, what do you mean? We're Gen X now.
Ulata, are you not the youth of the 80s, 90s?
No, I mean 80s, 90s.
No, the youth, your youthful time.
Oh yeah. I grew up in the 80s, 90s. Yes.
Yeah, so you are millennial. Also, why you now?
It's not. That's not. Is it millennial? Whatever it is, millennial. Minus 25 years from millennial gone. That means you were. I mean, you were younger. At best, you were a younger adult at that time. So.
And yeah, sister, when you have money. So whether Gen Z or millennial, ancestors and sisters.
Millennial, no, 1967 to 1980 in millennial. Okay, yeah. So I mean, we can assume people know. The people that are probably that are very familiar with it are probably our parents that are in their 80s and 90s.
Well, I can't say it because I have the privilege of maybe having people that work in the local government. Because I could remember those days, even in the 80s till early 2000. Even those things we were even taught. I don't know if you could remember. They taught us all these rules, even in social studies when we were in primary schools. So I don't know.
What Kulata is trying to say, you don't get it. In the age of these people, this Gen whatever they call themselves, they won't look for information. They won't read. They won't do nothing.
They don't read.
It's only when somebody is peddling out there that they will just listen to it, then they will react based on that.
If you don't put it on Instagram, they don't read.
They don't wait now.
So how does it go on X, TikTok? I mean, forget Instagram. Instagram is just for pictures and Ashewo. How does it go to on TikTok and
Wow,
go
wow.
on X
Kí ló
and
lọ́ wò
go
ń bẹ̀? Kí ló lọ́ wò ń bẹ̀?
and Facebook?
Government need to start doing that.
They used to
Since
have,
Government nìkan ni o.
do
I
you
think
remember? Let me agree with Ogbeni on the local radio because Iya Kabiru and Yanosimo ní Ọjà Kútọ̀ is not on X or Instagram. They need that local radio.
Yeah, Alakara is on X now. Everybody has data.
Not everybody. Not everybody.
Rashidi watch TikTok. The only one that he will watch is the one with dancing. The one that
Lata, do you know that statistics shows that more people listen to radio than all these platforms you're talking about in Nigeria?
Yeah, I'm discussing community engagement where they can call in. Remember the days of OGBC, they will call into the program, they will engage. That we need that. It's what I'm saying.
They still listen to radio. Even before I left Nigeria, and that was a long time ago. I wasn't listening to radio at that point.
People listen when you enter taxi. You don't have choice. You must listen. When you are walking around garage, you must have choice. You must listen. In the street, you have choice.
Listen to radio.
You must just listen.
People stream now. Oh, well, let me not use my own.
No, Kulata is not about streaming. And if you see the number of radio stations in Nigeria now, it's so alarming.
That's changing up.
So alarming, and they are not only in the cities.
Yes,
but you see what can happen now.
They are not concerned about public enlightenment.
But you see,
for business, I think people run it for business.
Let me say this. You can influence what gets on radio by creating a viral story. For example, that useless TV station Arise, they have a section where one ex model girl comes and all she talks about is what happened on X.
What is trending?
Thank you. That's the name of the program. So a lot of viral, stories.
That's
OG girl.
The one that
by the way, what happened to NTA? They are in all academic camps in Nigeria, right?
Who watches NTA?
AIT is dead.
NTA, forget AIT. I'm saying like the
local. No, anybody watch all that stuff?
They watch. It's an assumption. No, they watch.
My dad doesn't even watch NTA and he's in his late 80s. I don't know, yeah. If you guys correct me, I mean, if you say so, I'll trust you. But I just don't know anybody watching NTA.
I'm saying as a tool, you need various mediums, of course. Your local radio, your town hall meetings, your NTAs, your OGBCs. They have all these. You can fund them.
Just allow NTA to go public.
Yeah, they should be like a BBC now, like a BBC kind of thing. That would make more sense.
Yeah.
Aniki local government, my grand license from community.
Let me tell you this. Once they know that local government money is coming to the local government, good people will go and ask for their rights there. It's only that because the thing has been paralyzed, they will go there, ask them what. The only thing is that the corruption at that local government level also is at another level.
And if you guys don't know, the German shell in local government go one man.
I know.
Everything.
But one new immunity. That's the advantage of all this stuff. And the more I think about this, the more someone needs to go to BBC Hausa and go to Berekete or whatever they call it. If you at least get the rural of the country, which is in the north, if they start talking about it, especially in the north, in the south, social media can take care of the south. But I think this will be a missed opportunity if people don't know exactly what.
Your fear. I think I agree with you, especially in the north, because most local government does not even exist in terms of people. They don't have structure at all in most of these northern states.
Way structure in the north where I served, you will only see people in local government two times in a month. When the salary landed, when they sharing Okada. When the salary landed, they will come. They come to collect their salary cash. That's when you will know that there were actually workers in that local government. The building will be empty throughout the month. But the moment the salary lands, I don't know the way they communicate to them to come. They will come. They pick cash and go. Yes, sir.
I think I've been listening to all of you, especially Kulata.
Rational mind.
Well done.
Baba she drive.
Ṣó lè sùn ni? Ó ti pọ́npọ́n láti area wo ló wà? Not somewhere in the northwest. Ó ti pọ́npọ́n kọjá state méjì.
Kulata, please, before Rational Mind we take the floor. I know he just came in. Kulata, before we take the floor.
I've been listening to you guys.
Okay, thank you. Before you will bring your voice. No, I'm not. No, he's not coming to Dabaru it because it's a very sensitive. It's a very sensitive topic. I think the area we should also focus on very well is you see it's been like what our brother said just now that you won't even know where they come from once the salary lands. It has been because the thing has been the way it's been. So the common people in the local government were disconnected totally from their local government. Now that money has arrived, our money has come. We should be able to discuss the activities that should be going on in each local government, so that our Gen Zs we know that it's no more time for play. That it's time for it's a serious time right now. There should be activity.
The issue here, I think the first thing, you know that the government said that most of them now they have maybe caretaker committee or whatever that is taking care of the local government. And federal government said that they are not going to give them money.
Yes.
And from now, by the next allocation, if they didn't give them money, how would they take care of their staff? How long is it going to take to organize an election?
Until they organize that local government.
Simba, do you know in our own state we have that problem right now? We don't have elected local governments. Also, we don't have anything.
I know that's what I'm saying. That is what is happening in most states.
Can we hear from Rational Mind?
Yeah. Why are you begging for Rational Mind?
No.
When does it become a baby that we have to be begging for him to be able to talk?
I was supposed to talk when our friend.
We are joking. You should know that we are joking. Just go ahead.
You know more than joke, but I know nothing serious yet. So anyway, you see, especially Kulata.
I hope it's not Tinubu's problem now.
You come for Kulata tonight.
Bóyá òdìlé máa mú jáde bóyá ẹyẹlé ni àwọn jáde ẹyà àparò ni ẹ máa rí mo ṣe mọ so the thing is, you see, Kulata, I mean, you see, sometimes the very day I started questioning your person sometimes is when you said things in the past and I started doubting. I mean, boy, you keep your you come here, you act like
let me mute myself
like an intellectual. I mean, you hear yourself. You see, all the things we've been talking about here, about the local government not functioning properly, it all boils down to that 1999 fraudulent 1999 constitution. That constitution, you people talking about amending. What the crap are you people talking about? Do you know how many years we've been on this journey of this never-ending journey of amending? If they knew that this was a problem, why didn't they amend it a long time ago until Supreme Court had to rule on it?
But it wasn't amended.
Well, but I'm not saying it's amended. I've said, why should I even thought about amending it?
No, but it didn't need amendment for this interpretation.
You said what?
It did not need amendment. This is just an interpretation of the existing constitution.
It does. Because
Ogbeni, she won't amend constitution can to get judgment.
No, amend it. I mean,
no.
Come on, let me land. Understand what my position here. I'm not saying they amended it before the Supreme Court judges were able to rule on that. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying they should have even waited for the Supreme Court judges to have ruled on that. They should have even amended it themselves. And even right now, even the Supreme Court ruling.
Rational mind, before you continue.
No. Let me land this thought. Can I land this thought?
This one is very important.
Remy, let him land, please. Let him land. Yeah.
Even the Supreme Court ruling is still conflicting with the sections of that fraudulent 1999 Constitution. It's still conflicting because even what they said was that they have autonomy.
What's our own rational mind?
I talk in bits. I don't.
Is the interpretation of the section decision of court cannot contradict the law?
It does.
The law it interprets.
I've listened. Hold on. I've listened to other legal. Should I call them legal scholars?
Have you read it?
Okay, rational mind. Continue. Well, that's a bongo to vessel.
I've listened to other people who have spoken on this matter. I mean, some people have said they might have to rework that some section of that 1999 Constitution. For example, they're talking about a certain joint account, right? And even the Constitution does not even spell out the function of the chairman, like you say, the office of the president, the office of the vice president, and maybe the governor and the vice president and the deputy governor. We all spelled out the Constitution, but the Constitution does not even talk about the chairman, even the councillors. So how do you even know? Is it any wonder why the governors were usurping the rights of the local government when it's not clearly spelled out in the Constitution? Besides what telling them that they shall be responsible for the burial ceremony, burial whatever, and that. I mean, what kind of constitution is that? That does not even. And then all these lawmakers have been sitting on this. Even the same guy that is there in the office today, he was one of those people who started the whole crap that brought us to this crap that we find ourselves today. He usurped the whole local government in Lagos State. And now you people are loud in and praise him like I've been seen everywhere now. Even you on this platform, everyone, if you praise him like it's like some kind of messiah.
Tinubu is another savior now. Oh, money.
Continue. I just want to quickly remember. You need to hear this. When Buhari was the president of Nigeria, there was a constitutional amendment about local government financial autonomy, and they take it to all the two-third states of Nigeria. At the end of the day, it turned out no. That was the constitutional amendment that time. So it was not passed, okay? That was the major reason why Tinubu does not want to go through that route again. So he took them to court. Anything that the Supreme Court pronounced, when you listen to the judgment of that Supreme Court, it is clearly stated that the money meant for local government from the federation account should go to them directly. So there's no ambiguity in it at all.
Rational mind. Let Ogbeni answer you about.
You can answer me. I don't even want him to answer me. I don't want.
Rational mind. You have your own mind. Go and read.
And the rational mind has already heard from the obedient lawyers now. So it doesn't want to Ogbeni's view on this because it will be biased.
Johnny, Remy, we say go read what? Go read what? What do you want me to go
I say you yourself go and read the judgment.
Rational mind. Can I ask you a question? So who is going to override the Supreme Court?
You see, that's why I said there's a conflict there. There's a conflict.
But okay. Assuming there's a conflict, conflict one day. But so who's going to override the Supreme Court?
Well, we shall see how that plays out. That's the question because
there's nothing to play out. The Supreme Court has ruled. The referee's decision is final.
I'll give you an example that the Constitution does not talk about the chairman. It does not talk about councillors.
The Constitution doesn't have to. Is the Constitution explicit about every single thing?
Hold on. Dude. You see, this is what you do. When I say
don't dude me. Is the Constitution the rule of the United States?
Please let me talk to Rational Man.
Apparently, you do not even understand how God.
You are happy by ruling.
No. I'll school you in political science if you don't understand. How many tiers of government do we have?
Let Isaac talk to
How
you first.
many? No, Isaac,
Rational
hold on.
mind.
Isaac, no. If you ask me any
Okay.
question, if you say anything,
Let
No,
Isaac
no,
talk
no.
to
Just
you.
question.
Talk to Isaac.
He go gloss over. I go let you talk, Isaac. Hold on. You go gloss over
Okay.
what this banter I want to have with this guy, called this phony intellectual Badu guy that comes here and talk like.
Isaac Lumabezoro, me Bezoro.
My question is this. My question is this. How many tiers of government do we have? Because I want to answer
Asko
no
Ibiri, Tomodiri Itagbari.
So, rational mind. Let me quickly just say what I want to say now.
Come on, yeah, go on.
Permission?
Please go on, please.
Okay. Rational man, rational mind. We all love you. So
I love all of you too, even though we
argue. Please love us back. Please love us back. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I hear you. Say, I don't hear you. I don't hear part. What did you say?
What was that? Isaac said we all love
you. So please love us back.
You guys, Jackie Boy is alright. When I last Isaac talk, even though they insult me, make I know where they insult me, where they praise me.
No. Let me repeat myself.
Okay, please.
I said we all love you.
Okay, and I love all of you. Let me just go on. It's okay. I don't want to
please,
put all that.
Please love us back. Please love us back.
Now, my point is this. You see, we have 3 tiers of government: federal, state, and the local governments. And now, a stupid constitution or some kind of, I don't know what I would call that constitution. The framers or the drafters of that constitution and the framers, I think maybe they were sleeping or something was just wrong with their head. I don't even know. That's why we said there's a need for us to renegotiate that country. And we keep saying to some of you people here, you people don't seem to get it.
Rational mind. Can we focus? You're talking generalist now. Wait. Okay, let me ask you a quick question. Are you happy that we have LGA autonomy? Yes or no?
If I digress, there's a reason why I digress.
But just answer before you digress. Are you happy that we have LGA fiscal autonomy?
Well, you see, the thing is this. I'm not.
Yes, it's a yes or no thing now.
The answer is no.
Honestly.
You want to pin me to a question. Like when I say no,
I don't want to pin you because honestly speaking, let me confess, Rational Man, let me confess something to you. You raised my awareness on LGA autonomy. Honestly, something I've overlooked. Is you bitching about it incessantly that made me even start thinking about it. So now that Tinubu has done it, are you happy? Forget that it's Tinubu that got it done, but now that it's done, are you happy?
You see what you people do here?
That alone now. Oh, she did have low. It's very straightforward, Iberi.
I'm not happy about it. It's not happy.
You need to study law.
I'm on
me.
Yes or no answer. Yes or no question. About on Jody.
Yeah, ẹ jẹ́ kí n sọ̀rọ̀ èèyàn mi mọ̀ pé ọ̀rọ̀ mi máa ń gbà mí mo máa ń ó ní bó ṣe máa ń sound sí etí àwọn èèyàn, but I'm trying to make a point here. The point I'm trying to make here is that even without this ruling, there's still something fundamentally still wrong with that constitution. In any way you look at it, there's a need for us with this piecemeal amending with this unserious bunch of criminals in both houses. I don't see anything being done. I know the clamor for us to ask for a new constitution. It's almost near impossible because of the criminals that are officiating over that country, because they feel like they are being threatened. If we ask for a new constitution that will really reorganize that country and make that country function effectively like the way it should function. That is why I said they will never let it. And if we want to do this a piecemeal amendment, we will be sitting here forever. All of us, you and I, all of us will be gone. 3, 4 generation will be back. And if YouTube still exists, they will listen to this our conversation, say in about 300 years from now. If you want to sit down on these idiots that are
rational mind, if you want us to do constitutional review, it's totally different. We are talking about local government now. Let us limit it. Don't.
I'm limiting it. But when I say, like I said, if I digress, I'm trying to make a point. If I say,
rational mind shift goalpost ni, but Tinubu to achieve and don't dream of. Now he has to shift the goalpost to something impossible.
It's because
don't worry, we'll indulge you.
I don't have faith in these criminals that are there. including
Okay. Do you understand a very fundamental thing? A constitution, wait, rational mind. A constitution is a living and breathing document, right? Is never final. You keep tweaking it.
You see this about intellectual way you do.
It's not about those stuff. The American Constitution goes under review for how many years now? Nigerian Constitution will be reviewed.
American Constitution is living. That one I can believe. But that
Nigerian Constitution too is living.
It's not living. It's not living.
But that's not the argument. The argument is we have LG autonomy now. What are we going to do about it?
We have what?
We have LG or fiscal autonomy now. What are we going to do about it?
That's where I'm going. And that is the whole point of this, my whole longer doing go to the NG that I'm talking about here, is that it's going to come to nullity if that constitution still exists. Or something does not do, they don't abrogate some of those parts of this constitution or rework that section, whereby a chairman's like we have 3 tiers of government. No one is ahead of any other one. We understand that federal might be the father of all of them all, but at the same time, in a more democratic setting, every tiers of government is almost, they have equal power in a sense, even though we know that federal has more power than the other 2 tiers. But what I'm saying is, in some kind of how they impact the life of the common people, the citizens of their space, it's even. They have to do it even, or it's shared among all of them. But in the case of Nigeria, no. You people just spoke about the president being some kind of like an emperor or some sort of like a king-like person, and that's why some of you are singing his Agbado. I mean, singing his praise everywhere, like as if he has done something extraordinary. Because look to him like he's the. Let me just leave that. I digress. My point is this: is that if we do not rework that constitution and clearly spell out the function of the chairman or chairwomen and the councillors, we're not going anywhere.
Hey, but it's there now. It's there in the constitution. Everybody has their role.
It's not there.
It's there.
Thomas, can you share that document so everybody can review it? I think we really need this. Because rational mind talking about constitution doesn't even understand what he's talking about.
Okay, so releasing. That's why I said earlier that we should just dive into it and not move.
No, don't base your judgment on rational mind. Even he knows, he will claim that he doesn't know. Because
Thomas, are you there? But show Thomas one bit. Thomas, are you there? Can you
open the...
Where? Our friend here, what's his name? From Scotland, the lawyer here. Ogbeni, yeah, sorry, Ogbeni. Is there anywhere in the constitution where the chairman and the councillors?
In fact, let me tell you, rational mind. As far back as
I'm not asking you, dude. Hold on, please. If Ogbeni is there, if he wants to answer me, if you want to go on. If you don't want to answer, no problem. But is there anywhere I want you to tell us about that? Whatever anybody's sharing online, I don't know of that. Because I've not even I've seen that of the president, vice president, and the governors. I've never come across that of the chairman before. And I've had people talk about it today.
Ogbeni, please help us answer him, Joe.
Is Ogbeni there?
Sorry. What's the question? Sorry.
In the constitution,
yes.
The way the office of the president and the vice president and the governor and the deputy, they are all mentioned.
Yes.
Anywhere in the constitution, what section, please?
I didn't get that question, please. Is there anywhere
where the office of the chairman?
Is there anywhere in the constitution where they specify the role of the chairman of local government, their function? That's what it's asking.
Yeah.
No. What is in our constitution is not the role. So what you find in our constitution is, if you go to chapter 1, I think part 2, if you go to section 7, right, you will see where they said the system of the local government should be democratically elected local government councils.
Okay.
All right. Now, the pursuant to that, the National Assembly now make a law that they call Local Government Act. So it is that act now that stipulate chairmanship, all these position and others. So don't just pick the constitution. If there's anybody that is expressing that opinion, my take home or your take home to them is to tell them that the combination of that constitution that talks about a democratically elected local government council together with that act of National Assembly is what regulates local government system in Nigeria. And also, every state in Nigeria now make their own laws too that must comply with that National Assembly has. So what you will find in the constitution is not chairman or vice chairman or councillor. No. Those things are not in the constitution. Basic things is what the constitution states. So the basic thing the constitution states is that, okay, for instance, you may ask a question that, is that Minister of Petroleum Resources in the constitution? No, there's nothing like that. Is that Minister of Education in the constitution? There's nothing like that. Is that Minister of Health in the constitution? There's nothing like that. But the constitution simply say the president should be the one to cover those ministries for his administrative convenience. That's how the law works. So constitution cannot contain everything.
Hold on.
So
No,
what the constitution
I disagree with you.
This is self-explanatory. It's so easy to understand.
I disagree with you. Don't give me that crap of it's self-explanatory.
Okay.
I will accept that.
When the local government was established, I think we have the local. They have an act that actually established them, and their role.
There was a decree that now became an act. That was 1976.
Because I remember it was Obasanjo, this same Obasanjo that abolished this thing, that started it, and it was one that specified the rule.
What constitution are we using? What constitution are we using?
That's what I just explained now. Rational mind.
Yeah.
There's a function of the constitution as the ground norm, and there's a function of the National Assembly legislation.
Okay.
Your constitution, in fact, they used to say our constitution is the biggest and most voluminous in the world, because we put a lot of irrelevant things in the constitution. Constitution usually contain basic things. Then the parliament now makes law pursuant to that constitution to analyze more and specify more and expand more. Do you get? And that's why I started the example of that ministries. They are not contained in the constitution, but constitution simply creates the office of president, create all those things.
Benny, hold on.
Let me just land now. Just 1 second.
Okay, land.
It vests the executive power in the president, and now tell the president, if you like, now you can create all these ministries, and pursuant to that will be creating ministry. So it's the same thing. That section 7 says there must be democratically elected council as executive.
It's not the same thing. It's not the same thing, Ogbeni. Don't give us that. It's not.
Ogbeni, let me just add to this. I think what rational mind is, rational mind now. Rational mind. You are acting like you didn't do government in secondary school.
Come on.
But this is what I'm trying to say. Rational mind. You are confusing one thing. Constitution is a guideline. Then you now pass bills. The bills will contain details. And then you can test the bill if the bill is constitutional or not. Every bill is not going to be in your constitution.
That's how it works.
It's okay. I understand that concept.
I don't think you do. Because local government chairman escape. So our primary school teacher won't call any school.
My fixation here is that you people, you trivialize. That's why we get this crap that was going on in that country. Why that country is not working. You trivialize a third tier of a government system that we claim to run in that country. First one was mentioned. Second one was mentioned. Second one, they have to create an act of the parliament so that they can do some kind of bill. Why don't you flick out with that bill, tweak that constitution and include it there just to show the importance of that third tier?
You just listen to a professional.
1970, whatever.
National man, hold on. Just listen to a professional talking to you.
What professional?
Constitution is just a basic one.
Any professional or rational mind, what do you think about that?
I'm not disrespecting you here. I'm not saying what you said.
The truth is, rational mind has been clamoring for this local government thing, and it's very, very bitter that Tinubu was the one that delivered it. Just say the truth. It's because he came from Tinubu. That's why you're shitting in your pants.
When I said your question was insidious, you were trying to get something from me. And I don't want to answer your question because I knew where you're going.
Since I've joined this platform, you've been begging for local government. Now you talk and pass for this platform. And now we have it.
Lata, let me give you some other example. Wait, rational mind.
No, but I'm
coming now. That's why I wait now.
Critique because you were trying to.
Do that now.
Please, let me quickly do that now, please. You were trying to say that equate a ministry to a third tier of a government that we have in that we should be having in that country. You say, oh, because you don't expect the constitution to say everything now. At least the constitution does not talk about the ministries, but yet the federal government, yes, of course, the constitution does not talk about that. But we're talking about the third tier of a government. Why is the constitution silent on that? Why is it? I mean, I understand that part that you're talking about. Oh, they are responsible for. They should be democratically elected council members. Okay, fine. That is good. Then, okay, who are these people who are going to be the head of that local government? And why don't you spell out the way you spelled out the other two tiers? Why don't you spell it out and let us know their function, their oversight, their roles?
I agree with you.
Why don't you do that?
National mind. Now, do you say because we don't have that in the constitution, then local government should not exist again, or chairmanship position should not be? Is that what you're advocating?
You see, Benny, again, here we go again with this kind of question. I've not said
because
that.
do you know the reason why I asked this question? Let me tell you the reason why I asked this question. In law, there's something they call purposive interpretation. The law is man-made. The law can never be perfect. As long as human beings are not perfect, any product of human being will never be perfect, no matter how perfection you advocate. So let's assume this is lacuna. In fact, as a matter of fact, let's say it is lacuna in our law. Should our society not progress because there's lacuna? And that is why they went to the Supreme Court. That's the function of judiciary in any country. When you have loopholes in your laws, the Supreme Court must bridge that gap for you, particularly if it's cumbersome for you to go through legislative means, which Buhari tried to do, but he couldn't achieve. The Supreme Court, I'm coming, let me learn. And the Supreme Court simply say, look, even if you find gap in this is the spirit of the law. And this is what we call development in our country. This is the interpretation we are giving this provision. And they gave their interpretation to it. That sealed it. There is nothing in that legislation which they have already interpreted that can now contradict their decision. Never. Their function is
there is. No,
it doesn't happen.
Not even there is, there are.
It doesn't happen in our jurisprudence.
Okay,
once the court has interpreted a law, even if that law clearly say A, if the court said that A means B, you stay with it.
Okay, so now, let me have your view on the joint account. And you know what the joint account is for? They said the constitution says, maybe the constitution or whatever says that there should be just an account controlled by the states and the local government.
I've said it today.
Okay. Yeah, I know you. I think I heard you when you said that. But my point is this: hear me out first. Yeah. When the Supreme Court rules, and there is a provision for a joint account, and it's not clearly spelled out, whose role, who has the legal right to that account, apart from, it's not clearly stated there. Who has the legal role? Because in the first instance, that was what all the state governors were doing. They put money in that account, and then they will, because they are the head of they control the center of that state. They are the governor. They can just dip their hand into it, and whatever amount they want to release to the local government, they do that. Because the constitution does not spell it. Because that's one of the lacuna you're talking about, whereby it's not clear. Yeah. Because now they say, okay, we're charging service fee for servicing that account for them, so we have to remove our own percentage for servicing. That's it. So when the Supreme Court says, okay, they are autonomous, they should have their money. Now, what happens to that account now? What happened to that account?
One man, do you know what they call court striking out? It's not striking out, we call it striking down of provision of a law. Have you heard about that before? Well, so this is the way it works. If you have 2, 3, 4 provisions of a law, don't forget that I told you there's nothing human being do that can be perfect. And that's why you have your judiciary. And that's why when the home says that nothing is more pretentious than the prophecy of the court, that is what you must, that the state of the law is what the court says, and nothing after that. Even if you read the letters of the law like this, what the court say it means is what it means. Now, if you have 2, 3 provisions of the law and they all contradict one another, parties will rush to court and say, look,
this is not law, this is constitution we're talking about here.
Is law now. The constitution is also law now.
Yeah, well, then which one supersede each other? Because we said the constitution is the ground norm, right?
So what I'm saying is, within the same constitution, you can have provisions that contradict each other. Okay. Now, if you have provisions that contradict each other, the court can say, look, if we combine this thing together, this is the combined interpretation we are giving to it. Any interpretation they give to it, regardless of what the letters of that constitution says, once the final court has pronounced on it, there is nothing you can do again. What if you like, you'll be reading black there. The final court in the land says it is red, then it is red, and that is what everybody must follow. And that is why you have literal interpretation, where they just interpret this what common man or educated person like you will see and read and say, oh, this is interpretation now. But beyond literal interpretation in court, we have what we call mischief approach, and we have what we call purposive, and then golden. So we have different means or tools that we use to construct letters of the law. So they are not just letters for their sake, and you just read this, this is what this thing says, it's too clear. Now, no, if it's that clear, then there won't be legal profession. Then judiciary should not be there to be interpreting things. So if they have interpreted it, it can never, that provision can never now contradict their decision. They have looked at it, they have read it, and they are telling you, yes, we have seen this thing, but this is what we think is the purpose. And they said, okay, this account, they said they should keep in common and everything. The end purpose is to get to those local governments. So if as it stands now, it's not getting to the local government, then we are saying that we abridge it. We don't need this again. Then take it straight to the local government. It will still serve the purpose of this provision. That's purposive approach. So that's my take on that. I don't think we should overlabor this.
Okay, go on, please. Sorry, go on.
I don't think we should overlabor this. I think we should just
let's not say we should not overlabor it, because what we do here, this is how we got to this point today. You know, I want to me and some few other people here.
We should do it if we really want development for our country. This is a good judgment that we should run with. We should move on.
We want development. We want development.
Not to be doing legalese. If it is on obit, we are doing legalese now. You'll be telling us that.
It's just a way, because we are not trained like you as a legal practitioner like you. I have my own specialty, which I'm sure you're not trained in that, and I can you now usurp your. But I mean, as a layman, using your the way you people refer to us who are not trained legal people like yourself. As a layman, I will read these things. But in the Nigerian case, we've seen that some of those laws that we see that ordinarily, like the way you were trained in school, that's how law should, but it doesn't play out in Nigeria like that. Because look at the same constitution that brought us to this point we are. Because these people they use that provision of that constitution of that joint account to manipulate the whole thing over many years, and that has stagnate our growth. And a lot of people have died. A lot of people, their life has been wasted because of that. And one of them is sitting in Hassel Rock today, who was himself used that to benefit himself, to ride into power. And now he's acting like a messiah now. So people are praising in his praise. I don't subscribe to that. So if I'm critiquing like this, it's just the same way we critique to get to this point. Maybe they'll be hearing us about this hammering on local government. Let them work. I'm one of those advocates here. And I think Agali Cook and some other people who also champion it here. And finally, they did this through the legal means, which is good. I'm not saying it's not a good thing. But how far is going to play out with the same people that brought us to this same situation? We shall see. Another thing I want to say is this: that
so, national man, what do you want? What do you want us to do?
That's what I'm fleshing out already. I'm trying to make you
we should reject that. We should reject in front of the Supreme Court.
What are you doing here? What are you doing?
No, now I have to ask you now. What's the essence of this argument now?
I've not said we should reject it.
So what do we do? So that we can have
Benny Jacko vent, own vent ni. I've told you what's going on. It's because it's Tinubu that was the Messiah and he's not happy.
So let me go to the point. You see, I'm not saying it's not a good thing that the Supreme Court ruled on this. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is I'm taking it with a pinch of salt. Because I know that space, I know that Nigerian space, that we shall see another thing come up tomorrow. They will look for one loophole within the system. I mean, if you want me to give me, I'll give you so many, Benny. As long as they conduct the local government, it's the government that conducts the local government election. Forget that thing. They'll still bypass it in some ways. The end development to the grassroots will still be usurped in some ways, because if look at what happened in Ogun State. Governor of Ogun State, Tapabiodun. He had to jail a local government chairman because the guy of Ogun State. Yeah. So he had to jail a local government chairman because the guy confronted him about their phone. This is what we're talking about. He removed the guy. He had the guy removed. That's how powerful those governors is. Because he knows that if you remove him, you send him to jail, he can always replace him with another person. If they do another local government election, you put another person there that will listen to him. That okay, that's your local government allocation from federal government.
Ogbeni, let me ask you a question that I think is pertinent. How is a local government chairman removed? Outside of crime, they don't have any immunity. So how are they recalled? Can a governor remove them? I know the voters can maybe recall them.
Their councillors, the councillors can remove them. That's the legislative body.
Wait, what's the legislative body? At the local government level or at the state level?
No, at the local government level, they have councillors now. Those are their legislators that could remove them.
Can the state legislators remove them?
No, so governors do remove them in what we have presently because
no, like in the real sense.
No, they shouldn't. It should be the councillor.
But yes, I just give an example of one that did that in Ogun State.
Yeah, but that's within this useless. That's within the old paradigm.
So what did he play on? What was it played on for him to achieve that? He had immunity.
Because he controlled his purse now.
Yes. He controlled the purse. He has immunity. You cannot even sue him. You cannot do anything against him. I mean, this is what we're talking about. You see?
Yes. Now.
The guy that Rational Man was talking about, was it democratically elected?
Fundamentally wrong with that constitution.
So what do you want to do? The governor has immunity now. You want us to remove immunity?
Yeah, that's what I think we need to talk about.
But there was a reason why
we need to limit. Hold on.
Why should the government be able to remove a democratically elected chairman?
That's why I asked that question. It shouldn't be possible.
No, most times, what they do is they just dissolve. They dissolve. What they do most times is they don't unpick and remove. They just dissolve the
one voice.
They don't unpick who selected. Didn't you hear Weekend when he was saying he bought for everybody? What are you talking about?
So Supreme Court judgment, that kind of thing will not happen again.
National Mind, we are saying the same thing now.
Yeah, I know we're saying the same thing. Just the way we're just going about it, that's what's really making me like.
In fact, okay, what Rational Mind now reads now, Kulata and Ogbeni, what you people were talking about now before, I think it will be better for the federal to conduct the election almost at the same time. Giving the power to these state governors,
I would suggest a mid-term election because their tenure is just 3 years.
But with the government allowing, who are the people who are going to make that law?
I don't want INEC. I don't want federal to conduct the election because the federal will be too powerful. And like I also elucidated my reasons.
How would that make federal to be powerful? Explain.
Okay, in the real sense of elections, the federal emperor can, if he's distributing money directly to those people, if he's also controlling the apparatus that elects them, then he has too much leverage over the local government, and he can.
Okay, look at the previous election that we had. Does president have any effect on the state legislatures, the governors, and even the reps? I mean, the National Assembly members.
Oh yeah, if it's a state that the president has influence. Oh yes. Oh yes.
I think we're just exaggerating this thing. I think the best thing for us for to conduct it nationally, not all these kangaroo.
I have other reasons that I don't want it national, but I don't want to articulate those reasons. For sensitivity concern. But my point, what I want to ask is, regardless if it's the SCIC or NEPA or INEC or whatever that conducts the the local government election, does the government have any right to remove that local government person that's elected, not to someone they appoint, like the Abia State is appointing mayors or appointing caretaker, whatever? No, I'm
It
not talking
should
about
not. It
caretaker.
should not. That's what I was saying. You see, Kulata again.
What they usually do is
This is
this.
my problem. Hold on, John. This is my problem with you, Kulata. And that's why I said that 1999 constitution needs to be totally wiped out. And we need to redo something, redo it.
No, you can't have such a thing. You can't.
Well, I know,
Rational mind.
Can I go on?
Please give me one.
Yes,
Hold
ma'am.
on, please. Hold on, please. Please. Yeah, let's talk one by one. That's what I want to say. I'm not cutting you off. Yeah, go on, please.
So real quick. So what I'm trying to say here is that, Kulata, I've said that 1999 constitution, everything is wrong with that constitution.
We understand.
But where are we going to start from? But one thing I agree is this. I can agree is this. We can take that 1999 constitution and see some of the what did you call it that time, what is that, lacuna? That's what you call it. Look at the lacuna.
Ogbeni, please, what's the meaning of lacuna? You guys say this thing and it goes over my head.
With a space. Like a gap.
Okay, got it.
So
Emma so normal English now. Okay, we need lacuna. Emma so normal English now.
I want to sound like a legalist now, you know. Give my pretend, let me go. So anyway, so my point is
It's actually a scientific word, though. It's not an English word.
So look at those sayings that we have in 1999 constitution and draft a new constitution. That's what I'm saying. We're trying to amend this
rational mind. Hold on, Joe. To your long. Within our current constitution, if we follow it, is it allowed for a state governor to remove a democratically elected local government chairman?
It should not.
Can someone answer me that straightforward question?
It should not. It should. Listen to what I said. It should not.
So that means it's if it happens, it's something that needs to go to the Supreme Court for clarification.
Right. So we continue going to the Supreme Court for everything, right? You see, this is what
that's what happens even in America. You test the law.
How many things are you going to go to the Supreme Court for? How many things are going to be doing piecemeal?
Can I interject you for 10 seconds?
Please.
Yeah.
If we put anything in the constitution, it needs to be tested now. Some people will flout it, and then the judiciary will put.
Yeah, if you look at the constitution, the 1999 constitution is there. It has been amended 3 times now. There is no way you can jettison all the old 1999 constitution and then you replace it with a new one. It's not going to be done that way. I think they should continue to amend it. America still continue to amend their constitution to today. Look at the time it first came out. So you cannot say they should just jettison all the 1999
What's the purpose of a constitution if you don't test it?
The U.S. constitution does not have the flaws. The kind of flaws and lacuna.
Good night, guys. I need to go and sleep.
It does not have it. It does not have it. So don't come here and do this false comparison.
National mind. I've asked one question. What exactly do you want?
See, flesh out.
Ó fẹ́ kí Peter Obi ló fún wọn ní LG autonomy. Nǹkan tó fẹ́ nìyẹn. Òun àtọ̀gá ẹ̀ Máyégún. Ní Máyégún Soldiers Association, nǹkan tó fẹ́ nìyẹn.
By the way, Obi did not LG elections for 7 years, right? He did it at the back end, right? Towards the end.
He did it 3 months before he left the office. 3 months before he left the office.
No one has been quiet. Okay, he's been quiet all of a sudden. I've not heard anything about this.
Of course, it's a shame now. He sat down on local. He stole local government money. He stole it. Olè ni man yẹn. Olè ni man yẹn. Olè ni man yẹn sẹ́. Yes, he didn't conduct local government election. I buy petrol by myself. But no, you pocket the money by yourself too, and you put it in Fidelity Bank by yourself, and then finds its way into Panama. Olè burúkú. Okay, rational mind. Under whose administration did we get local government autonomy?
Oh, come on. Send me that BS. Give me that BS. I mean, this is what people do. You want people coming and
look, that it doesn't hurt if you admit something. Like, this is a good move done by Tinubu. That's all. You don't have to be. You have to bellyache.
The reason why I will never do that is because
rational mind.
You know, guys. Do you know why I'm surprised with rational mind? Because rational mind and I had a conversation about local government council chairman for over 3 hours on a different platform. We went into details about the benefit of having local government. So I'm surprised he's now sounding this way on this platform. The same guy that we were talking about local government councils and the benefit that is now. I don't know.
He's now telling you how the chairman position is unconstitutional.
Please try to understand my position. Whatever you and I will discuss about local government, whatever you and I will discuss about.
Rational mind.
But point. Forget who got it.
No,
we got it is the point.
That's not my point. That's not my point. You see, Babati, try and understand me. But no, I'm not trying to. Try to get my point. I'm not particular about who got it. That's not even my point. My point is that this is not even the panacea to it. Does it kind of make a point? Does it score a point? Yes, it's score a point that yes, it re-emphasizes that point that yes, in the normal federal system, local government should be autonomous from the state and federal. They should be on their own, a government of their own. But the point I'm making here is that even the Supreme Court ruling does not solve anything as such. Rather, it makes that point that, yes, there should be autonomous. Going forward now, we shall see how that plays out. But I don't see that going forward more than just that pronouncement. And the reason is some of those examples I've just given, like I've just said to you, it's not clearly spelled out in the Constitution what is the role of the chairman and the local government, and the local council.
I cannot mind. No. Listen. No. Listen now. We have said, listen, we have said that if you were listening earlier, I have said that we will still be back in court for some more interpretations. Like for tax collection, like if you were listening earlier, I've said that like in a year or two, we'll be back in court again because there will be fight between the government chairman and state. We still have a long way to go, but this is the first step in the right direction, is what we are saying here. That's the point.
You hear your point. Get what you just said now. Maybe in 2 years' time. Dude.
That is by my own estimation. It might be 2 months, it might be 3 months. Yeah.
I know it's your opinion. I know it's just your view. But let's just assume that we're going to do that again for another 2 years. Do you know how many people's lives that would have been ruined just for that within that 2 years? You and I know the value of time here in this country. Time is of the essence. Americans don't joke with that time. We know what time can do. Why we can transform your life within a twinkle of an eye. Within seconds, it can transform your life. But our own people over there just keeps telling them, you need to have patience, you go better. Tinubu no be like how long? What does it take this every motherfuckers in the National Assembly? What does it take them to sit down and just change that thing directly just tweak that thing directly from the Constitution and do it and just have good grief to this lacuna or whatever they call it. But no, they will never do that. They want to go through another the court.
Rational mind. Please. Rational mind. Hold on. See, Tinubu will not come to my local government to come and fix it. He just did his best. Please. He can't go to your local government to go and fix it. The best he can do is what he just did. Thank you.
No, but you see, again, here we go again with this Tinubu thing. I don't want to talk about him. My issue is not about Tinubu doing any whatever crap. That's not my point. But my point is this, is that it does not solve anything. It only makes a point that, yes, they have the right to their autonomy.
So how do you want to go about it? Tell us now. How do you want us to go about it?
I'm not going to repeat myself again. If you don't hear me when I explained to Babati, even though I did not finish what I was saying then, I said, and maybe I just have to repeat myself, but it may sound like, because I don't want people. Now, I said we need to tweak that constitution law. The constitution itself should be tampered with. We need to put the role of.
But the people that can change the constitution, just hold on. I remember, I think Remy made mention of it just now, that they passed it at the National Assembly. Then, but you need to force it to ratify it. But it failed. So how do you want us to make the state legislature to approve that constitutional change? That's the question.
Thank you very much. That's a good question. Now, again, let me now act like your normal press singers with your Tinubu here. You call him Master Strategist, Abi. He has the National Assembly in his post, right? Why don't you call all of them and ask them that, okay, you people, because I'm your God and personal savior, can you people just listen to me once? Just pass this thing and let us have this thing done with. Why can't you do that? If you truly can do that. If you truly
okay, wait. Let me tell you what will happen. Now, a senator, when you bring that kind of a bill to the Senate, a senator, for example, from Borno State, that the governor helped to that seat. When you bring that kind
of Isaac, the National Assembly has already approved it. I mean, the issue is with the states. We are talking about the state legislators, not even national legislators.
No, I think it was the court that pronounced it.
No. During Buhari time, the constitutional amendment about local government financial autonomy was passed by the National Assembly, but it had to go to two-thirds of the state assembly, and when it was returned, there is a resounding no. Lagos State also said no. Some states in the northeast also said no to it, so they were unable to get that two-thirds. That is why it was not passed.
When we want to change national item, you get everybody on board, right?
Relax, rational mind. Rational mind. That is why I see sometimes you are just fixated on one ideology or one way to do things. Look at the way it came about later. No, relax. Give me 10 seconds.
What is relax?
Can you just chill a little bit? Chill. Jana.
Chill what are you telling me to chill about?
Calm down first. Calm down. Hear me out. So you are trying to say you should go back to the governor and say, okay, I'm the president, blah, 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 blah. Let it pass again. That means you are repeating. I think about the word is about not one way to find solution to problem. There are several ways to find solution.
So what are several ways?
Relax yourself, relax. And this one you did.
Relax.
Disrespect on
I don't care. At this point, I don't care. What can you craft?
You want to die? Oh, there's Suru now.
Die out.
Just Suru now. So to pay 17, but to pay 80. So they
go on. Just go on. I don't want to go on.
And then there's no one solution to problem. There must be several
solutions. So I'm asking you, what other solution do you have?
I don't know. I'm going to go Suru, chill. Coach Suru for 10 seconds. Suru now, my Darcy.
No, but the question of when now solution will know.
Oh no, just Suru. Just hold on that. So there are several solutions to a problem. As an administrator, you look at which one is more better, which one will give you a better result. Instead of it going back to the previous solution, you find a way so that you can get what you want in return. This one is quicker and faster. It took them to the Supreme Court, and within 3 months, everything is now a bygone affair. So now the state, the local government have their financial autonomy. I was reading today, the local government, the Ndume, they already written a letter to the Nigerian Financial Institution, NFIU, to monitor the state government about their previous money. So they are also taking action. So sometimes when you are criticizing just because the outcome comes from a man you don't like, sometimes you have to look at things from different.
Say me that BS. You say me that crap you're saying now. That's not my point. That's not my problem. If you want to.
No matter what you say, no matter what you are going to
come on, listen.
Let me finish. Let me also finish. Let me finish. I'm about to finish. No matter what you say here, no matter the kind of idea or opinion in your mind, you are not a ruling class. You are not a senator. You are not a governor. You are just it's true. That is the truth. And you can't influence nothing.
You just shout up. What's all about that? That's all about.
You know what? There are some people that what they fixated on is what is going to kill you.
Okay, doesn't tell you where you are fixated on telling me that Tinubu has the answer to it, right?
So no, I do not say that. I do not. Okay, but boy, you got to my pen on. Tinubu and all at the end of the day.
You just said now that he's doing something, right? Is that not what you said? You said Tinubu. That's what you said. You mentioned him.
You said what I told you. I told you there are several solutions to a problem.
Okay.
And you are saying that it should have went back to that previous one, beg the governor, and because it's their lord, so that they can pass this kind of solution have been there before during Buhari time. And he sat down with his maybe Anthony and the rest of the people to come up with a better solution. And within 3 months, this one is gone. During Buhari time, it takes them more than 1 year. It has to go to all the national state assemblies. And we are telling you, you don't want to listen. You only think about your own.
No, I don't want to listen to what? What are you telling me? I don't know.
Anybody can talk now. I don't want to argue with you because you won't listen.
I mean, there's nothing to listen to because what you just said to me doesn't even make sense to me.
It only make sense to say now because you are it will make sense like liner. Oh, make sense like that. Oh, come down.
It make sense here.
You are just damaging for a long time, for more than 45 minutes.
Come on. Send me that your BS. Just to anybody that has a dissenting view from you guys, all you do is just to attack him and attack them. I don't go by that.
Remy, gentlemen, I'm disappointed in you to be honest. I mean, guys, no. Why are you? Come on, now, guys. They might put you to this point now. No, I was hoping that we're going to actually discuss the local government. Thomas, we're still waiting for you to bring the link up. That's what I was actually trying to listen to you guys have the conversation about. But I don't know how we got here.
We are having a very good session before, but today
Agbado session. Are we?
Continue now.
It was more, it was an honest, rational. It was an honest conversation about because some of these laws. Listen to me. Some of these laws, like for instance, now I did not know until yesterday that Ogbeni reported on that. Even the IGR of states, they're supposed to give. I think he said 10% of it is supposed to go to local government. I didn't know that. So we are all learning about this, this reform. We are learning. So we should not be doing that at this stage. That's what I'm saying. Come on.
Yeah.
You know rational.
No, Thomas.
I said you know rational. Rational we do Agbado now.
You see, the thing is, the only time I go Agbado is when people try to attack my person. That's when I'll go after the Agbados. That's what I do. Because when I'm talking about matters, we're sharing I saw the issue, the solution. The next thing, you are always fixated on one thing.
I mean, you say, well, you don't let me talk. You are just on and on me unnecessarily. Relax, chill. I never abuse you. I never do anything to you. I don't know. How many years do you Jumilo?
I'm not doing that.
So 17, I go to pay 60. I don't understand it.
You see, this is where we go again.
We are having a lively discussion before. But why is it the one way? That guy warned you, but continue.
I should come here and sing your kumbaya like you people, right? And follow your whatever. Is that what you want me to do?
Okay. Let's move forward. How are we going to educate the public about the functions of local government now that they
Okay,
have
thank
autonomy?
you very much for bringing us back. The people engaging the public, the local god, the people engage civil engagement.
Civic engagement at the Conque.
Please, Senator, can we stay on that topic? Let's not do the Tinubu thing. Just on that topic, it's very important. I was really enjoying the conversation. Let's not go into
It's okay.
stuff.
It's okay. If you can go on, and if I have any contribution to make to that, I will do.
Because I mean it's been so long that I just think it's been so long that nobody the people that remember how this thing actually works, they're in their 70s, maybe 60s, 80s. No,
It is going to struggle to even remember some things. It is going to struggle to remember some.
I now agree with you. If somebody like our octogenarian here, Rational Mike, cannot even tell us the function of local government, then that means we are in soup.
We're in soup now.
Yeah, Baba, you won't ask me right. Won't ask me right. So,
let me go to the question. I have an answer for that question. How do we encourage our youths now to make sure that this function goes well? This thing that has been Kulata, can I my own suggestion?
Yes.
Okay, I think in each of the local government there should be the youth wing. The youth wing in each of the local government. Those days they have the youth wing, very powerful youth wing. You know, they fashion they point the arrow on the direction on those things, fundamental things that should be done in that local government. For example, if there is need for drainages, if there is need to clear the gutters. Now, what they should do, as long as this opportunity has been given to the base, they should make sure that there are offices planted in at least 4 to 5 offices that is connected to the local government, where is close to so many different sector of that local government, where people can always go and submit petitions. It might not be in the headquarters of that local government, but there should be sub offices all around, spread around, so that in your own small location area, those things that are there necessary, you submit your petition in that office. Then these files are therefore at the end now transferred to the headquarter of that local government, the head office, where they
petition on what? Petition on what?
For example, if we have for example, I came from a local government area.
Okay, let me give you a background. Maybe because, as Kulata said, maybe we have forgotten. You have in local government, every structure that we have at the national level, at the state level, are also in the local government. They have their own legislative arm, which comprises of the senators and the councillors. They also have something that looks like ministers, and they call them supervisory councillors that supervise education, agri, works, and all those so-called ministry that we used to have. You understand? They also have their own budget. Every year they roll out their budget. This is what we are going to do. We are going to provide image in this also area. So having all these things that you are not, what should they be having with? So those youth that you are talking about, they will be getting salary for what? What is their role?
No, it's just voluntarily, not salary earners. They have their jobs. These are youths who work in different places, but they belong to that local government. I'm not saying they should employ them. They might work anywhere
So
they like.
what is their
Some
job?
might be
What is their
teachers,
role? Why are they there?
some might be teachers, some might be doctors, some might be students, some might be lawyers in that local government.
So
I'm
what
not
is
saying
their
they
role?
should
What do you
employ
want them to do? What would they be doing?
Let me say something to you. In the 80s, even up to Obasanjo, I mean, not Obasanjo, even up to this guy that died, former head of state, what's his name? Abacha.
Abacha.
Local governments, they have civil engineers, they have surveyors, they have all kinds of engineers. At least, even though they were not really functioning in their roles like they used to be in the 70s, like they were in the 70s, when they go for town planning and all of that. They have all these things. Some local governments have some of these asphalt. It looks like a tractor, but they used to put, spread asphalt on the road. You don't want to patch road, or you want to do streets. Some local government, like a popular local government where I was born, they have it. They have all kinds of machineries. It's the only time they will contract it out is maybe they want to build a new road entirely. But that they are patching some part of the road, they don't have to give it to. Even here in America, we have some counties, even some cities, they have their own little public works department where they will just go to fix roads, patch roads, street roads. They don't have to give it out to contractors. So this is what we're talking about. So when the local government, now my point is that even what we're going with all of this is that this use whatever, for me, I don't even see, going by what has happened, federal government having 53% of the revenue to themselves. What does that mean? What in the effing world does that happen? That a federal government will have 53% and local government, the state and local government will not share the rest, which is about 40-something%. How does that even make sense? Because development is at the very core, the very state and at the local government.
But they're going to change it. Tinubu is changing that sharing formula, is reducing the federal.
So to what now?
I don't know. He put it in his manifesto. Is in his manifesto, and he wants to execute it.
I think at the end of the day, maybe state.
He's changing it. He's changing it.
52 or 53.
He's changing it. Not if that's proposed, he's going to change. You just said it in the manifesto, right? That was
he's going to change it. It's in the manifesto, and they've already started discussing it.
Please, can we clarify something on that? With them losing, if they have to reduce the funding for the federal government, I want to believe that they will also be reducing some responsibility with it, right? So whoever is going to gain from that funding will also gain some responsibility in addition with that. So what areas? Yeah. So I'm asking. I want to know.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, Babati.
Okay.
Babati, what they have in plan
is one voice, please.
Okay, Babati, what they have in plan is this: if the state police eventually come on board,
right,
the state will need some grant for a startup. Okay, for a startup.
No, he's saying local government will get.
I know.
So I want to know.
They are thinking about state and local government will probably have about 52 to 53% of the federal allocation. But my main concern, what I really want is a gradual resource control at the end of the day. That's what I really want. Because once we can have that one, I'm not saying total, gradual, maybe little by little, we will continue to give all this state to control their resources. Maybe in the next 10 years, then we can have total.
Remy, I like the angle you were going. So, Babati, assuming we do state police now, then the federal government will take part of their own state police budget and give it to the state. Reduce their own burden from a policing perspective, and then the state and local government will get, that bulk. That will change the.
So like I said, it comes with responsibilities. What I'm saying. So they
get you're right. Initially, I dismissed it, but you're right. It may come with responsibilities because look at it this way: if Tinubu has the intention to gradually resource control, to gradually. It's too late for me to gradually relinquish power from the federal to the state. So whatever they give, whatever happens, restructuring. If we're gradually restructuring and you are giving more things to the state and the local government, then you have to be giving them money from the federal purse to those. So it may be a template, perhaps starting with the state police, perhaps, I don't know, starting with the state police and then continue like that.
Kulata, does
Eh?
Tinubu have the right to unilaterally reduce the the amount that they give to the local
The
government?
sharing formula.
The sharing, does he have it? When it's not here, I should have asked when that question. So, but if anybody knows it, but
I don't know. I don't
I
know.
think it has to probably pass through the National Assembly at the end of the day.
Okay, so
Because this is money we are talking about. And I don't think because first and foremost, the reason why I mentioned state police is that all the 36 state governors of Nigeria, they're already on board. They want their state police. And if you want state police, that means they must give them money to start. So the sharing formula have to change. And that is why the executive will have to raise a bill, send it to the National Assembly, and pass it into law. So, and if we continue to go on that trajectory of gradual resource control, so I say in the next 10 years, if we have a good governance, and then after Tinubu or whatever, and that person also continue, then Nigerian people will see the dividend of democracy more.
Yeah.
So that's
okay. Kulata, this is for you, please. This is for you. Remy, this is for Kulata. Kulata, this state, what do you call it? State
police.
No. State resource control. If at the end Nigeria is able to push towards that angle, which states, can you please name some of the states you feel will not be able to sustain themselves?
Right now, let me put it this way. If they do it right now, overnight, right now, perhaps maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe 6 or 7 states will be able to sustain themselves. The rest
cannot. A follow-up question. Don't you think that is, I think, and don't you think also that might also be the what they are considering? Apart from you just saying that 6 or 7 states out of the 36 states, it might be more. It might be up to 9 states. Don't you think that is what they are also considering? Those few states that cannot really sustain themselves. If they now do that, how are they going to fund themselves? If, for example, Lagos sustain itself, Edo sustain itself, Delta, and then they now pay to Federal. Is Federal going to be assisting those 6 states or 7?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the same way America assists states like Mississippi in one way or the other, because they take from other rich states like California and co, and they help subsidize states like Alabama, Mississippi. I don't want to make this about America, but first things first, I don't think we're going to get to the point where we're going to get ultimate resource control the way we dream about it. It may not be in our own lifetime because it's going to take a gradual process and it will take a long time. But I think they'll be chipping at it small by small by small, because I don't even think it's not something you can jump into just like that. There needs to be many things on ground before you can transition to the level of resource control. So I've been looking more at what is done in India, because we're close in the way we do some of these things. They too distribute money from the center, but their own states and local governments have more autonomy than Nigeria's. So maybe how they are going by their own is something that we will copy, because I don't think we can just turn the switch overnight. The country will shut down. It's not, you can't even execute something like that.
That's why I said about gradual. You cannot have 100%. That's why I even have like
we can't have 100%.
Yeah. So I think at this particular junction, this local government financial autonomy is good for Nigeria. At least you can hold your chairman accountable. And I can see that in Nigerian politics now, people started calling their governors to order. And that's what is panning out in Ogun State now. They are calling, they are shouting his name, come and fix our road. And I can see him also on the road by himself, go and check the road by himself, and also telling the people, I will do my best, but I cannot finish all the road cannot be fixed at one time. So that is the essence of democracy. Instead of you shouting to your president, because the governor have financial autonomy, the president cannot tell the state governor how to spend the federal allocation that go to the state. He doesn't have that right. He cannot control the governor. So, and when we talk about if we start gradual resource control, I can guarantee you that half of the 36 states can be viable. At least when you look at the South state, with all the money they get from derivation and oil money, that 6 states are supposed to be fine. They're supposed to not have problem at all. And when you also look at the Southeast, Imo and Anambra, that also get a little bit of a derivation, they're supposed to be fine also. As we are talking today, Imo State will start having a kind of more than 18 hours of electricity supply soon, because they commissioned their Orashi electricity something. And I think it's going to help them in that state. Lagos State should be fine. Some other states will also be Kano, because of their commercial activity. They will be fine also. So when we look at it in the real essence of it, only some pocket of state, maybe 15 states, will struggle. And maybe under 5 states, they don't know what they are doing. And we can pinpoint them from, excluding the South state. The rest region in Nigeria, there are some 1 or 2 states that will struggle. But the 6 South states, I don't see any struggle from them. Yeah, because Bayelsa is small.
Cross River is going to struggle. Cross River doesn't have oil.
Oh.
Do you Nigeria is just if the issue fine here for you is local government chairman, local government that is collecting the money, fine. Maybe parking fine, infringement. It's local government that is collecting it. They plant flowers, they virtually everything is the local government council. They call it local government, is even fine, like parking fine, fine, it's local government because they will be there. So local government infringement. You
let me Thomas, before in Nigeria, they were the ones that used to. I could remember even in Kwara in the post tenure, during the post tenure, if you park in a wrong place, they have this thing that they will use to clip your tire down, and they will make you to go to the local government to go and pay.
Oh yeah, that's
when
yellow
Obasanjo relinquished all these things to the states and to the state governors, that all those things just fizzle out.
I think Simba.
Why are you blaming Obasanjo? Why are you blaming Obasanjo?
Simba, I think this financial term for local government is a way indirectly good news for the governor too, because the governor can say your local government are collecting allocation. This local government, what are you doing?
Remy, this Kwara State governor, I think is the president or whatever governor forum. Yeah. When he talked about this local government autonomy yesterday, he said that I don't know how, I cannot actually say that his claim is actually 100% true. That most of the time they are the ones that normally even bail out some of this local government. That some of them, the allocation that they used to get from federal government is not even enough for them to pay the salary of their workers, because they are not even good. They are not having any high GR in those local government. That now they will leave them alone, and how they survive does not concern them. You understand? So my fear,
how did the people in that local government get that job? That has to be brought up as well. So the same way
the local government can also downsize now. If they don't have enough money to pay.
They have to. No. For efficiency, if they're going to have to downsize and be more efficient.
Yeah.
That's where they're going.
So that is a win-win situation for both of them. The governor will be happy. A lot of load already off my neck. If you are shouting, you shout your load.
But I will still be a lot of court cases, because some of the sources of IDR for this local government have to be contested in court by the state.
That's what I've been saying, that we'll see you in court soon in 6 months to a year. We still got to talk about tax collections. So the court has to interpret so many things.
So
And
that is why
if your House of Reps and if they're very proactive, they will get ahead of this. They're
so
supposed
that's
to get
why they
ahead
are
of this,
doing it.
start interpreting what this means because
That is
you're going
why
to
they
be
are
back and
doing
forth very soon. So
it.
you
Yeah,
know,
I think the biggest winners is rural Nigeria. That's the biggest winner in this because all governors neglect them.
The other
Uh,
issue that we are not looking at, I don't know prior to 1999, but you discover that you have now people that are not even from the local government working in your local government. They spread them a lot, maybe because the state are the one controlling them. You now have people not working in their local government of origin. You understand what I'm saying? So how is that one going to find out now? Are they going now to say, okay, everybody should go back to their local government?
If I were
no,
chairman, I would say something like that. To go to your local government because my own people are also looking for work. So why you are from Ojo to local government, working my own local government?
yeah,
Why
but
my
that's
people
not
are on my
constitutional
neck?
though. That's not constitutional.
I know
Uh,
it's
uh,
not constitutional, but I must
Simba,
find a way.
yeah, is that constitutional or is there any law backing that? You must be your local government.
That's
If
discriminatory.
that would be
okay, that's the reason why I'm saying that your House of Reps they should be proactive. They should see this coming. They should get ahead of if you're serious.
Yeah, but isn't that
Legislature.
why I'm saying that we should have the elections done at the state level?
Yes, okay, I can see that now. You want to
Uh-huh.
talk about it? I see. It makes sense.
What do you mean by
That's
the
the only way
election?
you can control.
How would that one change anything?
Ah,
All
ó
right,
fẹ́
quick
ká fi
question, guy.
gbogbo
Let
èmi
me
ò
ask a
fẹ́
quick question.
ó fẹ́ ká fi gbogbo ẹnu sọ̀rọ̀ Simba.
Ẹ kò ti yé ẹ náà, ẹ kò
Ó
ti
yẹ
yé
kó ti
Simba.
yé ẹ náà.
Tiwa. Sorry.
Because
Thank you
everybody,
for
you know,
hearing
man,
me.
you
Oh.
are all over the country.
Please hold on. Scholastic only some Yoruba. I still don't understand you.
Irọ́ àwọn èèyàn gbọ́ Yorùbá. Jẹ́ kẹ́lòmíì sọ.
Why can't you say it? Why? Because I know
Can
you.
anybody? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Boboyi will tell us in Yoruba. Let him say it in Yoruba.
Praise Daddy. Praise Daddy. Ó gbọ́ English, ó dẹ̀ gbọ́ Trump. That's the only two languages ó gbọ́ nìyẹn.
Somersault everything.
Kolata
This daddy will somersault everything
Kolata
now.
Koyemi Torosoke now. Koyemi.
Let's hear from Prince. How are you? You've been quiet. How are you doing, bro?
Yeah, good. How you doing, Thomas? So I have a quick question. Since every part of a state falls under a local government, right? So what is left for the governors to do in the country in the country whereby we like to kick the can down the road?
Prince, Kafan will already. Oh, we look at it now. So there's no difference.
Okay, well, yeah. What percentage of the funding will actually go to the local government and the state? Because the state is going to get a lot of money. So what are you going to be doing? Nothing.
26 states, federal 54, federal 54, approximately federal 54, states 26, local 20. That's the current distribution.
Oh, so the state are going to be getting
certain
more than the local government.
there is a certain like 2% or 3% that the federal is retaining. So it's not actually, if you look at the distribution,
yeah, you're right. There's a withholding.
It's not 100%.
There's a withholding. That's the general formula, but that withholding, that is what Adamawa State is now taking to the Supreme Court. That federal government should not do no withholding. That's the latest court case.
No. But
so quick, let me try to wrap it up. So I think it was Simba Remy asking the question. Look, I think it was Remy that the local government is that Demo state or one of the states that choir states that goes every month or so to bail out the local government because they don't have nothing. And I made my submission I think yesterday like that look, it's going to take time for these local governments to get to par, to become productive and efficient because
They've been bastardized for so many years. They're like little kids now. They are going to be like little kids, growing up, learning things, how to do things by themselves, not going to the governors to ask what to do or to beg for crumbs. Now they have to take the leadership, and
Hey,
that's going
sorry
to
for
take time.
Prince Daddy, you are wrong. You don't know
hold on.
that in local government they also have somebody like permanent secretary and so many of those leaders that are still working in local government that they know the
They call
system.
them they call them DPM, Director of Personnel
They have.
Management.
Not that you think they don't have people like secretary directors like we have in state or federal government. They do have them.
But before,
Remy, I'm not,
they are
Remy, I'm
sorry,
not talking about people that have positions. I'm not talking about
sorry,
people that have positions. I'm
Praise
talking about
Daddy.
people with leaderships. Yeah.
Yeah, Praise Daddy. What Praise Daddy is trying to say, all those names you are mentioning, they are just names. But Praise Daddy is saying now responsibility has come. How are they going to handle it? You can be a bishop, you can be a, you can
Isaac,
give yourself
hold on.
any name, but there have not been that opportunity.
Isaac, can you hear me? Yeah, our
Yeah.
Prince Daddy, they've been doing this before. They've done it before.
I know.
They have
That's
they have autonomy before. So it's not that we now be teaching them how to work, how to do things.
Oh
They've
no,
done
no,
it.
that's a so wrong thinking. That's
For so many years,
really
they had handicap.
exactly. They mean,
I
and
think
they're like toddlers now. They have, trust me, they have no clue what to do right now. If you ask me, yeah,
even
some of
those
them
ones
in the
that
past.
That's true.
go ahead. Yeah, you have a point. You are talking about those ones that are going to go for this elective position. Some of them they don't have a plan. You know, in Nigeria, they just pick you, go for chairmanship, you go for rep, you go for senator, and nobody really even for a governorship position, they don't have a solid plan how they are going to rule. For those elective positions,
But when you talk about politicians are different from the civil servant. They have
I know what
civil, they have the civil servants that are already there. You understand?
Yes,
That will
I know, Simba. That is the basic. That is one of the reasons why some of these governors sometimes fail in the initial stage before they pick themselves up, because they don't have a solid plan. And when they get to the state, and if the civil servant is also corrupt, or the people at that place are very
and there's
corrupt,
nothing you can do about that now. So how would they say? Would they not go to school? Would they need to go to school before they will contest?
What I'm trying to say is that before they contest, they also need to grab. They also need to study and work out.
The people, the president, your president, your governor, did they learn anything before the contest?
No, like Johnson, we are saying the same thing. So whatever that is what Prince Daddy is trying to talk about.
Having political will is different from. Well, that is why they have a civil servant that are there every year in, year out. They are the one that they will learn from. You understand? But it's for them to have the political will to do good things. That is what is lacking. You don't need to go to school to go and learn how to run a local government now. You have all the paraphernalia of people that will assist you if you are a good administrator.
Say it's okay, Simba. I'm not talking about knowing how to run the local government as an entity. I'm talking about now doing real projects, building hospital, doing roads, building schools, actually taking leadership in negotiating contracts and do a whole bunch of stuff that supposedly the governors were doing before. It actually, the reason I'm saying this is to let you guys understand. Just like people, a lot of people are trying to grade Tinubu in his first year, like he was supposed to do magic. So I'm preparing guys' mind.
No, we agree with you. There will be teaching period also, as you said. Yes, I agree with you, because let me tell you, most of the infrastructures that this local government have are already been dilapidated.
Yes.
Over years, they have all these machineries that they use for grading road and all those things. All those things now, I don't think they might have to go and be buying new ones, because all these old ones, so somehow some people will have stolen them, because they are actually not working.
Yeah, I think you are totally right. And if you look at the way states are, if you go to every local government I'm just going to talk about Southwest. You will see they have health centers, they have event center, they have so many things that belong to the local government. But when you get there now, it's bushy, dilapidated. You just need to go back, refurbish it, make it workable. I think some of the
I think some of what Prince Stat is trying to say is not. I mean, I think it's a bit more complicated than that. When it comes to contract negotiations now, like let's say a construction company, the local government will have to issue those award those contracts by themselves as opposed to the governor, and then you now have the issue of in-flight projects that is already getting executed and it's kind of like coming through the state using local government funds. How are you going to like renegotiate that kind of deal, or how are you going to continue that kind of deal? The funding mechanism, there's going to be a lot of hiccups.
Hold on. Can I answer that question? Or can I just say something about what you just said now? Again, it goes back to what we're saying, that the way the whole structure is constituted right now, the local government cannot sustain themselves. It's not possible. Because I think they still need to go back to court and still fight some things with regard to those things that were listed in that schedule, whereby they have to be responsible for TV license or whatever license, radio right licenses, funerals, and they have to maintain cemeteries and all of those kind of things. They have to collect some taxes from all these Molankies and all those kind of people that pushes truck and all of that thing. It needs to go back because right now, let's just use Lagos State as a template. Again, I'll go to Lagos State because that's where I can use about the only place I can use, which is we can say by Nigerian standard is the highest, is the best standard we can say. Now, talking about Lagos State government has just signages and everything to themselves. Funeral, even some of the what's it called? There's one cemetery in Yaba there, and across some part of Lagos, even the Ikoyi cemetery there. I think Lagos State has taken over it. I think it used to be federal before, but then I think maybe Lagos State took over it. I mean, the point is this: is that you cannot run a system like that. If they have to depend on the allocation coming from federal government, just about pay their workers, and what are these workers doing? I mean, what's the impact? Because the issue of the reason why you are a civil servant, a local government civil servant, is that you are rendering service that impacts the life of people in your locality. But when they are not doing anything, they're not paving roads, they are not doing utilities, they're not really working to really benefit. I mean, pipe-borne water is. I mean, so what's the point of them getting paid for that service that they never ran? Just let me land my point. So, what is the use of these people? So, invariably, they will be getting money paid to them, and as their whatever, if their party is the one in the center, which is in the state, then it means that they continue being the appendage of that either it's APC or PDP or whatever party that's in power in that state. They'll be the appendage of that. I like right now. That's how they are right now. So you see, when I'm this pessimistic about the whole thing, not because I want to be pessimistic, it's just because so that we can critique this thing, so that people that are listening to us, these policy makers within Nigeria, Jonathan Lando, I just get quiet all the time we'll be talking. So all these policy makers within Nigeria, because I don't know, maybe the Tinubu'S people, they are listening to us when we're talking about this local government, and they saw that, okay, let's just go and fight this in court, which is good, but I don't see that as a panacea right now, because there's still some
sorry, Rational, my fight what in court? You made mention of something very critical about the people working in local government not being productive. How can you fight that one in court?
No, that's not what I'm saying. See, again, I don't know I don't know where I speak. Some of you don't understand me. And that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying the revenue, the source of revenue. When I make sorry, late here, my voice is high. What I'm talking about local government is that if whatever allocation they're getting currently right now, it's just to pay their staff members within the local government. And I know these local government members are just party loyalists that are just being there and being put on the name of the roster on the payroll of the local government.
Are you talking about the civil servant there, or you are talking about the politicians that are running the local government?
Can you make any distinction between politicians and the civil servants?
You know what, rational mind. Let me tell you something.
Yeah, because let me tell you. No, just hold on. No, Remy, sorry. Because there is a difference, because the civil servant has the gestation. I mean, the if you are employed as a civil servant, at least if you can work for 35 years based on your age, or 30 years based on the, maybe if you spend 30 years. So you cannot tell me that the people that are working in local government are loyalists of one party or the other, because
Come on.
look at look.
You people talk like as if you don't know what is going on. I mean, like,
No, just hold on now. Hold on. Okay, so one party will be there for 35 years, or even our democracy is not up to that. So you cannot tell me that the people working in local government are party this thing now.
Simba, the question I want to ask, Simba, the question I will ask is this. The local government since 1999 till today, there are still some people working there as civil servants. And
Even before 1999, even before 1999, so people have been working there before 1999.
And they have served different political parties.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
APC or Labour Party.
Okay, here we
So
go.
the question, what you are trying to say here.
All right. Okay. Now let me tell you something that you don't, something that some of you don't understand about local government is this. Normally in a Senate, because Nigeria is not the same place. Nigeria is not the same place. That's what I'm saying. In a Senate society, but besides you having your own individual party that you belong to, you don't come to your workplace, especially when it comes to local government or where you work in civil service, or display that craziness. Oh, I'm for APC. No, you don't do that in civil service. I used to be a civil servant.
As a civil servant, it should be apolitical. It's part of the civil service rule.
That word political is being politically correct. Every civil servant has their own leaning. They have where they lean to. You don't have to.
It cannot be a card carrying member. That's what it means. That it cannot be. It can vote, but it cannot be a card carrying member of any political party as a civil servant.
Even here in America, there are civil servants that are card carrying members.
But in Nigeria, we don't. In Nigeria, is not so.
Remy, will you allow us to have this conversation? Or you just want to say something or what? Because you've been talking a while. So my point is this: is that the policymakers, all this critique where I'm doing here, not because I just want to critique, so that they can tackle the main issues, the bigger issues. Not just because we just hear a landmark ruling of the Supreme Court, it means that everything is put by. We can just go and sleep. And there's no magic here, because they need funding. The current funding, the way it is, they are getting from the federal government, is not enough to even manage the local government. Besides to pay their civil servants that for me, which to me, that's my own opinion. Which, if you want me to prove it to you, I'll prove it to you. Go to many local government, ask many of them. If you want to really know, a lot of them, if not more than half of them, they are card carrying members of it. Usually the ruling party.
Can we make it a conversational so that you are not the only one talking? What I'm trying to tell you is very simple.
Remy, will you stop this your way of talking?
You know, they know what you want to make it stop.
Mama, so don't tell me that.
Let's make it conversational.
You have been talking here, and who told you that you have been talking?
Money, let's make it conversational.
Okay, go on. Yeah, then you go on. I have a conversation. Why
do you always do like
that?
No,
you ask yourself that question.
That's enough, please, guys. We are adults now.
Okay, I'm not here to fight you.
That's the way it come across sometimes. The way the man sorrow. I mean, you are talking.
I think you deliberately want to fight unnecessary fight. Okay, what I just want to say here is very simple. We have a civil servant that also serves different states, different governors with different party across party line. So they might have their line. They might maybe a little bit to APC or PDP or Labour or whatever they call. But what we are trying to say here is simple. We have civil servants in the local government. Some of them have been there before 1999. They have not reached their retirement age. That is immaterial, or that is not very important in what we are trying to say here.
It is important.
Whether you like it or not, people who work in local government civil service, they will spend their 30, 35 years, and other people will come. They might like APC, they might like Labour Party, or maybe the party that will be in existence at a particular moment at that time. So what we are trying to do, that is not irrelevant. That is not very important here.
It is important. This is what we do. We don't. When I say we don't understand, we don't have. Well, let me not say that we don't understand. Let me put.
So you will talk that way and then. Why? No problem. Why?
It is important that people belong to their own political party, but you don't bring it and display it. Case in point. When Tinubu was doing his campaign in Lagos, Sanwo-Olu was doing his campaign in Lagos. Majority of the people that went to feel that sorry, they're going to see only consider the three Balogun stadium there. Majority of them, half of them, they are from local governments. They've been asked to go and sit down there and go and chant at Tinubu and Shonwolu. What are you telling me? What are you telling me about? That's not supposed to be.
Okay.
No, just hold on, Remy, sorry.
One second. Look at Osun State, for example. Osun State have been changing party for the last 16 years from one party to another party. Now it's PDP that's ruling the state. Before it was APC. Are you going to tell me that, okay, those people that are linked to APC during APC regime, if the present state governor asks all the local government civil servants to be at a particular moment, they will say, oh, because I'm APC, I'm not going to go. So that's why I'm telling you, it's irrelevant. It's not important.
It is important. It is relevant.
Remy, what rational mind don't understand is that civil servants tend to bend towards the ruling party. Exactly. You understand? It's not as if in Osun State now, if Adeleke want to campaign and he has all the civil servants to come, they will come, and you think that all of them are PDP.
But should it be like that? Should it be that? Should we
no, but it's not as if let me tell you, civil servants, they are just like a flirt. Any government in power, they follow.
Yeah, I get you. I agree with you on that.
You guys are lost in the conversation. The important conversation is there are many things ongoing right now in each local government that is controlled by the state.
Is that not what we're talking about? We're talking about so many things.
How are they going to transition it to the control?
That's what we're talking about. You see,
no, but that's what's worrying me. How are you going to transition it to the local government?
Nigeria's problem. On one platform, somebody says Nigeria problem is in layers. When you keep one layer, it's another layer, it's another layer. It's just so numerous layers that Nigeria. So we need to critique the whole thing very well.
Okay. Can you give me one moment? Let me be more specific to the points you just raised. Let's use an example of Lagos. You know how Lagos has built a lot of they spent a lot of money on building jet fleet, jetties, and they spent money on building all those locally produced boats that they invested in. So if you now say LG local government is supposed to control the waterways and all those things, do they recoup their money back? Is it a form of partnership? How would that work?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to drive to. So like even signage, like signage, right? That's supposed to be local government. Parking fees, all these things, supposed to be local government. And the state has kind of like the state
they've poured money into it. So will it be some kind of joint account all over again where they are sharing?
Exactly. You are getting to my point now.
Property and collateral. I think this is a small issue. If there is a synergy between the governor of a state, and if you know how to bring people together, a good example of Lagos State, I don't see any big deal about it. They will sit down and iron it out.
Okay, Remy, if Labour Party is controlling Etiosa, and I'm just giving you, and PDP is controlling, I don't know, Koshofe or whatever, are you going to tell me it's going to be easy to maintain a joint account in Lagos State?
One thing you should realize.
Joint account on what? I'm not
okay.
On the already, guys, let's make back the same map. So they've already, state government already invested in some projects that ordinarily should be controlled by local government. Now, with this pronouncement now, we expect those states to go to be transferred local government. So we're
definitely because they use their money to build all those to construct all those projects now.
But they can say that they also invested their own money into it as well.
You are right, Babati. That question you raised now. I was here listening to some people when they were arguing it. They said, then we should be asking that all the money that they've been collecting in all these years, they should account for those money then. Is it Serap?
Serap is asking for that, yes.
That's what the point is. So if they start asking them, then
Serap has the right to take them.
I think that should not be. It shouldn't be difficult now. Okay, let's say for example,
it is very difficult.
No. Wait. When states are being created. Let's use the example of Osun and Oyo.
Simba, give me 1 sec, please. Yeah, how many judgments has Serap procure from the court hasn't been implemented. Do you remember anyone? They procure from the government or from the court as the government, the federal level, state level, local government has implemented.
They've won some cases. They've won some cases.
I said implemented. Do you hear that?
They are not. They are just NGOs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thomas, don't worry yourself about Sarah. They always do like that, and 80% they always do.
Don't we need them? Don't we need them to call these people to order? We say we should not worry about them. We should worry about them because they are helping in some ways. They are bringing sanity into the
Why should I worry myself? They are doing their constitutional right by taking them to court. It does not mean they are going to win or lose. If they win, fine. And if they lose, it's not a big deal. And they have been taking so many cases to court, and most times they always lose. And if they win this time around, they win some, they lose a lot. So it's not a big deal. So why should we worry too much? And what you guys are saying, to me, I did not see any big deal in it. Because when they create state, they share their assets and liabilities. Now that the local government have their financial autonomy, if the local government is trying to say, I want all the money that you have spent on me for several years or something like that, they must come together and, where is your paperwork? Let's come together and have a meeting and iron it out. And if they like, they can take the state to court.
But what he's saying is that it would be better if they were of the same party to be easier to iron out these things. But if they are different, let's say different party wants to play. If I want to play hardball, that is what I think he was trying to lose. Like, it's easier to have APC, like let's say in Lagos now. That negotiation would be easier if they were all APC, right? It would be easier to negotiate. But besides having PDP, APC, you have that's the problem.
I don't think. Let me tell you. I don't think this thing is as difficult as you are looking at it. Anything that you build and it's actually in the purview of the local government will be surrendered immediately to the local government where that infrastructure is.
What if I added my own state funds to help that? Yes. What if the state governor says, well, to build this jetty or whatever, we also infuse state fund into it.
Yes.
We want to be a partner in it because we are equally invested in this project as well. Then you say, no, it's mine. Then we go to court. Then that's what we're saying. You're going to have that issue.
I don't think they have any right to claim it. The money belongs to the government, and they use the local government money to do all these things now. They can also claim that it's their money that they used to do it now.
Simba, just stay with me. This is what I'm saying. Let's say we build something in your local government. It's going to be a money-making thing, and it costs 100 million naira. And you say, okay, give us our 40 million or 50 million. I can say, well, the other 50 million was
okay. You there are some things that are not under the local that cannot even ordinarily be under local government.
Simba, hold on now, wait now. The question now is, will the state government now say you owe me 50 million, or let's go into joint partnership because I have 50 million in this project?
Okay, give an example of such an infrastructure that you're talking about. Give an example.
Jetties in Lagos.
Can I answer your question?
Just hold on now. Hold on. Jetty. Is jetty under the local government?
It is
management of jetty. Is it under the local government?
Let me finish, guys. Under our law, waterways and boats. No, waterways and boats is supposed to be local government, but Lagos state government.
Are you sure? Are you sure what you are saying? Yes, that waterways and boats?
It is. Even I was shocked now. Asking, I went through these things now. Taxing boats and everything is local government.
It is.
So what Osowolu was doing, it was now building boats, locally made boats. It was now investing money to build boats for those jetties. It was building locally made boats to run those routes.
Is it possible? BT, is it possible for state continue the one they built that they should continue maintaining it? Then local government should build their own.
No, but I'm saying that with this new ruling and what is
okay, I have an answer for you, Babati.
So what I'm saying is now we now say okay, give it to me. It is mine. They will now say okay, we know we used your money, but we also have our own money now. So will it be that they are now free state governments of funds, or will they go to partnership? That is what the negotiation will become all about. That's what I'm saying.
Babati, the example you gave is very simple. That jetty they just built, and that jetty, if my memory serves me right, does not serve only one local government.
No, it's even more than that. No, it's more than that.
We
They
serve
build
different
boat. No,
local government.
hold on now. They build boats. They also did dredging as well.
Yes. Okay.
They've invested so much money into that.
The only thing the local government can claim now is that the profit accrue after the expenses from these services, because I think that gets is under Lamata, Lagos State Mass, blah 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 like that.
But so it's supposed to be under local government, not
local government can one local government do that project?
Can you bring down your voice? You're screaming. Can you bring that voice down?
No, I hope you guys get what I'm saying. I don't mind a partnership.
Babati, let me explain this one thing they're not getting. If you go to court as a local government, the constitution backs you that is your purview, not the state's purview. The state signed the contract, the state built the boats, the local government can sue them, and then how are they going to resolve that? Because then the state needs to carry everything away. So there are many active contracts right now that is signed by the states, but is the jurisdiction of the local government. That's going to be very problematic.
Okay, how many local government money does the state input into this contract? To do this business. How many local governments? If there are like 10 local governments that the state use their money to do this business,
there's no agreement that says the local government is telling states that come and do this on my behalf. It doesn't exist.
But we should also talk about before the Supreme Court
should surrender everything to the local government. They get nothing. They surrender every project.
There's something
it is a pending expense. If the local government wants to continue, they can. If they don't want to, they can scrap it.
Yes.
They don't have to.
Kulata, guys, there's something we're not even addressing, because on this issue of these finances that they've been getting over the years, you know that some of you might be, we all know that some of the states, they are highly indebted. They're in heavy financial debt to maybe local lenders or international lenders. And that's why federal government, they don't give out the total money that some of them have to get. They take out from their money just to pay out some of these debts. Now, tell me if some of those governors now says, okay, after all, the money that we borrowed in the past was also for the whole state and for the local government, and they have to start tampering with the local government money.
Good point. Good point. Because you can say that a portion of the loan is part of local government, so federal government can withhold it before even giving local government the allocation the way they do to the states. Great point.
So
by the way, to Remy, to respond to your question, 18 out of 20 governments in Lagos State have access to the highways. So it's 18 states.
If all the 18 local government now said we want our boat, how do we share the boat?
No, you're listening to the point. It's not their boat technically, because the state government was the one that initiated the investment in it. Maybe you can say on their behalf, but they can also say that we have our own money in. We also have tax funds in it. So I'm asking again, joint partnership will need to joint account all over again at that level, right? For that investment.
I think generally you guys have it's a good question, but what we can do now is that we just have to forge ahead. Because if local government want to create trouble, or maybe the local government...
No, Remy, what I'm saying is that it would be easier if they were all APC, then they can do backroom deals and we will not have issues. The issue will become around when you have Labour, PDP also winning some local government seats, and they want to score some political points. Start calling for investigation and all those kind of things. Then you're going to have any issues.
So that means there's no room for opposition anymore.
Babati, can I answer your question?
I'm not saying there shouldn't be, but she should. For the sake of, for the small adjustment period, I would prefer that we don't have any opposition. Just for that for first 4 years or 80 years, we'll be better with no adjustment, with no opposition. Just for the sake of that transition period, it will be better off. Yeah.
So
Rational, please, before you comment, but the local government can't claim they didn't get any dividend of democracy out of the money the state government has been withholding throughout the, since they take the autonomous from the state. Local government can say they don't enjoy anything. So the state government can still say, we do this, we did this,
It's out of your money that we execute all those projects. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Thomas, if it's not contractual, it doesn't mean anything. There are no, I mean, the thing is, there are no, I don't think there are joint venture agreements, JV agreements between the state government and local government. The states just do, they just do whatever they want to do.
Kulata, that right there, I agree with you. There's no agreement, but then there's another way they could they could investigate that. Because if the local government now have to go into all the allocations they've been getting from the federal government, and then that is they want to open their own, everybody will open their yash, everybody now starts paying the yash of the fowl. Is that now they will have to bring in what's it called, auditors, come and audit all their accounts. How much? They can land pointing. Now, if they audit that, they are audited now. Now, how much did local government get, and how much the federal government allocated to them? So, if from there they can deduce that, they can use that in court, because if this account is said to be our account, and if people have been taking money from that account, and you give us peanut at the end of the day, we want to now do a forensic or was it the auditing of that account. So if they could trace all the money that the governments have been taking, that would land a lot of them into trouble, which I don't see that happening. But that could be another way they can go against.
At what point are they going to start that?
Well, I don't know. It's up to them to figure out what point. But my point is that just to answer.
Because some of the governors there now, they are not even, because majority have left.
Yeah, I know. Some of them have left, and some of them are still there. They want to do some of them. They want to hang some of them right now. They can do that. But the thing is, you'll not be able to prosecute them because they have immunity. That's another thing. That's why I was there's a whole array of.
They don't have immunity after office now.
But right now they have. You cannot.
I know the ones. What about all them Ibori that have been doing it and they're fighting? They're still fighting.
We're talking about the current ones now.
Let me cross my line a little bit. Do you know the that I'm really looking forward to? You forget both objectives. The NUWRT fight for the government. That is the one.
There's going to be war.
That one is the one. That is the main fight. That is because that is where the most money is. That's where that cash cow. That is the one you want to watch out for. So yeah, that would be interesting to watch.
But see, I think there was a time the federal government is helping the local government about that money. I don't know. Maybe Siba can tell us more about that. There was a time, I am sure, that the federal government is helping to pay primary school teachers also, one way or the other, maybe a kind of grant or whatever. So because
that was what I was saying yesterday. Now that somebody was saying that it was the local government.
Let me quickly raise this scenario. So
add this to what you want to say. Does that mean if local government have their autonomy now, they will be able to borrow money as well to do something?
Yeah.
I'm just asking.
Yes, Thomas. Yes.
But they will see that all this.
Here's my question. Okay, look at my own state, Osun State. We don't have any local government, nothing. Adeleke is no elections. So assuming they gave Babati contract to do some road between Ife and Elisha or something through the state, even though it's a trunk C road, which is supposed to be local government. So with this autonomy now, what happens to that deal?
If the chairman says we don't want to do it anymore, then that's it. Technically, that's by legal law. He can count. If he doesn't want it in his trunk seat, he can count.
No. Kulata, it doesn't work like that. Because I could remember during Aregbe Shola, what he did that time was when they pulled the local government fund, they now say, okay, in each local government, they are going to construct. So they will not construct across local government. It will be only in that local government. It won't across local government.
I'm talking about only in that local government, but the contract was awarded by the state. I'm talking about the contractual.
They will finish their job now. They finish their job.
Oh, so we're supposed to. So is this
because it's supposed to? It would be within that budget period.
Listen to what I'm saying. Contractual obligation is to the state. So if the local government is receiving their money directly now, so the state government is going to say, I'm doing it in your local government. Oh yeah, pay me. what I'm paying this contractor.
So the question is, Olata, let me ask you one
And
question.
I think some of these things will stop. They might even stop that project, and that is the end.
Yes.
So
It's going to be
there are
No,
some
let me
things.
ask my question. Oh, sorry. Una the talk since make I say ask my question. I beg. Sorry. That one that Kulata just said just now, I just quickly answered. I said nullified. But my question is this, and it's a big concern to me. Like Edo State, we have 18 local governments. Now, when they bring the allocation for the local governments, which I believe is going to be a central account for the local government of Edo State, and there are 18. Is there any measure in place how this money will be distributed to these 18 local so that
No. Isaac, before even under this present, just hold on, Remy, even under this present joint account, they still stipulated right from the federal level how much each should go to each of the local government. It's not as if they will say, okay, all the local government in the state, you take 20 billion. No. They used to mention each local government. Only on one local government, your own is 500 million.
OPR. Okay. Oh, I understand.
That's how it comes. That's how it comes. But it's the governors that will now pull all of them together.
This one would say, this one is cheating me, or this one is
No.
Will not get their money directly now. The question I want to ask Kulaka is very simple. When you mentioned that contractual obligation, if I were a local government, if the contractor Babati have nearly completed the road, or maybe 80% completed, or 60% completed, or 50% completed, and my people want the road, would I stop it as a local government chairman, or what am I going to do? Am I going
No,
to
it's
stop
talking about the funding. It's talking about the funding now.
Yeah, I know. The funding that depends on me as a local government chairman to look for fund to complete it, or to work in synergy with my state governor to complete
But
the
listen,
road.
Remy, the contract is not written is written to the state. We've been doing things in anyhow manner because ideally they should have executed it through the local government. That's the normal way. Even in this situation that we're in, they should normally have done it through the local government. But we know there's all sorts of shenanigans that they just do things anyhow. So ideally you should be able to maybe do a change order on that contract or something to be able to maybe change.
They can cancel the contract. They can cancel it.
I mean, maybe you can just do a change.
I will not totally say
you can do a change order or something, and
I will not say cancel the contract. It depends on the implementation.
Yeah, but my point is, look, Lagos is probably more organized than any other state. But when you're not thinking about my state, northern state, all those kind of states, there are many shenanigans because they just do things anyhow, bow. That there's some contractual stuff that are going to drop immediately. Because right now the law is taking effect now, so that means even my state local government chairman, nobody's going to get any local government money next month. For example, in Osun State.
That is my fear. That's the only fear I have. The plight of the civil servant working in those states and in those local governments.
So what will happen is that there's a chance for you in Osun to have a local government election by August, if you want to collect the money. So that state governor have to find a way to institute. Start.
He needs to do elections. Okay, but for that contract, the contractor, his obligation is to get the money from the state. So the state will now.
I understand.
Okay, no. Let me push this. Hold on. Let me push this. Let's say that state is Osun, and then this thing has taken effect. So first of all, they're not going to give us any local government money till we do elections. So let's just say, okay, next month now, no money is coming in. And then that contractor will go to the state governor and say, bros, Owomida. Normally, that Owomida should have come out of what will have come from the local government. So the account for Adeleke no go balance because he's only getting the state portion. She'll get.
He will say that road is no more in my jurisdiction.
Now, Benny, please hold on, please. Right. Now that the allocation for the local government is for this money now, no more. So local government, state that doesn't have local government, I mean the elected one. So how are they going to pay their salary next month?
No, sir. No,
That's part of what I'm talking about now. They
so
won't be able to.
as the case stands now, that means no salary for those local government employees because they didn't get the states did not get their allocation anymore. But I want to say something. If I were a state governor and I have been constructing this road, whether local government like it or not, this is my glory because at the end of the day, they are going to say it's Governor Adeleke that commissioned that blah 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 road. Even if they commission a borehole, they will say it's Governor Adeleke. So politically, and I'm still going for second term. So I will have to juxtapose my pros and cons. Which one favor me more? And when we now have an election, I should find a way to put my local.
Remy, you're acting like the funding is unlimited. With what funding?
What can you do? So he has to stop it until they have an election and then continue after election.
Because with what funding, he has to go and borrow money or something.
No, there's a simple solution. See, all those people getting paid on the local level, government level, they're already on the payroll. All they have to do is to get the expense report, and the local government can transfer the money to the state after or before paying them. Unless you say they're paying ghost workers. This is public information. They should be public, to be known. It's not that complicated. People should not. They shouldn't stop paying them because of a change in accounts. It doesn't make any sense.
Prince Daddy.
I think with this, they will discover
the law,
more gross workers.
Is it possible for federal government to say, okay, we give every
6
state
months or 6 months
or 3 months or 4 months conduct local government election? Then if you don't conduct it within the social period, then
judgment already cancel everything.
The judgment already said if you don't have a democratically elected local government, they will not send you your money. So I want to believe, based on that ruling, next month, Osun State will not get local government money. So you are now telling me, Prince, that the governor will need to fork out money. And I'm asking, where's that money?
He will not do that. They will not do anything of such. No governor will do that. Because they might even want to prove a point by instigating the local government people against the federal government.
Whether they like it or not, Supreme Court judgment is still there, cannot be reversed again. So whatever they're going to do. Even some local governments.
One second, collector. So people are getting paid in its local governments, and they don't have what, a chairman?
Yes.
Or they
elected?
Never had
election. No election. I don't know whether they have a caretaker or whatever.
Chairman, just the governor.
Can I ask a question?
Their governors are appointee now.
Can I ask a question? Because the law says no. Hold on. Can I ask a question? Because the law says the money goes to the local government. Now, there are some workers at that level that are working for LCDs, which will make it illegal for them to be paid under this new law, right? They're not technically working for the local government that the money is allocated for, but LCDAs. So if you pay them with that fund, wouldn't that be considered illegal?
No. Babati, let me tell you what happened. Most of these states that created LCDs, they didn't employ people specially for those LCDs. They pulled them from the original local government.
Oh, so they also added their staff.
They are not added staff. They are not added staff.
They did not have zero. They didn't have nothing. But at the end of the day, it's a very good thing that you brought out here contractual. But at the end of the day, there must be a way the state governor can find a solution to that problem. Because you cannot say because you are not getting the allocation, all the local government projects you are doing should stop. I don't buy the idea of the governor saying, okay, because I didn't get this local government allocation. What about the time they have been getting a lot of money that they are not doing nothing for this local government, and now they are doing something, and the Supreme Court now said that okay, stop it, and they now say okay, because the rule have come, then we are not going to do nothing anymore. It's their state now. It's not another person's state.
Well, why are you talking as if they are running government like a family?
Doctor, Babati Articulata, and any other guys there, we can go, all of us can go to Nigeria and start a consulting firm. Consult for this local government. I tell you, this is a big business here. I see here.
Consulting what?
consulting company to some of these local government, how to organize their local governments.
Okay, being like a consultancy job.
No, guys. Let me even hold on. Let me even tell you something. In our own advanced space, as of yesterday, people are already talking about from the diaspora the renewed interest in local government politics, but it changed since yesterday.
Instantly.
I'm telling you, it's people are now saying something is there. It's not about money necessarily, but the impact to first share for people is easier through local government. So there's a renewed interest in local government politics again in my own space. So I can't speak of other places, but for my own area,
Even
there's something to be renewed interest in itself too.
One of my big uncle coming from America is interested in Abeokuta North, local government chairman. Okay, so go for it. That is the beauty of it.
Do you guys know that?
Do we even, excuse me, do we even have an idea of how much goes to some of these local government? I'm not talking about big local government where they have all these oil derivation, whatever. I'm talking of an average local government.
They have to make it transparent now. We need to know what they are getting now.
Because I remember during Obasanjo regime, Okonjo-Iweala used to publish all these things every month for public consumption.
I've seen some statistic sites post them on X, so it must be available one way or the other. But it's not just as easy as the time of Okonjo, but I'm sure you can get it.
But Kolata, with the improvement in the federal allocation, I'm not factoring inflation or currency, whatever. Don't you think the local government will also have more allocation? For example, I remember that during like in 1999, some of them can get as much as more than 50 million in a month. Now we are talking about 2024. Maybe each of them can get over 200 million in a month, or even 300 million.
200 million, 200 million, 300, even 500 million. What can that one do for a local government?
Ibom or Bayelsa, oh my God. The local government there. Talk of that Bayelsa.
But the thing is, with more money, it attracts more corrupt people. Now, why would you go now for State House of Assembly? How much are they going to? How much money are you going to make compared to local government nowadays?
More competition.
Hey, it's better to run for a local government chairman than to say you want to go for honorable now.
For honorable Osun State, like
no. Because that one you are at the mercy of the state governor.
Well, as long as the state conducts the election, I don't see that being any free and fair because we all know how.
I agree with you. Hey, I don't even know what Kolata is talking about. Me, I don't, because all this autonomy without federal conducting that election is a shambles. It will be a shambles.
Even federal do the election, the same result will come out.
It's not going to be the same. How can you tell me that? What is the interest of Tinubu in one local government in Portiskum? What would be his interest in one local government in Portiskum?
You see, the way out of this thing for me is
the ruling party.
Remi Jackson sọ̀rọ̀ náà jọ má bínú jọ.
Okay, that way sọ̀rọ̀ ṣé o tọ̀ bí ọmọlúwàbí èmi náà ọmọlúwàbí ni mi continue.
All right, but see, the thing is this: people have proposed that INEC chairman and any chairman of any INEC locally or any state, it should be elected by the group of the parties, the political parties in Nigeria, and they should take it out from the hands of the president from doing it. Any other person like their directors or whatever should be the parties that they should have like a council of political parties in Nigeria. They will be the ones electing or selecting the umpire. Some people have proposed that, and I see that as a very good, brilliant idea. So that
I don't think so. That's not democratic.
It is. So
it is not.
Which is democratic?
It is not. The president should be allowed to nominate one person. Let me land now. Nominate one person that will now get approved in the House of Assembly. In the Senate or House of Assembly. In the Senate. That's democratic.
It's not. That's not democratic. No, the political parties should be able to select their own umpire themselves.
You can't use political party because the political party may not have representation.
So you're going to the World Cup and you say, let me choose the referee myself. Like, come on now, you can't do that.
We don't want the politicians being the one to select their own umpire. That's what we're saying here.
No,
That's what
no,
you're
no, no,
saying.
no, no.
Well,
The
no.
people that are elected are representing us.
Mm,
They are the ones that need to
mm.
ratify the
They
decision.
are
And the
they are only
president is
parties.
someone we all
I think
elected.
maybe Kulata, let us allow him to tell us how this can work.
Yeah,
How
there'll
would they
be
make
there'll
the
be a council.
selection?
Even as the Nigerian political parties are constituted right now, they have a council of Nigerian political parties. So they will be the one to scout for people that would be the umpire for every election that all their parties are going to do. It's not just one party. It's not like they all just APC or PDP. So all the political parties, they'll have a council of people that will be doing that. That will be monitoring INEC. That will be
And that person will be apolitical.
yeah. Well, of course, that person must be a political. Yeah.
How? How will you know? How do you know that? How will you choose
We call
that?
them council. That's here you go. That's what we call it. A council of political parties. It's a council.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And
The council.
the council, the member of the council, they are not going to be members of the political parties.
Yeah. They should not be. They should not belong in many of the political parties. It can be done.
That can now possible.
I know in
How
Nigeria
can
it is insane. No, I know the idea it sounds insane to you, but in a democratic setting, that's how it should be done.
Sorry, I don't
You
understand. I
have
don't
council
understand.
of
Are you
political
saying that?
party, and you said that the members will not be political.
The president who wants to stand
So,
for election should not be the one of selecting his own. It's just like you are.
You know, this your own. Try and explain how it can work. We agree
But,
with you.
but,
sorry,
This one that
I
you are
don't understand.
proposing.
Please make me
it's just like
understand. Rational man.
Man U and Liverpool they play. Make Man U can go select their own referee. How does that even make sense?
No, rational man. Try and
That
make me
analogy
understand.
is
Are
not
you saying
accurate,
that?
though.
Analogy is even against what you are proposing now.
It is.
That your analogy is even against what you are proposing.
President gets to select the INEC chairman. How does that even tell you? And he's going to start for election.
The question you should ask is that who select Ataru Jega? Is it not Jonathan? Did not lose election.
I get it. I understand. But
So what about that one?
That is why we have to change it.
I don't think the idea of all political parties coming
What now? Re-explain now. Even that proposal, your proposal, I find it difficult to express yourself.
Thomas, you are Jackie Kene Soro, Jack McKenna one be. Right?
Yeah, let me say this very quickly. Ekene and Kandu. The last chairman of the INEC, who selected him? Is it Tinubu? But Tinubu won the election.
He will say because they belong to the same party. That's what he's going to say now.
It doesn't matter.
Jonathan appointed Ataru Jega and he lost.
The concept of governance is so I don't know. It's just this way we think in Nigeria. It's okay. I mean, it's okay. Anybody can have their opinion, but I just feel that's it.
Sorry, let me ask you because we are fond of saying US. How did they do it in US?
I didn't say US. I mean, come on, dude. I didn't say US.
No, I'm asking. I'm just asking. Where this your proposal? Where is it being practiced anywhere?
It is. Some people within it.
Where can you give an example of where it's being practiced?
You know what? Just type proposal by the political parties in Nigeria that about the proposed how to select INEC chairman and their just Google it, just type it and see what you come up with.
No, it's asking you to give us a precedent. Maybe it happened in Alaska, America.
I'm not giving any precedent. I won't do that. I won't do that. Every country is unique in their own way. But I'm giving you a democratical way.
We are talking about
you will not be the one. You that want to play football. Want to select your own referee. No, you don't do that. Let other people, different body like FIFA, decide who
Rational mind. Let me just say something real quick, Joe Long. If you say it's a democratic way, who are the people? Who are the people? Because democracy is representation of people. Who are the people representing those political parties? Because if you are talking about, okay, Omoyele's political party, how many people voted for them? Maybe 15. Labour Party, 6 million. This one, you need to look at their reps in the House of Assembly or the Senate. Those are the representation of our political will, not just political parties that don't have anybody. You can game that easily.
Yeah, right. I mean, come on. You see, the thing is, I know in Nigeria, that country has so much work on our brain and on our way of seeing things that we can't even see any other thing differently. I mean, how can you expect politicians that are going to stand in an election to be the ones to stand them?
Okay, rational mind. Let's say we do what you're saying. Then
Democratic.
Tinubu buys SDP, buys this, buys that, buys this. What difference does it make?
Let him do that. Let's see. Let him see. Let us see.
I mean,
You people like this. What about?
how can you even call that democratic when you don't even know the number of people that support those parties?
It will be too cumbersome. Let's assume you have 40 political parties, and then you're not saying all these political parties go and vote for one person or bring in people, and each one of them brought 2 people. That's 80 people contesting for INEC. So how do you not prune it down?
No, it's not that. It's not that. This is what we do. We don't.
No, counter me. Don't always. This is what we do. Say your own.
I just give you. Hold on. I can't raise my voice because it's late here. I just give you an example of FIFA and the referee. They are neutral body. They oversee clubs and countryside players or whatever teams. They're just neutral. So now Nigeria can set up a council of Nigerian political parties, and this council will be responsible. They don't have to belong to any political party, but they represent the whole council of the political parties of Nigeria. And then they will be the ones.
Do you know why people is engaging you and pulling you back? How do you know those people you will be ready? Let me respond now. Then you respond. How do you know that those people are not affiliated to any party?
Okay, all right. Like I said, it can be done. If they want to investigate, they will find out. They want to find out if they belong. I mean, you heard when in Rivers State, there's a talk now. Oh, we belong to APC. We don't belong to APC. And these idiots, they sworn affidavit. You will find out if they want to find out. They will know if you're a carry member of the party. They said you don't disclose that part. And if that one comes to light, then there should be a prosecution for that. Yeah, there should be a law for that. So the point I'm trying to make here is this: if we want to do things in a way whereby everybody feels that nobody's cheated, we have to go the right way. You can't be a player in a football match and you'll be the one to select your own referee. Doesn't make sense that way. I've had people make that argument, and I said yes. This sounds like a very good idea, brilliant idea. The president who's going to start for an election should not be the one appointing his own umpire, his own referee that will officiate in his own something.
I have a quick question for you. I want to ask you a question about just a diversion a little bit so that you can go back again. The Supreme Court Justice or the Supreme Court Justice Ariwola was selected or appointed by the president and then on confirmation by the Senate. Now that you guys are making excuse for INEC, do you think we should also follow the same formula you are talking now for appointing the Supreme Court Justice? Because it's nearly the same thing. That's my question. Thank you.
Well, they're not the same thing in a sense. I won't say they're the same thing. You see, we'd like to do this false comparison. I want to compare things, apple and pineapple together. Even though they are apple, both of them. Pineapple is different from apple. So even though they have apple in both of them. So my point is this, let's see that semantics. My point is that I'm giving you a just way whereby when we see it, everybody can see the transparency here that the player in this, one of the players in this tournament or in this game is not the one choosing his own referee. That's what we're saying here. I'm giving an example. I just give an example of FIFA. Just get a council of political parties.
But that you are proposing is already defeated when you look at Jonathan. Yeah, so many other cases. So we cannot.
Go on, Mungbo.
I think we should put this. Sorry, Remy. Remy, sorry.
Yeah.
I don't even have anything.
Wait, I think we should put this NHMA issue aside because that one is not possible now. Why are we discussing it? Must pass through the right process, that which Kolata has already defined, and that's the right thing to do. Let's put it aside because we're going to look for INEC chairman or Kwakwaso going to look for INEC chairman. There's nothing that is not possible now. So why are we discussing it?
So he is bringing an idea that to me I think is too cumbersome because if Tinubu recommend INEC chairman, it has to be approved or by the National Assembly. They say no, he can recommend another person, or maybe recommend 3. They pick one. That would have even been better than saying all the political party coming together to.
We are all political party coming together. That is not possible. It's not possible at all.
That's what.
That's what. Even if you don't get it, even if you don't get it, even if you have to keep saying because I say council of political party means that all political parties coming together. No, it's a council. It's a council that can be appointed.
Rashnama, do you know IPAC? Do you know IPAC?
What's that? What's that?
Independent Party Association of Nigeria. They are the umbrella body. Listen, they are the umbrella body of all political parties in Nigeria.
Why can't they be allowed to do it?
But most time, let me tell you, most time, if they are not the ruling party at the center, all of them form together. They always come together as opposition to the ruling party. So that is one of the reasons whether what you are trying to propose will not work.
Because they're opposition to political to the ruling party.
If you say council of political party, that means anybody on that platform.
Remy, it's okay, no problem. You see, anything we propose, you people have the better, superior one, Abi. We shall see where it takes Nigerians to, Abi. Maybe all of you are making noise.
So let's look at it from emotional angle. Yeah, we are trying to look at it from practicality of it.
No, don't give me that emotional blackmail you always talk about. I'm not emotional here. I'm speaking rational here. I'm being rational. If you want to look at this logically, in a logical way, you cannot be a player in a game and be the one choosing your referee. No, you cannot do that. It doesn't make sense.
I think we should take the matter to Supreme Court.
But I know in Nigeria, Nigeria defies logic in every ramification. Nigeria defies logic. Nothing is logical in that country. If you come here, we talk about something logical. No, he cannot work. No, it is.
Rational mind. We ask you now that you should explain how this thing can work. But you couldn't explain to us.
Simba, with your permission, can we hear from those who just came in? Yeah. Ekene, are you there?
This is not the kind of discussion for Ekene now.
No, I can't ignore them, even though it is not. Ekene is not there. Yeah, Kandu, we have Kandu.
Yeah.
Yeah, how are you, brother? Sonu.
Mr. Thomas, how far?
I do, my body day inside club. So.
Where is supposed to be now?
Now my dog the back. Yeah. Let's hear from you. We're following the conversation.
I've been following. I was trying to understand the issue. You guys are talking about local government and their duty and all those stuff. So, well, the discussion is okay, sure. I don't know. Anything I have to contribute, I said it earlier. The judgment that was given for that cause. Let it not be for political purpose, because for now, the federal government can easily manipulate the local government to use them to win an election and fight political fight.
Why are you thinking so far? That is too far. You are going to the extreme end. Let's talk about your
sometimes when we talk about that in Nigeria, we don't even know what we want. You understand? That is one example.
That is extreme. We are talking about the autonomy. Everybody, Ekene, to be honest with you, Nigerian government should take to the street and be dancing for this judgment, because it brings governance closer to people. This is what we have been clamoring for. What did you say?
The judgment is okay. Everybody, even me, I like the judgment. I'm telling you, considering the kind of political system we are running in Nigeria, you understand? And then, most of the time, I'm just waiting. Let me see how the governors or the state will obey this law. Because, in our own system, nobody talks about the law anymore. When judgment is given, that's not the final bus stop. They still go ahead to do what they want to do. You understand? So there is no law. It's no longer in the dictionary of this our executive arms of government. You can just check them and many of them obey the law.
With the money the state government will be losing, they will be forced to comply. They don't have any choice. There's no choice. Ekene, you know what they also say? Bus stop, last bus stop. You know, when you are going to somewhere, they will say this is the last bus stop. So this is the last bus stop for them. There's nowhere to turn to. They have to.
I don't even know that because Ekene, why are you saying they will not obey the law? Which law are they not? Is the money is not with them here and it's not going to get to them. So what is there that is not they are not going to obey?
Okay. Oh, well, Asha. My point is that
sorry.
You are a Christian.
Ekene, sorry. You know you are my friend. Ekene, you know you're my friend. Yeah.
Isaac, hold on.
Okay.
You know how Pilate washed his hands when he surrendered Jesus to the people to kill him. So governors should wash their hands off. The time is off. Yeah, Isaac.
Okay, let me add my own there before Ekene will now, rumple everything up. Ekene, I so much agree with what you just said just now from your opening speech. You told us, you said I hope this judgment is not, maybe orchestrated by Tinubu so that he can use it to win the next election for 2027. I so much agree with you, and I think along that line, I want to take your mind back from what you said. You said something some weeks ago. You said if Tinubu can be able to do things that will bring succor to the masses, to the ordinary man, that will bring freedom to them, that will bring politics close to them, that will bring, that will bring them close to light and all that. If he continues to do them, that Obi should just go and sit down, Atiku should just go and sit down. There will be no need that he should just continue. Now he has started. This is number one. If he's able to bring number 2 to play, 3 to play, 4 to play, I think he's doing it so that he can win the 2027 election. Any good government that is doing something good is actually doing it so that he will not have problem in the next, so that he won't fight too much. I think I agree with you. I don't think Tinubu want to fight too much in 2027.
Yeah, I understand what you mean. And I understand the area you are heading to. Yeah, it's okay if that is what he's going to do. Maybe good performance in activities. It's not just giving them the local government authority. You understand? It's carrying out their duties.
Yeah, there are more power.
There is still problem in that sector. Yeah, there is still problem in that regard because most of these local government you are seeing are elected or handpicked by the governors. You understand? They are their stooge. So I still want him to do more, whereby this local government election will not be held by these governors. INEC will be the one during the election of the local government.
Can we ask Ekene a question? Let me ask Ekene a question because he has a shop or he has a business in I don't know where, but in Lagos. Who do you currently remit your taxes to? Is it the local government or the state? Like the one you pay for the market? For local government.
Yeah, the local government.
Okay, and they're the one that all right, okay.
It's not your local government. So, but it's a good move in the right direction. Nobody's condemning it. I'm not condemning it. The reason why
thank you, Kando, for curving me yesterday. Your link did not work. Your Zoom link did not work, Kando. So
brother, don't vex. I literally I set 2 alarms to ensure that I woke up. We said 11 p.m. I set one for 10 o'clock for 10:30. But I was just so spent.
You need to pay. You need to pay your fines in shares.
No. But I mean, Mr. Remy was there. We started like 5 minutes.
No, like the Zoom link you sent me did not work. Like it said broke. It didn't even link to anything.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to do like a Google something. But it didn't work.
By the time he will go to market, Ekene to land, because he will be going to market very soon.
Oh, okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. So, Ekene, will you be, if the opportunity presents itself, will you run for councillorship if the people in your area want you to run with this new development?
No, I will not run. We
Why not?
already have somebody that will run.
No, because with all this, I think you have a political future at that level. To effect change, Abby.
Even though I'm a member of a political party and
so you are even one step ahead. Like you see, you're already a party member. So and you're in the market and they know you. You can be the political base there and run for councillor. You have a chance here.
Baba T, leave Ekene, no, please.
Baba T, this motivation that you are talking about, where is it coming from? Is it because people now know that okay, they can have access to much money in the local government? That's where the motivation is coming
I'm saying that enough of the talk. If we have some opportunity to actually be in government and affect the thing that we've been talking about, then if the opportunity presents itself, why not?
No,
to me, Babati, anybody that cannot work under the previous local government setup, and just because they are now getting more money now, that is what is causing the motivation, is a thief.
You will see former commissioner who wants to become local government chairman. You will see them.
Because under the former one, you can as well, if you are a good person, you can still do something. You can be ingenious and do something for your people without even with little money. But now it's the money that is causing the motivation, and suddenly everybody is interested.
Yeah, it's good that the government is close to the people. This is very good, but this our executive and all those stuff.
You believe that this government go there close even the one we do right now. Is it go close? We can say that make part of the one a lot of money.
The issue is that in this Lagos, all this local government, all those stuff. These are the reason why APC is still ruling in Lagos, because they use them to win an election in every election cycle. And I know what I mean when I say I think this is not full, because what will happen now is that Tinubu will now have access to all the local government representative. So even when governors are saying we're not going to support you, all this and all that, he will not. He will just ignore them, and they work with the local.
So we will be in charge of 774 local government chairman in the country.
It's very possible.
He will be the one that will treat all of them.
Is it not through his federal? Is it not through the federal level that he will be releasing money to them? So that also he will use it to release money to rig an election for him.
Okay, now you are the same thing that you are seeing at the state. You say you don't want the state governor to control them. Now the federal should not. So how do you? I don't know. What do you?
No, I want it to be. I want it to
why
be.
Why are we always pessimistic about everything?
Simba, let me finish. He's not being pessimistic. I want the election to be based on performance. You understand? Not just this is not the only topic we are talking about. Most of the things we talked about at the beginning of the show, David Umahi coming out to say that the federal government can no longer fund the ongoing project at the federal level, or whatever project they're doing, they no longer have the fund to fund them anymore. You see,
is that no for? They said they cannot fund everything. Don't twist it. Something now.
Well, whatever. That's the headline I saw.
Is there any government that has all the money that can finance all the projects?
I'm not wasting anything. So for him to come out and say,
"Can I wait first? Two things I want to put across to you. The first one, what you just said now, that the federal government made an announcement that they cannot be able to fund Minister of Works, and still the federal government now, that they don't have that money again now to be able to fund all these roads here and there. One thing I want to let you know, this government should be sensitive enough especially on social media space and some other spaces. They should be sensitive enough. This type of comment is very good for our society. That at least people shouldn't be expecting too much on that area. Now they've already blocked that way, so they've already told you. They've told me that funding for that area is already limited. So I believe they will still do their best. And then the second thing I want to put across to you, whenever we are talking about this local government issue, people bring Lagos into it. Me, I don't see Lagos. I don't see Lagos at all, because Lagos is already doing well for itself. Fine, there's still need for improvement. Where I'm really looking at, you see all those governors in the north, like all these them Yaya Bello that did their own, gave to another one, the way they suffer local governments with funds, they
Locally.
starve them. They starve them. So it's not only just looking at Lagos, Abuja. No, there are the interiors, those states that this fund doesn't
No,
go to.
that regarding that one is very these are the works of the local government, to especially all these our dilapidated schools and all that. If they can just
Yeah,
perform, that's a good one. My only concern is performance, not even all this signing of laws and all that, because
yeah, school
this is not the only
children,
good law that we have in Nigeria.
knitting, studying under
Yeah,
rain and
you
all
just saw
that,
you just saw a school that collapsed yesterday and killed a lot of
That is a
students.
private school now. It's a private school now. It's not a government school.
Okay, I don't know why. I don't know whether it's private school or I think it's. I
It's a
don't know,
private
but
school now. You can see the story building now. It's a private school.
I don't know. But the governor,
Does that mean we don't
I
hold
never
on.
saw where they mentioned it's private school.
Does that mean that we don't have any government school that is
No, if you look at the structure, you know that it's not. It doesn't look public.
no. Either
You know, it's not about a structure. It's not about a structure. That school, I don't think it's a private school. I think it's a public school.
I think it's right.
So
Hold on. I think it's right. I see that is right. But the point is that either private school or not private school. But don't we even have our public school that is as worse than that? Haven't you
no, we have more than we have worst school now. Public school is even worse, especially in that northern area, because the only places you have good structures, or most of the structures, are in the southern area. But don't you see the school that kidnapping happened is a few months ago in Kaduna State? Don't you see that school that the governor visited? It's a mud house. It's a mud house. No fencing, nothing. You understand? So I think these are the challenges that this local government should pick up, be able to reach out to this environment and develop them. These are what I want to see from them. Not even the law is okay, but I want to see them perform. Because for me, my own is always performance, carrying out duties, doing things that will affect the life of the people. It's not. I don't think it's necessary to praise the law. Yeah, it's good that the government, the president, it's good that the president took a bold step. You understand? But it's another thing to wait and see how that is going to manifest and improve the well-being of Nigerians. You understand? So my own is all about performance. It's not all about. I don't have anything to sing about them now until I see them affecting changes, especially the local government. If I see them affecting changes, then kudos to Mr. President. You understand? That's why I said let it not be for just political reasons and just to win an election. That's my point. Let it be for governance. So, and that's where I stand. So you see,
Sorry, just 1 second. Hey, Thomas, I have I logged in 2 accounts, so I'm going to take one out and you let me back in on the other one.
So
Thomas is not here. If you leave, you leave at your own risk. He's not here to bring you back up.
That guy is an evil guy.
That was is not there to bring you back.
He's evil.
So you see the frustration that is among Nigerians, the kind of thing that is happening. You see a keke driver hanging himself at the back of last mass office because they seized his means of livelihood, and he was begging them to release this keke for me. This is my only means of livelihood, and they couldn't. Then the man went at the back of their office and hanged himself and committed suicide. So I don't know why our government officials don't have sympathy, especially to Nigerians. You understand? So those things it's a frustrating system.
Can you repeat that story?
I don't even know what you want to gain by what you are just saying.
No, I'm trying to talk about the sympathy.
A sympathy for somebody who has committed, and you always the one that say we have to follow rule of law and everything. That Okada man, he was just picked without any offense, Abi.
No, they would have.
Then
It's a
by
keke
the
man, not
time
Okada
he was arrested, then by begging, they should just release him.
Hold on. Let me talk to you. Simba, you said you were a doctor. I mean, look at just imagine how you are talking.
Talking about what?
Hold on. Do you know the mental state Nigerians are right now?
I can't hear you.
Do you know the mental state? I mean, it's very late here. I mean, it's almost midnight. So, do you know the mental state Nigerians are right now? Do you know the level of depression in Nigeria? I mean, you just saw a few, even though maybe that one was state. For me, I believe it was state. The guy that went to climb a mast. People are frustrated in Nigeria because you are just outside. You and I were outside. We can be talking crap like this. You can't talk down on Nigerians like that. Nigerians are going through a tough time.
Okay, so because
hold on. I'm not saying some people should break the law. But sometimes
so I don't know your point now. So did they know that this guy is going to commit suicide, or just because he begged and they should have accepted because Nigeria is in depression, then everybody should now not obey the law, and then they should allow everybody to do whatever they like?
Whatever, if you see what Nigerians are going through now, I don't
no,
think.
What I'm saying, sometimes the way you talk,
I
what
don't
do
think.
we really
No,
want? I don't
let me tell
understand.
you. I don't think you should. No government official should frustrate any Nigerian now.
Is it about frustration? Let me know what. So, what do you mean by frustration? I don't understand. What do you mean by frustration?
Most of these keke guys and all those stuff. You just see them. You just see where they are unnecessarily collecting money from them around the road. These people are trying to make out their livelihood. You see police people stopping them, just extorting them for nothing.
Mr.
You understand? So I've not seen any law that this man will break that will warrant these guys to seize his keke for days. And he has been going there. And they see Nigeria, don't frustrate them anymore. Allow them to breathe a little bit.
Mr. Ikene, good morning. How you doing?
Yeah.
I know it's like 7:37 a.m. now. Yeah. On that story, I mean, I don't even know the story, but based on what I've just heard here, we cannot. I don't believe we can have a society that is based on just because people are suffering or because this person's keke was impounded, and we should just let his keke go. Um, yeah, on an individual basis, you can have mercy on people, but if people break the rule, whatever those rules are, we cannot say, or we should not, I would say because of that, let's just forgive and forget. There has to be due process, whatever that due process is, regardless of how much hard time people are having. If you let this person go, the other person go. I mean, I agree with you that people should not be extorted. Whether it's a taxi driver, Uber driver, or keke, or any other person. Unfortunately, we reside in a lawless society where a police officer or last man can be collecting money for work that they didn't do. But we cannot. I don't believe we should run a society or strive to run a society where you just let people go because of sympathy. You
No,
should
people
have
should not break
empathy.
the law. I'm not in,
No,
I'm not in support of people breaking the law.
no, I know you're not. I know, but at the same time, I guess maybe it's the way it came across when you said Nigerians are suffering. There are
Yeah, it's
rules.
just that when I see such thing, you understand, I begin to think, what would this man do that will warrant
Eh,
these people to just, because
yeah,
for
but
me, my brother, making money today in Nigeria is not easy. Oh. Forget all these things that all these ones are talking about. I was telling them earlier that 10,000 naira is nothing. Even that keke man, how much is he going to make a day? If he makes 10,000 naira, it's nothing.
but Mr. Kene, I mean, the reality is this. No, hold on. The reality is this. In March of this year, I had a driver who was insisting on taking the, what do they call those roads you're not supposed to be on in
BRT
a
lane.
private. I mean, I had to be like, look, if you take that lane, I'm going to get out of this car. I will waka. Some people, I mean, I just don't get it. Now, me, you, they take go somewhere. No be you, they take me. I mean, why will you do that? If somebody, whoever, if somebody like that got in a lane like that now and they impound the car, we'll start saying, Nigeria is tough. They should have sympathy. You have to try as much as possible to do the right thing. Nobody's saying you should become Jesus, but especially when it's so blatant. You're not supposed to do it, but our people, and it's not just our people. I say this: if people can find a way to get away with not paying taxes in America, probably half of the country will not pay. But because there are rules and they know that there are consequences, and most normal
Yeah.
people don't want to go to jail. So that's why.
I'm
Again,
not.
I
I'm
mean,
not
I
saying that
feel,
people
I
should.
feel,
I'm not saying that.
I feel.
I'm not saying that
I'm not
people should
saying.
break the law.
No, we're not saying
You
that.
know,
I
the
don't.
reason, the reason because
We're
the
not.
law, if the law is, I think what happened is that maybe that keke, the guy think he's not going to get it back. But is there not a way to pay a fine and give him his
Yeah, but
means of
yeah, but
And
livelihood
but
are you
back?
sure
yeah,
you
but
want you are
human.
telling us now that they wanted to impound it for life? He has a
Yeah,
fine
but
now.
yeah,
He
we don't.
didn't want to pay,
I
probably he
don't
didn't want
think.
to pay the fine.
Well,
I
but
don't know
wait,
whether
oh, wait.
I don't think it's a
Now,
fine. If it is a fine, maybe if he
but wait,
committed an
I
see,
beg
offense.
but
you,
wait,
this thing
wait.
that you normally
Wait.
do,
I don't think we
it's
should,
very, that is the easiest thing to do. Hey, the people
Mr.
are
Mr.
suffering.
Mr.
Hey,
Simba,
this thing.
Mr.
So they
Simba,
should have that is the
Mr.
easiest thing to do. Ekene.
Mr. Simba, Mr. Ekene, I think it's a waste of time trying to. It can be this, it can be that, without knowing what it is. This will just be a white goose chase. We don't know. I mean, God rest and bless his soul. Whatever happened, I know, all over the place, all over the world, at different times in life, people get in very, very bad situation. You will not believe the number of fishermen in Senegal that kill themselves every year because they can no longer provide for their families, because all these big Chinese trawlers and Russian trawlers are taking all the fish on their coast. It's unbelievable what's going on. You will not believe the number of farmers that kill themselves every year because of the farm failed. In India is an epidemic. Farmers just committing suicide like crazy because they don't feel like they're men any longer because they cannot provide for their
Can
family.
do,
Mr.
can do
Yes, sir.
Khalid.
that word S. Let's be careful, please.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Sorry, I
Hey,
forgot.
Thomas,
Yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah, please, I'm gonna log out from my phone and let me in on my laptop.
No worries. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you hold on? You see, when I hear when people talk the way we all been talking here, it seems like But I understand that people do what they do. Things happen, stuff happens. But sometimes when we try to brush aside things like this, like it just makes me ask some question like, well, what is going on? I mean, have we lost tea? Of course, we're not saying, but it's like we're trivializing the mental health of Nigerians. Do you know that poverty? I mean, come on, I don't even know what. I don't know. Maybe I should be saying this to some of us here. I mean, I'm saying
And
poverty.
rational man,
Let me
rational
land.
man.
Let me
Oh,
land. I'm sorry, Candy. Let me just last one. I don't think. I'm not saying poverty is an excuse to engage in criminality and all of that or breaking the law. That's not what we're saying. But
are you still there?
We cannot hear you again.
I'm here. I'm here. Sorry. So how come
You are not. You are dipping and out. We are not hearing what you are saying.
Okay,
I
well,
just
let me continue. Let me continue from here. I for one, I will never, ever, ever, minimize the loss of a life. You know, even when Abacha died, or somebody like Abacha, I wouldn't say people should come to beer parlor and come and drink. A life is a life is a life. So I can only speak for myself. But at the same time, and I'm not saying that that was what Mr. Ekene was saying, but at the same time, we cannot have a society where, I mean, there are rules. Again, people should not be, you shouldn't have police officers extorting money from people. But at the same time, without knowing all of the particulars of a story as to what he did, where it was a fine assessed, was it something that he could afford, and all of the different situations. So, well, let me
Kando,
stop. Yes, sir.
Kando,
Yes,
are
sir.
you for local policing? I know there's this movement for state policing, but do you think we should take it further to county and they should have their own policing police system too? Because if they pass laws at that level without anybody to, you can't expect the state police or the federal police to implement anything passed. So do you think that they need their own state police, their own local government police?
Yeah, I think for where we are now, because of the all of the different costs that will be associated, even with having municipal or county, I think from a cost analysis basis, I think it would be better to have state police. Obviously, the state police, just like the local chairman situation we're talking about, are closer to the people. So, from a responsibility standpoint, they're more closer to the people on the ground than bringing somebody from Kano to come and be a police officer in Isolo. So, definitely, whenever, for the most part, all things being equal, whenever you can get the people in the rule of law to be closer to the community that they serve, not that they govern, but serve, I think that will always be a good thing. In terms of all this local government getting these allocations, like a number of people have stated here, there will be court cases for the next 10 years, for all of the different reasons. How do you demarcate what has already been spent by the state in this particular local government? How do you, I mean, that's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be brutal, and unfortunately, there's no way around it. It's going to, I mean, the judges are gonna be busy all over the country. So, welcome to the new reality.
But the point I was raising was that within that transition period, that first at least couple of electoral cycles, be better if the parties at the state and the local level were the same. So, for instance, APC through Lagos, they conduct election, but see the APC, they can walk the kinks out. It will be easier than let's say Labour wins 5 or 6 local government in Lagos. That is
And
the political points. So it makes
yeah,
it very more difficult. So
Yeah, I
I
think.
will. Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead. You will.
yeah, so I'm saying that if that transition phase, at least the first couple of electoral cycles, if you can keep your set with where they might still do not go, but for that at least 2 cycles, you can work out the kinks and from there. Because I just feel like if we transition too quickly and you have too
Like,
many political parties at that level, you might have too many litigation that would last 10, 20 years trying to
yeah,
define. Yeah, so
like one of my sisters will say, she will say, "You think everybody is as reasonable as you." That's what she always says. Yoruba people say, "Interface sunje to n lo fepo para." You know, in most states, you're going to have all this division of different parties. And this for some people, this will be time for retribution to even gain nothing, just to be able to hold other people at bay from doing what they other people are trying to do. So, like, I mean, I've been listening for the last few hours now, and part of, I mean, everybody has said it. You have said it. A number of other people have said it. The state is the one who has a contractual agreement with local loans, international loans. Those local government people can say, kick rocks. I did not sign an agreement with you. But what I will project that will probably end up happening will be that, I mean, after so much litigation, I agree. In the short term, if they can keep it in house like that, but you have people who are already enemies, political enemies anyway. They're not going to want you to breathe, even if they're not going to gain anything out of it. They just want to see you suffer. So they're not, if they're APC or they're PDP and you're the APC that is in power, you think they will just they will just be a Moluabi for you? No. So this is in maybe 20 years from now, all this will play itself out, but it's going to be World War III, and the courts will be busy. But again, the good news is that the Fed can take out those allocations before deploying whatever you will go to the local um, to the local accounts.
but on the positive side, I think what can also reduce that, in 10 years, what can limit that court drama at the level of development. So if, let's say you go back home and you take over the government and you start working, and you perform so well, the neighboring
Yeah.
people will say, wait a minute, look at what is going on over there. What are we waiting for? So
Yes.
the pressure on all that. So the performance of local government will determine
Yeah.
how much of litigation if they're not performed. But what I'm really excited about is those community engagement. That's what I'm really excited about. And, because it limits that tribal nonsense that we do. But because it's a Yoruba man, it's because it's a Fulani man. That's why I didn't
Mhm.
develop my area. At least when it's local government now, it's Tiwantiwani. It is your people now.
But
You can't say it's one Fulani man that is not developing your side.
yeah,
So go and face your man.
but but at a on another level, I mean, the people of Kano have been ruled by people from Kano. The people from Abia have been ruled by people from Abia. The people from Ogun or
No,
yours.
no, no, because I think Olita was also saying that Tinubu wants to also devote more power down to the state and local government. He's willing to give them more money with more responsibility. It's not just this one only. So there's more to come to the point.
I mean, I
Like
don't know
so,
what yeah.
so pretty much he wants to divert the attention away. You know how when we discuss Nigeria, it's always the state how we discuss or the
Mm-hmm.
state. Nobody discuss local government. So
Right.
what he really wants is, I mean, for the most things that you need to function the way it was in the 80s, was local
Right.
government, right? So, healthcare, education, waste management, small
Mm.
loans, all these kind of things. He wants to push it down to the people. You need small skills for farming, agriculture, go to your local government. You need some benefits, welfare, that's where it wants to push it to. That way, nobody's blaming on the center for everything. You go and talk to your local government chairman.
Yeah, as senseless as we sometimes think these people are, I don't think they're that senseless. It just makes sense, bring governance to the local level. you know like you rightly said, then it will be up to every local government to, instead of calling Tinubu or calling Buhari every time, go and talk to your local. Shebi I don't give allocation, go talk to them. Abeg, no call Abuja anymore. Actually, we don't off our phone. No call us. Go talk to your people. Them they there with you. So, like you rightly said, and a lot of other people have alluded to this. It will be a great thing in the long run, and I would not be surprised if the fight between Tinubu and Obasanjo, with all this stuff in the local government years back, was one of the reasons they decided to go this route, or kind of help to push them in that direction.
But
But hey,
but in this political space, I think Tinubu just secured the second term because he now has 745 local governments to work with. They are more. They're going to be more influential than the state governors. Talking about the grassroots now, because he can make deals with them. So think about this. Let's say
Adewale,
how
you are not saying my mind now. Is that
no
not the
no
same
that
thing that I'm
no
yeah,
that
that's what the question is.
that is one aspect of it. Somebody can intend one thing and there's also side effects or adverse effect or
Yes,
whatever you medical.
absolutely.
So I'm not saying that there's no there's always a political angle with Tinubu and all this politics. Everybody has a political intent, but I'm saying that for the people benefit. But for him, looking at it, he because let me give an example now. You know how before Better Edu messed up, he had the
Mhm.
palliative thing that he was
Yes,
managing, humanitarian affairs.
yes,
From now on, it will not go to the government anymore. It's going to go to the local government. They
right.
don't need them to share any palliative. So if you want to share anything palliative for agriculture, seedling, manure, it's going to just go to the local government now. So he
Yes,
has political allies now. It might not be his political party, but if I play nice with this guy, I
yeah,
get benefits.
yeah. I get. I
So
mean,
and they will
I get the
mobilize for
angle.
him. They are
Yeah,
grassroots
I,
politics,
I get. I get the angle. I mean, I sent. I believe I sent one man a couple of videos and some pictures of one local government. I forgot whichever one was in Lagos, where one of my family members work. Anyway, and from those pictures and from what she was telling me, when they were doing that palliative thing, they were giving palliatives, granite oil, nickel rice, this, that, 5 kg bag of rice, whatever, on the local level. But me, I'm very clear where I stand on Tinubu. I've said it many times, based not because of he's the president, but based on what I've known about him from the past. If he was my father, I would disown him personally. This is just on a personal note. But having said that, if the man ends up performing and is able to pull it off for the Nigerian people, and the lives of Nigerians can be better at any level, then he should be allowed to have a second term and a third term if he performs well enough. So I'm not going to take my own personal view about him or anybody else and say that, where he does something that is positive, just knock it down just because of whatever personal um you know thoughts I have about
But
him. So
to your opinion with ongoings in Nigeria can you say
yes,
that
sir.
apart from this, because one thing I don't like about this APC government, they know what is happening, but when they see just a single policy that have not even have any effect on the life of Nigerians, they will start to make it as if that's the only thing for the administration. Nobody is saying that this policy is not good. I mean, this law that is being signed now is not good, but in other regard, we know what is happening. Just when I wanted to raise an issue, Simba tried to tackle me to say, "You people, this is the only thing that you guys come here to say." But you know, when I walk down the street every day, when I say if you're making 10,000 naira in Nigeria a day, you are a poor man. I know what I mean. You understand? Because when you make 10,000 naira, it's not that Nigerians are hardworking. You see all these KK people, all these they're hardworking. But the issue is that their purchasing power is no more anything. You understand? You can just check somebody making 10,000 naira a day. It's a big money. If the economy is doing well. You understand? But now you gave an example when you make 10,000 naira a day, family of 4. You cannot feed on 10,000 naira. It's impossible. If you want to make a stew, that 4 pieces of tomato is 1,000 naira. For family of 4, at least you buy 2 of them of 2,000 naira. You buy fish of about 3,500 naira and all those stuff. So what if you get home and your child is somehow sick? With that 10,000 naira, you cannot even talk about going for lab tests on all that. Just going to make chemist maybe to get first aid for that child. On top of that 10,000 naira, we are going to see it.
Yeah, but Mr. Ekene, you see, sometimes we talk on here when people say a bag of rice is 90,000. When you bag a bag of rice, how much money is left? Hopefully, you're not buying a bag of rice every month. I hope you're not buying a bag of rice every month. I understand, but let me preference this. By saying that I believe I don't believe life is supposed to be easy. Personally, I just don't believe life that you come to this life and things are just supposed to be easy. My personal view on life is about problems and you find solutions. That's all it is. If it's not my own personal problem, it might be my sister, my brother, my child, my cousin. That's all it is. Life is problem solutions.
Okay, sorry. Before you continue, when is since you curved me for the first, when is the next one that you're setting up?
Whenever you're ready, whenever there is no time, I'm available. I will wake up anytime
I
you
sent you
want.
an email, you didn't reply. I'm like, what's going on?
But unfortunately, I was talking to Nigeria and I did not see the email. I saw it like 2 hours later and I responded at that time. I even tried to join, but there was nobody there. So whenever you have my number, you have my email.
Yeah, sorry. All right.
Just shoot me.
Let me bail out, okay?
Okay. All right. So again, Mr. Kene and everyone else, you see, I don't believe that's life is just you go to work Monday, Friday, and then you just enjoy. Life is hold on. Let me preface this by saying, I don't do what about. I don't do what aboutism. I don't care what other people are doing, for the most part. But at the same time, the reality of life is hard right now and for the last few years all over the world. In America, when I talk to people, I know people who are making over 100,000, who are even doing Uber on the side. It's hard for them. Go to Portugal, go to Brazil.
Uber is hard though.
No. Aside from Uber is the addition. They have regular job. What I'm not saying what about.
And anyway, this your joy side though. That Uber na scam, to be honest. Na scam.
Oh, it is a scam. I mean, it's another form of slavery, but it's economic slavery at the end of the day. But the issue is this, though, Mr. Ekene, what I'm trying to say is this: 10,000 naira should be a lot of money. But over here in North Carolina, where I'm at, 2.5 years ago, I go to Walmart. I buy a 36 pack of eggs. I remember it like yesterday. It used to be $4.19. The same thing now, the same 36 pack of eggs now is almost $11. And you can extrapolate that to everything else. Life has changed. Economic life in the entire world has changed. It's not because of Biden or because of Trump. Things have just changed all over the world. So, in terms of Nigeria, I don't have the answers. But those who can should do wherever they can and save. And like I've always said, if you work in America, for example, your 401k, you need to maximize it. Put the maximum amount you're allowed to put in. I believe you have to save for a rainy day. Even if I can afford to go out and go and do this and go and do that, life has shown me that even those who plan very well safe, they can still find themselves where they don't want to be. Not to talk less of you, that you don't plan. And like the saying goes, if you fail
You
to
know,
plan, hold on, if you fail to plan, by default, you're planning to fail.
okay, let
So
me.
I know our society, we like to enjoy. The mindset of the average Nigerian, I mean, man must enjoy. That's not how life is. Or me, I don't know where we
But
found
that's
that.
not how
Where
life
got
is.
that.
I understand life is difficult, but can do. The problem is this: in Nigeria, it's very difficult to plan because of the kind of hyper inflation we are facing every day by day. You understand?
Yes, sir.
If you say that in your own country, at least
Yes,
price can be steady for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You understand? So
yes,
with
sir.
price being steady for 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, you can plan whether you are buying that thing for 10,000 naira or even high price. But as far as you know that once you go to the market, you are going to get that thing the same price you get it yesterday. You can plan. You understand what
Yeah.
I mean? But the
Oh,
situation of Nigeria,
I totally agree with you. You see, they have messed
so
up everything. They have. I mean, we've had many conversation about this. But you see, in my worldview, life is interesting. People will say, who knew this was going to be like this? And the only answer I have for people is just go on YouTube, type in fuel subsidy, Sanusi. In 2014, Sanusi knew we were going to be here, where we are today, if we continue doing what we were doing. And this is why we are where we are today. It's not a miracle. There is no Oyinbo that is trying to kill you. There is no anybody anywhere that is trying to enslave you. When you don't do what you're supposed to do, when your when your when your parents send you to go and learn a trade, when your parents send you to school to go and learn education and you don't do it, and you're working at Walmart at 91 asking people, do you want paper or plastic for that? It's because you didn't do what you were supposed to do when you were supposed to do it. There's no magic to this thing. It's a
yeah,
process.
yeah, it's a process. But let me come again, can do.
Yes, sir.
This price stability is what we are facing in Nigeria. You understand? So
Yes,
it's just now the price of things are now going up now because dollar can no
mm-hmm.
longer be sustained at maybe 1,004 something that it used to be last month. So I
Mm-hmm.
don't know the reason why it's now going up to 1,600 now. So
You
the
know,
goods you
no,
bought for
hold on. Should I tell you the reason if you don't know? Should I tell
no
you?
more the CBN governor has talked about it, but my concern is what are we doing as a nation to sustain stability? You understand? So we are not sustaining any stability in Nigeria. So now, as a businessman or whatever, even as a family man, you are being expected that most of the thing that you maybe there are goods that maybe let me use myself as an example. I bought
Yes.
for 1,000 naira last month. Maybe I sold it for 1,015 naira or 1,001.
Mm-hmm.
You understand?
Yes.
Maybe 100 naira or 50 naira for myself. That is where
Mm-hmm.
all my plan is. My
Right.
house rent, my eating, and all those stuff. that 100 naira on top of that goes. So after I've spent all that, now I'm going back to get that same goods to restock, and I'm being told is now 1,100 naira. What do you think would be my fate?
Okay.
You understand?
Let me.
So that's the condition of
But
that's
let me.
the the
Let me.
situation of the economy of Nigeria, and
But
it's
let,
very
let,
bad to
but
plan.
let me,
It's very
Mr.
difficult to plan on such
Kenneth,
situation.
Mr.
Yeah.
Kenneth, let me explain it this way. On this platform, this one, and on another platform, when dollar naira was 600 to 1, I came on and said naira is going to go to 2,500 to 1. People were like, who is this crazy guy? Because I studied this space. This is what I do every day. It's including Saturday and Sunday. So any business person, if you want plant corn, you want plant cassava, you have to have an idea of the environment in which you're going to sell your product. And I've made this argument at the beginning of Tinubu's government. I said especially when he started running all over the place looking for money in Saudi Arabia, I said business people are some of the smartest people, even if they never saw the inside of a school. If you are coming to a business and say come and invest money, if that business knows that that money that they're going to spend to invest in your country, if they know or they know somebody that know that this year the value of that money is going to be 1,000, and if there's a babalawo that can help them predict the future and say that for that same thing, it's going to be 2,000 next year, why would they come and invest their money? Because the value of what they're selling is going to be lower instead of higher. It doesn't make economic sense. So for you as a businessman or for anybody else, if you know for some reason that naira is going to be 2,000 to 1, how do you prepare for that when it's at 1,500? When I sent money this last about 20 hours ago to Nigeria, it was 1554. When I sent money on Tuesday, it was 1508 on Tuesday. About 18 hours ago when I did, it was 1554. And this is not me, I don't hate Nigeria. I love Nigeria so much. I refuse to become an American citizen for 30 years because I said no, I don't want to be a citizen of any other country. I'm a Nigerian. I don't care if 90
agídí yín pọ̀ o kí ló dé.
Opo. I don't care if
Attention
99.
Ekiti.
Oh yeah, I've heard it. I don't care when I first came. Well, in the 90s, they used to say, "Oh, Nigerian scam." If I meet people, they'll be like, "Are you a Nigerian?" I say, "Yes." Oh, are you one of the scamming people? No. I don't care if 99% of Nigerians are scammers. Cause it don't come. Consign me. Me, I know the scammer. I don't care who is carrying drug. Me, I'm not a drug dealer. So, but the point is, you have to have an idea. Any person where they do business, especially, you have to have an idea of where that business is going and how you're going to be able to, get profit from what you're doing. Unfortunately, to me, where we are, when I first heard about Obi just before the election, not because I thought Obi was a miracle worker, but I understood if you don't produce, how are you going to sustain your economy to even to start with? Not to talk less of how you're going to help your currency to become stabilized. And that those things, whether he took Anambra State money and invested it in a place where his family got some money, I'm not overly crazy or concerned about that. But I understood something very well. If you don't produce, if you don't produce, you go suffer. And as far as I know, I don't know what they've done in the last 6 or 9 months now. You know, if you have not invested, no, I'm not just saying the federal government, though, people in industry, private enterprise, if you don't invest enough to have products to sell to your people and to other people, you will not be able to sustain your currency. I don't care. Go to any babalawo that you want. Go to any whatever shrine. It's not going to happen. Like Yoruba people say, there is no there is no cheating in the mirror. Now the way you look, now you go see yourself. Ìrẹ́jẹ ò sínú photo. Bó bá ṣe dúró, the way you look, mirror no go lie to you. E go show you wetin you be. So I this government, from some of the things I hear, they're implementing some things that appears to be good. I think I saw one man show something that the foreign reserve is the highest it's been in a while. Bravo. Where people do something good, I will say they do. Where they do something that is not good, I don't care if you my papa or if you my pikino, I will call you out. I call my own self out, not to talk less of you. So, Mr. Ekene, make una hang in there. I mean, it's a tough time. It's a tough position to be. And I'm not saying just because people are suffering all over the world, it's okay for us to be suffering too. It's even okay to
The
suffer
issue is
today.
that the issue is
No,
that
hold on, hold on. Let me say this real quickly. It's even okay to suffer today when you see that your tomorrow is going to be better. The problem is that tomorrow is not looking too better right now, unfortunately. Go ahead, sorry.
you made some valid point, and you are trying to explain a lot of things, especially when you compare other countries with what is happening in Nigeria. You cannot compare. Nigeria is far way behind in terms of both development and manufacturing and all the production. Our policies, you can go and check it, never support anything that is called production, especially how many companies that existed in Nigeria in the past 1 year and all that. Nobody can tell me it's not because of unstable business environment. When you don't have stability in your currency, it tends to frustrate business. That's reality. See, $1.5 is not a big deal. It's about sustainability. Even though I know our naira is not supposed to be all that high, but at 1.5, and you are able to keep it at least for the period of your regime, either 4 years, it will do a lot. Because people will, even if your money you don't have much capital, or it will just take you maybe 6 months, 1 year, you will recover to that level, and you start to push, make your plan maybe for the other 3 years of your regime. You'll be able to achieve something. Do you understand what I mean? So that is what the problem of our economy, and it is frustrating. Our interest rate, you cannot give job with our interest rate. 30% is interest rate. It's not 1 naira. It's not.
Yeah,
Nobody
but
goes to the bank today. Nobody
Mr.
goes to the bank today to say you want to borrow money to do business. It's
Mr.
like committing suicide.
Mr. Ekene, let me add this real quickly. You yourself, you're making all. I've been listening to you for at least a year. I've been listening to you, and I think you're a good man, well-intentioned, hardworking family man. But you see, this is the problem. You see, if somebody is going to have a heart attack or anything else, it just doesn't happen just like that. It's because you've been eating bad food, all these things have been developing within your system, and then boom, one day the heart attack comes. You see, this development, as far as I can remember, when I was a young man in Nigeria, I had a number of family members, we're from Ogun State, who worked on the farm. And they will even bring food when they come and visit my parents. They will bring us food from the farm. Even some of their children and what have you, they were sent to Lagos to come and live in Lagos. So it became fewer people on the farm. Even some of those people who had parents that were on the farm, it got to a point they moved their parents from the farm. And you know, Emma Boleko now, and come and jaye small. So this development has been in the works for a long time. So we stopped producing cocoa, we stopped producing palm kernel to the degree that we were. These things we're importing some palm oil from Malaysia. They came and got the plants from us. So again, I understand price stability. Price stability doesn't happen just because it should. It happens because people put in the work. People sacrifice. Life is about sacrifice. When in the 70s we had money, and some people who thought they were wise say our problem was how to spend the money. Other people were investing their money to develop and put their country where they want their country to be. So those people that did the work, they did where then they. Those of us who did not do the work, we did where we did. That's just the reality of life. You know,
Well,
the average citizen did not contribute to this thing. But they say even when the evil people are suffering, are enjoying the result of their evilness. Unfortunately, some innocent people go suffer along with them. So that's where we are. I don't know.
a lot of things still have to be done for that production aspect to move on electricity and all that. But can do. Thank you very much for your good concern for Nigeria. At least I love you. I like your most of the time you make a lot of sense
Absolutely.
at least. More than
Absolutely. Thank
attacking
you.
people that are opposing the system. So I have
Kenneth,
to run away. Yeah.
because it doesn't like Tinubu, Abi. Anybody.
No, he's even making some. It's not that he doesn't like Tinubu now.
Look,
It's
I've
not
never
about
met
that.
Tinubu. I don't care
He never
about
said that he never
Tinubu.
liked Tinubu. And he
No,
never so we
no,
are talking about discussing the problem of our country and he's
yeah.
making some at
I
least
don't.
what the words he's telling me, even if I want to react, at least he's giving me hope. He's making me to be strong in what I'm doing to you understand? That's how
No,
to because
it's pulling your leg. Ekene is pulling your leg. You didn't get it. It was pulling your leg.
leave Ola. I have a Ola used to be my guy. He used to be my guy. But when it comes to Tinubu issue, Ola doesn't shift ground. He sees that everything that Tinubu is doing is good to him.
No, he's pulling your
He's
leg,
somebody
my
that
brother.
and
You
I
know,
really
you
want him
know,
to
you
come
know,
out
you
from
know.
that shell.
Ekene, this is how I work. When I have a broad option, I try to stay with one. If my option is not working, the life must continue. I will have to look for the next best. Atinubu not one. Now, if Obi had won or Shibaju had won, I will have find my way to support. What I will not support totally, that I was very sure of then, Atiku was never an option for me. So it's not as if see,
Let me tell
I
you.
put
Let me tell you,
Tinubu
Ola.
is in contest for me.
If Atiku will, the only thing I don't like, the only thing is that I don't trust Atiku. But you see the Atiku policy of what that thing that he used to talk is it decentralization of government and all that, and he's very bold on that. I really love that
But
from him. But the issue I have with him, I don't see him
Ikene,
doing that. If
Ikene,
Atiku is going to
Ikene,
fix this country, I'll give him
Ikene,
my support.
Ikene,
I can
Ikene.
support everybody. Yeah.
Anybody that tells you that if he become president or governor or local government chairman, that is going to give everything or sell everything out to him friend. I beg me, I don't care what other good thing he want do. That person should not be voted for under
No, no,
any
no,
Private
no.
jet.
circumstance.
But can do. See, if I were the president today, I would never give a contract to my enemy if I know my friends can do the job. Because see,
Jonathan tried to pacify everyone to the point of recruiting his enemy into his own camp. And those people were the one that set him up for failure. So anywhere in the world, you want to give a contract to your friend if those friends are qualified. And out of 200 million Nigeria, assuming that figure is correct, right? You can't say it's impossible for you not to have a friend that is qualified. Even if my friend is not qualified, I can go to a consultant to help me find someone somewhere.
No,
So
no,
that's the
Mr. Ola,
situation.
Mr. Ola. I know I've heard you many times, and I know your pedigree. You see, that's not leadership. A leader doesn't talk like that, even if it's true. You see, when you're a leader, what you say is important because it carries so much weight. You see all these influencers. You see somebody who is an influencer or a musician. That person is wearing some kind of clothes. Other people start to wear it because you have influence. Even the things you don't say are sometimes they are almost as equally important as the one you say. You see, it's not about comparing America or anything. If you're a leader, what you do is you create as fair a situation as humanly possible. Yeah. Are you going to help your friends? Yes, you should. But you create a situation where at least my dad used to say in banking, they say something. Not only do you need to be honest, you need to appear to be honest. And what that means is you send me to go and buy you something. I go and buy it. Not only did I go and buy it at that price, I bring you the receipt. So not only am I honest that I bought it for 1,000 naira, okay, here is the receipt we then give me for am. So as a leader, you don't say such a thing. You try as much as possible, you try to create an enabling environment where at least people will have a belief that okay, there's some degree of fairness. So Atiku or anybody else should not make such a statement. You don't say such a thing out. You can say, "Oh, it was just being honest." I don't want your honesty. If that's honest, I don't want that type of honesty.
Okay, I got your point. Maybe he could have given a political answer because some of these things. If you've ever managed a project before, maybe as a project manager, so they can ask you some question like, okay, if a staff that is not part of your functional team is becoming stubborn, what are you going to do? Even when you don't mean it, to say, okay, you become a friend with his manager. You understand? See, if I were in the position of Atiku, from what I learned today, they are talking about, oh, I give contract to my friend. I would just say that every Nigerian is my friend because I'm your leader. So if that one will be the political answer we want, yeah, from what I learned today, I will just say, why every Nigerian is my
No,
friend.
it's not. No, it's
That's
not
what I would
giving a
have said.
no, no. It's not about giving a political answer. It's about creating an environment where every Nigerian who is in any particular sector feels like I stand a chance. I'm
No,
not
I
saying
got
that
your point, so
this is
I
not
got your
about La
point. So
La
don't think I
Land.
don't get your point.
Yeah,
So
I know. This is not about La La Land and Kumbaya. But it is important. You see, I mean, I used to coach different teams, soccer. It is important that your players believe in the vision that you have, even when they don't even trust themselves. They have to be able to believe that what coach said can be done. As a project manager, the people in your group, obviously you will evaluate them. You know their strengths and weaknesses, and you try and plug the right people to the right situations. Somebody can be good, a player can be good, but he might not be the best player for this team, even though individually he's a good player. But as a member of this team, Maybe he doesn't pass the ball when he's supposed to. So I can't say because he's a good player, I have to have him on my team. For this team, it might not be the right, you know, the right plug.
Hello, Mr. Ola.
Adewale. Ọlá ni kẹ́ máa pè ní èwo ni Mr.
Oh,
Ọlá is
Chief
Ọlá.
Ọ̀túnba
Need that if you
Ọlá Èkìtì.
Yes, sir.
Atiku has got himself into water. But if other person has said that, probably wouldn't have attracted such condemnation. But when you're being seen as a thief, just like Kandu said, and you are saying something that is not politically correct in this era, they will roast you. They will grill you. Let me put it like that. They will put you on the grill and roast you. There's nothing wrong in having your friends, especially if it comes from a competitive platform or template, which your friend emerged. That is going to be based on merit, but because of the proximity of a friend or because of their legacy, decided to reward them. Then with some juicy stuff from the government, and you're running foul of the same constitution of the government that you promised to run, openly. Atiku, honestly, there's nothing that to salvage his political career or his political relevance. It's gonna take a miracle. Because in politics, if you don't get it once, you're done. You tend to politicians get to have second chance if they are able to minimize the damages or the fallout from any of their utterances or any of their political moves. But someone like Atiku shouldn't have made such statement. He should have been
measured. To be honest with you, I think I agree. Joke apart.
Yeah. Another thing is I listen. I've been listening. I slept off at this time. I woke up again. I was been listening to everyone. At the point, the discussion was focused on the impact of this newly local government victory, and I listened to every single one making so even at the point questioning one another about what they know. All of a sudden, people like Ekene and Rational Mind jumped into the forum and scattered everything and make little of the impact of such pronouncement. It baffles me. It's like these people just wait for, look for something just to counter the narrative. There's no doubt that this newly, should I say, newly found victory for local government will have much impact on the Nigerians. Number one, you can hold your representative accountable. They live among you. There's no way a local government will be living in Abuja. This time around, there's a prompt judgment, because that is if the people within your local government does not stone you to death. I mean, governor will have security details. Where is the local government going to get security details? Earlier, I also heard about. I heard people talking about the quality of people that will be vying for local government positions, chairmanship and councillorship position. Of course, they feel the fact that that position has been attracting mediocre for a very long time. But if you look at it, not entirely the entire country. I've listened to those that are represent. Maybe you can call them caretaker, though. But I've listened to some local government chairmen, especially from the south, and southeast, that you can consider, intellectually sound to some extent. But majority of them are political allies, that are imposed by their godfather at the state house. So, but I believe that, gone are the days in the 80s and 90s where you have people, prominent people, intellectual lawyers. Even I've seen a reverend, an Anglican reverend, becoming a local government chairman. But one thing that they could always do, petition is always about people will write you up to death. They will complain about every little thing you do. And there was accountability. I think that can be revived back. Um, I think now, money is a devil. Whenever money is present, you always see people just looking for or trying to get to a position or to get to where the money is. I mean, I believe there are some people going for local government chairman, councillorship. They have no idea what councillor does, right? So I believe with time we will get it right. But it's a victory that is worth celebrating, even if you do not support this government. Earlier today, I read on the social media, a friend of mine was, praising Fagbemi. It seems people are forgetting so soon. When Tinubu was a governor of Lagos State, he actually surrounded himself with technocrats, starting from his Attorney General. His Attorney General was given a mandate to revive the judiciary system in Lagos State, and he ran with it, and he changed the face of the judiciary in Lagos. And he gave him some free hand to do some things. And what you see him playing out is exactly the same way he ran Lagos State. Fagbemi had openly disagreed with his boss. That is not a new thing. It's not today that his cabinet member will disagree with him. Remember when Tinubu decided to, I think when he decided to, what did they do there that they disagree with him publicly? I want to remember. Is it about money? No, it was about, it's a very popular policy then or something like that, and they disagree with it. So what you are saying now, the fact that an attorney general of the country will be representing the interests of the local government, and you could see the executive throwing their weight behind it, shows that number one, whoever brought that idea to revitalize the local government to the presidency meant well. And Tinubu bought it. Forget about all those political innuendo or political reason behind it. If you want to succeed, you always explore every opportunity given to you, especially if it's going to benefit and help your government, your administration. So, for the fact that it was, because first and foremost, the first order during the case was the Supreme Court to agree that he's qualified or is in the best position to take that mantle up. And the Supreme Court said that even though the Attorney General is not just qualified, it was for the interest of the public. So thereby makes him more qualified to represent the issue because the governors uh, came at him through that. So when you have a local government, number one, that can plan, that it's not just about having money in the bank account. Now you can be open to the community that you serve as their leader by saying, look, this is how much. I mean, it's not hidden anyway. Yeah, they're gonna know Free Information Act. You're going to know how much is being given to the local government, and then the local government chairman and his cabinet will have to account. Uh, I don't even think about EFCC at this time around. I believe that the people of the community will serve justice with a hot plate first before AFCC even come knocking at the door. Because I've seen it happening in the 80s, where a local government chairman was petitioned uh, a lot, and it created an enmity between one of those prominent people then in my local government. So, and the chairman is not coming from outside; it's coming within their local government. Even though indigenous stuff is not in our constitution, but people still believe that you're from certain area, you must not be their leader. So, especially when in those rural states like that, not in Lagos, that is already urban and metropolitan in nature. So, I think it would do more good than all those. I mean, if it brings political favor to Tinubu, kudos. I mean, you wear the grab, you step on it, right? But I don't think the federal government will withhold local government funding, except if that local government is not, governed by democratically elected officials. And I don't think any local government will want to risk that. As far as I know, the stronghold of governance on the local government has run its course, and I think it's time to take the government close to the people, and I think that's what Tinubu is trying to do. Earlier, I listened to Kulatas talking about the humongous power of the presidency. I think he's just finding out today that the president of Nigeria has much more power. You can imagine, as the head of the executive, determines how much is given to the judiciary. Uh, at the same time, when you have a party member that are loyal to you and are ready to do your bidding at the parliament, that makes you much more powerful. And I think there's some power that should be taken away from the presidency, but not because it's directly involved in disbursement of funds to the local government will not make him almighty powerful. I don't think so. It just takes away some uh, headache and pain from the federal and the state and shifted it to the local government so that people can hold those who are actually affecting them on a daily basis, can hold them accountable instead of focusing on the federal. Do you know that up to this moment, a lot of people do not know the functions of local government? I listened to my brothers earlier. They were arguing among themselves. We even went up where they actually trying to shed more light on it. I mean, for those who were not born in the 80s or 90s or 70s, local government does much. If I say, as a matter of fact, local government rehabilitates roads. That's how strong and effective they were then. But the state governor, it started. I think the whole thing started from the military era, and then this republic did not even help matters. So they completely yank off the financial strength of the local government and give it to the state. Um, as per the conduction of election in the state, I did not believe federal should be responsible for the conduct conducting election at the state the local government level because you're going to be stretching far the resources of the INEC at the federal level. The state should be responsible. But when you give so much power to the executive, even at the state level, it's going to be head problem. People do not trust the executive. They believe that they will appoint those who are going to do their bidding to head the agency at the state level. Also, they believe there will be some level of manipulation, whereby those who will read into the election will be their political allies of the state government. I don't think so. Reason being is that I've seen local government at a close proximity, and I know this is a grassroots system. People at the grassroots system, let me tell you, sir, even if they don't do the bidding of the governor, and I've seen that playing out, especially in the Ekiti state, if they don't like you, they won't vote for you. It's a simple. They don't fake it. They do not fake it. Now that you give the financial muscle power to local government, there's no shakara from the governor anymore. So tell me how the governor will be able to influence them. You can make your umpire, your cousin, doesn't matter. People will stand with their vote, because at that moment it becomes their own. It's no longer controlled from remotely from the federal. So I don't have fear as far as and allowing the federal government to conduct an election, that would be too much. And even at the local gubernatorial election, they were struggling. Talk about local government. Um, and also believe that instead of allowing the executive to, even at the federal level, to appoint the head of the election umpire, I think it should be a joint sponsor, just like when you have not just one person heading the agency, but multiple people that coordinate at a zonal level, but not like the one they have now. Instead of one person, we have a regional aid that answer to maybe to what do you call them? Sorry, uh, the way they select the senatorial candidate, what do you call it, constituency or something like that, so that it will decentralize and break the power. Because INEC has a lot of power, don't get me wrong. And some of those who made up the ad hoc personnel of that agency actually been selected.
So, actually, are you saying now that the local government election should be leave in the hand of the state governors?
It should be controlled at the state level, because the presidential
So
system.
how is this present status quo going to be changed with that?
I think the constitution can be amended to accommodate at the local level, where the executive
To
would not
accommodate
be
what? To accommodate what?
to accommodate such changes.
What
Which
changes?
changes are you talking about?
I'm talking about the conduct of local government election at the state.
As it is presently, is the state governors that state government that is conducting
Yes,
it.
but
So,
I
and that's what you
emphasize.
wanted. So, which constitutional changes do you want?
No. I'm emphasizing on the fact that the governor himself have the sole power to appoint who head that uh, uh, agency. It should
Hmm.
not. It should not be, even at the federal level. It shouldn't be. There should be some level of, let's say, it's a combination.
Let me ask you this. If you look at even the election that they are not controlling, I'm talking about the honorables
Mhm.
in the state House of Assembly. Look at the way they are controlling them. Look at the way they pocketed them. Talk less of the one. They are not even the one funding it. They are not the one that even choose the person that supervise the election. No, their election. But they pocketed them. Talk less of the
Yeah.
one that they will be the one to choose. The one they will be the one that was going to finance the election.
Do you remember when President
It will
Wole
not. Let me
came?
tell you, Adewale, the same way they are turning out the party that the ruling party will be the one that will win all the election.
No,
That's
wait,
what
wait.
you.
No,
Good.
wait, hold on. You remember when President Wole came on this show and he
Mm.
was talking about how INEC was packed with political allies, that they sponsors their candidates or their people to get the job in INEC. Do you remember when he said that?
And so, what is your point about this one?
Now, when you have a situation like that, it shows that no matter how you're trying to uh, create an environment that is devoid of all those corruption practices, you're still going to have um, malpractices. But when you take that power of sole sponsorship of the election from the executive, you get the judiciary involved. You even people in the civil society, you get them involved instead of just the executive, nominating or dictating how the election is going to be conducted. You
How
have
do you, this so what you are proposing, how do you think is can be practical? Not all these theory things that we normally propose. You bring civil society in, you bring even the judiciary. How are even the leaders of the judiciary? How are they choosing?
okay. Now, um, The reason why I say we should also do away with the sole uh, administrator of the INEC is also the fact that when you have multiple aides, not just one person now controlling the entire, when you have, let's say, you zone it. In the southwest, you have one. In the southeast, you have one. And even at the state level, you group the local government together, you zone it, and the executive nominate, and they come from those quarters. It will be a lot easier to have unbiased INEC conduct than to have just one individual nominating. Reason why I say this is this: um, you would nominate the person that would do your interest, right? The people that the legislature also would nominate that would do their own bidding. Now, if they do not agree, everybody will want a situation that is just and unbiased. But when you have one person, that one person can be bribed. I'm not saying you can't bribe the rest too, but it minimizes such sharp practices instead of just one person saying this is the person that I'm going to choose to head this agency. Remember, Yakubu was mocked. What did they not say about the conduct of the election? So when you have multiple head of the agency, it helps to have a diverse belief, or should I say,
Hey, is that not what we are presently?
No. We only have one person controlling the entire thing. The rest
No,
is
no, no,
just
no, no, no. But we are okay. So you want. How do you want? If you want state, everybody. I think they have state electoral commissioners
mhm.
in all the
But
states.
those electoral commissioner also the one controlling the entire electoral system in the state. It
Yes.
shouldn't. You should have more than one person, whereby they do not come from one quarters but different entity. For example,
No. What we have here is what you are even describing. Okay, we have one at the national level, and then each state has one. Then even in the state, they have one representing each local government.
the mean it's not one person that heading
It's not
the
one person. They have in the local government.
uh, I'm
You,
not
you,
sure
you,
of
you,
that.
you you see the problem we are trying to solve here is this. We have governors that are irresponsible. That's one part. On the other hand, you cannot blame them. Where we say the 1999 Constitution is faulty is this. To start with, the federal government should have no business creating local governments if we have a very functional constitution. Local governments, in the sense of it, is just to slash money away from the central purse. That is why you see all those local governments the way they are lopsided. Even when they don't have enough population, they just create number of local governments. That is an example of Kano and Lagos. And you
Ola,
say now
Ola,
that
Ola, Ola, sorry for cutting you. I know you want to bring this Canada model, but before you can do that in Nigeria, that means you must have a restructuring. You understand? As it is now.
we've been fighting for restructuring since now, right?
No, just wait. What you are about to propose, well, because you have been saying this for some days now.
It's still not
It
the
is only
proposal.
when you have, as it is presently. Just hold on. As it is presently, you cannot have state cannot be creating local government with what resources? You understand? In as much as they are all still depending on this federal allocation, we can't leave the creation of the local government in the hand of state. But if we have a
You see,
total, if we have
this is the problem we are
if we
talking
have
about.
resource control, just hold on. If we have resource control, and even if we have resource control and each state and local government are controlling their resources, this agitation for more local government will not even exist. Because the motivation is because people are getting free money from the federal level. If we have a state,
On one hand, you are technically supporting my postulation. So there's nothing you are moving against it. We've been talking of restructuring. Now, if I'm talking of restructuring, I'm still consistent with what I've been agitating for. I'm just telling you that what led to this kind of kangaroo fighting, where the destruction of our local government system is just because some people, especially during the military, they were looking at taking as much resources from Niger Delta, from southwestern Nigeria, and even from the eastern part of the country. You understand? Why destroying their own as well? They were creating more. So to
The
start with,
the issue we cannot be looking what you are talking about is
no,
not
no.
something
Let me tell you
that
something now, Simba. With the
yes.
situation now, with the government trying to yari now, if they take that proposition to the National Assembly now to say, okay, let us hand over the creation of local governments to the states, you will be surprised that initially they were standing against local government, but you'll be surprised this time around they will support it, because already the only way you can set aside the Supreme Court judgment now is to go and make a new law that will make that one redundant. And so if you restructure the country, you are
So you
simply
mean that if the people are clamor for more local governments now, federal government will willingly create them? Is that what you are saying?
no. That's not even what I'm saying. What I'm saying generally is now, as it is now, even the local government we have in that country is some of kind of kangaroo local government just to slash resources. We both agree on that. We don't need such creation. Rather, we want money to be shared between the federal government and the state, and let the state go and sort out how many local government they want. You understand? And don't use the basis of local government for sending people to the National Assembly too. Instead, you allocate.
But Ola, yes, I can understand what you are saying. Okay, that we should leave the local governments in the hand of the state. But even without leaving them totally, look at what you have done to the local government.
See,
Look at what they
Baba,
have done.
it's just because the 99 constitution itself is GBT. And everybody that are coming there, they are finding the level of GBT just to make sure that everybody want to cut
This
as much
same
as they can.
constitution, this same constitution that we call GBT, it's not as if we are written any new it's just an amendment to since 1966. We have not really changed anything drastically. If you look at the
Baba, we
1979,
change a
just
lot.
hold on. If you look at 1979 constitution and look at 1999 constitution, there's basically no much difference between the two.
No,
So
I
let
think
maybe
you said
because
it.
we are a preview to this present one, that's why we are always castigating the 1999 constitution.
No, there's so much difference. Except you
In
want to
what
tell me that,
aspect? In what aspect?
okay, now, okay, you said 1979 constitution and 1999 anyway. Okay, that's what you are saying. See, to me,
Hmm.
I
You know,
okay,
let me tell
okay.
you, Ola, let me say this. And I know that what I'm going to say, you are not going to like it.
How do you
You
know?
know, I know because I'm going to touch your man. In 1966, when the coup came and they actually stopped this true federalism the regional government that we are practicing. You understand what I'm saying? And the military came in. The only person that has that opportunity to actually give us a better form of government by the time we are handing over military regime to the civilian in 1979 was this same Obasanjo.
See, you see.
No, they just
Uh,
I know that you are getting
no,
irritated
no.
already.
I'm not going against about it. I'm not even moving against whatever you are saying. You see, one thing is this: there's no way you can create a perfect system to start with. Even we that we are talking here now, all our suggestions here is that if they decide to take our suggestion and implement it, it's not going to be perfect. That's why you have continuous improvement situation. You keep improving, you keep changing. When you are like I say change management, you keep changing based on what you can see. Because you will do some kind of law today, you will never envisage the type of consequences But when you see the consequences, you will change it. Now, the coup plotters of 1966, if they had dreamed that Nigeria would become this way, I bet it with you, they will have taken another approach, because they were full of those people that think they were in charge. And
But
once they
initially you said that because of oil, and that time that thing was not. So they were the one that actually pulled a lot of they are the one that actually moved all the resource control away from the regional level and move it
exactly,
to the national level. You understand? And that time, because of that, the way to control everything by their myopic vision. You understand?
exactly.
So it's not exactly what you are talking about, that because the way I look at what you are saying, I see with some people that came after. No, it was these people that actually truncated what has been working, seemingly working for us. Because even that one that time also, it was not devoid of its own problem. We're having issues with it, even with the regional government, and that was why they came in that time. You understand? It's only that maybe because we don't remember history, and that regional government, that resource, we are looking back at it now that I know it was better then than now. That's why we are doing. But then it was not working.
No, see, no. You can't see when you say it is not working, you are painting everything just verbatim. You are not even look. There is no way in this world you can have a perfect system. Even United States of America
Because
system.
Ola, we are able to now compare to. That's why we are saying this. Then we don't have any experience. Do you understand? We are only practicing one that we knew then, and
No,
that was why.
you see
Now
why we
we have
say
tasted another form of governance, which we now say, okay, no, the old one, when we are practicing it, was working better for us than now. We have the benefits now, but then we don't have that benefit.
see, bro. I understand what you are saying, but I don't just want to go through that route. What I'm saying is this: we may say our 1963 or the Constitution, our independence, was not perfect, but look at it this way: as much as was not perfect, a region that wanted to develop then could develop. Not in such a situation whereby you want to develop now, and someone is insisting that you have to mix your development with the one that's not ready to develop. You understand? What am I trying
Who
to
is
say
that?
here?
The question is, who is that someone?
I don't need to mention him so that I don't want to
No,
implicate.
because but that is what I'm trying to correct. That the people that actually even abolish that thing that we are talking about were not even the people that were blaming for our predicament now. They were not the one.
It is very easy to say they are not the one, but when they destroy something, you build foundation for deterioration. Now, you will need someone with a right experience as someone that is brutal enough or decisive enough to return us to the right path. Because the time we were talking about now, we used to have people.
The nature of human being, Allah. If you have tasted something now, you know that this thing you are benefiting from it. Will you change it?
I will change what?
We are the one that we provided the Southerners. We are the one that provided the recipe for what you are getting now.
Why? How?
Wait, okay. Who abolished the regional government? Who abolished the regional government?
See. When we are talking of Southern now, Southern is not South. Southerner is
No. I
north.
just don't want to go. You should understand that I don't want to just
Just
go
like okay, I got your point.
totally to that direction. That was why I just generalized it like that.
Yeah, you see, is that people can fall into what they call a competence trap sometimes. That you believe that okay, we are competent enough, we are above every other one, and let's just take over and we will dominate them forever. That is exactly what those people did at that time,
And it
because
backfired.
and it backfire because you underrate the power of others. You forget that others are intelligent human beings that were capable of taking intelligent reactions and actions. So when they did that, it backfired. And that's the result of what we are seeing today now. But despite that, we are now saying, okay, we've tried different things from now to that time. Even in other region that everybody like to crucify today, I keep saying, when I talk of the northern region, apologies to people there. I'm not generally talking about the common people, because by natural selection, I could have been a northerner, I could have been southern, I could have been anything. But as we speak today, there's no way I can speak about the political elite. That's the level of reasoning. Well, it's not like that Sir Ahmadu Bello. Because Sir Ahmadu Bello, for example, had every opportunity to become the prime minister. He said, no, I want to govern my people, let Tafawa Balewa go and be the prime minister. Today, I can tell you today that that will never happen with some of the leaders we have today, because they are seeing the benefit of what they can lose at that prime ministerial position, rather than say, okay, I want to oversee my people. So that was the time that you will have you will have primary school teachers that can just become your governor, for example, or your premier, and they will govern very well, just because whatever they were getting that time, they were satisfied. They were satisfied. It is not as if we don't have those people today, because you asked me a question the other time that if I benefit something, will I want to leave that in? It's not true. See, I was discussing with Patrick today that I was actually making more in Nigeria than coming here than in Canada, because it's so simple. Why did I make a change? It's so simple. It's so simple for me that bí ẹni ti rí ọ̀la ò lè rí bẹ́ẹ̀. You understand? Bí ẹni ṣe rí ọ̀la lè má rí bẹ́ẹ̀. So that was the reason I took, okay, let me just vary my risk. Let me share my risk. So if something is happening in Nigeria, let me have a place to be able to absorb the risk and have a change of scene. That was why it was even possible when things changed here. I was able to do Uber. But in Nigeria then, if you were not, if your line of business, because my line of business eventually was no longer sustainable, because boys was able to enter into my territory of business because it was a low barrier, so it was a low entry, a low entry level business, so that anybody could do, and they had to trade the place. So people were losing their job, and when people lose job in Nigeria, sometimes to get that job back, except you have entrepreneurial thinking, it is always difficult. So that's one of the reasons people like us came to this place. I see some people today, irrespective of the temptation among the Nigerians today, that if you put them in that position of power today, they are not going to take, because already they have enough, and they are not looking like this our politician, that because they are already criminals. Some of them are already criminals, and the problem with a criminal is this: when they commit a crime, they keep committing more crime to defend themselves. Someone that loots, let's say, 1 million today, he knows that they can really easily take him to court and convict him and put him in jail. He would rather see as much billion that he can see, so that he will have something to defend himself. That's why you see all those politicians, that's why you see them do what they do. But what we are now saying is this: when you look at the motivation, what are their motivation? What make these people, what make the position attractive to them? Why are people creating more local governments? Why are people creating more states? It's all about sharing. And this money they are sharing, how are they making it? You have to know. They are just sharing from free money, national resources. They are going to bring it. People don't want to work. And in fairness to the northern part of the country, I stand to be corrected. That part is supposed to be the most viable part of Nigeria.
They have more resources. They have more resources than the south.
Yes, both human resources and
everything.
Natural resources. I'm not an opposed of natural resources, because I believe that I don't believe in depleting. So, funny enough, I'm not an environmentalist, but I look at the way we are doing our things there, because the natural resources that we are depleting in that country is not even to the benefit of average Nigerians, but rather to the benefit of the looters and their foreign partners. So, in essence, what happened to our cotton? What happened to what happened to hide and skin industry? What happened to granite pyramid? You know, we can still build all those things today and still make more money. Instead of destroying our land, we can even create tourism. Now, even before these people destroy our system, all this military, foreigners were coming into Nigeria to learn. So Nigeria already we've lost that value. Canada alone in last year alone, if I got it right, foreign students contributed $33 billion to Canadian economy just last year. $33 billion. And Nigeria, the way we were going before, we could have got to that level. But it got to a stage. What happened was that, okay.
I remember when I was in university, we have a lot of foreign students in most of our university. A lot of foreign students, especially from neighboring country, Cameroon, Ghana. In fact, in my class alone, I think I have like 4 or 5 Cameroonians in my own class. So
Americans, Britons, French people, they used to come to Nigeria, those states to learn. And Nigeria used to have a lot of exchange program too. You will see when I
now
was
you
saying
you discover that now you now see a lot of Nigerians schooling in Ghana, Benin Republic, and all those.
that you see that's anointing, because so when that's kind of importation we are doing, right? So what I'm saying is this: how did they start this destruction of our education, quota system, catchment area, and all those jargons? If you've allowed this university to just say to
But
run.
let me tell you, this look quota system of the thing, because I remember some of these eastern states, especially Anambra, I could remember was one of the so-called educationally disadvantaged states that they used to give preference those days. If you look at the jam brochure, you know that brochure that they used to issue those days. When you buy jam form, you look at it, they list the name of the states. You understand? So I don't want us to just limit it to as if it's only the northerners that benefited from this. There are so many southern states that were also given that opportunity that time.
Yes. What I'm saying that time is what I'm saying in essence is that it was totally wrong, because if they've allowed our institution to run the way it's supposed to be, at least the like of Obafemi Awolowo University, University of Nigeria, Nsukka, Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, they will all have maintained their status and better. And I believe those universities will have been so open to even foreign students to be coming in. But when federal government took over everything, you want to be funding them. That's where the problem started. So, and you know, so that's why those are the things I look at. That okay, enough of this federal government fingering all this our regional or states or state resources, and allow those states to run. You know, we will see that when people say states are not sustainable here, you know, sometimes I laugh because we have different perspective. What I know today, I didn't necessarily know that 10 years ago. So probably some people, they probably don't know. I keep repeating it. Whether you like it or not, is just what we call fallacy to stay. States are not sustainable in Nigeria. No, every state in Nigeria is sustainable. The problem is we are looking from that, the revenue they are sharing, because we are looking from the oil. but we are not looking at what we are not doing as a country. As I speak to you today now, we have a small town here that they live only by lumbering, mostly lumbering, because that's the specialization. You understand? So there are different parts of those states that we see. I stand to be corrected if I have a debate on this. I have my father. Number one, oh, the North will suffer. It's a lie. North will not suffer. One of those things that will happen is this: North will start spending money on pilgrimage. They will stop, even the South too, they will stop, because what will happen is you take all your resources now, you now become a miser. You try to reduce the waste. You understand? Because we have excesses that we don't work for. That is why people want to go for Hajj. But if you are running regional government and you really need money to build your state and you tax people properly, people pay proper tax for common good, for common development, you won't be carrying the money that is spent for Nigeria to go and be developing another man's country. But just because the money is coming free, they don't care whether the people in the state are suffering. So I ask people questions. Where is our eye and skin? Where is our cotton? Where is our tobacco? Where are those industries that used to work before? Just imagine the quantity of goods we import into that country today. If they are manufacturing all those things in that country, the money we are sending overseas, we will spend it locally and we will put the excesses. Was it not in Nigeria before that they have this country in the northern part of the country, Steyr? What's the name of the company that was assembling Steyr? We have
and it was in Bauchi. It was in Bauchi that manufactured tractor.
Exactly. So we were doing all these things. So when people are saying like it's just
Even Ibadan, we have exide battery in Ibadan.
See, that's Ibadan we are talking about. We have a family friend that's in Papa. The factory is used to get in Ibadan alone. We're more than 10 factories. We're more than 10 factories. That man is late now. So every goat on the street, every dog on the street, they were just creating value through factory. And if you go towards some states, what they were doing is ceramic. You go to Igokoda, you will see Oluwa glass. You will see different things. You go to Ire, you see Ire bond brick. You understand? Even, do you know how many dairy farm and how many ranches alone were in Ekiti? Ranches alone were in Ekiti. And when you go to Oyo State, you see all those things. So there's nothing like Nigeria is not sustainable. All these things are lies, because we have the leaders now that they are thinking of how they are going to loot billions. We now use religion. They will now use religion to anchor some people. That's even right in the south here too, in the southern part. You would think that they are not using religion to anchor some people in the southern part of the country. The only difference is that it's being done stylishly, but if you are not at alert, you will not know that they will use religion to actually cage people around. So any serious government now, you understand, if you want to just allow the state. I grew up in Ikere Ekiti. I spent some time in Lagos before I went to Ikere Ekiti, because sometimes I know that my accent can be deceptive because I spent some time in Lagos too. But as a kid, it's where you spend most of your time that you get used to that place.
Baba.
Hey, see, don't shut the background. Just shut and let us be discussing in the background.
Látẹnulé ìwé wa má ṣe jẹ́ kí ẹyọ ìṣù
Ọlámọ̀dálò ó ti ṣeré lọ látẹ̀kan, ó wá dé nísìnyí, ó ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ sí ní kọrin lọ́rọ̀ kan.
No, let us do something.
I just leave you guys to flow. Today is my off day. No chance on that. Let me shut it down.
Because I'm not sleeping tonight, so and I want people to keep me company. I'm doing a lot of documentation there.
No problem. Let me shut it down. Then we'll go to the back end. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone. Yeah, see you tomorrow. Carry the conversation in the comment section. Said peace.
My
Thank you, guys.
convoy is 5 vehicles, and you cannot buy fuel unless I'm inside the car. So I will pay them. No more.
I know. The governor was paying for petrol himself for his convoy. When they get to a gas station, he will come out and bring out money and pay. In fact, at Oka Government House, then when he was governor, forget about drinking champagne, what they are now doing there. Then he gave out old newspapers as substitute for toilet roll. If you are going to the toilet, he will just to save money. Yeah.
He was going to run somewhere. He said he's going for interview for job. Peter, can't you give him a job? Peter, can't you do this? The boy doesn't even have. I said, none of my children have car. I was the only person who is governor and bank chairman, not to them.
Isn't that mesmerizing? But I know that Peter B. I know that he's a smart man. You know? But the governor, that Obi, did he say anything about that 200 million from security vote that he was caught? His convoy was trying to smuggle out of the country. Did he say anything about that? No, he didn't. No, but he talked about that 72 billion he left behind for his handpicked successor.
Because when you hear that Peter B left 75 billion, if anybody doubts it, call me. I know where the money is. I kept it.
Did he talk about? Yeah, he did. Yeah, he did. I know the man that he's now fighting. You know, remember? Yes, I know. Of course. Did he talk about what is it called again? The liabilities he left behind. Did he talk about that? No. Like signed contracts that were not paid for. Did he talk about? No. Like thousands of workers that he hired during the last weeks of his administration without provision for their pay in the budget. Did he talk? No. But definitely he must have talked about the millions and millions he was dashing out to schools, churches, town hall, traditional. Yeah. At the end of the administration, he was just giving out money without appropriation. He talked about that, huh? Of course. Of course. Okay, one last thing. Did P2B finally explain how bodies of Biafran activists ended up floating on Anambra River when he was governor? Did he explain that? No, he didn't. Why? It must be an omission.
Country people, make una come here tori o. Say Dino carry money, give talk. Say make you go buy gun to Fiakwa. They say Dino carry money, give talk, carry gun, give talk. Say make dem go dey prepare for 2019. Olomaje. They say meet them for airport road. Alakiaye. My brothers, the venom of a viper cannot do anything to the back of a tortoise. I don't waka. But make I tell you now, Yaya Bello, do you know Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? I know Yaya Bello ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Do you know GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba? We know GYB ma ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lẹ́yìn ìjọba. Ìwọ Yaya, you Yaya, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Ẹni tí mo bẹ́ lórí tó ń ṣẹ̀nu wúyẹ́, kí ló tún kù tí ó sọ? Àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ, Yaya Bello, àti ẹkún ìyá ni ó jẹ.